In the bustling city of Lingjiang, a fourth-year medical student named Lin Chen found himself reeling from a recent breakup. In an unexpected twist of fate, he stumbled upon a mystical chat group called the Medical Immortal Chat, where he engaged in a frenzy of red envelope snatching, acquiring an array of elixirs and medical skills, and gradually establishing himself as a formidable figure in the urban medical realm. Chapter 1. The Medical Immortal Chat Group. Beneath the shade of trees adjacent to the dormitory of the clinical medicine department at the medical university, Lin Chen stood with flowers and GIFs in hand, poised to surprise his girlfriend, Wang Rong. However, his anticipation quickly soured upon spotting Zhao Song, a wealthy heir, alighting from a BMW. Lin Chen felt a surge of disdain. It was disheartening to see this arrogant scion everywhere. Rumors suggested that Zhao had numerous girlfriends throughout his college years and had even irresponsibly caused one of them to become pregnant. Lin Chen held no admiration for such a frivolous playboy. As Lin Chen contemplated turning away, he was taken aback when a familiar figure emerged from the passenger seat. It was Wang Rong, oblivious to his presence, lovingly entwined with Zhao Song's arm, exuding happiness as they shared an affectionate embrace. The sight ignited a fire of indignation within Lin Chen. "Wang Rong, what are you doing?" he called out, startling her. Upon realizing it was Lin Chen, her expression shifted from surprise to a sense of entitlement. "Since you've seen us, Lin Chen, I might as well tell you we're breaking up," she declared with an air of superiority. "Breaking up?" Lin Chen was taken aback. Wang Rong scoffed, "Of course. I only dated you out of boredom, to have someone to carry my bag and provide a long-term meal ticket. But you're impoverished and burdened with a sick mother. Are you hoping you'll pay for your mother's treatment and support her in her old age?" Her words struck a nerve, and Lin Chen's anger flared. "Stop. You have no right to speak of my mother that way," he retorted. Wang Rong dismissed him with a sneer. "Humph. Do you think I want to bring up your family troubles? We're done, plain and simple." "Fine. If that's how it is, then good riddance. I never realized your true nature until now. You think you found someone better? I'm not bothered. A man need not fear the absence of a partner," Lin Chen declared, determined to maintain his dignity. As he reflected on the vastness of the world and the abundance of potential partners, he resolved that he would not act like a lovesick fool. "You think you're a real man? Huh. You've been dating Wang Rong for a year and a half, and I hear you haven't even touched her, let alone kissed her. You're a disgrace." Zhao Song burst into laughter, pointing at Lin Chen. "You think you're some noble figure? You're just a coward. It's precisely because of your cowardice that I've outshone you. It's hard to believe Wang Rong is still a virgin. I owe you thanks for keeping her safe." Infuriated, Lin Chen felt the urge to retaliate. "Come on, do you want to fight? I'll make sure you regret it," Zhao Song taunted, rolling up his sleeves with a mocking smile. Lin Chen hesitated, recognizing that Zhao Song was tall and muscular, easily towering over him. Moreover, this was a school campus. Engaging in a fight could lead to expulsion, jeopardizing his imminent graduation. Lin Chen had to care for his sick mother and could not afford to be expelled. With only a few months left until graduation, securing his diploma and degree was essential for finding a good job to pay for his mother's treatment. Had heard that kidney failure required dialysis, costing at least $1 million. "I refuse to stoop to your level, you morally bankrupt scoundrels. From now on, let us part ways as strangers," Lin Chen declared defiantly. "What did you say, brat?" Zhao Song retaliated, launching a kick at Lin Chen. Lin Chen attempted to dodge, but Zhao Song, trained in Taekwondo, executed a swift move that sent Lin Chen crashing to the ground, followed by several more kicks. Wang Rong clapped and laughed. "Zhao Song, you're so fierce. I can't believe I ever dated such a coward." Lin Chen, humiliated, watched as they reveled in his misery. "All right, Zhao Song, don't dirty my hands. I need to go. Too many people are gathering to gawk," Wang Rong said, concerned about the potential fallout should this incident be captured and circulated online. Zhao Song relented, spitting in disdain. "If I see you again, you'll regret it." With that, he waved goodbye to Wang Rong and drove off. A crowd of students dispersed, having lost interest in the spectacle. Lin Chen rose, feeling the sting of humiliation and pain. Although he had wanted to fight back, his lack of combat experience left him vulnerable to Zhao Song's prowess. He felt too ashamed to linger, wincing as he turned to leave, only to discover his phone was missing, likely lost in the scuffle. Searching frantically, he found his phone lodged in a water trough beneath the dormitory's eaves, perilously close to being submerged. As he rushed to retrieve it, a sudden jolt of electricity surged through him, causing him to flinch. "I wonder if it's water damaged?" he pondered, noticing the phone had powered down. Turning away from the dormitory, he attempted to restart it, only to find a peculiar chat application had launched, distinct from his usual messaging platform. The interface resembled his familiar app, but was adorned with different colors. Was it an upgraded version? Curiosity piqued. Lin Chen clicked on it, and the application updated in an instant. Upon logging in, he found the app devoid of contacts, presenting a blank slate. Just then, a notification appeared. Yao Wang's son Simiao has invited Lin Chen to join the medical immortal trading group. The names that followed were of legendary Chinese physicians: Bian, Hua Tuo, Zhang Zhongjing, Huang Fumi, Yigui, Shui Shengbai, Song Ci, Li Shizhen, Gohong, Zhu Jinheng, and more. Additionally, there were Taoist alchemists like El Dongbin, Han Zhongli, Li Taiguai, Zhang Balao, He Xingu, Lan Saihe, Han Xiangzi, and Peng Wujiao. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle, wondering if this was some elaborate prank. Had he truly become the butt of a joke on such an unfortunate day? Just as Lin Chen contemplated exiting the chat, messages began to flood in. Zhang Zhongjing wrote, "The group leader is son Yao Wang. What's the purpose of this group?" Gohong added, "Exactly. Some of us are familiar, while others are not. What's the point of forming a group?" Han Zhongli chimed in, "If we can invite Taishang Lao Jun or Nanji Xianwang, that would be interesting." Zhang Guolao and others chimed in, expressing their agreement. Yao Wang's son Simiao replied, "We will eventually invite them. Let's start trading among ourselves first. Then we can bring in the true immortals and golden immortals later." He Xingu suggested, "What the Yao Wang says makes sense. Let's kick things off with a red envelope to liven the atmosphere." Lan Saihe echoed, "Indeed, it would be dull without a red envelope to set the mood." Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh, suspecting he had wandered into a gathering of eccentric individuals. This laughter, however, tugged at the wounds on his lips, causing him a fleeting moment of pain. Nevertheless, he chose not to exit just yet, opting instead to observe the antics of this peculiar group and discern their intentions. Earlier, he had been filled with rage, humiliation, and indignation, but now, witnessing the banter of these whimsical characters, a sense of relief washed over him. With a lighter heart, Lin Chen strolled to a lakeside bench shaded by greenery, settling down to quietly observe the ongoing chatter in the group. In that moment, the generous Yao Wang, son Simiao, indeed sent out a red envelope, marking the beginning of an unexpected journey. Chapter 2. Points of Virtue Ding. A large red envelope appeared in the group chat. Lin Chen, intrigued, clicked on it. The messaging application promptly notified him, "Congratulations. You have received a red envelope from Sun Simiao." Upon opening the envelope, he discovered it contained 28 points of virtue. What do points of virtue signify? Lin Chen felt somewhat bewildered, initially mistaking them for money. He navigated to the application's features and found a system interface, complete with a virtue storage box and a skills bar, resembling a gaming inventory. Zhang Zhongjing, I only managed to grab 2 points of virtue. Gohong, be content. I only got 1. Huang Fumi, I also have just 1. Yigui, who snatched 28. Such incredible luck. Shui Shibai, who is this anonymous individual with such good fortune? Song Ci, did they not change their name? Noticing that everyone was tagging him, Lin Chen found the default name anonymous and whimsically changed it to Tianqian True Lord, intending to tease them. Since he was already immersed in the game, Lin Chen decided to adopt a cooler name. Huang Fumi. Oh, Tianqian True Lord. I haven't heard of you. I've encountered True Lords before. I've seen True Lords. The group speculated that anyone using the title True Lord must at least be a genuine immortal. In the realm of cultivation, status and cultivation level are paramount, and the possibility of a hidden master in their midst prompted a show of respect. Lin Chen merely sent a mischievous smile and chose to remain silent. Ding. At that moment, someone requested to add him as a friend. Upon glancing at the request, Lin Chen was astonished to find it was Hua Tuo. He accepted the request eagerly. Hua Tuo, after all, was a renowned physician from antiquity. Historical records noted that he lived during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, excelling in surgery and achieving remarkable successes in treating external injuries, and he was also a pioneer in acupuncture. Moreover, he invented Mahuashan, one of the earliest anesthetics. Now lost to time, he devised a series of exercises imitating the movements of 5 animals: monkey, deer, bear, tiger, and crane, known as the 5 animal frolics, which Taoists practiced to strengthen their bodies and even cultivate extraordinary effects. Curious about this individual impersonating Hua Tuo, Lin Chen wondered if he, too, was a university student adopting a pseudonym. Overall, Lin Chen found the situation amusing and opted not to decline. Hua Tuo, True Lord. May I inquire where you practice your cultivation? Ah, this person is deeply immersed in the role. Lin Chen speculated that he was likely a rather eccentric individual. He decided to concoct a few casual responses. Lin Chen, I practice in seclusion and do not disclose my dwelling. I hope you understand, fellow cultivator. Hua Tuo, I must apologize. It was presumptuous of me to inquire about your dwelling. Such matters are of great significance. Lin Chen, no harm done. Hua Tuo, do you require any elixirs or rare herbs for your cultivation? I am open to trading. Lin Chen, for now, I do not require anything. But I have a disciple of modest cultivation who is quite enthusiastic about medicine. I've heard of your esteemed reputation. You are well known, even among mortals. I have run out of elixirs and medical texts. Lin Chen was delightedly engaging with this impersonator and curious about his responses. Hua Tuo, I happen to have a collection. Recently, I prepared a batch of elixirs for a disciple from a family of cultivators. I have gathering qi pills, cultivation pills, and pure yang great restoration pills. All suitable for entering the qi gathering stage, with no side effects. Lin Chen, could I have one of each to try? Hua Tuo, of course. These are all suitable for mortals. I shall send you one of each. If your disciple finds them effective, you may exchange for more using points of virtue or spiritual herbs. Intrigued, Lin Chen awaited the next act or any items that might be sent. Lin Chen, thank you very much. Hua Tuo began sending the items. The system promptly notified, you have received 1 gathering qi pill, 1 cultivation pill, 1 pure yang great restoration pill, and 1 handwritten copy of Hua Tuo's medical compendium. Please check your Chinkoan box. Upon opening the Chinkoan box, Lin Chen saw rows of small compartments, reminiscent of a gaming inventory. He briefly questioned whether he was playing a mythological game like Dream of the West. The handwritten copy of Hua Tuo's medical compendium, the medicinal techniques and unique acupuncture secrets Hua Tuo established in the mortal world, capable of curing 100 ailments, are available for those with spiritual roots to extract directly. The system prompted, would you like to extract and use it? The first extraction is free. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen clicked to use it. His curiosity got the better of him, and he recognized that these individuals were merely engaging in a prank. So he decided to give it a try. At the moment he clicked, a surge of mental energy seemed to flood into his mind, and a wealth of ancient medical knowledge, herbal identification, and acupuncture techniques unfolded within his consciousness, exceptionally profound, as if he had suddenly gained clarity. Lin Chen felt as if he had become a master of traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. Although he had attended a few acupuncture classes at medical school, the instruction was mediocre, and his learning was rather lackluster. However, at that moment, everything felt different. He believed he could fully grasp the unique acupuncture techniques. Could it truly be effective? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen clicked on the Pure Yang Great Restoration pill. A wave of pure yang medicinal energy emanated from his phone, directly enveloping him. Instantly, he felt all his aches vanish, the wounds at the corners of his mouth healed, and an unprecedented sense of health flooded his being. Astonishing, Lin Chen found himself momentarily dazed. He could no longer underestimate this group of eccentric individuals, especially the one impersonating Hua Tuo. He was no ordinary character. Lin Chen, all right, I've received them. By the way, do you have any elixirs to assist mortals in beginning their cultivation? I haven't engaged in this for too long and lack the energy. I can exchange points of virtue. Hua Tuo, indeed, I have such elixirs. It requires 5 points of virtue. Drinking 1 bottle will immediately allow entry into the first layer of qi gathering, without the need for 100 days to awaken spiritual awareness. Lin Chen, very well, it's a deal. Hua Tuo happened to have prepared some for a disciple from a family of mortal cultivators and had some reserves. Lin Chen sent 5 points of virtue. Ding. The system notified, you have received 1 bottle of awakening liquid. Next, Lin Chen ignored Hua Tuo and clicked on the awakening liquid. Buzz. An exceptionally pure stream of spiritual energy, akin to a white arrow, surged into Lin Chen's body. He felt as though his meridians had been unblocked, and a flow of spiritual energy coursed through his entire being, allowing him to perceive the presence of qi and successfully gather it. Of course, this was primarily due to Lin Chen possessing a spiritual root physique, which contributed to such effects, creating a harmonious synergy. He had essentially brushed against the threshold of cultivation. Subsequently, he clicked on the gathering qi pill. The same pure spiritual energy was absorbed by Lin Chen, consolidating his cultivation at the qi gathering first layer. And he stored some true energy within his internal qi si. Ecstatic, Lin Chen continued to observe the group chat, noticing that the others had become less chatty and temporarily returned to their own pursuits. Truly, they were a group of immortals. Chapter 3. Visiting the hospital at that moment. Lin Chen received a call from his mother's attending physician, Dr. Ma, who informed him to prepare for next month's hospitalization fees, or else she would not be admitted, and her medications would also be halted. Although as an intern at the hospital, he could secure some special discounts for family members, real money was still required. As hospitals are not charitable institutions, without payment, the financial department could not process the accounts, and the system could not issue prescriptions. I hope you understand. All right, Dr. Ma. I understand. I will find a way. Lin Chen clenched his fists. Having lost his father at a young age, he had only his mother, who raised him. Now, his mother was suffering from severe kidney disease and uremia, requiring dialysis and incurring exorbitant surgical and medical costs. First, I will visit my mother. Now that I have learned the medical texts of Hua Tuo, perhaps I can treat her illness. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen hailed a taxi and hurried to the Shiren hospital where he was interning. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, he first purchased a pack of silver needles from a pharmacy across the street, intending to use them for acupuncture later. As Lin Chen entered the hospital and approached the door of the intensive care unit where his mother was, he noticed a beautiful young woman by his mother's bedside, his high school classmate and friend, Meng Jiwei. They had attended the same high school, excelling in their studies. But at that time, Lin Chen had been solely focused on academics and had never considered matters of romance. Later, they both gained admission to a university in Lingjiang and became alumni of the same medical school. However, Meng Jiwei had scored 50 to 60 points higher than him in the college entrance examination, leaving Lin Chen puzzled as to why she chose to enroll in a regular undergraduate program instead of a prestigious 985 university. Standing in the hospital corridor outside the ward, Lin Chen observed his mother laughing and chatting harmoniously with Sun Yunxi, in stark contrast to his girlfriend Wang Rong. He could not fathom why he had chosen the superficial Wang Rong over such an admirable classmate. Perhaps he felt unworthy or, given their close friendship, they were too familiar to consider each other as romantic partners. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen pushed the door open and called out, "Mom, I'm here." Upon seeing him, his mother's smile slightly diminished, her gaze shifting between the two of them as she asked, "What have you been busy with?" "Jiwei has been here all morning. Without her, I might not have had lunch." Lin Chen suddenly realized he had spent the morning confronting his ex-girlfriend, Wang Rong, only to catch her cheating, which led to her breaking up with him in his presence. In a fit of anger, he had said some harsh words and even confronted the wealthy Zhao Kong. After venting his frustrations, Lin Chen inadvertently joined a chat group for medical enthusiasts, initially dismissing the members as eccentric individuals seeking amusement, only to later discover they were indeed remarkable individuals. Rubbing his head and smiling, Lin Chen said, "I was held up by some matters, but here I am." He then expressed his gratitude to Meng Jiwei. "Thank you, Jiwei." "Jiwei, are you leaving already?" "You could stay a bit longer," Lin Chen suggested. "No, Andy, I have classes this afternoon. I'll come back to visit when I have time." "Let Lin Chen take care of you," Meng Jiwei replied, seemingly eager to avoid Lin Chen, as she quickly gathered her belongings and departed. After she left, Lin Chen's mother sighed softly. "What a wonderful girl. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry her, kind, gentle, considerate, and not one to judge based on wealth." In the past, Lin Chen had not fully grasped the significance of her words, but now he understood that his mother was quite fond of Meng Jiwei and was subtly critiquing his girlfriend, Wang Rong. Previously, in the throes of infatuation, he had failed to recognize his mother's implicit message. Now, however, he could discern the hints in her words and replied with a faint smile, "She will surely find someone better, so don't worry, Mom." Lin Chen's mother then retrieved a red envelope from beneath her pillow and handed it to him, saying, "This is a gift from Jiwei. She brought it just now. It's from her earnings as a tutor and some pocket money from home, totaling 20,000. She heard we were short on funds for the hospital bills and wanted to give it to you directly, but fearing you might refuse. She said it was a loan for now." Lin Chen was taken aback, feeling a surge of gratitude. Over the past year, his family had exhausted their savings, having sold everything they could, leaving them financially drained. He too had been working part-time to earn money, but it was far from adequate for his mother's medical expenses. Meng Jiwei had lent him money more than once, amounting to nearly 100,000 in total, which made Lin Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, while her family was dual income, they were not wealthy, and it was no small feat for her to gather such funds within a year. Fortunately, Lin Chen had recently received a red envelope from the chat group, acquiring numerous skills and medical knowledge, enabling him to attempt acupuncture on his mother. Thus, Lin Chen said, "Mom, I have been learning acupuncture from our professor at school, and it can be quite effective for kidney ailments. Let me give it a try. Perhaps it will aid in your recovery." His mother, though skeptical, considered that it was free and, if successful, could save them a considerable amount of money. "All right, let us give it a shot, as long as it doesn't cause any harm." Lin Chen took out the silver needles he had just purchased, disinfected them with alcohol swabs, and began the procedure. Utilizing the acupuncture techniques of Hua Tuo, He started with 2 needles, initially feeling somewhat awkward, but gradually finding his rhythm. It seemed he had an innate understanding of this medical practice. His internal energy began to flow more freely. After half an hour, Lin Chen's mother noticeably felt relief in her kidney area, her entire body feeling lighter. This acupuncture is effective. I feel much better. It seems you have indeed learned something valuable, she praised with a smile. Lin Chen, encouraged by her response, decided to check her pulse, recalling the lessons from their professor. Let me assess your condition, he stated. After taking her pulse, he discerned that his mother was indeed weak, with significant kidney issues. Just as the doctors had indicated, without a kidney transplant, there seemed no other solution. However, now that Lin Chen had acquired ancient medical techniques, he believed that with herbal remedies combined with acupuncture, he could rejuvenate her kidneys without the need for a transplant. Chapter 4. An unexpected incident. Feeling optimistic, Lin Chen stepped out from his mother's bedside, intending to check on the emergency department of the major illness ward where he interned to see if it was busy. As he entered the corridor, he noticed a crowd gathering, with some individuals crying out. Among them, a young man was being wheeled in by paramedics, gravely injured, blood covering his body, and it was evident that he was slipping away. Hurry, save him. He is hurt badly. Someone shouted. Apologies, it's the weekend, and we don't have enough doctors available. Nurse Li Jejia was trying to console the frantic family, but her efforts were in vain. At that moment, the patient's relatives were solely focused on saving him, oblivious to the doctor's holiday schedules. Quickly call for help from other departments. Saving lives is the priority, someone roared. Fortunately, some doctors from other emergency departments, including surgery and internal medicine, had come to assist. Lin Chen immediately approached the young man and felt for his pulse, sensing grave danger. His examination revealed severe internal bleeding, broken ribs, and critical injuries to his waist and legs. He needed immediate surgery. Just then, a doctor from the major illness clinical department, who was the deputy director of Lin Chen's internship department, Su Kuan, approached. What are you doing here making a fuss? You're just an intern. You haven't even seen the charts and are diagnosing? Su Kuan scoffed. Upon recognizing him, Lin Chen stepped aside. He was merely a hospital intern. Devoid of any significant status or authority, his erratic commands would surely go unheard. However, the condition of the injured was critical, allowing no room for delay. Lin Chen felt a twinge of concern, directing his gaze towards Su Kuan, eager to witness how he would navigate the situation. A young man, bloodied yet exuding an air of arrogance, resembled a wealthy heir. Quickly attend to young Master Song. If anything happens to him, this entire hospital will face dire consequences, and everyone will share in the misfortune. The affluent youth seemed unfazed, as if young Master Song held considerable importance. Su Kuan turned to inquire, which young Master Song? Young Master Song is the son of Song Dongshu, the legitimate heir of the Song family. The mention of the Song family sent a shiver down Su Kuan's spine. The Song family was a prestigious lineage in Lingjiang, with connections in both business and politics. The patriarch's influence was profound. Having retired from public service, yet still commanding respect among his former disciples, Song Dongshu was the general manager of the Song Group, the current leader of the family. If his son were to perish at Rena Hospital, the implications would be catastrophic. Furthermore, considering the Song family's investments in the hospital, it was imperative to act swiftly. Quickly transfer young Master Song to the intensive care unit. We must prioritize his condition and monitor him closely. I will contact the hospital director to oversee the situation personally. Su Kuan, the head of the major illness department, was no longer willing to take risks. The gravity of the situation left him unwilling to shoulder the responsibility alone. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Su Kuan barked at Li Jejia and Lin Chen. Understood. Li Jejia promptly took action, although Lin Chen felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Saving a life took precedence over personal grievances. He assisted Li Jejia in transferring young Master Song onto a medical stretcher and into the intensive care unit. Su Kuan, meanwhile, made a call to the director, who, upon learning of the situation, swiftly left his home to arrive at the hospital. Approximately 20 minutes later, the results of young Master Song's various tests were available, all marked as urgent. In addition to him, several other accident victims had also been admitted to the intensive care unit. Lin Chen had heard whispers about the car accident, young Master Song and the young man. Sun Xiao had been racing when they collided with a minibus, resulting in both vehicles overturning. Due to the high speed of the sports car, young Master Song suffered severe injuries, compounded by his prominent background. Upon reviewing the test results, Su Kuan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a profound shock, as the findings echoed Lin Chen's earlier deductions with startling accuracy. How could he have made such precise assessments? Even Su Kuan, the clinical head of the major illness department, could not ascertain a patient's specific injuries after a mere glance. Was Lin Chen merely guessing? What are you doing? What are the results? Can he be saved? Sun Xiao interjected with a cold scoff. Young Master Song's injuries included a severe spinal injury, broken legs, fractured ribs, and damage to his lung and liver. His condition was critical, necessitating immediate surgery. Su Kuan found himself echoing Lin Chen's earlier statements almost verbatim. Li Jiajia was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Lin Chen, realizing he had just articulated what she had discussed with him. Given the urgency, we need to proceed with the surgery immediately. If anything goes wrong, you will all be in serious trouble, Sun Xiao shouted. Although the Sun family did not hold as much power as the Song family, they were still a notable clan. Albeit Sun Xiao was a collateral relative while young Master Song was the legitimate heir. Su Kuan felt a surge of anger at being directed by a mere youth. Yet he dared not voice it, recognizing that this young man's background was also formidable. However, Su Kuan was hesitant to proceed with the surgery. For young Master Song's injuries were beyond his capabilities. Even if they summoned the most renowned surgical specialists from Lingjiang, the chances of survival would scarcely exceed 30%. It seemed that no matter who operated, they would struggle to save young Master Song. Should the Song family be unable to accept such an outcome, they might direct their wrath towards the surgeon, leading to significant repercussions. Su Kuan was resolute. He would not enter the operating room. The situation is too complex. It exceeds our hospital's surgical capabilities. I recommend transferring him to Lingjiang First People's Hospital, where returning experts may offer hope for treatment. Su Kuan aimed to deflect responsibility, eager to avoid any potential trouble. At this point, you dare suggest transferring him? Sun Xiao exclaimed in outrage, witnessing his close friend on the brink of death. As a attending physician, you should be focused on saving lives, not pushing the patient away. Renha Hospital, while perhaps not on par with Lingjiang First People's Hospital, is still comparable. One is the best private hospital, the other the best public hospital. Furthermore, with the Song family's investment and proximity to the accident site, there is no reason not to provide care here. Sun Xiao seized Su Kuan by the collar, demanding, "Stop stalling. Treat him here, or I will hold you accountable." Perhaps we should consider Tianhai City, the financial capital of the country, where medical standards are internationally recognized, Su Kuan suggested, his resolve wavering. Are you suggesting young Master Song should die on the way? Given the severity of the situation, we cannot afford to delay any longer. We must proceed with treatment immediately, or I will hold Renha accountable, and you will not escape responsibility. I will remember your name, Su Kuan. Sun Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of aggression, forcing Su Kuan to sweat profusely with concern. Please, calm down. If you have faith in Renha, we will exert every effort to save him. I have already contacted the director, who is en route with several specialists. They should arrive soon and may devise a better treatment plan. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiao's fury somewhat subsided. He relaxed his grip on Su Kuan's collar, his expression tinged with disdain. The evasive tactics of such a timid doctor were beneath his contempt. At that moment, an alarm blared from the intensive care bed. Young Master Song's vital signs were fluctuating dangerously. Blood trickled from his mouth, his blood pressure plummeted, and he struggled to breathe, teetering on the brink of critical condition. All present, Su Kuan, Li Jiajia, Sun Xiao, and passing nurses, were taken aback. With the director and specialists yet to arrive, what were they to do? Someone, hurry and save him. Sun Xiao bellowed once more. Yet, no one dared to step forward. Anyone who intervened would likely bear the blame, a reality understood by Su Kuan and the other nurses alike. I will do it, Lin Chen declared, stepping forward. He could no longer remain a passive observer. Having acquired the medical Immortal chat group system, he believed he could save the gravely injured young Master Song. To watch him perish would be a disservice to the life-saving potential he felt he possessed. He believed in the interconnectedness of cause and effect, that good deeds would be rewarded. Chapter 5. Saving Lives. Lin Chen stepped forward, asserting his intention to intervene, prompting Su Kuan and the nurses to turn and regard him as if he were a fool. Was he out of his mind? In such a situation, was he attempting to play the hero? He was but an intern, having only been on the operating table once, and in a supporting role at that. Did he truly understand surgery? Was he merely seeking fame? After all, young Master Song was gravely injured. Perhaps he thought it was worth the gamble. If he succeeded, he would gain notoriety, but if he failed, the individual was already near death, thus evading significant repercussions. Su Kuan inwardly scoffed, having discerned Lin Chen's thought process. Li Jiajia tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, urging him not to act recklessly. Lin Chen, do you realize how naive and absurd your thoughts are? The injured man's lung lobe was hemorrhaging profusely, necessitating immediate surgery. Otherwise, within 10 minutes, he would succumb to the excessive bleeding, which could flood his airways, leading to respiratory distress and asphyxiation. Lin Chen articulated this clearly. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Yet the only lingering question was how a mere intern could perform any surgery. They had to wait for the dean and specialists to arrive. Time was of the essence. With each passing minute, the patient drew closer to death. Hearing the severity of the situation, Sun Xiao grasped Su Kuan's arm and exclaimed, "You are the chief physician. You must intervene." "No, I cannot," Su Kuan replied. "Even when the experts arrive, there is only a 30% chance of success." At this point, Su Kuan could no longer conceal the truth. He could not undertake the surgery unless the family signed off, absolving him of responsibility. However, he could predict the outcome. Failure was inevitable. Lin Chen interjected, "I will perform the surgery. I only need someone to assist me with the surgical tools, including administering anesthesia, and we can attempt to save him. What is your level of confidence?" Sun Xiao inquired, scrutinizing him. 70%, Lin Chen asserted. Su Kuan retorted angrily, "What nonsense! The experts only have a 30% chance. How can you claim 70%? I believe your chances of causing death are closer to 70. Sun Xiao, frustrated, shoved Su Kuan aside, disdainful of him. Su Kuan, disheartened, attempted to explain, "Sun Xiao, do not listen to this braggart. He is merely an intern with limited opportunities in the operating room. He has never even held a scalpel or performed a surgery. Claiming a 70% chance is absurd." Lin Chen, unwilling to waste any more time, made a firm promise. "If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility. Dismiss me from my position if necessary. I am prepared to abandon my medical career." The urgency of the injured man's condition left no room for delay. If they continued to wait for the dean and others to arrive, it was likely that Song Xiao would not survive. Sun Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of panic, but seeing Lin Chen's resolute demeanor, instinctively placed his trust in him. "Very well, the rescue of Song Xiao is now in your hands. But if he does not survive, you will bear the consequences." Sun Xiao bit out these words, feeling helpless. Lin Chen disregarded him and turned to Li Jiejia, asking, "Can you come in and assist me? Rest assured, I will shoulder all responsibility if anything goes wrong." Li Jiejia found herself in a state of turmoil. She was genuinely frightened, yet recalling that it was she who had invited Lin Chen to the hospital that afternoon, she felt a sense of obligation. Since she had called him in, she could not simply stand aside. That would be exceedingly inconsiderate. "All right, I will go in with you," she resolved, steeling herself. Even if there were complications, Lin Chen had assured her that she would not be held accountable. After all, her role was merely to pass him tools. Thus the responsibility was minimal. Lin Chen nodded and, alongside Li Jiejia, entered the intensive care unit, pushing the unconscious Song Xiao toward the operating room. Su Kuan, witnessing Lin Chen and Li Jiejia's determined approach, erupted in anger. "The patient's family has not signed. You cannot perform the surgery. If something goes wrong, our hospital will face dire consequences. Can you be quiet?" Sun Xiao slapped Su Kuan across the face. He realized that Su Kuan was particularly sinister, persistently hindering efforts to save Song Xiao. As the attending physician, he was unwilling to act himself while obstructing others. It was downright malicious. Lin Chen ignored the commotion and wheeled the injured man into the operating room. Jiejia locked the door. The injury was severe, and the patient's status was significant. Thus, they could not afford any interruptions. Li Jiejia nodded and obediently locked the operating room door, though her expression betrayed her fear. "Prepare the instruments. You will need to cut away all of the patient's clothing," Lin Chen instructed, beginning to gather the necessary surgical tools, forceps, tweezers, scalpel, and more. Fortunately, he found a silver needle, which brought him great relief. His approach to surgery was not purely Western. It was a blend of Eastern and Western techniques. His knowledge of Western medicine was limited, while his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine had recently been enhanced through his studies, particularly the techniques of Hua Tuo, a legendary figure in Chinese medicine known for his prowess in acupuncture and surgery. After sterilizing the silver needle, Lin Chen approached and noticed that Li Jiejia had already cut away all of Song Xiao's clothing with surprising speed. "Well done," Lin Chen praised her, offering encouragement. "Do you truly know how to perform surgery?" Li Jiejia asked, still apprehensive. "Somewhat. Trust me, I am confident. I will begin with acupuncture." "Acupuncture?" Li Jiejia was taken aback, her face nearly in tears. In the face of such a grave injury, Lin Chen intended to start with acupuncture to promote blood circulation. Yet, she knew that traditional Chinese medicine had limited efficacy in acute trauma, being a medical graduate herself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen summoned his faint internal energy. This energy, a manifestation of his early training, flowed as he practiced his breathing techniques, applying acupuncture as the silver needle penetrated the skin. His hands moved fluidly, swiftly inserting needles into the key acupuncture points on the patient's body. Initially, Song Xiao had been coughing up blood incessantly, but with each needle insertion, his condition began to stabilize, as if internal bleeding had ceased. Effective. Lin Chen noted the improvement, his confidence growing. He channeled energy through his hands, directing it toward the patient, stabilizing his vital signs, and gradually restoring his health metrics. The alarms ceased, and for the moment, he was no longer in immediate danger. Li Jiejia, witnessing this, was taken aback, realizing that Lin Chen's medical skills were indeed effective. Next came the incision to clear the chest and abdominal cavities of blood. Lin Chen felt a surge of confidence as he prepared to operate. Chapter 6. Audacious Undertaking. While Lin Chen performed surgery in the operating room, Dean Pang and several specialists arrived in the corridor outside. What is the status of the young man who was seriously injured? Which physician is attending to him? Someone urgently inquired. The dean and specialists were already aware that a young man named Song Hao was critically injured, the son of Song Dongxiu, the head of the illustrious Song family in Lingjiang. If anything were to happen to Song Dongxiu's son at Rena Hospital, it would spell disaster. Dean Pang arrived with 2 internal medicine and surgical experts, along with 4 department heads. Su Kuan hurried over, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Dean, you have arrived. The situation with young Master Song is dire. He may not survive. Before he could finish, a commanding voice echoed down the hallway. What has happened to my son? The chairman of the Song group, Song Dongxiu, had personally come. Flanking him was his wife, Chen Guilan, her expression filled with anxiety, while 4 imposing bodyguards in sunglasses stood behind them. Mr. Song has arrived. Dean Pang approached to greet Song Dongxiu, his heart heavy with concern. Who was cursing that my son would not be saved? Su Kuan felt a chill run through him, lowering his head in trepidation. Dean Pang silently cursed Su Kuan for his thoughtless words, which had reached Mr. Song's ears, making the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Rest assured, Mr. Song. Renha Hospital is equipped with cutting-edge facilities and skilled practitioners. We will certainly do our utmost to save your son. Where's my son? Chen Guilan asked, her voice laced with urgency. Dean Pang shot Su Kuan a glare. Where has young Master Song been arranged? Song Xiao is currently undergoing emergency treatment, and his condition is critical. If there is any further delay, the situation will undoubtedly worsen, Su Kuan stated, bracing himself. Upon hearing this, Dean Pang promptly arranged for Song Xiao to be treated immediately, ensuring that there was no delay, even if the outcome was grim. At least the responsibility would be somewhat mitigated. After all, doctors are not deities, and they cannot save every severely injured patient. Once they have done their utmost, the rest is left to fate. Which chief physician is performing the surgery? Dean Pang casually inquired, expressing concern. If it were a chief physician he recognized, he would certainly take the opportunity to commend their skills, thereby alleviating some of Song's family's anxiety. His name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen? That Lin Chen? Dean Pang was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall any physician by that name in the hospital. It's just. Su Kuan hesitated, unsure whether it was appropriate to mention this in front of the Song family, fearing it might ignite a powder keg. Is Lin Chen some sort of expert? Chen Guilan asked, her concern for her son's life necessitating caution. Dean Pang, equally bewildered, turned to Su Kuan and pressed, which Lin Chen are you referring to? I can't seem to remember a specialist or attending physician by that name in our hospital. Lin Chen is 24 years old, just an intern. Earlier, while I was stepping out to contact the dean, he made the decision to go in and operate on Song Xiao, Su Kuan revealed, leaving everyone astonished. What? An intern? This is madness. A life is at stake, and an intern knows nothing about surgery. Everyone, from the hospital's experts and physicians to the Song family, erupted in outrage. Song Dongxiu, who usually displayed no visible emotions as the chairman and head of the family, was now visibly shaken. He had a son and a daughter, and he relied on his son to inherit the family business. Having just learned of Song's severe injuries from a car accident, he was already anxious. And now to hear that an intern was performing surgery on his son, he was filled with rage. Does your hospital allow interns to perform surgeries? Are you trying to kill my son? Dean Pang, it seems you are endangering lives here. Perhaps it is time to shut down and reevaluate your practices. Chen Guilan also shouted angrily, how can an intern be allowed to perform emergency surgery on my son? Is there no one else available? If something goes wrong, who will be held accountable? At that moment, the issue transcended medical concerns and escalated to a matter of life and death. Dean Pang's face turned pale, and his heart raced. Had an expert been performing the surgery, even if the outcome was unfortunate, the Song family might have simply voiced their complaints but would not have pursued the matter further. However, an intern operating was a blatant violation of protocol. Even if the chances of success were high, it was still against the rules, akin to driving without a license. Internal medicine specialist Zhou Duqing spoke up, "Everyone, please remain calm. Perhaps the injuries are minor and not as severe as they seem. This intern may have only gone in to bandage the wounds. Let us bring in the scans for review, and I will take a look." Su Kuan quickly handed over the examination results and images. After reviewing them, Zhou Duqing's expression grew serious, even grim. This injury was beyond his capacity to remedy. The injuries were too severe. Even if he performed the surgery, he would have only a 30% chance of success. Was Lin Chen attempting to gain fame at such a critical juncture? Yet, with such dire injuries, he risked his own life in the process. How reckless. Zhou Duqing shook his head and sighed deeply, internally resigning himself to the belief that Song Xiao is beyond saving. As for Lin Chen, he might very well face imprisonment for his actions. Today, Rinha Hospital was bound to face a significant crisis. Zhou Lao, how severe are the injuries? Song Dongxiu, having recognized Zhou Duqing's esteemed name as one of the most renowned internal medicine specialists in Lingjiang City, asked anxiously. The prognosis is not optimistic. The injuries are quite severe. Prepare yourself psychologically, he conveyed delicately, but the meaning was unmistakable. Immediately, Song Dongxiu's expression soured, turning dark. Was he implying that he should prepare for the worst? What do you mean by psychological preparation? This is nonsense. Hurry and save him. Get the experts and physicians in there to perform the rescue. If he doesn't survive, you might as well close the hospital. Chen Guilin shrieked, nearly resorting to curses. Zhou Duqing, as an expert, held on to his pride and was not swayed by the wealth of the Song family. He had treated many leaders and affluent individuals over the years, and he did not need to cater to the Song family's whims. Dean Pang was filled with trepidation, and he found himself resenting Lin Chen. What were you thinking, trying to show off as an intern? Several physicians attempted to approach the operating room, only to find the door locked from the inside, preventing entry. In truth, no one wanted to get involved in this quagmire, as Song Xiao's injuries were too severe, and no one felt confident enough to intervene. Moreover, with an intern operating so recklessly, it was nearly a guaranteed fatal outcome. Chapter 7. Lu Dongbin adds a friend amidst the turmoil between the Song family and the hospital's experts and doctors in the corridor. The operating room door swung open. Lin Chen emerged, removing his mask and gloves. He was exhausted from the exertion of channeling energy and performing surgery. All eyes turned to him. "How is Song Xiao?" Dean Pang inquired. Lin Chen explained, "The patient has passed the critical phase and is no longer in life-threatening danger. He will remain under observation. Additionally, I have inserted several silver needles to control the injuries. Others should not disturb him. I will remove them in 12 hours. Chen Guilin rushed forward, raising her hand to slap Lin Chen, but thankfully, someone intervened. She was aware that Lin Chen was merely an intern without the qualifications to perform surgery. His actions were likely an attempt to gain notoriety. You, an intern, have no right to operate. This was for your own fame. But my son is a direct descendant of the Song family, not your patient to experiment on. If anything happens to him today, you will pay dearly for it." Lin Chen's expression darkened at her words. "I exerted every effort to save your son, and this is how you repay me? If I hadn't intervened, you would be staring at a corpse right now. Do not fail to recognize a good deed." Su Kuan interjected, scolding, "Lin Chen, you really have a high opinion of yourself. If you hadn't sneaked in to perform surgery while I was arranging work, would this situation have arisen?" Chen Guilin's disdain for Lin Chen intensified, and she pointed toward the exit, exclaiming, "Get out immediately. Otherwise, I will report you for practicing medicine without a license and for almost jeopardizing the rescue." Lin Chen walked out without a word. Song Dongxiu cast Lin Chen a cold glance, but chose not to engage further and instead entered to see his son. Dean Pang followed him into the operating room. Although he valued talent, he had to take a stand. Violating hospital regulations was too perilous. Should Lin Chen mishandle the situation, Dean Pang would face severe repercussions. As everyone entered to check on the patient, Su Kuan slowed his pace, sneering at Lin Chen, mocking, "You really are overstepping your bounds. Do you think, just because you have a medical heart, no one else does? One must assess the situation. When there is no hope for recovery, protecting oneself is paramount. You seem to lack both intellect and emotional intelligence. Perhaps you are better off not pursuing a medical career." After Su Kuan entered the ward, Lin Chen smiled faintly, unbothered by the opinions of these worldly individuals. Most importantly, he had saved Song Xiao, pulling him back from the brink of death, and he felt a sense of fulfillment. Ding! A notification from the software rang in his mind. "Congratulations on completing a life-saving deed, earning 30 merit points." Lin Chen was taken aback. Saving lives and performing good deeds could yield merit points? As Lin Chen stepped outside, he eagerly opened his phone to check the medical Immortal chat group. To his delight, he found that his merit points had increased from 20 to 50, with an additional 30 points as a new reward. Huh, it seems I made the right choice. Curious, Lin Chen glanced at the chat group, where discussions about alchemy were ongoing. He did not yet comprehend the exchanges and auctions of spiritual herbs being discussed, as he had never encountered them before. Just then, a system notification chimed. Lu Dongbin has requested to add you as a friend. Lin Chen accepted the request. Lu Dongbin. Greetings, true monarch. Lin Chen. Hello, Master Lu. Lu Dongbin. Do you require any pure yang elixirs? I have quite a stock. Lin Chen, having learned from the medical teachings of Hua Tuo, understood that the disparity in cultivation between mortals and immortals was vast. Recklessly consuming an immortal elixir could lead to dire consequences. Lu Dongbin. I have practiced among mortals and created some cultivation manuals that can be exchanged. Lin Chen. Very well, please determine the cost for 10 merit points. For someone of Lu Dongbin's stature, 10 merit points were trivial. Yet he was not dismissive of any points. After all, he regarded the manuals for mortal cultivation as rather insignificant, as most practitioners in the realm of longevity were earth immortals, celestial immortals, or true immortals, rendering such manuals useless to them. Lu Dongbin, deal. Lin Chen transferred 10 merit points, and Lu Dongbin sent several manuals. Ding. The software system promptly notified, you have received a handwritten copy of the Pure Yang Flying Sword Technique X1, Pure Yang Wuji Skill X1, and Pure Yang Innate Palm X1. Please check in your Qiankuan box. These were techniques created by Lu Dongbin during his time among mortals. Lin Chen opened the Qiankuan box and found rows of small compartments filled with the manuals. The software prompted, would you like to extract or use them? Extracting meant taking them into hand, while using would allow the software to help comprehend and impart the knowledge directly into his mind. Utilizing this assistance required merit points, with the cost increasing for more complex techniques. Lin Chen noted that he only needed to spend 20 merit points to learn the Pure Yang Wuji skill. He selected the option to assist in his learning of the Pure Yang Wuji skill, as without a master to guide him, he could not decipher the profound incantations on his own. The ancient alchemists had long practiced this way, though fewer practitioners emerged later due to the lack of spiritual energy on earth, rendering cultivation impossible. Realization dawned upon Lin Chen. This was the classification and hierarchy of cultivation. He also observed that both Pure Yang Innate Palm and Pure Yang Flying Sword Technique required 5 merit points each for full comprehension and without hesitation. He decided to learn them as well. With treasures in hand, it was prudent to arm himself first for self-preservation. Whoosh! The essence of the palm technique and sword technique surged into Lin Chen's mind, sharpening his understanding. However, these techniques required true energy to operate, and with his current cultivation level at the first layer of Qi induction, their power was limited. Fortunately, the Gathering Qi pill and the Cultivating Yuan pill were effective for enhancing his energy and physicality, so he resolved to consume them to elevate his cultivation. Lin Chen exited the hospital and found a nearby park to ingest a Gathering Qi pill, channeling his energy to refine it, swiftly advancing to the second layer of Qi induction. Afterward, he consumed a Cultivating Yuan pill, further augmenting his power and propelling his cultivation to the third layer of Qi induction. Chapter 8. Trouble approaches inside the operating room. Song Dongxiu and his wife, along with Dean Pang, Zhou Diqing, and other specialists, gathered to assess Song Xiao's injuries. At that moment, Nurse Li Jiejia was busy cleaning up the blood and surgical instruments, while various monitors were connected to Song Xiao. When Dean Pang and the experts observed the readings on the monitors, astonishment washed over them. Steady breathing, stable blood pressure, consistent pulse, no adverse reactions. All vital signs were remarkably stable, akin to those of a healthy individual. The rib was bandaged, the fractured leg was secured, and the surgical incision was meticulously sutured. How could this be? Indeed, such steady vitals, while bone spurs had penetrated the lungs. The dean and the others were left dumbfounded. Utterly shocked, Song Dongxiu inquired, Dean Pang, old Zhou, how did my son's surgery turn out? Quite successful and exceedingly unexpected. Zhou Diqing exclaimed in astonishment. What unexpected outcomes? Will there be any side effects? You are all experts and physicians. I demand a clear answer today. Chen Guilon interjected, her voice sharp. Dean Pang and the specialists exchanged displeased glances, choosing not to engage in a dispute with a woman. Instead, he addressed Song Dongxiu directly. Lin Chen's surgical skills are indeed impressive. The operation was a success, and young Master Song has escaped danger. That is wonderful news. A smile finally broke across Song Dongxiu's face. Now, let my son recuperate at Rena Hospital. I appreciate your efforts, Dean and esteemed experts. Of course. Dean Pang felt a weight lift from his heart, genuinely impressed by Lin Chen's prowess, truly a young hero. Song Dongxiu nodded, expressing his gratitude. Nurse Li Jiejia also felt exhilarated. having witnessed Lin Chen perform the surgery so adeptly, demonstrating the capabilities of an expert physician. "Dean, we need to transfer him to the intensive care unit for observation," Li Jie stated. "Let's proceed." Su Kuan stepped forward to assist, eager to claim credit as the head physician of the department where the surgery had taken place. As Su Kuan and Li Jie wheeled Song Xiao's bed into the intensive care unit, he noticed the numerous silver needles inserted into Song Xiao's body, considering them an eyesore. "What are these needles? Is this acupuncture? This is nonsense. Remove them," Su Kuan ordered, believing that as an intern, he understood better than anyone else. "This is a Western medical procedure. Using acupuncture to treat him is sheer folly. Quickly take them out." I cannot," Li Jie protested, reluctant to comply. "Look at your lack of resolve. You are destined to remain a nurse for life." Su Kuan scoffed, striding over to remove the silver needles himself and discarding them on the table. With Song Xiao now treated in the department, if he could manage to eliminate Lin Chen, all credit would belong to him, possibly securing his ascent to vice dean by year's end. However, just as he reveled in his scheming, a cacophony of alarms erupted from the monitors. Beep, beep, beep. Su Kuan's complexion turned pale as he rushed to investigate, noticing the previously stable data now fluctuating wildly. Heart rate irregularities, elevated blood pressure, labored breathing, and blood oozing from his mouth. What a disaster. Su Kuan's heart raced as he realized the gravity of his actions. Outside Rena Hospital's intensive care unit, Dean Peng and the experts were in the corridor discussing recovery treatment plans with Song Dongshu and his wife when the alarm sounded, prompting them to rush into the intensive care unit. "Why has the alarm activated? What have you done?" The newcomers questioned Su Kuan and Li Jie in unison. Li Jie, terrified, confessed without hesitation. Director Su removed those silver needles without authorization. Lin Chen instructed that they be removed after 12 hours. Zhou Duqing erupted in fury. "This is outrageous. Young Master Song's condition was critically reliant on those needles to stabilize his blood pressure. How could you have removed them?" Lin Chen successfully saved him by integrating both traditional and Western medicine. "You have put his life in jeopardy." After listening, Song Dongshu felt an overwhelming desire to strike Su Kuan dead. It was as if Su Kuan was deliberately trying to harm his son. "I can't believe this." Su Kuan was already drenched in sweat, his face pale with fear. Another expert, known as Sun Wei, a seasoned practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine nearing 60, shook his head and remarked, "This approach is futile. The acupuncture technique employed earlier is highly intricate. To put it bluntly, it resembles the methods of Hua Tuo. Such ancient techniques are not something an ordinary person can master unless this young man has been trained by those mysterious ancient medical families. Even I, after years of studying the medicinal arts, would not possess such profound skills that are simply unseen." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was taken aback. Could the young man Lin Chen truly have mastered Hua Tuo's ancient techniques, as well as the long-lost Tai acupuncture method? Is this for real? After all, he was just an intern. Seizing the moment, Dean Peng offered an explanation. Although Lin Chen is merely an intern at the hospital, it is possible that his ancestors were traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, allowing him to learn the craft from a young age. He may have combined the teachings of traditional and Western medicine during his university studies, which gives him the confidence to perform this surgery. After this clarification, it indeed seemed reasonable. The Song couple no longer dared to underestimate the young Lin Chen. "Old son, are you unable to perform the acupuncture as earlier?" Su Kuan inquired cautiously. Sun Wei shook his head. "I cannot replicate what that intern Lin Chen did. With his acupuncture skills, he could already be called a young divine doctor. I am unaware of his techniques, depth, acupoints, and so forth. If I were to recklessly insert needles, it would only hasten the deterioration of the condition." Upon hearing this, Su Kuan's face fell as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. "You charlatan! Are you trying to kill my son?" Chen Guilin could no longer contain herself, and in a fit of rage, she clawed at Su Kuan's face with her sharp nails. Su Kuan's face was marked with scratches, but he dared not retaliate, for 4 bodyguards were watching him intently. If he dared to fight back, he would only suffer further. "Enough of this commotion. The priority is to save a life," Song Dongshu bellowed, asserting his authority over the room. Chen Guilin, intimidated by her husband, ceased her outburst. Song Dongshu turned to Dean Peng, saying, "Please, find a way to save my son." Chapter 9. A plea for help nearby. In a large outdoor park, Lin Chen, having enhanced his abilities, immediately began practicing a set of pure yang palm by the lake, where few people were around. Whoosh! The pure yang palm generated a vigorous wind, accompanied by a surge of heat circulating within him, a manifestation of his internal energy flowing through his technique, granting each strike exceptional potency. The proficiency he had achieved was not mere talk. It was a harmonious synchronization of memory, reflexes, and sensations within his body. Lin Chen felt as if he had truly practiced the pure yang palm for a decade, reaching a minor accomplishment. This chat group software was quite extraordinary. Lin Chen reflected on how this medical chat group not only imparted medical knowledge, but also provided assistance in learning and martial arts, proving immensely beneficial. Standing tall, he shook his body, producing a crackling sound akin to frying beans. He clenched his fists, feeling an inexhaustible power within. Curious about his strength, he approached a thick willow tree and suddenly struck it with a punch. Bang! The tree, large enough for two people to embrace, trembled violently, shedding countless leaves. This willow had stood for decades, with exceptionally hard wood, yet his punch left a profound imprint. Had it struck a human, it might have created a gaping wound or shattered internal organs. Of course, this was merely his first practice, as his training deepened and he acquired new skills. His strength would surely increase. At that moment, his phone rang. He answered, "Hello, who is calling?" "Hello, Lin Chen. This is Dean Pang. Where are you right now?" "It's good that you haven't gone far. Could you come to the hospital?" Dean Pang sounded somewhat pleased. "Dean Pang, weren't you the one who put me on a 3-day leave? Why would I come to the hospital?" Lin Chen replied, somewhat disgruntled. Dean Pang, feeling a bit awkward, continued, "Well, it's like this. Su Kuan, that scoundrel, has removed the silver needles from young Master Song, and now he is in an extremely unstable condition, facing life-threatening danger at any moment. Please come and assist once more." I refuse to go. The Song family was quite unfriendly to me earlier. I have no intention of helping such ungrateful relatives of the patient. That's it. Lin Chen hung up the phone, coincidentally finding that his battery was dead, and he felt no inclination to pursue the matter. The system had assigned him the task of rescuing the critically ill Song Hao and stabilizing his condition. He had fulfilled his duty. As for what happened next, it was no longer his concern. Let Su Kuan bear the full responsibility for removing the needles. After all, they were not good people. Su Kuan was despicable, and the Song parents lacked gratitude. Lin Chen was not entirely without temper. He did not wish to interfere further. There were countless individuals suffering from serious illnesses or accidents every day. Could he possibly save them all? As Lin Chen exited the park, he was intercepted by 4 bodyguards. Recognizing them as the same 4 who accompanied Mr. Song earlier, he felt a surge of anger. With such a contemptible attitude, did they expect him to help? "I'm busy, don't block my way," Lin Chen declared, pushing past the lead bodyguard, a man with a robust physique and a cold demeanor, who showed no inclination to plead. The bodyguard captain's voice grew colder. "Get lost." Lin Chen's anger flared. His stubborn nature would not allow him to be treated in such a manner. The bodyguard captain, seeing the young man unyielding, lost his temper and made a move to subdue Lin Chen with a small joint lock. However, Lin Chen was not the same person he once was. Having practiced the pure yang palm and possessing a cultivation level equivalent to the 6th layer of qi refinement, he had a rough estimate of his strength. He felt he was at the 3rd layer of qi, akin to the late stage of dark strength. The bodyguard captain reached out to restrain Lin Chen's arm, but Lin Chen suddenly clenched his fist, executing a swift motion of the pure yang palm. Crack! The bodyguard captain's wrist nearly broke, and his hand was left numb with pain, akin to being struck by an iron rod, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. "You know martial arts?" the bodyguard captain exclaimed, recognizing that Lin Chen was no ordinary intern. "All of you, get in here." The bodyguard captain, realizing he was outmatched, called for the other 3 bodyguards to join him. Lin Chen, swinging his arms, refrained from employing excessive internal power, fearing he might seriously injure or kill them. Instead, he unleashed a simple yet fierce strike of the pure yang palm. With a series of sharp sounds, all 4 bodyguards collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had never anticipated that this hospital in turn concealed such formidable martial prowess. "Lin Chen, please wait." Song Dongshu arrived, having witnessed the scene unfold. And knowing that his bodyguards had failed to persuade Lin Chen and even resorted to violence, he rushed over to plead. "Oh, Mr. Song, do you require my assistance?" At this moment, Song Dongshu realized that Lin Chen was far from being a mere hospital intern. He was well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture, and possessed impressive martial skills, akin to a young divine doctor from ancient times. Song Dongshu no longer dared to underestimate the situation. He politely remarked, "My bodyguards have been rather rude. I brought them here to apologize. I hope you, young brother Lin Chen, will not hold it against us. My child is currently in the hospital, and his condition has suddenly worsened. I implore you, young brother Lin, to lend your noble hand once more and provide treatment." Lin Chen recalled the sharp-tongued demeanor of Song Dongshu's wife, and anger swelled within him. "I'm afraid I can only extend my assistance once." The child has been saved. But what transpires thereafter is beyond my control. Moreover, I am merely an intern. Did not your family, the Songs, look down upon me? Why should I treat anyone? With that, Lin Chen turned to leave. Chen Guilin, following closely behind, called out, "Our family has plenty of wealth. I will give you 1 million to ensure my son is saved." Lin Chen coldly laughed. Is money truly omnipotent? If you have the means, seek an expert. I have no interest. What a farce. No matter how rich you are, it depends on whether I wish to accept your offer. If I am not motivated by money, what could compel me? 5 million. Save my son's life. That sum is enough for you to spend a lifetime. Chen Guilin screamed. Unmoved, Lin Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, but I am uninterested. At that moment, Chen Guilin's phone rang. After a brief conversation, her expression drastically changed, and she burst into tears. What has happened? Song Dongshu inquired. It was Director Pang calling. He said that Song Hao's condition is critical and that they are attempting to resuscitate him. We must prepare ourselves for the worst. How could this happen? Song Hao might not make it. Upon hearing that her son was in peril, Chen Guilin cried out in despair. Song Dongshu's face turned pale, his eyes clouded with grief as he grasped Lin Chen's arm, pleading, Brother Lin, I beseech you to save my son. In my lifetime, I have never committed any heinous acts. I have even donated generously to many schools. I should not have to suffer the loss of a child in my twilight years. I understand you are angry. We were remiss in our treatment of you. Please, for the sake of the innocent child, grant him a chance at life. With desperation etched on his face, Song Dongshu was prepared to kneel. But Chen Guilin seized her husband's arm and knelt herself. I have wronged you. Let me bear the punishment. If anyone should kneel, it should be me. Please. Save my child. Tears streaming down her face, she no longer bore her former arrogance. Chapter 10. Reviving the dead. The wealthy often possess this vexing flaw. One that needs correction. Only when they discover that money cannot solve every problem will they learn humility. Lin Chen felt a certain satisfaction. Glancing at the distressed couple before him, he hesitated, reflecting on his own ailing mother. Were she in a similar situation and he discovered a renowned physician could save her, he too would kneel in supplication. Empathy stirred within him. Moreover, the injured party was innocent. One could not disregard a life due to personal grievances. Just as he resolved to depart, Song Dongshu called out, Where are you going, Brother Lin? However, upon reaching the operating room, they were informed that the resuscitation had failed. And Song Hao showed no signs of life. We did our utmost. Director Pang and the medical team emerged, their faces filled with remorse. Chen Guilin collapsed into despair. Song Dongshu felt as though the world was spinning around him, his throat tightening with anguish. Everyone is waiting outside. I wish to see, Lin Chen declared, striding into the operating room before shutting the door behind him. Yet, the young man had already drawn his last breath. All vital signs had vanished, confirming his demise. Why would he still enter? Did he believe himself capable of performing miracles? A few doctors murmured among themselves, filled with skepticism. Upon entering, Lin Chen confirmed the unfortunate truth. Song Hao was indeed clinically deceased. However, he was still within the window of potential revival, existing in a state of suspended animation that could soon turn irreversible. In other words, he had not yet fully succumbed. Swiftly, Lin Chen channeled his energy to sustain Song Hao's breath, urging the blood to circulate and preventing any blockage. He then hastily inserted needles and struck the area around the heart, prompting the organ to reactivate. After all, the heart was uninjured. It merely suffered from excessive strain and stagnation, obstructing its function. With Lin Chen's assistance, the circulation was restored, and through various acupuncture techniques, vital signs began to recover. Those waiting outside were stunned when the heartbeat monitor began to emit sounds. Elder Zhou, Elder Sun, and others exhibited expressions of astonishment. The Song couple was engulfed in a mix of anxiety and hope. After half an hour of intense effort, Lin Chen emerged from the emergency room, visibly fatigued. The child has been revived. If anyone dares to interfere now, I will not hesitate to press charges for attempted murder. I will return in 48 hours to remove the needles. For the next 2 days, do not feed him anything. Only nutritional fluids are permitted. You may administer anti-inflammatory medication. And contact me if necessary. No unauthorized actions. Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. He had truly brought him back to life. The Song couple was overwhelmed with joy, tears of relief streaming down their faces. Thank you, thank you. The once arrogant Chen Guilin now expressed her gratitude profusely to Lin Chen. Song Dongshu presented a check for 5 million, saying, This is the promised reward. Please accept it. Brother Lin. Lin Chen shook his head. No, I have stated before, my intentions are not for monetary gain. As a healer, I feel compelled to help. And that is reason enough. Seeing him refuse, Song Dongshu's admiration deepened. He then produced 2 shopping cards from the Song Group's Longhu department store. These are my personal cards, gifted to you. They contain a balance for your use, and consider it a present from the Song family. Additionally, he offered a black gold card for superior privileges within the Song Group's establishments. Lin Chen hesitated, realizing that if he refused, it might leave Song Dongxiu unsettled. Very well, I will accept 1 card as a token of compensation. He was not one to be obstinate. He could shop at Longhu department store for clothing, dining, or gifts for friends. At that moment, Director Pang approached, showering Lin Chen with praise and announcing his promotion to attending physician. He promised that after 2 years of service, he would consider elevating him to chief physician of this department. Furthermore, Lin Chen's mother would receive her medical expenses covered by the hospital. As for the previous chief physician, Su Kuan, he was dismissed from the hospital. Given that his mother would receive medical care here, Lin Chen felt relieved. Moreover, with each life he saved, he accumulated merit points that could be exchanged for valuable items within the healer's chat group, including techniques, herbs, weapons, and magical artifacts. Once Lin Chen had made his decision, he nodded to Director Pang, expressing his gratitude for the recognition. Overjoyed that Lin Chen had accepted, Director Pang felt confident that with such a talented young healer in their midst, the medical capabilities of Rinna Hospital would be greatly enhanced, particularly for treating notable individuals. Unexpectedly, while on his way, he received a call from his roommate, Chen Tao. Hello, Taozi, what can I do for you? Lin Chen, I heard you and Wang Rong have broken up. Lin Chen felt a pang of annoyance. How news travels fast. I've long said that Wang Rong is not suitable for me, but you didn't heed my warning, did you? Now you've seen her true nature. With a deep breath, Lin Chen retorted, Are you calling to mock me? No. I meant to say that breaking up might be for the best. As Chen Tao stumbled over his words, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, are you going to Meng Jiwei's birthday party tonight? Meng Jiwei's birthday is just a day after Wang Rong's, a date Lin Chen always remembered. After experiencing such a myriad of stimuli and events today, he genuinely forgot about everything. Lin Chen, feeling a whirlwind of emotions, nodded and asked, Where shall we meet? Chen Tao replied, All right, 6 o'clock at Xinqing Hotel. Let's not miss each other. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked up and caught sight of a large Longhu department store outside the car window. Stop the car. I need to get off early. He thought about buying a gift for Meng Jiwei. Although he had no money, he had just received a shopping card from Song Dongxiu, which was perfect for making a purchase here. After all, she was his closest friend. Especially since he learned that the money Wang Rong lent him had actually come from Meng Jiwei, he felt even warmer inside. Upon entering the mall, Lin Chen first went to the front desk to inquire about the balance on the shopping card. After the receptionist scanned the card, she looked at him with an odd expression. Is this card yours? It's a gift from a friend named Song. I'm here to shop. This is the Longhu department store VIP card, with a limit of 1 million yuan, valid in any store. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Indeed, there was 1 million inside, which was sufficient for buying a gift. Holding the card, he wandered around the mall and ultimately stopped at the Baidali Fei watch store. Wang Rong had previously hinted that she desired a Baidali watch. When he had entered to look during his summer job delivering food, the price list had terrified him. These were not mere watches. They were extravagant luxuries. In previous years, he had given Meng Jiwei gifts worth only a couple of hundred yuan. This time, Lin Chen intended to buy her a proper gift. Though he had felt a bit timid standing outside the store, he now felt a surge of confidence. Baidali Fei was indeed a world-renowned luxury brand. The sales staff in the store were all young and beautiful women, dressed uniformly and smiling. When Lin Chen walked in, one of the saleswomen glanced at him. Although she maintained a polite smile, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes as she immediately assessed his attire, clearly inexpensive items from the local night market. In her view, Lin Chen was just a naive university student from the vicinity, here merely to broaden his horizons. However, being in the service industry, she still approached him out of professional courtesy. Sir, how may I assist you today? Oh, no need to attend to me. Lin Chen felt a bit flustered by the beautiful attendant's attention. I'm just browsing. The saleswoman nodded slightly, murmuring a casual all right, before turning away from him. Lin Chen casually observed the displays at the counter, noting that even the simplest-looking watches cost several thousand. Honestly, he couldn't discern what made them so valuable. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, Come here and take a look, right here. Lin Chen turned towards the sound and saw a tall, attractive woman with flowing hair, pulling a man along. Honey, come quickly, it's this one. Lin Chen's expression shifted. It was none other than Zhao Tsong and Wang Rong, the couple he had encountered before. Chapter 11. A slap in the face. Zhao Tsong and Wang Rong were both focused on the watch in the display case and had yet to notice Lin Chen. Meanwhile, a multitude of beautiful saleswomen immediately flocked to Zhao Tsong, showering him with flattery. Xiao Xiao, what brings you here today? Xiao Xiao, your girlfriend has exquisite taste. This piece is brand new and hasn't even been priced yet. Let me introduce this watch to you. After all, he was the notorious heir of Jiangzhou's renowned developer, Shanhe Real Estate, and drew attention wherever he went. Zhao Tsong glanced at the watch and cleared his throat, asking, "How much is it?" The saleswomen scrambled into action, some fetching the watch while others provided introductions. Lu Fong, you can handle this one by yourself. The saleswoman named Lu Fong, who had attended to Lin Chen earlier, approached with a look of astonishment. All right, Zhao Xiao. The other saleswomen reluctantly departed. Lu Fong presented the watch, saying, Zhao Xiao. This model is called Yue Rong, meaning to please oneself. It is adorned with 18K rose gold and 99 pink diamonds, and most importantly, it's the only one of its kind in Jiazhou. Wang Rong immediately took the watch and tried it on, showcasing it to Zhao Tsong. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Chen observed from a distance. The watch was indeed stunning, glimmering with a pink hue that exuded luxury. Zhao Xiao, you truly have a keen sense of humor. Lu Fong laughed awkwardly. For you, it's just pocket change. Its original price is 160,000, but with your VIP card, you can get it at a 5% discount. Wang Rong continued to admire the watch, growing more enamored with it. Zhao Tsong's expression shifted. He had initially planned to purchase something worth 3,000 to 4,000 for Wang Rong, considering it a splurge. However, 160,000? Even after the discount, it would still cost around 150,000. That was practically a death sentence. His monthly allowance was only about 30,000. Not even enough for the tip. Rong, your taste is impeccable, Zhao Tsong remarked, but I don't have that kind of budget. Choose something within 3,000. But you have a credit card, just swipe it. Wang Rong protested, looking reluctant. My best friend's husband got her a bag worth over 100,000. I've overspent this month. Zhao Tsong quickly soothed her. Next month, I'll ask my mom for a bit more. We can come back to buy it then. But next month is my birthday. After a mix of coaxing and persuasion, Zhao Tsong finally managed to get Wang Rong to remove the watch and return it to Lu Fong. He sighed in relief and hurriedly led Wang Rong away from the counter, eager to avoid any further complications. Lin Chen looked around but found nothing particularly eye-catching. However, the Yue Rong watch was indeed beautiful, and he recalled that Meng Zhui had a fondness for pink. Without realizing it, he walked over to gaze at the Yue Rong on display. At that moment, a saleswoman approached Lin Chen with a warm smile. Sir, how may I assist you today? Lin Chen noticed that this saleswoman appeared youthful and attractive, though somewhat shy and nervous, as if she were a newcomer. Nevertheless, her smile seemed far more genuine than that of her colleagues who judged by appearances. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Oh, it's for a friend's birthday. I'm looking to buy a gift. Oh, do you have a Longhu membership card? Or a shopping card? That way, you can enjoy discounts. Otherwise, you'll need to pay the full price with a credit or debit card. She spoke a bit hesitantly, clearly nervous, and her words sounded like standard phrases learned during training. A Longhu membership card? Lin Chen instinctively took out the card that Song Dongshu had given him and asked, Is this what you mean? The saleswoman took the card, glancing at it. In her training, she had learned about shopping cards. The Century card could be used at any Longhu department store worldwide and came in silver, gold, and black. The silver card was for general VIPs, offering a 5% discount. The gold card was for premium VIPs, granting a 10% discount, while the black card, the Supreme VIP card, was a collaboration between the Song Group and UnionPay, offering a 50% discount and a limit of 1 million yuan. It was rumored that there were no more than 10 of these cards in all of Jiazhou. Lin Chen had indeed produced the black card. Could it be that this was the one? The saleswoman regarded him with disbelief. Is this the Supreme Black card? Lin Chen, appearing to be just a university student and dressed ordinarily, seemed an unlikely holder of such an esteemed card. Is it? Lin Chen felt uncertain, as he had only just received it. Forgive me, sir. The saleswoman bowed slightly and returned the black card to him. It's just my first day on the job, and I've never encountered a Supreme card before, so I was a bit taken aback. As he spoke, he glanced at the exquisite watch displayed in front of him and asked the attendant, Sir, are you interested in this particular timepiece? Allow me to present it to you. Lin Chen nodded in affirmation. Yes, please. The sales assistant opened the counter and retrieved the watch. Meanwhile, Wang Rong was reluctantly eyeing other timepieces priced around 30,000. Her mind clearly elsewhere, fixated on the watch Lin Chen had just mentioned. On the side, Lu Fong was busy introducing the options to her companion Zhao Kong. Upon noticing the situation, she immediately reprimanded, Zhou Ting, what are you doing? Wang Rong glanced over, her attention captured as she saw Zhou Ting produce the coveted watch. Who wants to see it? Lu Fong approached, frowning. Is it appropriate to just look at such an expensive watch? What if it gets lost or damaged? Who will be responsible for the cost? Zhou Ting blushed slightly. But he is a supreme customer of Longhu department store. What? Zhao Tsong nearly burst into laughter. He's just a penniless fool whose tuition comes from running errands and delivering takeout. How could he be a supreme customer? Wang Rong scoffed. Lin Chen, if I were you, I would leave immediately before embarrassing myself further. Initially, Lin Chen was merely curious and had no intention of purchasing a watch, as they were indeed exorbitantly priced. However, given that he possessed a shopping card that was essentially a gift, and with his newfound abilities, he would not be short of funds in the future. Faced with the current situation, he felt compelled to act. He produced the card and placed it firmly on the counter, declaring, "Wrap it up for me." Upon seeing the black gold card on the counter, Lu Fang was momentarily taken aback. Such exclusive cards were typically owned only by the wealthiest families in the area. Even Zhao Tsong's family only possessed a silver card. Could it be that this unassuming Lin Chen was actually the heir of a top-tier tycoon? It seemed unlikely. Wang Rong, incredulous, exclaimed, "Stop pretending. How come I was unaware you had a card?" Lin Chen gazed at her coolly. "Do I need to disclose everything to you?" Wang Rong was momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 12. A breath of fresh air. Zhou Ting, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Sir, do you truly wish to make a purchase?" Lin Chen shrugged and nodded, "Of course." Zhou Ting picked up the card reader from the counter and requested Lin Chen to input his password. Tentatively, he entered his birth date, and to his surprise, it was accepted with a beep, confirming the transaction. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Wang Rong's eyes widened in disbelief, while Zhao Tsong's expression changed as he realized that the person who had previously been the subject of their ridicule had successfully made a purchase. Now, it was he who could not afford the watch. Wang Rong seethed, her teeth grinding in frustration. Previously, she had hinted at Lin Chen buying her a watch, and he had nearly turned pale at the suggestion. Now, he was nonchalantly purchasing a watch worth over 100,000 without batting an eye. The saleswomen, who had been surrounding Zhao Tsong, cast envious and admiring glances at Lin Chen. Wang Rong demanded, "Where did you get that card?" Lin Chen collected his newly packaged watch and retorted, "What does it matter to you?" Wang Rong, stunned by his audacity, felt a shift in her expression. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she sneered, "Don't think that just because you bought me a watch, I'll reconcile with you." Lin Chen, bemused, replied, "Are you still dreaming?" "Foolish Lin." Zhao Tsong interjected, blocking Lin Chen's path. "You can't possibly possess such a card. I suspect it doesn't belong to you." Lin Chen shot back, "If it's not my card, then whose is it?" Wang Rong, who had been contemplating what she would do if Lin Chen genuinely offered her the watch as a means of reconciliation, suddenly realized, with the advancements in technology, you might have hired a hacker to steal a card number and password. Before Lin Chen could respond, Zhao Tsong chimed in, "Lu Fang, I suggest you verify this card's information. If it truly belongs to someone else, and a customer finds out, it could spell disaster for your store." Seeing the panic in their expressions, Lin Chen felt a surge of satisfaction, but chose to ignore them. Lu Fang stepped out from behind the counter, blocking Lin Chen's exit. "Sir, please cooperate with us so we can verify your VIP card." Lin Chen, clutching the watch, raised an eyebrow. "What if I choose not to cooperate?" Lu Fang's expression shifted, uncertainty creeping in. After all, it was Zhao Tsong who had made the accusation, and she was not entirely convinced. "Lu Fang, trust me." Zhao Tsong insisted. "His name is Lin Chen, a notorious pauper at our school who has always delivered takeout and run errands." Delivering takeout? Lu Fang scrutinized Lin Chen before recalling an incident involving another delivery worker who had gawked at the price tags and fled in terror. If not for the current emphasis on customer service, such individuals would never have been permitted entry. Now, recognizing Lin Chen from Zhao Tsong's description, Lu Fang felt a wave of realization wash over her. "If you refuse to cooperate, I will call security or even the police. We do not wish to escalate this matter." Zhao Tsong excitedly shouted towards the entrance, "Security! Security!" Wang Rong observed Lin Chen with disdain, eager to witness his downfall. Lin Chen, disinterested in their antics, handed over the black gold card. He would wait to see how they reacted once the verification was complete. As Lu Fang took the card, a woman with an air of elegance entered through the back door. Her attire set her apart from the other sales assistants. She was clearly the store manager. Noticing the crowd gathered at the counter, she frowned and asked, "What is the issue?" Lu Fang quickly recounted the events. As she listened, the manager scrutinized Lin Chen. Once Lu Fang finished, she took the black card and proceeded to the back counter to run it through the card reader. Turning to Lin Chen, the manager requested, "Sir, may I see your ID?" Lin Chen provided his identification, but Zhao Tsong, growing impatient, shouted, "What is there to verify? Just call the police." After processing the card, the manager gazed at the computer screen displaying the card transfer records. The original cardholder was identified as Song Dongxiu, and the transferee was Lin Chen. This was the card of the Group S president, now assigned to the young man before her. What was his connection to the owner? Was he perhaps a distant relative? As the realization dawned on her, cold sweat broke out on her brow. Those in possession of such cards had close ties to the owner, definitely not someone she, a mere manager, could afford to offend. She immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. Presenting the black gold card with both hands, "I apologize, esteemed VIP customer. This is indeed your exclusive card. We made an error." Zhao Tsong and Wang Rong were left in utter shock, their faces incredulous. How is this possible? Zhao Tsong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This is absolutely impossible. Lu Fang was taken aback and asked, "Store manager, could there be a mistake? What is going on?" The female manager, in response, struck Lu Fang across the face, exclaiming, "How dare you offend a supreme client without offering an apology? Do you wish to resign?" Lu Fang stood there, stunned by the blow. "It's impossible." Zhao Tsong shook his head vehemently, insisting it must be a malfunction of the card reader. He was aware of Zhao Tsong's affluent background, as he often brought beautiful women to consume at Longhu Plaza. Yet, compared to the esteemed client before him, Zhao Tsong was insignificant. "Ladies, our store is currently closed for a reorganization. If you have no further business, please exit." She issued an eviction notice to Zhao Tsong and Wang Rong. Zhao Tsong, now pale as a ghost, swallowed hard and protested, "I came to purchase a watch." "Apologies." The female manager retorted sternly, "If you wish to shop, please return tomorrow." Frustrated, he declared, "With such service, I will never return." The manager merely replied coolly, "No farewells." Gritting his teeth, Zhao Tsong scoffed and turned to leave. Wang Rong, in a daze, looked at Lin Chen and murmured, "I." Lin Chen did not spare her a glance, coldly instructing, "Leave." Wang Rong stomped her foot in anger. "Lin Chen, you have some nerve." As Zhao Tsong and Wang Rong departed in defeat, Lin Chen tucked away the black gold card and inquired, "May I take my leave?" "Esteemed client, it was all a misunderstanding." The female manager continued to apologize. "You are welcome to leave at any time, and we hope to see you again." "Return?" Lin Chen replied icily, "I cannot bring myself to patronize a place that judges customers by their status." Lu Fang realized she had offended a supreme client and immediately expressed, "Dear customer, I am truly sorry." Lin Chen, indifferent to her apologies, nodded slightly at Zhou Ting behind the counter and exited by dolly. Was this what it felt like to be wealthy? How exhilarating. Zhou Ting beamed, unexpectedly earning her first commission on her first day of work. Upon seeing Lin Chen leave, the female manager fixed her expression and informed Lu Fang, "Your salary for this month shall be halved, and your bonus is forfeited." Lu Fang felt tears welling up, nearly collapsing to the floor. She had been the one to attend to Lin Chen upon his arrival. Had she been more perceptive, he would have been her client. Yet, there are no remedies for regret. The other sales associates cast sympathetic glances at Lu Fang, quickly turning their attention to Lin Chen's retreating figure, filled with admiration. "Who is he? So handsome. It's my first time seeing the owner of a black gold card, and he is so young. Is his surname Song? Could he be the heir of the Century Group? No way, right?" A few audacious young sales associates speculated, their faces aglow with adoration as they watched Lin Chen leave. Chapter 13. Meng Jiwei's birthday party. After departing by dolly, Lin Chen felt a wave of satisfaction at the sight of Zhao Tsong and Wang Rong's dejected expressions. Finally, he had vented some frustration, though he had done nothing to warrant such revenge. Yet, it felt surreal. He had purchased a watch worth over 100,000. The thought of being frugal with mere tens of dollars seemed a distant memory. Lin Chen located an ATM nearby, checking his black gold card. The balance was 1 million, with 128,000 deducted for the watch. When one is broke, they often fantasize about what they would do with wealth, yet upon genuinely possessing it, Lin Chen discovered there was little he desired to acquire. After strolling around Longhu Plaza, he noted it was nearly 6 o'clock and hurried to the Quanji restaurant. Having previously ordered takeout from there, he knew it was within walking distance. Approaching the restaurant, he spotted a group outside, Meng Jiwei and her friends. Dressed in a light makeup and a striking white dress, Meng Jiwei stood out among the crowd. To be honest, she was already quite attractive, but her efforts today added a significant allure. Having known Meng Jiwei for many years, Lin Chen recognized her fondness for him. However, their familiarity rendered any romantic feelings elusive. They felt more like good friends. Yet, after today's events, Lin Chen realized she had quietly supported him all along. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't touched. Among the crowd stood Chen Tao, Lin Chen's roommate, glaring at a male classmate. "What are you doing here?" The boy, Ma Guiming, was a friend of Zhao Tsong and came from a well-off family. He was well-groomed, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, but harbored ill intentions. "What is it to you?" Ma Guiming adjusted his glasses, dismissively eyeing Chen Tao. Meanwhile, several girls fawned over him. "Ming, what a coincidence. Are you here for dinner too?" You look great today, Ming. Ma Guiming ignored their attention, approaching Meng Jiwei with a smile. Jiwei, happy birthday? Aware of his intentions, Meng Jiwei felt no attraction towards him. Nevertheless, she acknowledged his greeting, saying, thank you. He presented a gift bag. This is a birthday present. I hope you like it. Meng Jiwei replied, no, thank you. I didn't invite you to my birthday. The other girls chimed in. Jiwei, since Ming is here, let us include him. We don't mind. Yes. It's just a few more chopsticks. We're all here to celebrate you. Ming's gift must be valuable. What did he buy? Just a trivial item, a handbag. Ma Guiming shrugged. I thought it suited Jiwei's style, but I'm not sure if she'll like it. Isn't that a recent release? One girl recognized the bag. I think it costs around 30 to 40,000. 30 to 40,000 for a bag. The other female classmates gasped in disbelief. For college students, spending thousands on a bag was already exorbitant, let alone tens of thousands. They cast envious glances at Meng Jiwei. It's not that expensive. Ma Guiming shrugged again, casually mentioning, I have a membership card at Longhu Plaza. After discounts, it was only 26,666. Given it's Jiwei's birthday, I thought the price was auspicious. Meng Jiwei insisted, it's too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Chen Tao scoffed. Jiwei said she doesn't want it. And you weren't even invited. You should leave. Ma Guiming shot a glare at Chen Tao, knowing he was Lin Chen's friend. He turned back to Meng Jiwei. Jiwei, look, I'm here with no ulterior motives, just to celebrate your birthday. Roommate Sun Yu quickly intervened. Jiwei, you should accept it. It's a kind gesture from Ma Guiming. After a moment of hesitation, Meng Jiwei replied, you can come to the birthday party, but I really can't accept the gift. Ma Guiming was about to protest when Sun Yu interjected, Ming, Jiwei has agreed to let you join her birthday celebration. Let us go inside and sit down. Chen Tao grunted in disdain. What a shameless person. Meng Jiwei remarked, let us not make a fuss. We are all classmates. The group chatted and laughed as they entered the Four Seasons Hotel. Shortly after they settled in the private room, the door swung open. Everyone turned to see Lin Chen standing at the entrance. Chen Tao, upon seeing Lin Chen, immediately waved and called out, Chen Zi, you have finally arrived. After Lin Chen entered, he nodded towards Meng Jiwei and wished her a happy birthday. Aware that Meng Jiwei had been secretly assisting him, he wished to express his gratitude in person. However, with so many people present, Lin Chen felt it inappropriate to say anything at that moment. He would save his words for a more private occasion. Oh, isn't that silly, Lin? Ma Guiming remarked with a smirk upon noticing Lin Chen's arrival. I heard Wang Rong dumped you today. How can you still find joy in going out? Most of those present were aware of the situation but preferred not to address it openly. At Ma Guiming's words, expressions shifted slightly, with suppressed laughter rippling through the crowd. Meng Jiwei, also aware of the matter, glanced at Lin Chen, concerned about how he might take it. Nonetheless, Lin Chen shrugged it off, saying, it's just a breakup. Does that mean I should stop living? That's right, Chen Zi. Chen Tao exclaimed, striking the table in agreement, then turned to Ma Guiming with an angry tone. What do you mean by that? Why bring up such matters? Calm down. I just spoke without thinking. Silly Lin doesn't mind, so why should you? In truth, Ma Guiming felt a bit intimidated by Chen Tao, given his imposing stature and reputation as a sports scholarship student. Ma Guiming. Meng Jiwei interjected sternly, it's my birthday today. If you continue to speak nonsense, I will ask you to leave. All right, Ma Guiming replied, shrugging his shoulders. I want to say another word. Lin Chen nodded appreciatively at Meng Jiwei. She always stood up for him. Chapter 14, Truth and Deception. Noticing that Lin Chen held a gift bag, Ma Guiming inquired. Is this a present for Jiwei? What is it? Let us see. Oh, Jiwei, this is your gift, Lin Chen said, handing the bag to her. I hope you like it. Don't worry, it's the thought that counts. Meng Jiwei casually replied, placing the bag on the table. Sun Yu, with sharp eyes, quickly recognized the brand on the box. Isn't this by Fidali? Meng Jiwei's expression changed upon hearing this, and she glanced at the packaging. Earlier, she had been so focused on Lin Chen that she hadn't paid attention to the contents of the gift. Now, upon closer inspection, she indeed saw the Bifidali branding. Her heart raced. She understood Lin Chen's situation well. Every birthday, he would give her gifts worth around 200 yuan at most. How had he suddenly afforded something so extravagant? Just that morning, she had visited Lin's mother in the hospital, where the costs for her kidney disease were exorbitant. And Lin Chen's family could barely manage the medical expenses. How could he possibly buy such a luxury watch? As other female classmates recognized the brand, they eagerly surrounded her. Wow, it really is Bifidali. Jiwei, can we see it? Who knew silly Lin was so wealthy? He never flaunted it. Meng Jiwei carefully removed the watch from its box, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship, which was unmistakably expensive. As the box opened, gasps of astonishment filled the room. Goodness! Incredible! The atmosphere buzzed with admiration and envy directed at Meng Jiwei. Ma Guiming, however, wore a grim expression. He had spent over 20,000 on a bag, expecting to be the center of attention, only to find that silly Lin had outdone him with a Bi-Fi dolly watch. The sparkling watch face hinted at diamonds. It must have cost at least 100,000. Wasn't this guy supposed to be broke? Didn't he rely on running errands and delivering food to make ends meet? When had he become so affluent? Had he won the lottery? His own bag now seemed insignificant in comparison. Was it possible that silly Lin was a low-key rich kid? Forget about Lin Chen, he scoffed. Just tell me if you like it or not. It's not about whether I like it, Meng Jiwei replied. This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. You must return it. Lin Chen shrugged. Once something is bought, it cannot be returned. Meng Jiwei was taken aback, staring at Lin Chen. Truth be told, she had always thought she understood him well, but now she was confused. The other girls continued to marvel at the watch. Seeing their excitement, Ma Guiming felt increasingly dissatisfied. He had gone all out for Meng Jiwei's birthday, spending nearly all his monthly allowance, which was only 30 to 50,000 yuan. He had even overdrafted his credit to buy the bag. Yet, when the gift was presented to Meng Jiwei, she hadn't even reacted, as if it were beneath her notice. Meanwhile, that silly Lin had splurged on a Bi-Fi dolly watch, as if to slap him in the face. Wait a minute. Silly Lin couldn't possibly have that much money, Ma Guiming sneered. You really went all out, didn't you? Lin Chen remained silent, unwilling to engage with Ma Guiming and his group. Ma Guiming continued. There's a place at the night market near the back gate that sells replicas. I bet that watch is a high-quality fake, at least 1,000 yuan. Really? A fake? No way. The girls looked intrigued. Let me see. Upon hearing this, Meng Jiwei felt relieved. If it was indeed a counterfeit, she wouldn't mind accepting it, as it would not be overly extravagant. To ease Lin Chen's embarrassment, she smiled and said, It's fine. I like replicas too. Thank you. Lin Chen had intended to explain, but merely shrugged. As long as you like it. The others were taken aback by Lin Chen's lack of rebuttal to Ma Guiming's claim. What? Is the watch really a fake? Surely not. It looks so genuine. They were disappointed, thinking they would finally witness the charm of Bi-Fi dolly, only to find it was a replica. Silly Lin, if you have money, why not spend it wisely instead of buying a fake watch to show off? Ma Guiming declared triumphantly. Wouldn't it be better to buy something normal? We're all classmates. No one would mock you. Chen Tao shot Ma Guiming a scornful glance. Aren't you just mocking him? Before Ma Guiming could retort, Meng Jiwei shot him a warning look. Ma Guiming, if you keep this up, I'll be upset. All right. Ma Guiming surrendered. I want to say another word. Let us eat. Sun Yu quickly chimed in. Everyone, let us raise a glass to our birthday star. Everyone lifted their glasses in a toast to Meng Jiwei, who stood up to thank them with her drink. As the meal drew to a close, Sun Yu said, By the way, Jiwei booked Haolidi after dinner. Let us go sing. Haolidi? That won't do. The small rooms are pitifully small, and the sound system is mediocre. Ma Guiming countered. Why not go to Junzi Club? The rooms are spacious, the decor is upscale, and the sound system is excellent. Junzi Club? That is pricey. I have a friend who owns it. Ma Guiming smiled. Sounds good. I've never been to Junzi Club. Thanks to Ming Xiao, we'll have the opportunity to experience it. Sun Yu turned to Meng Jiwei. Jiwei, let us go to Junzi Club. None of us have been. Meng Jiwei hesitated, wanting to ask Lin Chen if he was joining, but when she looked, he had already left his seat. He's gone to the restroom. Chen Tao noted. Ma Guiming sneered. He probably knows he'll have to pay the bill, so he is deliberately avoiding it. Chapter 15. Defense. Ma Guiming seized every chance to belittle Lin Chen. What are you talking about? Chen Tao retorted angrily. Today is Meng Jiwei's treat. He is not expected to pay. Shot an icy glare at Ma Guiming and declared, If you mention Lin Chen again, this evening shall come to an abrupt end. Ma Guiming's expression slightly faltered, and he hurriedly chuckled. Jiwei, I was merely speaking out of turn. Please do not take it to heart. Sun Yu immediately chimed in. Jiwei, it's your birthday today. You are the most important. Do not be upset. She then turned to Ma Guiming, saying, Young Master Ming, you have angered Jiwei. You shall cover the bill at Junzi Club later as an apology. Ma Guiming shrugged. All right. No problem, as long as Jiwei is pleased. At that moment, Lin Chen approached the front desk. In their previous outings, it had always been Meng Jiwei who insisted on paying. Today, however, was Meng Jiwei's birthday, and he felt it imperative to treat her. Though he didn't consider himself wealthy, he had acquired a shopping card and felt secure in his finances. With his medical skills, both Eastern and Western, he anticipated earning a substantial income in the future. Moreover, his mother's condition no longer required hospital treatment, rendering his savings unnecessary. Thus, it seemed fitting to treat Jiwei and return a favor. Upon reaching the front desk, Lin Chen announced, "Please, the bill for Huaijiang Hall." The cashier glanced at the computer and replied, "Mr. Song has instructed that the bill is on the house." On the house? Lin Chen was taken aback. "Which Mr. Song?" The cashier responded, "Of course, our esteemed boss of the Quanjing restaurant." Lin Chen had no acquaintance with the owner. Perhaps Meng Jiwei did. The cashier pointed outside, saying, "There he goes, just getting into his car." Lin Chen turned to see a luxury vehicle closing its door before driving away. A group of classmates descended, noticing Lin Chen at the front desk, their expressions shifting. "No way. Is he really going to pay? Impossible. This meal costs at least 1,000 or 2. Where would he get that kind of money? Look at him. Nothing he wears is worth that much. How embarrassing for Jiwei to be friends with him." Seeing this, Meng Jiwei hurried over to Lin Chen and asked, "What are you doing?" Before he could respond, she pulled out her phone and said to the front desk, "Huaijiang Hall, the bill please." "I've already mentioned it." The cashier replied with a smile, "Mr. Song said it's on the house." "On the house?" Meng Jiwei echoed in surprise. "Who is Mr. Song?" Lin Chen explained. "He's the owner of Quanjing restaurant." As other classmates approached to inquire about the situation, they too expressed astonishment upon hearing that the bill was waived. Sun Yu looked at Ma Guiming and asked, "Is he your friend?" Ma Guiming was equally bewildered. "The owner of Quanjing restaurant? I don't believe I know him." "Oh, it's possible." He shrugged. "He might have seen me dining here. He is quite the guy. Young Master Ming has quite the connections. Wherever he goes, he is well received. Unlike some people who linger at the front desk for ages without even attempting to settle the bill." Lin Chen felt a wave of frustration. He had genuinely intended to pay, yet Mr. Song had preempted him by waiving the bill. He was quite displeased with the situation, feeling no gratitude towards Mr. Song for his unsolicited assistance. Meanwhile, Ma Guiming took advantage of the moment, making it seem as though the waiver was a favor from Mr. Song to him. However, Lin Chen was disinclined to explain. The truth would reveal itself in time. Meng Jiwei turned back to the front desk. "Please convey my thanks to your boss. But I still wish to pay for this meal." Seeing this, Sun Yu stepped forward. "Jiwei, they are doing this for young Master Ming. You are making him lose face." Ma Guiming quickly added, "Indeed, Jiwei, you are putting me in an awkward position." At that moment, other classmates chimed in. "Aren't we supposed to go to Junzi Club? Are we going or not?" "Yes, I am curious to see it." After taking a deep breath, Meng Jiwei turned to Ma Guiming. "Then please thank Mr. Song for me." "Consider it done." Ma Guiming shrugged. "So are we going to Junzi Club or not?" Meng Jiwei hesitated before responding. "We can go, but I must treat." Ma Guiming smiled. "All right, today you are the birthday girl. We shall do as you say." He then took out his phone to contact Junzi Club and order a vehicle. Meng Jiwei looked at Lin Chen and Qin Tao. "You both should join us." Before Lin Chen and Qin Tao could respond, Ma Guiming interjected, "Are they coming too?" Meng Jiwei frowned. "What do you mean?" "Oh," Ma Guiming chuckled. "This place is quite upscale. I worry they may not be comfortable." "I am thinking of them." Qin Tao snapped. "What is uncomfortable about it?" Lin Chen shrugged. "It's fine. I want to see what it's like." Ma Guiming shot him a glare, thinking to himself, "Is this guy like chewing gum, sticking wherever he goes?" He smirked. "Let us see how I can humiliate him at Junzi Club." Meng Jiwei, however, said, "You all go ahead. I'll order a car myself. I will arrive shortly." Reluctantly, Ma Guiming complied, joining Sun Yu and the others in one vehicle. "Let us meet at the entrance of Junzi Club. Don't be late." Another car arrived. Qin Tao sat in the front while Meng Jiwei and Lin Chen occupied the back seat. Lin Chen was not particularly fond of singing and was even tone deaf. However, it was Meng Jiwei's birthday, and he did not wish to dampen her spirits. As they sat in the vehicle, Lin Chen noticed Meng Jiwei wearing the watch he had gifted her, causing warmth to swell within him as he stole glances at her. Meng Jiwei, in turn, secretly observed Lin Chen, aware that he had recently experienced heartbreak and that his mother was hospitalized. Hence she refrained from asking too much. Qin Tao, seated in the front, grumbled, "If it weren't for your birthday, Jiwei, I wouldn't bother coming." Meng Jiwei intended to offer some comforting words, but Lin Chen interjected, "Taozi, don't overthink it. Today is Jiwei's birthday. We are here to celebrate." "Exactly. You and your friends have made plans. It would be rude to back out." Lin Chen added, "Besides, I haven't been to Junzi Club. I want to experience it." Meng Jiwei glanced at Lin Chen in surprise. She sensed something different about him that evening, though she could not quite articulate what it was. Chapter 16. Striving to impress. Junzi Club was a mere 10-minute drive from the restaurant. As they approached, a magnificent European-style building came into view. It was indeed Junzi Club. Ma Guiming and Sun Yu had been waiting at the entrance. As the vehicle came to a halt, Ma Guiming promptly displayed his gentlemanly demeanor by opening the door for Meng Jiwei. Sun Yu approached and remarked, "Jiwei, Xin just messaged me, saying she will be joining us soon." Meng Jiwei nodded. She mentioned at lunch that she wouldn't come for dinner, but would join us for karaoke. Hong Yuexin? Ma Guiming's eyes lit up at the mention of her name. She is coming too? Sun Yu chimed in. Young Master Ming, didn't you reserve a private room? You want to leave the birthday girl standing outside, will you? Lin Chen and Qin Tao trailed behind, with Qin Tao still grumbling about Ma Guiming. Upon entering the grand hall of Junzi Club, the female classmates were in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, this place resembles a palace. It's nothing like those mass-market establishments. Thank goodness for young Master Ming. Otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to enter." Ma Guiming merely shrugged, his eyes occasionally darting towards Ming Jiwei. A beautiful waitress approached, guiding the group to their private room, prompting further astonishment from the girls. Qin Tao scoffed. They all act like they've never seen the city before. Yet they still ridicule us. I find them more embarrassing. Lin Chen remained silent, merely shrugging in response. Once seated, Ma Guiming stood to the side, ordering drinks and fruit platters from the waitress. Ma Guiming. Meng Jiwei interjected. Just some soft drinks will suffice. None of us girls drink alcohol. Not a problem. Ma Guiming replied with a smile. You ladies can have your drinks. We men will partake, right? Silly Lin Chen and Qin Tao? Qin Tao retorted, if we drink. We drink. I'm not afraid of you. Ma Guiming looked at Lin Chen. What about you? Lin Chen shrugged, remaining uncommunicative. With a mysterious smile, Ma Guiming placed his order, slipping the waitress 100 yuan tip. A group of girls had already begun to select songs. Sun Yu exclaimed, Ming Xiao sings quite well. Let us invite him to perform a song for us. Sure, Ming Xiao, showcase your vocal talents. Although I had never heard Ming Xiao sing, I was certain it would be melodious. My singing is mediocre. Ma Guiming chuckled. I'd rather not embarrass myself. Sun Yu quickly retorted, do not be modest, Ming Xiao. All right. Ma Guiming laughed. Then I shall sing Lover by Hua Zai. He flashed a smile at Meng Jiwei, who slightly frowned. Sun Yu promptly selected the song on the karaoke machine, placing it at the top of the list. Lin Guahao expressed his discontent. Disgusting, lover? Who is his lover? As the music began, Ma Guiming struck a pose on stage. Hua Zai Ming Xiao? Ma Guiming truly transformed himself into Hua Zai, waving to the girls and thanking them in his clumsy Cantonese. Once again, I gaze at your lips, smiling slightly, whispering that I have always wanted you. To be frank. Aside from his poor Cantonese, Ma Guiming's vocal tone and vibrato were commendable. The girls gazed at him in a state of infatuation. However, Ma Guiming's attention was solely on Meng Jiwei. At that moment, Qin Tao leaned towards Meng Jiwei and asked, Jiwei, you can't really fancy this guy, can you? Impossible. Meng Jiwei promptly replied. He is merely deluding himself. Unintentionally, she glanced at Lin Chen, concerned he might misinterpret her words. Qin Tao observed this exchange and seemed to comprehend something, chuckling softly without further comment. Ma Guiming poured his heart into his performance, hoping to capture Meng Jiwei's attention. Yet, she occasionally cast glances at Lin Chen, which irked him. After finishing the song, applause erupted from the audience. Ming Xiao, another one. Your singing is delightful. Please give me your autograph. Ma Guiming's loyal follower, Zhou Kai, applauded the loudest. Meng Jiwei, Lin Chen, and Qin Tao merely offered token applause. Observing this, Ma Guiming seized the microphone and said, Lin Chen, as Jiwei's good friend, aren't you going to join us for a song? He understood that a red flower requires green leaves to complement it. He was confident in his singing, but knew he couldn't compare to a star. However, if he sang alongside Lin Chen, it would certainly highlight his own performance. Initially, Lin Chen had no interest in responding to Ma Guiming, wondering what his intentions were. To his surprise, Meng Jiwei looked at him and suggested, why don't you sing a song? No matter how awful it is, I'll listen. Lin Chen felt torn. He truly did not want to sing, but Meng Jiwei was looking at him. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a stunning beauty clad in red. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful and possessed an exquisite figure, yet her expression was not particularly cheerful. Upon noticing her, Ma Guiming rushed off the stage, exclaiming, Oh, isn't that the magnificent Hong Yuexin? Who has made you upset? Xin. Meng Jiwei waved at Hong Yuexin. Why did you arrive so late? We've been waiting for you. Lin Chen glanced up. He recognized Hong Yuexin, as she was one of the 4 campus beauties at Jiangzhou University. Everyone was familiar with her, especially since she was a wealthy girl and a friend of Meng Jiwei. Attending her birthday celebration was quite normal. Never mind. I'm furious. After sitting down, Hong Yuexin expressed her frustration. I picked out a gift for you, but when I arrived late, someone else snatched it. What gift? Ma Guiming exclaimed loudly. It must be something extraordinary to catch the attention of the esteemed Hong. Meng Jiwei added, Yes, what could be so sought after? After pouring herself a glass of water and taking a sip, Hong Yuexin replied, It was the bifidal euro. I've seen it in magazines for a long time and knew it was released, so I rushed to buy it, only to find it was already taken. Turning apologetically to Meng Zhuwei, she said, Zhuwei, I'm sorry. I intended to buy that Yuerong for you, but now I'll have to choose something else. She then presented her gift. Dear, happy birthday. Sun Yu gasped. Wow, isn't this the Vacheron Constantine Ealing series? The other girls looked on in astonishment. Truly, the magnificent Hong Yuexin had an extraordinary taste. This must cost over 100,000, right? Hong Yuexin, you are so generous to Zhiwei. I'm envious. Meng Zhiwei exclaimed. Xin, this is far too expensive. Not at all. Hong Yuexin contended. This is the cheapest model in the Ealing series. Only over 60,000. Meng Zhiwei insisted. 60,000 is still exorbitant. Zhiwei. Hong Yuexin retorted. I'm already upset about the Yuerong being taken. You wouldn't want to irritate me further, would you? Just as Ma Guiming was about to offer some flattery, he suddenly seemed to recall something and exclaimed, the person who snatched your watch is right here. Huh. Hong Yuexin looked bewildered. Who? At that moment, Ma Guiming cast a knowing glance at the silent Lin Chen. Hong Yuexin followed his gaze towards Lin Chen, recognizing him as well. She was aware that Lin Chen and Meng Zhiwei were from the same hometown, but they had little interaction. Oh right. Sun Yu immediately grasped the situation. Wasn't he at Lin Chen who gave Zhiwei the bifidali Yuerong earlier? What? Hong Yuexin's expression shifted as she turned to Lin Chen. Did you buy it? Lin Chen realized that Ma Guiming was trying to gain attention at his expense, but he had no intention of explaining. Hong Yuexin appeared astonished. She was somewhat aware of Lin Chen's circumstances and stared at him. Could it truly be that he purchased the bifidali Yuerong? Chapter 17. Trouble arises. Xin. You've been deceived. Sun Yu laughed. What he gave to Zhiwei was a counterfeit. Did you genuinely think he could afford the real thing? Oh, a counterfeit? Hong Yuexin sighed deeply, then frowned. Wait, isn't this model just released? How could there be a counterfeit so soon? She turned to Meng Zhiwei. Let me see it. Meng Zhiwei extended her hand, revealing the watch. Truthfully, whether it's a counterfeit or not, it doesn't matter. Hong Yuexin took Meng Zhiwei's wrist, examining it closely, her expression shifting slightly. This one should be genuine. Hong, you don't know. Ma Guiming chuckled awkwardly. There's a counterfeit watch shop behind our school. They make watches that are indistinguishable from the real ones. Indeed, Sun Yu chimed in. The technology for counterfeiting is quite advanced now. If they didn't look authentic, who would buy them? Hong Yuexin focused intently on the Yuerong for a long while and remarked, as for whether the watch is genuine, I truly cannot discern. However, I can assure you that the pink diamonds on this watch are undoubtedly real. She proceeded to educate everyone on how to distinguish between real and fake diamonds based on their luster. Yet, all eyes were on the exquisite Yuerong in Hong Yuexin's hand. If a counterfeit watch used real diamonds, wouldn't the cost be exorbitant? Once Hong Yuexin finished her explanation, she added, therefore, this Yuerong must be authentic. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Chen. Ma Guiming was also taken aback. I'm not sure, Lin Chen shrugged. Perhaps the owner of the counterfeit shop bought a genuine watch for imitation and ultimately couldn't tell the difference, selling me the real one? Such an explanation would likely not convince even a child. Unexpectedly, Ma Guiming slammed the table and declared, exactly. It must have been a mistake. Otherwise, how could it be? Meng Zhiwei clearly did not believe such a scenario and questioned Lin Chen. Hong Yuexin regarded Lin Chen with astonishment, hardly believing that he had been the one to get there first. No more pretense. Lin Chen took a deep breath and shrugged. In fact, I am the distant nephew of General Song from Longhu Group. The crowd gasped, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. They were momentarily stunned before bursting into uproarious laughter. Is this kid insane? Is Lin Chen serious? Chen Tao gazed at Lin Chen and remarked, in truth, you bear a resemblance to President Song. Both of you possess a square jaw. Ma Guiming was taken aback for a moment, and then burst into hearty laughter. My surname is Ma. Could it be that I am the son of Papa Ma? Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly, adopting an expression that conveyed indifference to their opinions. I have yet to decide whether to acknowledge him. Meng Zhiwei, observing this exchange, sighed softly. Very well. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. With no means to persuade Lin Chen, she opted for silence. However, today, Meng Zhiwei noticed a significant transformation in Lin Chen. Previously, he had harbored a degree of insecurity, prompting her to withhold displays of her family's wealth for fear of making him uncomfortable. Yet today, Lin Chen appeared serene and exuded genuine confidence. Indeed, it was a palpable sense of self-assurance. The jibes from others seemed to roll off him, as if they were unworthy of his attention or debate. Furthermore, Meng Zhiwei sensed that Lin Chen's gaze upon her had shifted from what it once was. Women are inherently perceptive, particularly regarding the men they care for. She discerned the subtle changes in his demeanor and expression. Yet, she was wise enough not to pry further. Perhaps Lin Chen had matured following his breakup today. Awakening to a new level of maturity. A young man often becomes a true man after enduring challenges that foster growth. At that moment, the door swung open, and a rotund man entered, followed closely by a bodyguard. His eyes scanned the room, and upon spotting Hong Yuexin, they lit up with interest. I am Kai Guan, engaged in the logistics business. The Changfeng Group is under my stewardship, and I also own an entertainment company. Seeing these two lovely ladies, how about sharing a drink with me? I could help launch your careers. Upon hearing Changfeng Group, everyone was taken aback. It was a significant entity in Jiangzhou. Although Hong Yuexin's background did not quite match Kai Guan's, she was still a wealthy heiress and had no need for money. Thus she remained unfazed. Observing the man's rotund figure and shifty eyes, she sensed his ulterior motives and ill intent. Apologies, but I am not interested. Please leave, Mr. Kai, she retorted. Kai Guan, his demeanor shifting swiftly, replied, I personally came to invite a university student like you for a drink. It's not like I'm asking for nothing in return. Don't be so ungrateful. His facade of civility crumbled, revealing a more sinister side. Hong Yuexin's expression turned cold. As I said, I'm not interested. Nor do I care for your filthy money. Please leave. As her temper flared, Kai Guan stepped forward and grasped her wrist, attempting to drag her away. Come on, accompany me for a drink, or you won't be leaving today. Let go of me. If you don't, I'll call the police. Hong Yuexin struggled fiercely. However, Kai Guan merely tightened his grip, a lewd smile creeping across his face as he attempted to forcefully take her. Meng Jiwei, unable to stand idly by, intervened. That is my friend. Release her. Kai Guan, accustomed to his brazen behavior, disregarded her. Relying on his familiarity with the establishment's owner, he had caused disturbances before. In a sudden move, he shoved Meng Jiwei to the ground. Who let you meddle? If you don't back off, I'll drag you along and have my fun with both of you. His crude language and disregard for Meng Jiwei infuriated everyone present. Chen Tao rolled up his sleeves, ready to help, but was blocked by the bodyguard. Ma Guiming, witnessing Meng Jiwei's distress, summoned his courage and charged forward, delivering a kick to Kai Guan's side, sending him sprawling to the floor. Back off, Kai Guan. You've picked the wrong person to bully, Ma Guiming declared, his voice resolute. Kai Guan, stunned by the sudden turn of events, glared at Ma Guiming. Who do you think you are, daring to challenge me? As he attempted to rise, the skilled Zhou Kai, having trained in Taekwondo, stepped in to assist, knocking Kai Guan down once more. Meanwhile, Chen Tao and Lin Guahao, both physically robust, managed to hold off the bodyguard. Lin Chen, feeling no need to intervene, refrained from further action. Kai Guan, now visibly enraged, struggled to his feet. When have I ever been treated like this? Just wait. I'll have my people come and deal with you. Chapter 18. Trouble arises. Kai Guan limped towards the door, the bodyguard assisting him as they exited. What will you do about it? Zhou Kai taunted with a northeast accent. Ma Guiming scoffed. Kai Guan truly thinks too highly of himself. He is merely a logistics company owner, devoid of any real power. Sun Yu, Qian Miao Miao, and the others, initially concerned, felt reassured by Ma Guiming's dismissive attitude. Jiwei, are you all right? He asked gently. I'm fine, Meng Jiwei replied, shaking her head before turning to her close friend, Hong Yuexin. How about you? They all settled back down. Suddenly, Zhou Kai's gaze fell on Lin Chen, mockingly saying, Lin Chen, you're a classmate of Meng Jiwei's. Why do you shrink back like a turtle in a critical moment? Can't you even fight? Ma Guiming turned to him with a derisive chuckle. When trouble arises, you just fold like a coward. If all of Jiwei's friends are like you, she'd be left defenseless. Sun Yu chimed in. Exactly. You hardly resemble a man. It's Zhou Kai who is dependable. Chen Tao stepped forward. My brother is academically inclined and not one to engage in brawls. I can handle that. Though Meng Jiwei felt a twinge of disappointment, she reasoned that Lin Chen had just gone through a breakup and might be feeling down. Or perhaps he simply had no inclination to fight. Thus, she dismissed her concerns. However, Hong Yuexin, with her haughty demeanor, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen. Feeling a sense of contempt, she noticed that he was the only one who had not intervened. Indeed, he lacked any semblance of courage. Exactly, Hong Yuexin echoed, her displeasure evident. Lin Chen remained unfazed, thinking that he need not intervene for such lowly individuals. Just as the group continued to disregard him while lauding Ma Guiming and Zhou Kai, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open once again. This time, over a dozen men in black, wearing sunglasses and wielding iron rods, stormed in with an intimidating presence, sending chills down the spines of Hong Yuexin, Ma Guiming, and the others. One of the leading figures, a man in his 30s named Bian, known as the top enforcer of the Gentlemen's Club, emanated a fierce and ruthless aura. Who struck Mr. Kai? Step forward and kneel to accept punishment. Who the hell are you to demand we kneel? Zhou Kai, emboldened by alcohol, retorted defiantly. You're courting death. A Biao advanced, intent on teaching this insolent youth a lesson. Come and try. Zhou Kai stood tall, confident in his taekwondo training, showing no fear of a Biao. With a swift motion, Zhou Kai executed a side kick aimed at a Biao's head. A Biao, with a fierce glare, retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Zhou Kai's leg. The impact was jarring. Zhou Kai's leg nearly buckled under the force of a Biao's strike, and he cried out in pain. A Biao followed up with a knee strike to Zhou Kai's chest, sending him flying backward. The techniques were unmistakably those of Muay Thai combat. A Biao had trained in Muay Thai and possessed formidable combat skills. Zhou Kai clutched his chest, nearly spitting blood, and looked at a Biao in terror, no longer daring to utter a word. His taekwondo training had merely been for fitness classes. Although he could take on 2 or 3 ordinary individuals, he was no match for a seasoned fighter like a Biao, who was adept in the brutal art of Muay Thai. In an instant, the disparity became evident to all present. This was a true enforcer of the streets. Some even suspected he had taken lives. Both men and women turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation they found themselves in. Even Hong Yuexin and Ming Jiwei were gripped with fear. Despite their comfortable backgrounds, they felt intimidated in the face of street thugs. All of you kneel and await our boss and Mr. Kai for judgment. A Biao stood there, exuding a fierce aura, his cold gaze sweeping across the room. Everyone lowered their heads, too frightened to look up. Lin Chen nonchalantly speared a piece of watermelon with a toothpick, remaining unfazed. In the past, he might have cowered, but now he was a man connected to a celestial healing group. Readers of novels know that those favored by such systems and chat groups are often the chosen ones, destined to become the main characters of their worlds. Perhaps he was the protagonist of this one. Ma Guiming, feeling a bit anxious, declared, "Brother, my father is Ma Gang." He mentioned the names of various individuals, but a Biao merely snorted. Ma Gang, the vice president of the Blue Crowd Group, was involved in automotive part supply. Upon learning that Ma Guiming's father was merely a vice president in machining, a Biao felt even less concerned. They only showed restraint towards government departments and large family businesses. The plight of small entrepreneurs held little weight for the powerful figures behind a Biao. Show us some respect and let us leave, or else if something happens today, tomorrow the big shots behind us will come to seek retribution, and it will be troublesome for you. Is your face worth that much? Under the protection of several men in black, Lu Haojiang, tall and clad in a trench coat, radiated an imposing presence. His sharp gaze and cold demeanor filled the private room. Lu Haojiang was a notorious figure in Jiangzhou, having entered the underworld a decade ago and rapidly growing in power through sheer determination and ruthlessness. However, after losing his right hand in a fight, he became partially disabled and could no longer exert force with that arm. Despite his disability, he had defeated his opponent but had since turned to running a company and entertainment venues, aligning himself with a powerful figure to launder his reputation and focus on making money. Yet, his name still carried weight in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Brother Jiang, you've arrived. I've heard tales of your reputation, and it's a shame we've never met until now. Today, as fate would have it, I, Ma Guiming, wish to resolve this conflict by offering an apology to Mr. Kai. Would that be acceptable? Ma Guiming had begun to back down, hoping to defuse the situation. Since Kai was able to summon such a formidable figure, it indicated a close relationship between them, and Ma Guiming did not dare to offend further. You think self-punishment with a few drinks will suffice for assaulting my friend in my territory? Do you take me, Lu Haojiang, for a common street thug? His eyes narrowed, and his voice turned icy, causing Ma Guiming to pale and tremble uncontrollably. I wouldn't dare. How could I underestimate you? I didn't know, mister. Kai was your friend. If I had known, I wouldn't have even dared to lift a hand. Ma Guiming quickly began to grovel, realizing it was too late. You were quite arrogant earlier, weren't you? Now you will see how I deal with you. Kai Guan began to shout. Ma Guiming continued to plead, Brother Jiang, how about we offer Mr. Kai 200,000 as an apology? Kai sneered, who do you think you're looking down on? This amount is inconsequential to me. I must have my revenge today. Lu Haojiang, having grasped Kai's intent, announced coldly, listen up, gentlemen. Mr. Kai demands retribution. All of you must kneel and bow 3 times, then slap yourselves 30 times. If you refuse, one of you will have a leg broken, or a finger severed. His voice was merciless, as though he were discussing trivial matters. These ladies will accompany Mr. Kai tonight. If he is pleased, this matter will conclude. Otherwise, your families will face consequences. A Biao and his dozen bodyguards brandished spring knives, their blades glinting ominously. The girls, including Meng Jiwei, huddled together in fright, while Sun Yu burst into tears. Chapter 19. True Men Hong Yuexin, accustomed to a comfortable life, had never faced such humiliation and was naturally unwilling to submit. I'll call my father. He knows people in the government and police. Lu Haojung laughed coldly. And what of it? On my turf, as long as no one dies. No one can intervene. It's my privilege. I could violate you and toss you under the bridge, and no one would dare to question it. Do you believe me? Fear crept into Hong Yuexin as hard as she glanced at Kai. She had no intention of being violated, especially as she had never let her boyfriend sleep with her, cherishing her first time. Similarly, Meng Zhui had never even dated, and she would never agree to such a fate. Sun Yu cried out, Ming Xiao, think of a way. Ma Guiming shook his head, avoiding everyone's gaze, and knelt, bowing 3 times before beginning to slap his own face, surrendering. I was wrong. I didn't understand. I was wrong. I didn't understand. The sound of his slaps echoed through the room, making the young people acutely aware of their disparities. The girls, including Hong Yuexin and Ming Zhiwei, turned pale, realizing the danger they were in. Let us all do as instructed, or we might truly lose fingers. Brother Jiang is a real boss of Jiangzhou. As Ma Guiming continued to slap his face, he shamelessly praised Brother Jiang's strength, hoping to earn mercy. Ha. Had I known it would come to this, why act tough? Now you seek to concede. What a bunch of clueless fools. Kai laughed heartily, pride written all over his face. Lin Guahao and Chun Tao felt a mix of anger and fear, facing a dozen gangsters wielding sharp weapons. They were unarmed and hesitant to act recklessly. Yet, the thought of kneeling was equally unacceptable to them. You ladies, come here and spend the night with Mr. Kai. Lie side by side in bed. I'll take my turn with each of you, and then you can leave tomorrow. Sun Yu cried out in terror. Meng Zhiwei and Hong Yuexin wore expressions of despair. Could the purity of a rich heiress and a campus beauty be so easily destroyed? Hong Yuexin pulled out her phone, determined to call her father, confident that her family could resolve this issue. At worst, they would pay $1 million or even $10 million. She refused to be defiled. Moreover, Meng Zhiwei came from a decent family. Together, they could pressure Lu Haojung and Kai. Put down the phone, Lu Haojung commanded, and 2 of his men moved towards Meng Zhiwei and Hong Yuexin, attempting to seize the phone. Don't! Hong Yuexin cried, tears streaming down her face. Meng Zhiwei trembled all over. At that moment, a pair of strong hands grasped Meng Zhiwei's tightly. She turned to see Lin Chen, calm and composed. Lin Chen, don't be afraid. I'm here, he assured her, stepping forward to shield her behind him. Meng Zhiwei felt bewildered, surprised that Lin Chen would stand in front of her at such a critical moment. Lin Chen, don't be reckless. They have knives. Although touched, Meng Zhiwei feared for Lin Chen's safety. Lin Chen nodded slightly, addressing Lu Haojung and Kai Panzai. Let us put an end to this. Any further action would be excessive. Who do you think you are? Kai Panzai bellowed, a sinister grin spreading across his face, clearly enraged. One of the henchmen approached Lin Chen, attempting to snatch Meng Zhiwei's phone. Without hesitation, Lin Chen delivered a swift kick. The henchman tried to evade, but was no match for Lin Chen's speed, and was sent flying backward, landing several meters away amidst the crowd at the entrance. This action left everyone astounded. Lin Chen's kick possessed such power? Lu Haojung's gaze turned icy as he glared at Lin Chen, not expecting that a skilled fighter lurked among them. Dare to make a move? It seems you have no intention of leaving here alive. Lu Haojung's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. The atmosphere in the room felt as though the temperature had dropped, infused with an aura of chill. In that instant, the students present felt a pang of dread. Sensing Lu Haojung's genuine fury, Ma Guiming screamed in terror, Lin Chen, what are you doing? Do you want to confront Jiang Yi? You're courting death. Don't drag us into this. He hastily distanced himself, eager to avoid any association with Lin Chen that might implicate him. Lin Chen ignored him, focusing solely on Lu Haojung. It appeared that a peaceful resolution was unattainable. I hope you won't regret this, Lin Chen stated calmly, unperturbed. With a mastery level equivalent to the late stages of martial arts in this society, he was undoubtedly akin to a boxing master from a martial arts academy. A Biao, incapacitate him, Lu Haojung ordered coldly. Meng Zhiwei felt a surge of anxiety, fearing for Lin Chen's safety. She had just witnessed the trained Zhou Kai being easily sent flying by a Biao. Lin Chen grasped Meng Zhiwei's hand tightly. Don't worry, he is no match for me. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. At that moment, Meng Zhiwei found it hard to believe his bravado, having never heard of Lin Chen practicing martial arts like taekwondo or karate. Trust me, just watch, Lin Chen said, releasing her hand and stepping forward to confront a Biao. Hey, a Biao wasted no words and launched an elbow strike. Lin Chen deftly sidestepped the attack, and a Biao, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of 3 punches aimed at Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen effortlessly blocked each punch with a single hand. A Biao's eyes hardened, seeing his attacks ineffective. He pivoted and attempted a high kick. In a swift motion, Lin Chen executed the pure yang palm, striking a Biao down as he leaped. Thud! A Biao hit the ground, enduring the pain, yet still attempted to sweep Lin Chen's legs. Lin Chen retaliated with a kick to a Biao's abdomen and ribs, sending him crashing 6 to 7 meters away, rolling at Lu Haojiang's feet. This scene left everyone in the room in shock, especially Meng Jiwei and Chen Tao, who were close friends. Wow, Lin Chen, when did you become so formidable? Chen Tao exclaimed in disbelief. You really know martial arts? Meng Jiwei echoed, equally astonished. Lin Chen smiled. I intended to keep a low profile, but it seems I cannot hide tonight. Allow me to reveal my true identity. I am a master of campus martial arts. Lu Haojiang's expression darkened, shocked that his top enforcer, a Biao, had been effortlessly defeated. Get your knives, everyone. He barked, unwilling to relent. He believed that with numbers, even a skilled fighter would struggle. Lin Chen charged forward, employing the pure yang palm technique, delivering strikes with elbows and palms, continuously attacking. Crack! The henchmen wielding daggers were unable to touch Lin Chen. Instead, they were sent sprawling, crashing to the ground. Some were even propelled away by Lin Chen's force, colliding with tables, sofas, and walls. Chapter 20. The chat software also has tasks. Lin Chen swiftly concluded the battle, a confident smile gracing his lips. The exhilaration of possessing strength was truly invigorating. Such a feeling bestowed upon him a profound confidence, one that wealth could never provide, but rather a fearless assurance against any threat or adversity. His demeanor transformed, no longer the reclusive individual consumed by fruit or the lovesick fool. In that moment, Lin Chen underwent a metamorphosis, his aura markedly distinct from before. Even Meng Jiwei and Chen Tao, who were familiar with him, found themselves slightly bewildered by his newfound presence. Is this still the Lin Chen we know? Yet, it was undeniable that Lin Chen exuded an enhanced allure. He strode toward Lu Haojiang and Kai Panzai. Lu Haojiang's eyes narrowed, astonished that his entire crew had been vanquished. Who exactly was this young man before him? However, as a seasoned figure in the underworld, he would not be easily intimidated. If you think you can act as you please just because you can fight, you are gravely mistaken. Even if you make a name for yourself today, just one call from me can turn your life upside down, or even lead to unforeseen calamities for your family. Lu Haojiang threatened. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. I possess no wealth or family. Your threat is reciprocated. Brother Jiang, you are also a man of means. Do you wish to engage in a contest of misfortunes? If I desire someone to vanish without a trace, it would merely require a snap of my fingers. With that, Lin Chen directed a subtle breath toward Kai Panzai, channeling energy into his Dantian point, a pressure point that would induce unconsciousness. Kai Panzai's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly, he drew a gun from his pocket, aiming it at Lin Chen. What good is your martial prowess against a bullet? Kneel and apologize, and perhaps I may spare you. The sight of Lu Haojiang brandishing a firearm left Meng Jiwei and the others pale with fear. Lin Chen, be careful. Meng Jiwei cried out in alarm. Yet, Lin Chen remained unfazed, swiftly evading forward. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. Ack! The girls shrieked, dropping to the floor in terror. Even Lin Guahao and Chen Tao were frightened, having never encountered real firearms. The bullets whizzed past but struck only Lin Chen's afterimage. Lin Chen approached Lu Haojiang, flicking his fingers to strike Lu Haojiang's wrist pressure point, immobilizing his arm and causing the gun to clatter to the ground. Just as Lu Haojiang gasped in surprise, Lin Chen appeared before him, seizing his throat and lifting him off the ground. As everyone opened their eyes to this scene, they were even more astounded. The esteemed Lu Haojiang of Jiangzhou was being effortlessly held aloft by Lin Chen, as though he were a mere chick. Let go of me. Give me a reason. Lu Haojiang demanded. Do you know who I associate with? Brother Hai from Jiangzhou. One of the true overlords of Jiangbei, Zhou Zhenhai, has many capable enforcers. Are you certain you wish to oppose us? Lu Haojiang finally invoked the name of his powerful benefactor, Zhou Zhenhai, the true tyrant of Jiangbei. Figures like Lu Haojiang, known for their ruthlessness in specific territories, were compelled to align with Zhou Zhenhai to avoid suppression and ensure the smooth operation of their enterprises. Ding. Recruit Lu Haojiang as a subordinate, redeeming him from his wrongdoings, granting 20 merit points. Ultimately, subdue his boss Zhou Zhenhai, awarding 50 merit points. The notification from the mobile app echoed in Lin Chen's mind. The task assigned to Lin Chen was to recruit Lu Haojiang as a subordinate and ultimately subdue his powerful benefactor, Zhou Zhenhai of Jiangbei. What a unique mission. However, the prospect of earning merit points piqued Lin Chen's interest. With merit points, he could exchange them for secret manuals and herbs from the chat group S-Healer. Let me go? Lu Haojiang gasped, his throat nearly constricted, his face turning crimson. Cough, who exactly are you? Lu Haojiang asked, his voice tinged with anger. However, He sensed that the individual before him was not to be underestimated, and he softened his demeanor slightly. In his heart, Lu Haojiang scorned the notion that this was merely a superficial identity. He was certain the other possessed additional layers of significance. Additional identities? For instance, who is your master? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, realizing that he needed to elevate his own status to avoid being belittled by the other. My master. You are not worthy of knowing his name. Even in all of Huaxia, there are but a handful of individuals who are privileged enough to meet him. Just remember that he hails from the Apothecary Valley, and countless prominent figures have been healed by him. Lin Chen fabricated this narrative, conjuring an identity as a descendant of the Apothecary Valley within the mundane world. The Apothecary Valley. Upon hearing this, Lu Haojiang's demeanor shifted, his intrigue piqued. The mention of Huaxia and the rarity of those who could meet such a figure immediately instilled a sense of caution within him. Could it be that he was a divine healer, specializing in the ailments of Huaxia's elite? Lin Chen inquired, how shall we resolve today's matter? You may leave, Lu Haojiang declared, prompting a collective sigh of relief from all the students in the room. Only Ma Guiming remained, feeling a mix of frustration and envy. Having just humiliated himself, he was further embarrassed by Lin Chen's intervention, which had overshadowed his own disgrace. He had thought himself wise to bow down, yet it had turned into a grand jest. Lin Chen nodded and turned to Meng Jiwei and Chen Tao, saying, you two may depart. I have a few words to exchange with Mr. Liu. Meng Jiwei expressed concern, please be careful. Chen Tao also offered a reassuring pat on Lin Chen's shoulder. Ma Guiming, Zhou Kai, Sun Yu, and Qian Miao Miao fled in fear, anxious that Lu Haojiang might change his mind. As Han Yuexin departed, she cast a grateful glance back at him, leaving Lin Chen alone with Lu Haojiang. What do you wish to say? Lu Haojiang asked, feeling somewhat constrained. He had always relied on his strength to command respect. Yet today he found himself subdued by a young man. Since you, Mr. Liu, have conceded and released my friend, while I have caused you some losses and publicly embarrassed you, I intend to offer you a gift to equalize our relationship. A gift? Lu Haojiang scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Did he expect to present him with a stuffed doll as a token of consolation? He was no child, uninterested in such trivialities. Resolving this conflict would not be so easily accomplished. Lin Chen continued, I noticed that the tendons in your right hand seem to have been severed, rendering it significantly weaker and less agile. At most, it functions at 30% of its original capacity. I possess medical knowledge and can assist you in recovering it to 60%. What do you say? Lu Haojiang's head snapped up, surprise flickering across his face. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen's gift would be this. But was it truly possible? He had previously consulted both traditional Chinese and Western medicine, and despite undergoing surgery, he had only regained a fraction of functionality. The intricacies of nerves and tendons were well beyond the reach of current medical techniques, while bones could be reattached. The complexities of tendons and nerves were far more intricate. Do not mistake me for an uneducated brute. Do you truly claim to have the ability to mend such a complex issue? Lu Haojiang remained skeptical. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to reassure him. My master is from the Apothecary Valley and carries the legacy of Sun Simiao. While Western medicine may falter, traditional Chinese methods can succeed. Although Lu Haojiang had never heard of the Apothecary Valley, he sensed an air of mystique surrounding it. He recalled hearing from Hai Gu about ancient families and sects that operated in the shadows of society, possessing representatives conducting business in urban areas. Contemplating this, he found newfound confidence in Lin Chen. And how will you proceed? We shall find a quiet room where I can perform acupuncture to regulate your meridians, followed by medicinal application. After 7 days, you should regain 60% of your functionality. In truth, Lin Chen could have restored Lu Haojiang in one session, but he opted for a gradual approach. He wished to provide Lu Haojiang with a taste of improvement, fostering a desire for greater recovery. Let us proceed to the suite upstairs. The gentlemen's club occupied the top floor, with several spacious suites exceeding 100 square meters, remarkably generous for hotel accommodations. Lin Chen settled down to administer acupuncture to Lu Haojiang's arm, employing the techniques recorded in the medical text of Hua Tuo. The sensations of warmth and coolness coursed through Lu Haojiang's arm, invigorating his nerves and stimulating his reflex arcs. After a long absence of such sensitivity, Lu Haojiang's gaze toward Lin Chen softened, the earlier animosity dissipating. Though he had once been a ruthless figure within the underworld, Lu Haojiang appreciated strength and skill, and he recognized Lin Chen's mastery in both martial arts and medicine. 20 minutes later, he felt a marked improvement in the sensitivity of his tendons. The movements of his fingers became more fluid. It truly works, Lu Haojiang exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. I would never deceive you, Lin Chen replied with a subtle smile, handing him a prescription. Find someone to procure the herbs and prepare a medicinal paste to apply. Change it every 2 days, and after 3 applications on the 7th day, you will stabilize at 60% functionality. Give it a try. Lu Haojiang's heart raced with anticipation upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Excellent. I will find someone immediately. He had come to realize that Lin Chen's skill surpassed that of seasoned practitioners with decades of experience, and he felt a genuine respect blooming for the young man. Lin Chen, should you restore my arm, even to a mere 60% capability, I would be eternally grateful. Consider it a personal favor owed to you by Lu Haojiang. Currently, Lu Haojiang's right arm was nearly useless, limiting him to simple tasks like holding a cigarette or dressing himself, and even chopsticks posed a challenge. Despite his imposing exterior, he often faced ridicule from peers for his disability. Regaining even 60% functionality would significantly enhance his quality of life, allowing him to dine out without the fear of being the subject of mockery. Let us first observe the results. As for further treatment, I cannot yet guarantee success. But if a better method arises, restoring it to 90% and continuing my training would be entirely feasible. Lin Chen deliberately introduced this notion to instill hope in Lu Haojiang. 90% recovery? Wouldn't that mean near complete restoration? Lu Haojiang's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of joy illuminating his features. Lin Chen nodded. In theory, yes. However, it will require more extensive acupuncture and medicinal synergy, and I do not yet possess the certainty to fully restore it. Nevertheless, Lu Haojiang felt no disappointment. Rather, a wave of hope surged within him. He had consulted numerous doctors, both traditional and Western, all of whom had declared the damage to his tendons and nerves irreparable, leaving him at a loss. Yet here stood Lin Chen, seemingly possessing the means to achieve what others deemed impossible, further deepening Lu Haojiang's admiration. From this day forth, Lin Chen, you shall be considered my brother. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to reach out. This little divine healer has my unwavering support. Lu Haojiang recognized that Lin Chen represented not merely a chance for physical restoration, but a vital ally in his life. Due to his martial prowess and medical skills, it is highly likely that Lin Chen can employ them in the days to come. Who can guarantee they will never fall ill, suffer injuries, or offend formidable martial artists? For Lin Chen, these matters could be resolved with ease, akin to possessing a mysterious ally. Before departing, Lu Haojiang presented him with a bank card containing 500,000 yuan, insisting that Lin Chen accept it. Lu was concerned that offering too much at once might make Lin Chen refuse, and it seemed inappropriate to present a large sum upon their first meeting. Thus, the sum of 500,000 was deemed neither excessive nor insufficient, serving as a modest token of their acquaintance. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen accepted it. Feeling no need for formalities with such a person, there was no need to adhere to principles of integrity or medical ethics. Accepting payment for healing was entirely justified, and could even be seen as a redistribution of wealth. Moreover, receiving the money in person signified Lin Chen's acceptance of Lu Haojiang's intentions, indicating a willingness for further interaction. Each had their needs, leading to a mutual satisfaction. As Lin Chen was escorted out of the Junzi Society by Lu Haojiang, he spotted 3 familiar figures in the parking area: Meng Jiwei, Chen Tao, and Hong Yuexin. Lin Chen, over here. Chen Tao waved. Meng Jiwei and Hong Yuexin's eyes brightened upon seeing Lin Chen emerge unscathed, and they sighed in relief. Lin Chen approached with a smile. That was a false alarm, wasn't it? If you hadn't been there tonight, it would have transformed from a mere scare into a genuine nightmare, Meng Jiwei remarked with a light sigh. Hong Yuexin, her gaze filled with keen interest, scrutinized Lin Chen before extending her hand. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Hong Yuexin, also from the medical university. Though I am not in the clinical department, I study biotechnology. I met Meng Jiwei through the student council, and we became close friends. I am truly grateful for your intervention tonight. Consider it a favor owed. There's no need for formality. Since you are a friend of Meng Jiwei, you are also my friend, Lin Chen replied as he shook her hand. After her introduction, Hong Yuexin embraced Meng Jiwei. Both were considered the belles of the medical university and enjoyed a strong friendship. After their greetings, Hong Yuexin took her place in the passenger seat, while the driver was a hired chauffeur she had summoned. Chen Tao, lacking awareness, draped an arm around Lin Chen's shoulder as they settled into the back seat, leaving Meng Jiwei to take the passenger seat. Since when did you become a martial arts master? I had no idea, and I've never seen you practice in private. Chen Tao exclaimed, chattering incessantly like a machine gun. That's rather inconsiderate of you. Don't you feel guilty for keeping it from your friends? If you were a good sport, you'd teach me a thing or two. I want to be able to take on 10 at once. Although Meng Jiwei occupied the front seat, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen's face through the rearview mirror. Chapter 22. Poverty cannot move the heart. It was a winter filled with heavy snowfall when an elderly man collapsed outside a clinic. Lin Chen revived him. offering a bowl of hot porridge and concocting a medicinal brew, thus saving half his life. From that moment on, he was chosen to become the successor of the Medicine God Valley. Is it possible that the master of the Medicine God Valley is faring so poorly? Chen Tao responded. Astonished, sensing something amiss in the story, Lin Chen quickly clarified, my master was merely playing a role, testing my character and compassion. Once I proved myself worthy, he imparted some skills before vanishing. Chen Tao nodded in understanding. Ah, that makes sense. However, Meng Jiwei was not easily convinced. Sensing a mix of truth and fabrication in the tale, suspecting it was not the full story. Upon arriving at the university, just before parting ways, Meng Jiwei suddenly called out to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, tonight is my birthday. Would you accompany me for a walk? There are some things I wish to discuss with you. Her invitation, spoken aloud, flushed her cheeks, but the dim light of night concealed her embarrassment. Where to? Let us stroll by the campus lake. All right, Lin Chen agreed. The two walked side by side towards the lakeside, a popular rendezvous for couples under the moonlight, where they could admire the scenery, bask in the cool breeze, and share intimate moments. As they walked, Meng Jiwei spoke, Lin Chen, I truly appreciate your bravery tonight at the Junzi Society. If it weren't for you, I fear that Hong Yuexin and I would have been bullied. Lin Chen replied, you are my friend. How could I stand idly by while you face trouble? Stopping in her tracks, Meng Jiwei turned to face Lin Chen, sighing. I feel somewhat guilty for revealing your abilities, knowing many have now become aware of them. I suspect you kept them hidden for a reason. Lin Chen chuckled softly. In the past, I practiced in secret, without any reason to show off. It wouldn't be due to engage in fights needlessly. So, it was fortunate that I could put my skills to use. You needn't mock me. Even I was unaware of how capable I truly am. This experience has given me a clearer understanding of my own abilities. Is that so? Meng Jiwei pondered, finding his reasoning quite valid, and her guilt began to dissipate. This year's birthday is indeed thrilling. It will likely remain etched in my memory for a lifetime, she suddenly declared, casting a glance at Lin Chen filled with admiration and affection. Lin Chen, feeling a bit awkward, turned his gaze towards the shimmering lake. By the way, I heard you and Wang Rong have broken up. Lin Chen spoke calmly about the betrayal he had faced that morning, his tone even and devoid of anger or sadness. Such a relationship was not worth his emotions, nor did it merit his sorrow. It was merely a case of misplaced judgment on her part. However, in the realm of young love, who has he encountered a few scoundrels? Moreover, Lin Chen considered this misfortune a blessing in disguise, for it led him to join the Heavenly Doctor chat group, which could alter his fate. In truth, he ought to thank Wang Rong and Zhao Tsong for their mistreatment, as it had drawn the attention of the Fortunate One, granting him entry into the celestial circle. Meng Jiwei nodded slightly, thinking, you must have been out of your mind. You had a beautiful friend right beside you, yet you chose the shallow Wang Rong. Ultimately, it's all in the past. What matters is that you've moved on. Discovering Wang Rong's true nature this morning has freed you. That's quite fortunate, Meng Jiwei remarked with a smile. Indeed, this experience has suddenly enlightened me on many matters. I feel as though I have matured, Lin Chen replied with a smile, having let go of any resentment towards Wang Rong. He now regarded her merely as a misguided choice from his past. Meng Jiwei observed the significant transformation in Lin Chen, noting his newfound confidence and charm, which surpassed his former self. Previously, she had viewed Lin Chen as reserved and modest, a person of remarkable integrity and reliability, possessing self-respect, determination to study, and a wealth of knowledge. In today's society, maintaining one's principles was indeed rare, marking him as a hidden gem. Aside from his poor taste in romantic partners, he had many commendable qualities. However, the present Lin Chen exuded even more confidence, moving with grace and ease, radiating an air of elegance and warmth that made interactions with him all the more pleasant. Since you've gained this understanding and matured so quickly, I must add one thing. As friends, if your mother is gravely ill, I can lend you some money. You wouldn't object, would you? You cannot continue to let your pride and self-respect prevent you from helping her, Meng Jiwei advised. Lin Chen felt a wave of warmth in his heart as he gazed at Meng Jiwei, genuinely grateful. Why didn't I pursue this classmate friend sooner? He mused. Perhaps it was her beauty and privileged background that made him feel unworthy of her affection. He never wished to hinder her from finding someone more deserving. Lin Chen believed he was unworthy and did not want to prevent her from seeking a more exceptional partner. This is a manifestation of common inferiority complex. One may be impoverished, yet one's spirit must not be diminished. Otherwise, one's perspective becomes narrow and extreme, leading to erroneous choices. A lack of an enlightened mindset can also hinder one's vision. Suddenly, Lin Chen grasped these notions, his thoughts flowing freely. Meng Jiwei appeared somewhat astonished. Are you treating yourself? Lin Chen explained. Indeed, do not forget, I am the heir of the Apothecary Valley. My skills were lacking before, but I have recently been diligently studying medical texts and have discovered a method to handle this matter myself, so you need not worry. But it's a kidney ailment. How can I not be concerned? Lin Chen smiled wryly at the thought of her lack of trust. Nevertheless, her support and care moved him, and he nodded slightly in agreement. Yet, he felt it was rather peculiar, her concern for him. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Chapter 23. Private conversation with Zhang Guolao. Lin Chen and Meng Zhuwei opened their hearts to each other, sharing many thoughts. Not only was Lin Chen in high spirits, but Meng Zhuwei also wore a delighted expression. Perhaps it was Lin Chen's acceptance of her financial assistance that diminished the barriers and distance between them. This candid and unreserved exchange was truly enchanting. Previously, Meng Zhuwei would borrow money through Wang Rong, concerned about Lin Chen's pride and dignity, ensuring Wang Rong did not disclose that the money was from her, or would send it directly to Lin's mother, accumulating over 100,000 in total. Now that Wang Rong had parted ways with him, Meng Zhuwei's relationship with Lin Chen transcended the disparities of wealth, allowing for heartfelt conversations, which filled her with joy. Moreover, Lin Chen seemed genuinely transformed. He exuded more maturity and confidence than his former reserved self. This undoubtedly made him even more appealing to women. What a remarkable birthday this was. After speaking, Meng Zhuwei glanced at her watch and said to Lin Chen, "May I have a hug to mark this birthday perfectly?" "Of course, you are the birthday star. I will heed your wishes." Lin Chen smiled, feeling a newfound confidence since joining the apothecary chat group. No longer burdened by insecurity, he interacted with Meng Zhuwei with grace and ease. He opened his arms and welcomed the campus beauty into his embrace. Meng Zhuwei giggled, nestling against him. Inhaling his masculine scent, her cheeks flushed as her face rested on his shoulder. Lin Chen stood at about 178 centimeters, while Meng Zhuwei was around 168 centimeters, a perfect 10-centimeter difference. The delicate fragrance enveloped him, and Lin Chen felt a sense of intoxication. In that moment, he experienced tranquility, freshness, and comfort. He had never dared to imagine embracing the goddess Meng. He had always regarded her as a princess, himself merely a knight. Their identities too disparate for any inappropriate thoughts. Yet this time, he felt an unfamiliar warmth and stirring within. After a while, Meng Zhuwei stepped back, smiling gently as she waved goodbye. Even though it was a fleeting few minutes, she felt content, knowing that Lin Chen was now single, providing her ample opportunities to spend time with him. She refrained from pushing further, avoiding any discussion of romantic relationships, as she wished to understand Lin Chen better, while also allowing him the time he needed to adjust. Watching Meng Zhuwei's retreating figure, Lin Chen felt a moment of daze, then shook his head with a wry smile. Finding it difficult to decipher the thoughts of the goddess Meng, Lin Chen's dormitory was room 611, shared with 3 others. The conditions were fairly decent, with bunk beds above and desks below. As it was getting late, the lights would be turned off at 11 p.m. Lin Chen tidied his toiletries, quickly washed up, and lay down on his bed. What a miraculous day it had been. From witnessing his girlfriend's infidelity to accidentally joining the apothecary chat group, seizing a red envelope, and receiving the legacy of a divine healer, then rushing to the hospital to save someone, and attending Meng Zhuwei's birthday party, even clashing with Lu Haojiang. These events felt surreal. He hoped that upon waking, the chat group would still be active, allowing him to truly alter his fate and embark on a new path in life. Lin Chen practiced the Pure Yang Sutra. Even while lying down, he could cultivate and gather energy, though it was not as effective as meditative sitting. Now that he had acquired some wealth, it was time to consider renting an apartment. With graduation approaching in 2 months, he would inevitably need to move out, so it would be wise to start searching for a place. Before drifting off to sleep, Lin Chen took out his phone and reopened the apothecary chat group application. Indeed, conversations were ongoing. Zhang Guolao, does anyone want the heavenly spirit fruit used by Earth immortals? It can be refined into the heavenly spirit elixir to enhance the probability of breaking through to celestial immortal, selling for 500 merit points. Sun Simiao, the heavenly spirit elixir requires 81 varieties of Earth immortal grade herbs. A single heavenly spirit fruit is not rare. Everyone has it. If it's exchanged for silver phoenix grass or yellow dragon ginseng, someone would certainly snatch it up. Zhang Guolao, nonsense, those items are scarce, and I need them. Lin Chen quietly observed, finding Zhang Guolao quite intriguing, and decided to add him as a friend. Zhang Guolao, whose surname is Zhang and given name Gua, is also known as Master Tongxian, and was summoned by Wu Zetian and Emperor Xuanzong during the Tang dynasty. He was granted the 5 Peaks Mountain in Xingzhou, and is one of the 8 immortals of Chinese mythology. When Emperor Xuanzong witnessed this, he was taken aback, thinking he had lost his mind, and hurriedly inquired, "Why do you act thus? Go and rest." Zhang Guolao nodded and turned to leave, but shortly after, he emerged again, looking remarkably youthful, resembling a vigorous man in his prime. The records describe him with dark hair and bright teeth, appearing youthful, which astonished Emperor Xuanzong, who admired him greatly. Believing Zhang Guolao possessed genuine skills, Emperor Xuanzong appointed him as Silver Green Minister of Rites and conferred upon him the title Master Tongxian. Emperor Xuanzong also had a sister, Princess Yuzhen, whom he wished to marry to Zhang Guolao. However, Zhang Guolao insisted on declining, singing, "To marry a princess, one must ascend 10 levels of the noble court. While others rejoice, I perceive it as a fearsome prospect." After singing, he laughed heartily and produced a paper donkey, blowing it into shape and riding it away backwards. This is a tale from folklore. Ding. You have successfully added Zhang Guolao as a friend. Lin Chen, greetings, immortal. Zhang Guolao, greetings, great sage. Lin Chen directly inquired. Do you have any elixirs or spiritual herbs suitable for mortals or low-level cultivators for exchange? Zhang Guolao, do you require low-level cultivator herbs? Lin Chen, indeed. My disciple-s cultivation family needs some. I have run out. Zhang Guolao, no problem. I happen to have some low-level cultivator herbs growing in my garden. Used to feed celestial cranes and spiritual beasts. I can harvest some for exchange. Lin Chen was speechless. It turned out that low-level spiritual herbs were akin to fodder for spiritual beasts, much like how mortals feed livestock. However, Lin Chen did not mind, as he was still at a low cultivation level. Lin Chen could now attempt alchemy and produce spiritual liquids, acquiring some herbs and elixirs to enhance his abilities. As for Zhang Guolao, since the herbs were merely for feeding spiritual beasts, exchanging them for merit points was acceptable. Zhang Guolao, a bottle of gathering chi elixir for 10 merit points, 3 pounds of silver heartgrass for 15 merit points, 10 Bai Ling fruits for 20 merit points, and many others. Lin Chen calculated his merit points, realizing he had just over 40 left, so he needed to use them sparingly. Lin Chen, let us go with these for now. I can't digest too much at once. Please send me the gathering chi elixir, silver heartgrass, and Bai Ling fruits for 40 merit points, and additionally, 3 merit points for a low-level cultivator's alchemy skill book. Zhang Guolao hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. Lin Chen completed the transaction. Ding. System. Congratulations, Lin Chen. You have acquired a bottle of gathering chi elixir, 3 pounds of silver heartgrass, 10 Bai Ling fruits, and 1 low-level cultivator's alchemy skill book. Upon seeing these resources for low-level cultivators, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Chapter 24. Cultivation Enhancement. After Lin Chen acquired the Qi Gathering Pill, he refrained from consuming it immediately. Instead, he planned to seek out the most secluded corner of the campus early the following Saturday morning to begin his consumption. At present, he felt at ease perusing the skills of alchemy and medicine, aided by the secret texts bestowed upon him by El Dong Bin and the medical classics of Hua Tuo. Remarkably, Lin Chen found that he could comprehend them. With the availability of low-tier spiritual herbs, he was poised to experiment with alchemy himself. Filled with anticipation, Lin Chen drifted into slumber. At the break of dawn the next day, Lin Chen sought out the most isolated corner of the campus, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced the use of the Qi Gathering Pill. The small vial contained 10 pills. For practitioners in the Qi induction and foundation establishment stages, these pills proved immensely beneficial. Upon consuming the first pill, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body. Before long, Lin Chen broke through to the 4th layer of Qi induction. After ingesting 3 more pills, he ascended to the 5th layer, and upon consuming 5 pills in total, he reached the 6th layer. One must commend the exceptional quality of the low-tier pills crafted by Zhang Guolao, for he had already attained the status of an earth immortal. Rising to his feet, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. He even appeared slightly taller, with his features appearing refined and handsome. It is no wonder that practitioners of immortality are often described as possessing ethereal grace and allure, as their cultivation progresses towards perfection at the cellular level. Female cultivators resemble celestial maidens, while male cultivators are predominantly tall and striking. Of course, some practitioners remain indifferent to their appearance, choosing to maintain their original forms or even deliberately adopting unappealing looks. With the weekend behind him, a new week commenced, and Lin Chen returned to work. For this was a prime opportunity for him to accrue merit points. Thus, he arrived punctually at Weikong Hospital. Upon clocking in at the hospital's major illness department, Director Peng personally approached him to announce the dismissal of Chief Physician Su Kuan, with Deputy Chief Physician Jiang Jinghua appointed as the acting chief. This middle-aged woman, in her early 40s, had long been overshadowed by Su Kuan and was now finally promoted. I hereby declare that Lin Chen has successfully performed a life-saving operation last night. Coupled with his self-directed study of medicine, Therefore, he shall be granted early confirmation as a formal physician at this hospital, bringing our total number of attending physicians to 6. As Lin Chen is newly confirmed, he will not be on duty during his first year, but will instead serve as an assistant to learn the processes of patient consultation, with the expectation of officially seeing patients in his second year. Director Pang bestowed upon Lin Chen numerous special privileges, effectively catapulting him over 2 to 3 years of struggle from an ordinary physician to an attending physician. This decision elicited surprised expressions from many, with some speculating that Lin Chen might be Director Pang's illegitimate child. Nevertheless, those who had witnessed the results of young Master Song's surgery were genuinely impressed by Lin Chen's surgical prowess, deeming him a surgical prodigy. Director Jiang, are there any issues on your end? Jiang Jinghua nodded in affirmation. No issues. We welcome Lin Chen to join our major illness clinical department as one of the attending physicians. We will also arrange for the talented Yang Madong to mentor him for a year and a half, guiding him through various processes such as patient consultations and rounds, so he can handle responsibilities independently this morning. That is splendid. Director Pang beamed, fully aware of Lin Chen's capabilities and deeming him worthy of the title Little Divine Physician. Having him at Jiangzhou Weikang Hospital was a considerable asset, ready to tackle challenging cases or emergency surgeries as they arose. With a cheerful demeanor, Director Pang departed the scene. Once he left, Lin Chen greeted the attending physicians, ordinary physicians, anesthetists, and nurses present. Many were astonished and envious upon witnessing his swift ascension from intern to attending physician within a mere 2 days. Madong, please guide Lin Chen. He is also your junior. A 26-year-old beauty doctor, Yang Madong, nodded slightly. She was a top student, having completed her bachelor's and master's degree in medicine in a mere 3 years. Having graduated with her master's at 23 due to her early admission and accelerated studies. During the time, she had published numerous papers showcasing outstanding performance, which hastened her rise from intern to ordinary physician and then to attending physician. This was already the fastest promotion trajectory, 3 years from intern to attending physician. Yet Lin Chen's case was even more extraordinary, as he had ascended before completing his internship, shattering Yang Madong's record. Yang Madong acknowledged Lin Chen with a nod as a form of greeting. After the meeting adjourned, Yang Madong instructed Lin Chen to gather his belongings and relocate to the attending physician's office, no longer sharing space with the interns. Lin Chen had little to pack. He quickly filled a cardboard box and proceeded to the attending physician's office. Inside, only Yang Madong remained, reviewing patient cases while awaiting his arrival. The other attending physicians were either on rounds or preparing for surgeries or consultations. Lin Chen, I heard you performed young Master Song's surgery entirely on your own yesterday? Yang Madong sighed. Even I, having witnessed the surgical results, feel somewhat inadequate. Given the severity of the injuries, your ability to save him is indeed impressive. Lin Chen humbly replied, I was merely fortunate. Yang Madong inquired with curiosity, during your internship, I never realized you possessed such remarkable medical skills. How did you acquire your knowledge? Lin Chen chuckled ruefully. It's not that I lacked opportunities to showcase my skills. My grandfather is an old Chinese medicine practitioner, running a clinic in the countryside. I spent several years learning from him during my winter and summer breaks, gaining some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. However, I opted to study Western medicine, aspiring to bridge both disciplines, as contemporary major illnesses often necessitate Western medical intervention, while traditional Chinese medicine excels in rehabilitation, lacking efficacy in surgical procedures. Thus, I intend to focus on practical experience and learning in Western medicine. Upon hearing this, Yang Madong regarded her junior with newfound respect. All right, let us begin rounds together. We will have plenty of opportunities for communication. Dressed in her white coat and clutching a stack of medical records, Yang Madong commenced her rounds, with Lin Chen following suit. Upon entering the inpatient area of the major illness department, a middle-aged woman suddenly rushed towards them, her eyes red and voice hoarse, shouting, Return my son's life. She lunged at Yang Madong, who was momentarily taken aback. Recognizing the woman, she recalled that she was the mother of a previous patient. That patient had been admitted to the major illness department, already in critical condition, and had undergone surgery the previous week, which unfortunately did not yield a successful outcome, resulting in the boy's death. Consequently, the mother seemed unable to reconcile with the reality of her son's demise and had repeatedly insisted on holding the doctors accountable. Such incidents were not uncommon in the major illness department, as it primarily dealt with cases deemed untreatable by other departments, thus being referred for emergency treatment or final care. However, today, she had returned to cause a scene. Chapter 25. Unwarranted calamity. The major illness department was indeed unique. Ordinary ailments were seldom referred here unless they were terminal. As a result, The survival rate in this department was the lowest, as most patients admitted were gravely ill. It was not unusual for several patients to pass away each week due to various cancers, heart failures, acute illnesses, and the like. Yet, some irate family members would express their grievances, even resorting to harsh words. Such emotional fluctuations were quite normal. However, this middle-aged mother was particularly obstinate, unable to accept the death of her son, even going as far as to report the incident to the authorities, demanding an autopsy. The examination revealed all was normal. The death was indeed due to the illness and not attributable to surgical malpractice, confirming the hospital's non-involvement. Nevertheless, the family's emotional turmoil had spiraled out of control, rendering rationality futile. "Return my son. You incompetent doctors, it's all your fault." The middle-aged woman had seen Yang Madong during the surgery, as she had emerged to request the family's signature on the critical care consent form. The actual lead surgeon had not made an appearance, entering the operating room through an internal hospital passage. Thus, the woman had never encountered the true attending physician and had mistakenly identified Yang Madong as the primary doctor. In her frenzy, the middle-aged woman reached out to claw at Yang Madong's beautiful face. "That's enough." At that moment, a large hand encircled Yang Madong's waist, lifting her off the ground and spinning her around. Lin Chen, facing the middle-aged woman, spoke calmly. "Madam, please do not be agitated. The matter has reached a conclusion. Your commotion is futile, and if we call the police, it is you who will face imprisonment. You are all scoundrels, a bunch of incompetent doctors. Give me back my son." The middle-aged woman screamed, heedless of his explanation, clawing and scratching in a frenzied manner. Lin Chen felt a surge of frustration. He wanted to fight back, but could only evade her attacks, pushing her away. Nonetheless, her grasp left scratches on his arms and neck. He was nearly disfigured. He understood her pain. The grief of losing a child is unbearable, a parent bidding farewell to a child. It is a sorrow that no one can truly comprehend. Yet, her unreasonable outburst was excessive. Ultimately, her selfishness, fixated solely on her own child without regard for others, led to this unfortunate situation. Extreme individuals often encounter tragic outcomes. Lin Chen suppressed his anger, refraining from retaliating. If he were not a doctor in that instance, he would have slapped her. Soon, the commotion attracted security, who forcibly escorted the middle-aged woman away. "Are you all right?" Yang Madong asked anxiously, noticing the scratches on Lin Chen's arms and neck. Had it not been for him, she feared she would have been the one suffering, perhaps even facing disfigurement. Realizing this, she felt guilty, acknowledging that Lin Chen had taken the brunt of the incident for her. "It's nothing serious," Lin Chen replied quietly. Though inwardly he cursed his bad luck, his first day formally on the job had turned into a chaotic event. "Let's go to the dressing room. I'll tend to your wounds," Yang Madong suggested, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Lin Chen felt the scratches on his neck and arm needed attention, and he agreed, hoping for a swift remedy. "Thank you for your help," he said, feeling appreciative. "It's no trouble at all. After all, you took this for me." Yang Madong expressed her gratitude as she led Lin Chen to a dressing room, retrieving cotton and alcohol for disinfection. She began to carefully dress his wounds. "Ah, be gentle. That hurts," Lin Chen winced. In the room, Yang Madong meticulously disinfected his injuries with cotton soaked in alcohol. As she bandaged his neck, their faces were nearly touching, and Lin Chen's warm breath brushed against her face, causing a flutter of warmth in her cheeks. "Dr. Yang, are you feeling warm?" Lin Chen inquired with a smile. "What?" Yang Madong momentarily lost her train of thought, looking puzzled. "Your face is quite flushed." Lin Chen chuckled lightly, the subtle fragrance emanating from her adding to his discomfort. Yang Madong was renowned in the hospital for her beauty, with many admirers. Having recently transitioned from internal medicine to a major department, she had quickly made a name for herself due to her exceptional abilities at a young age. "Stop joking around and be serious." Yang Madong blushed further, puffing in annoyance. She pressed the alcohol-soaked cotton onto his wound, causing Lin Chen to yelp in pain. "Lin Chen, I truly must thank you for this," she said sincerely after finishing his bandaging, as she tidied up the disinfecting tools. "No need for thanks. We are colleagues, and it's imperative we support one another. In situations like this, it is more fitting for a man to step forward," Lin Chen replied with a soft smile. Yang Madong shot him a sideways glance, finding this younger colleague surprisingly dependable. "By the way, do you have any plans for tonight?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and nodded. "I think I'm free. To express my gratitude for your help, I would like to treat you to dinner this evening," she offered. Lin Chen was taken aback. It seemed reasonable for her to invite him to dinner after he had helped her avoid injury. "That sounds good. I'll join you," he agreed, feeling there was no reason to decline the invitation from a beautiful colleague. The morning passed as Lin Chen familiarized himself with various work processes alongside Yang Madong. In the afternoon, he sat at his desk, perusing medical records and literature, essential for enhancing his skills, as he could not solely rely on the medical software. Self-study was crucial for solidifying his knowledge and fostering progress. He also checked the medical chat group, but found no one was engaged in conversation, likely preoccupied with their own matters. Before he knew it, the workday had ended. Lin Chen changed out of his doctor's coat into casual attire. Just then, a text message arrived, asking him to meet outside. Upon exiting the hospital, he spotted Yang Modong waving at him from the roadside. She had changed out of her white coat and into a lovely dress, looking charming and captivating. "I'm here," Lin Chen exclaimed, somewhat surprised, as he hurried over. "Come with me. My car is parked in the lot ahead," she instructed. "You drive?" Lin Chen was mildly astonished, having never seen her arrive by car before. She usually walked into the hospital. It was a rarity to see. She retrieved her keys from her bag, pressing a button that activated the lights on her Porsche. "You drove this to work? I didn't realize you were a wealthy beauty." Lin Chen marveled. "Don't make a fuss. Get in." Yang Modong beckoned him into the car, smoothly merging into the traffic flow. Lin Chen was surprised by her affluent background. In the past, he might have felt inferior. But with the connections he had formed through the medical chat group, he remained composed, no longer placing importance on material wealth. Earning a living would come easily to him in the future. Half an hour later, Yang Modong brought him to the Golden Pavilion restaurant on the 53rd floor of a luxurious Carlton hotel in Jiazhou. The ambience was elegant, the decor opulent, and the vast floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the city's nightscape. "This place is extravagant. Isn't this a bit excessive?" Lin Chen remarked, as it was his first time in such a high-end establishment. Although he understood that for someone of Yang Modong's background, it might be commonplace, he still felt overawed. Yang Modong remained unfazed, displaying her gratitude as they entered the restaurant, guided by the staff to their table. Without further pleasantries, she ordered an array of sumptuous dishes and specifically requested a bottle of expensive red wine for their shared toast of thanks. The steak was prepared in a Western style with a light black pepper sauce that accentuated the tenderness of the meat without overwhelming it. The chef at Golden Pavilion had ingeniously avoided the heavy sauces often found in Western cuisine, allowing the steak to breathe and release its rich flavor, making it a favorite among meat lovers. "Try their signature steak," Yang Modong encouraged. Lin Chen nodded, but before he could pick up his chopsticks, a mocking voice interrupted. "Oh, isn't that Lin Chen? Do you even have the right to dine here?" Chapter 26. Slander. Lin Chen turned upon hearing his name, recognizing the familiar figure with a frown. It was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Wang Rong. What a coincidence. Why do I keep running into her? Lin Chen thought, feeling exasperated. He had always been unable to see her when he wanted to, yet now that they had broken up, he encountered her everywhere. Was this fate's cruel joke? "Lin Chen, how did you manage to afford a meal here?" Wang Rong's expression was unkind, as she was well aware of his impoverished background. He was a struggling student. His father had passed away, leaving his mother to raise him and his younger sister, Lin Qing. Just last year, his mother was diagnosed with renal failure. And throughout this year, substantial sums have been spent. Through Wang Rong alone, Meng Jiwei has lent Lin Chen nearly 100,000. However, the cost of a kidney transplant surgery is exorbitant, amounting to 1 million. Lin Chen certainly lacks the funds, having been left penniless. How could he possibly afford a lavish meal at such an upscale hotel? Even she, after much pleading with her wealthy boyfriend Zhao Tsong, managed to be brought here for a meal, intending to take beautiful photos to flaunt on social media. "Why should it concern you where I dine? Mind your own business," Lin Chen retorted, his tone displeasing Wang Rong. Initially, when she directed him, he would not dare to counter. Now, fresh from a breakup, he began to speak back, revealing his impatience, and his true nature was surfacing. Fortunately, she had already discarded him. Wang Rong scoffed, "Do not forget. Your mother is gravely ill and nearing the end of her funds for hospitalization, yet you squander money on extravagant meals to woo a girl. Truly, you are an unfilial son." Lin Chen cast a cold glance at Wang Rong, perceiving her as a mere clown. He pondered how he had been so blind to have developed feelings for this morally bankrupt woman, even if he had not pursued Meng Jiwei. Youth had clouded his judgment, intoxicated by the folly of love. Thankfully, he had awakened. He was no longer the Lin Chen of yesteryear. "This meal is courtesy of a friend, and my presence here has nothing to do with you. Please keep your distance. I wish to never see you again. And should we cross paths, let us not converse." Lin Chen spoke with frigid disdain, entirely disenchanted with Wang Rong, leaving no remnants of affection. Wang Rong, incensed by his dismissive attitude, glared at Yang Modong, momentarily stunned by the latter's superior beauty and grace. How could this foolish Lin Chen be dining with such an exquisite woman? Had he become a kept man? Surely, that must be the case. He had lost his girlfriend while trying to save his mother, and now, he had become materialistic, fawning over wealthy heiresses. Wang Rong's mind concocted scenarios of Lin Chen's alleged actions, her face twisted with a mocking smile. Lin Chen, you have learned to play the gigolo, charming wealthy beauties with sweet words. After her jibes, she turned to Yang Modong to inform her, Miss, do not be deceived. This man was once my boyfriend. Devoid of ambition, a mere slacker with a gravely ill mother, destined to remain a failure for life. Do not be misled by his flattery. His interest in you is purely for your wealth. Wang Rong's harsh words darkened Lin Chen's expression further. He could hardly believe that even after their breakup, she would continue to harass him, perhaps driven by some grudge. After 2 years of their relationship, he had gained nothing but wasted time and energy, ultimately being betrayed. Should he not be the one to feel anger and resentment? How could a woman of such poor character dare to mock him? Wang Rong, when will you cease? Do not presume that everyone is as despicable as you. Lin Chen's anger flared, and he no longer held back his words. Wang Rong, her face flushed with indignation. Shot back, am I wrong in what I said? Yang Modong interjected firmly, I am sorry, but you are mistaken. Lin Chen has not pursued me. He is merely my colleague. I invited him to dinner as he has helped me immensely, and now he is my friend. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Wang Rong was taken aback, unable to comprehend the true situation. She had intended to expose Lin Chen's supposed hypocrisy, but instead, her assumptions had been swiftly dismantled. How could this be? Wang Rong struggled to accept the reality. Yang Modong, with an icy demeanor, added, Please leave. Do not disrupt my meal with Mr. Lin Chen. Wang Rong stood by the table, her expression fluctuating between anger and humiliation as she caught Lin Chen's mocking smile, her cheeks burning with rage. Just then, Zhao Tsong, her wealthy boyfriend, emerged from the restroom and approached. Rong, our table is not here. Oh, isn't that silly, Lin? Zhao Tsong was surprised to see Lin Chen dining in such a place. Mind your language. Lin Chen could not help but retort. Zhao Tsong sneered. Should I really be cautious with a foolish and impoverished fellow like you? Even your girlfriend has been taken by me behind your back. Are you not the biggest fool? Zhao Tsong, reveling in his romantic success, looked down upon Lin Chen with a sense of superiority. However, when he caught sight of the stunning beauty dining with Lin Chen, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wow! The silent exclamation encapsulated his astonishment. The woman before him, with her elegance, beauty, and exquisite attire, adorned with a diamond necklace, was the epitome of a true socialite, far surpassing Wang Rong in every regard. What is your name, miss? Zhao Tsong, shedding his arrogant demeanor, adopted a courteous tone. Eager to learn the identity of this extraordinary woman, if he could charm her, Wang Rong would be easily discarded. And it would be all the more ironic to have taken her from Lin Chen. My name is of no concern to you. Please leave us. And do not disturb our meal, Yang Modong asserted, her patience wearing thin. She had merely wished to enjoy a peaceful dinner, yet chaos had ensued. She shot Lin Chen a glance, silently conveying her disapproval of his choice of acquaintances. Lin Chen shrugged, expressing his exasperation. These are just two oddities and nuisances. Zhao Tsong felt a sense of embarrassment wash over him, unable to maintain his earlier bravado. Wang Rong, witnessing Zhao Tsong's reaction, felt her own irritation rise, now harboring resentment towards Yang Modong as well. Tsong, I believe this is the best spot. Have the manager move these two away. You hold a diamond card here. Surely you can manage that? Wang Rong incited trouble. Zhao Tsong nodded, calling the manager over and brandishing his diamond membership card to request a table change. The manager appeared conflicted, as the two patrons had already begun their meal, and forcing a change would be rather rude. However, with Zhao Tsong's diamond card, he was entitled to special treatment. I am a diamond member. They are merely regular customers. Surely, it is clear who holds greater privilege. If this request cannot be fulfilled, I will lodge a complaint with your general manager, Zhao Tsong pressed, demonstrating the might of a wealthy heir. Wang Rong wore a smug smile, anticipating the humiliation Lin Chen and his companion would soon face. The manager, caught in a dilemma, hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Do you possess a Jinxian membership card? Yang Modong frowned, realizing she had many restaurant and mall membership cards, but not one for Jinxian, as she rarely frequented it. Her usual haunts were Michelin-starred establishments in Tanggu, equally renowned. Is Jinxian affiliated with the Sudong Group? Lin Chen suddenly inquired. The manager nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Jinxian and Carlton Hotel have both been acquired by Sudong Group. The table bears their emblem. If you possess a membership card for the Sudong Group, you may also use that. Lin Chen produced the black gold card gifted to him by Liang Tai, placing it on the table. Would this suffice? The lobby manager, upon seeing the black gold card, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause of astonishment, he cautiously remarked, This is the most prestigious membership card of Sudong Group. There are only 10 in existence, reserved exclusively for the shareholders who participated in the initial venture of Sudong. Here at Jinqian, you will receive the utmost service, even enjoying a 50% discount. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tsong and Wang Rong were utterly astonished, and even Yang Modong seemed perplexed by Lin Chen's demeanor. Chapter 27. A slap in the face. Where did you acquire a shareholder's black gold card? Zhao Tsong inquired sharply. That is none of your concern. Do I need to report to you about what I possess? Lin Chen retorted coldly. Turning to the lobby manager, he continued, these two have been causing a scene here, severely disrupting my dining experience with this young lady. Kindly ask them to leave. I wish not to see them. The lobby manager nodded and turned with an apologetic smile towards Zhao Tsong and Wang Rong. I apologize, but since the holder of the black gold card has spoken, your dining privileges for this evening have been revoked. Please exit, and you may return only after this gentleman and lady have finished their meal. Zhao Tsong protested vehemently. How dare anyone treat me this way? The lobby manager shook his head. I am sorry, but this is the policy of Jinqian and the Sudong Group. Should you have any objections, you may file a complaint against the holder of the shareholder Supreme Card. Zhao Tsong fell silent, realizing that the Sudong Group was a formidable entity in Jiangzhou, far beyond the reach of his small company. Subsequently, the lobby manager summoned security to escort Zhao Tsong and Wang Rong out. Once this scene concluded, Yang Modong gazed at Lin Chen with curiosity. What is it? Do I have something on my face? Lin Chen asked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny. With a faint smile, he explained, it's nothing really. Just yesterday morning, I saved a young heir of the Song family. That Song Dongshu is the helm of the Sudong Group, and to show his gratitude, he gifted me this supreme membership card. There is no scandal involving illegitimate shareholders, nor any hidden identities or schemes. It is merely the circumstance of having saved someone and being awarded a card. Ah, I see. Yang Modong exclaimed, understanding at last. Your ex-girlfriend is certainly unique. Parting ways was for the best. Your future will surely be brighter. Yang Modong offered Lin Chen a comforting remark, having gleaned part of the story from Wang Rong's superficiality. It's all right. This was my first experience with a campus romance. I was naive and foolish. This lesson has only served to mature me. Toasting to growth. The two enjoyed a couple of glasses of red wine and partook of a sumptuous meal before finally departing from Jinqian restaurant. The following day, upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Chen had just changed into his attire when a nurse burst into the consultation room, urgently exclaiming, there has been an accident involving a private vehicle. A pregnant woman has been injured and is being rushed to the emergency room. They require our department as specialists to assist as her injuries are severe. A grave expression crossed Lin Chen's face. Find Director Zhang immediately. Have her come and coordinate. Without delay. He followed the nurse out of the consultation room and towards the emergency unit. The emergency department often faced unpredictable situations, and cases involving pregnant women were particularly complex. Due to the presence of a fetus, many medications were contraindicated, as they could adversely affect fetal development. Upon arrival, Lin Chen found the pregnant woman in critical condition, with significant bleeding and elevated heart rate. Please, save my child. The distraught mother cried, her body battered and her emotions erratic. Lin Chen approached to assess her injuries and discovered internal trauma. With fractured ribs, the prognosis was not optimistic. Lin Chen, what is the situation? Yang Modong inquired as she approached him. Where is Director Jiang? Lin Chen asked in return. Director Jiang is currently in surgery. I came to check in. The emergency room staff consists of rotating physicians from internal medicine, surgery, and the major illness department to address urgent cases. Since the attending physician is occupied in surgery, no other doctors are available for the procedure. It falls to us, Yang Modong explained as she began to examine the pregnant woman. Lin Chen stepped aside, taking a moment to breathe. Shortly thereafter, a senior physician from obstetrics and gynecology arrived, and upon assessing the situation, her expression turned grave. The child cannot be saved. Quickly, take her to the operating room. She commanded urgently. No, doctor, please. You must save my child. It cannot be lost before it is even born. The pregnant woman pleaded, struggling to rise as her family members desperately implored for assistance, causing Yang Modong and the others to break into a sweat. With the mother's life hanging in the balance, and the family refusing to sign consent to prioritize the child, the hospital was unable to proceed with the surgery. How can you prioritize the child when the mother is in such peril? A gynecologist lamented. We have sacrificed so much for this child. We must save it. The family insisted, resolute. The gynecologist, recognizing the futility of their hope, stated, it cannot be done. Please, find a way to save the child. Money is not an issue. Yang Modong and Director Zhang of Obstetrics repeatedly attempted to reason with the family, but they remained obstinate, unwilling to concede, including the mother herself. I have a way to save the child. Quickly, take her to the operating room. Lin Chen interjected, unable to watch the pregnant woman suffer any longer. Every moment counted. Can you truly save the child? The family members looked to Lin Chen as if he were their last hope. I can, Lin Chen replied slowly. Having learned the principles of the Tai divine needle from the Hua Tuo medical canon, theoretically granting him the ability to heal. However, lacking practical experience, he hesitated. Yet he could see how deeply the family cherished the unborn child. He could not stand idly by as the mother faced death. If he could at least ensure the mother's survival, the hospital would be held accountable should she perish without any intervention. Lin Chen, are you out of your mind? How can you guarantee the child's safety? Yang Modong pulled him aside, casting him a fierce glare. Lin Chen offered a wry smile, fully aware of the implications of his words. He understood that in cases where hope was unwarranted, one must not make promises that could not be fulfilled, lest it be deemed deceitful, violating hospital protocols. Once the surgery was complete, if the child were lost, the family would surely erupt in outrage. Dr. Lin, please be mindful. Do not create chaos. Director Zhang of Obstetrics interjected sternly, her expression darkening. Having just informed the family that the child could not be saved, Lin Chen's assertion that it could be was akin to a slap in her face. With years of experience, she knew the realities of obstetrics and, out of a sense of responsibility, urged Lin Chen to refrain from making such claims. In this situation, the child could not be saved. It was an undeniable fact. There was no room for comforting falsehoods. Such lies could have dire consequences. The medical staff surrounding them shared similar sentiments, believing Lin Chen's words were merely an attempt to console the mother and her family. Yet, the ramifications of such statements could be severe, placing the hospital in a precarious position and contradicting established protocols. Chapter 28. The compassion of a healer. The pregnant woman recognized the hesitation among the other doctors, sensing their reluctance to act out of fear of liability. She cradled her belly, tears streaming down her face, and fixed her gaze upon Lin Chen, pleading, "Doctor, please save my child. It cannot be lost before it even has a chance at life. Look at the mess you've created." Director Zhang cast a reproachful glance at Lin Chen. She turned to the pregnant woman and her family, explaining, "I am the chief physician of obstetrics and gynecology, and you can place your complete trust in me." Lin Chen has just transitioned from an intern to a formal position, and he still lacks experience. What he just said was merely impulsive, intended to comfort you. Regardless of titles, what matters is the survival of the child. Indeed, whoever can save the child will be our benefactor. Those who cannot should step aside. Let those capable perform the surgery. The pregnant woman's family, unable to contain their impatience, interrupted Director Zhang, disregarding her explanations. Director Zhao's face turned pale with anger. She felt an overwhelming urge to turn away in indignation. Yet, as a dedicated physician, she could not afford to act so recklessly. "This is all you're doing. You've escalated the situation." Yang Modong pinched Lin Chen and shot him a disapproving glance. Now that the words had been spoken, if the child could not be saved, it would be impossible to recover from this. What was to follow? Who would perform the operation? It was clear that if the child did not survive, the family would raise a ruckus afterward. Lin Chen understood that nothing he could say would change the opinions of his colleagues regarding his surgical abilities. Having made a hasty promise, he could not retract it. "I will take responsibility for this matter and perform the surgery. Dr. Zhang may enter to observe and provide guidance, and so may Modong. If anything goes wrong, I will bear the consequences alone. It will have no bearing on you. Even if it means revoking my medical license, it will only affect me." Lin Chen stood resolutely, determined to shoulder the burden, confident in his abilities. Initially, Director Zhang of the gynecology department was irritated with Lin Chen, almost relishing the unfolding drama. However, upon witnessing his unwavering resolve and fearless demeanor, she felt a twinge of admiration. Perhaps his desire for recognition and to prove himself was driving him too much. She shook her head, believing he was overly hasty and lacked the necessary composure. However, since Lin Chen insisted on excluding both her and Yang Modong, she was willing to accept it. Yang Modong, seeing Lin Chen's stubbornness, grew anxious. Why won't he listen to reason? Director Zhang is an expert in this field, with over 20 years of experience. If she cannot save the child, how can a newly transitioned physician like you succeed? Lin Chen, why are you so obstinate? Life is priceless, and it is worth taking a risk. Lin Chen smiled at her, exuding calmness. Suddenly, Yang Modong felt her heartstrings tugged. Her breathing quickened, and her gaze became distant as Lin Chen's words resonated deeply within her. Life is priceless, worth the risk. Indeed, while she pondered gains and losses, Lin Chen was focused on the value of life. Even though the fetus had not yet seen the world, he was willing to give his all to save it. Perhaps this was the true sentiment that a great physician should possess. Yang Modong felt herself moved. "If you are determined to perform the surgery, we will not stop you. Just know the gravity of this operation. I will assist you from the sidelines. Lin Chen nodded. I understand. Let's proceed to the emergency room. Two nurses stepped forward to begin wheeling the patient into the emergency room. Lin Chen reassured himself by feeling the silver needle pouch in his pocket. In cases like this, relying solely on Western medicine would not suffice. Traditional Chinese medicine must first stabilize the situation before any surgical intervention could take place. In summary, a collaboration of both Western and Eastern medical practices was essential. This was his advantage, and it fueled his confidence. Through the chat group, he had acquired the medical prowess of Hua Tuo, the surgical expertise of specialists, and the techniques of Tai Divine Needle. Additionally, through exchanges with El Dongbin and Zhang Guolao, he had gained insights into pure Yang scripture and the mastery of Qi. With such an arsenal of skills at his disposal from the outset, failing to save the pregnant woman and her child would be utterly disheartening. Yang Modong and Director Zhang exchanged glances before following Lin Chen into the operating room, eager to observe his surgical approach. The family members were kept outside, their faces a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Once the pregnant woman was settled, Lin Chen approached with the silver needles, softly reassuring her. Do not worry, the surgery will be over shortly. Thank you, doctor. The pregnant woman expressed her gratitude, fully aware that only Lin Chen had promised to save her and her child. Yang Modong, surprised, asked, Lin Chen, are you really going to use acupuncture? Director Zhang furrowed her brow, thinking Lin Chen was being reckless. Now is not the time for acupuncture. What purpose could the silver needles serve? While acupuncture can sometimes yield unexpected benefits as an adjunct therapy, using it to preserve a fetus or treat a woman in labor seemed overly frivolous. Lin Chen inquired, how many months along are you? Upon hearing, Yang Modong's expression changed. In folk wisdom, it is said that premature infants born at 7 months are often viable, whereas those born at 8 months face dire challenges. Even if Lin Chen could perform the surgery to extract the fetus, survival would be uncertain. Moreover, the pregnant woman's injuries required immediate anti-inflammatory medication. Otherwise, she would face complications, potentially leading to internal bleeding. The difficulty escalated. Lin Chen was unfazed, regardless of the challenges. He could rely on his skills to navigate through. Combining Eastern and Western practices, he would face the surgery with courage. I will first use acupuncture to stabilize the fetus, then address your injuries. While the broken ribs necessitate surgery, if I can alleviate your condition through traditional methods, perhaps you may avoid surgery altogether, allowing the child to remain in the womb for an additional month. Would that be acceptable? The pregnant woman, feeling her injuries required surgery and medication, believed the only way to save the child was through immediate surgical extraction. If there were a way to treat her injuries while stabilizing the fetus, avoiding miscarriage or surgical removal, that would be ideal. Yang Modong and Director Zhang found his proposition somewhat impractical. With 2 broken ribs, conservative treatment was not an option. Given the head wound, arm injuries, and the absence of anti-inflammatory medication, the chances of recovery were slim, risking exacerbation of inflammation and resulting in a tragic outcome for both mother and child. If the pregnant woman were to be saved, the fetus would likely be lost, unless an immediate cesarean section was performed. However, given the mother's condition, attempting to save the fetus through surgery could endanger her life. This presented a dilemma. The 2 women believed Lin Chen's suggestion of a win-win solution was nearly impossible to achieve. Chapter 29. A compromise. Lin Chen retrieved a needle as fine as a hair and, using his keen perception, swiftly identified the acupuncture points, executing his technique with lightning speed. In an instant, the silver needle was inserted into the pregnant woman's distended abdomen. Witnessing this slender needle penetrating the woman's, please check the condition of the fetus to ensure its stability. Once confirmed, I shall commence treatment for the mother. Lin Chen instructed Yang Modong. Understood. Yang Modong promptly began her examination of the pregnant woman. The primary focus was on monitoring the fetal heartbeat and heart rate. Upon completion of the assessment, it was found that aside from some weakness due to minor bleeding, the fetus appeared calm, with normal respiration and heart rate. Both mother and child were stable. Yang Modong and Director Zhang exchanged glances filled with admiration for Lin Chen. His acupuncture technique was arguably more proficient than that of many seasoned traditional Chinese medicine experts in the hospital. Now, let's treat her injuries with some non-harmful anti-inflammatory medication and perform bandaging. As for the fractured ribs, I will employ acupuncture traction to facilitate healing, Lin Chen stated. He proceeded to apply acupuncture to the areas affected by the car accident, channeling his energy to clear the meridians. With a month of rest and consistent application of medication, recovery was assured. Other injuries were merely superficial abrasions and bruises, which would heal more swiftly under acupuncture treatment. After an hour of diligent work, the procedure was finally completed. The exhausted pregnant woman had fallen into a deep slumber, and Lin Chen had gently needled her sleep point to ensure several hours of restorative sleep beneficial for both her and her child. Having finished his tasks, Lin Chen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Though acupuncture may seem simple, it demanded a significant expenditure of energy. Let us transfer her to the intensive care unit. Once the fetus and mother stabilize and data readings are satisfactory, we can proceed. If there are no complications within the next 24 hours, a cesarean section will not be necessary, he instructed. Understood. The two nurses regarded Lin Chen with newfound respect, diligently following his directives. Are you all right? Yang Modong inquired, noticing the sheen of perspiration on his forehead. I am somewhat fatigued. Acupuncture is mentally taxing. It drains a physician's vitality, as it involves channeling my energy into the patient to ensure their safety, Lin Chen replied, acknowledging his weariness. His current cultivation level was still rather low, and he believed that advancing to the foundational stage would alleviate such exhaustion during rescues. Notification. The host, with a compassionate heart, actively treated the pregnant woman, preserving the fetus through personal abilities, and granted the fetus a small innate opportunity, receiving additional merit points as a reward, 30 merit points, and the ability of a first-grade talisman master. Talisman master? Lin Chen was taken aback. The system elucidated. A talisman master is a unique profession among practitioners, skilled in inscribing symbols and crafting talismans, capable of establishing formations and assisting in artifact refinement by embedding small formations. Ah, I see. Lin Chen comprehended and chose to utilize the ability, expending 3 merit points. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding talismans flooded his mind. At that moment, Director Zhang from obstetrics approached, her gaze towards Lin Chen now transformed. No longer did she perceive him as a mere show-off. He truly possessed remarkable skills. I must say, your acupuncture technique is quite extraordinary. You have managed to attend to both the mother and the unborn child with such finesse, Director Zhang remarked before moving on to other departments. As the pregnant woman was wheeled out, her family anxiously inquired about her condition. Yang Modong and Lin Chen emerged to reassure them that both mother and child were safe for the time being, though they would require close monitoring for 24 hours without disturbance. After hearing this, the family members expressed their gratitude, visibly relieved. Thank you, Dr. Lin. We are grateful for your efforts in saving both the child and the mother. Upon noticing Lin Chen's name badge, they all expressed their heartfelt appreciation. At that moment, Director Jiang Jinghua from the Major Illnesses Department, along with esteemed hospital expert Zhou Diqing, arrived, having heard of this challenging case. How is the pregnant woman? Jiang inquired. She has been stabilized and is currently under monitoring. Both the fetus and mother are out of danger for now, Yang Modong responded. Who performed the surgery? Zhou Diqing asked, recalling Lin Chen's involvement in a previous case. Once again, it was him. Let us go see. Of course, please, Jiang replied respectfully. As they entered, Zhou Diqing was taken aback by the woman's condition, his brow slightly furrowing in contemplation. The technique employed is quite remarkable. It has catered to both the mother and child. Zhou Diqing reflected, feeling a sense of humility. What do you mean by that? Jiang inquired, relieved to see the woman was stable. Yang Modong, accompanying them, also looked on with curiosity. Acupuncture through the abdominal wall for the child, while simultaneously stabilizing the mother's condition and stopping the internal bleeding, is quite an extraordinary feat. Zhou Diqing explained, shaking his head slowly. He could only grasp a general understanding of the technique, unable to fully comprehend its intricacies. Yang Modong remained perplexed. Her studies had primarily focused on Western medicine, leaving her unfamiliar with traditional practices. Acupuncture through the abdominal wall for the fetus sounds rather mystical. Is it possible that Lin Chen possesses some form of X-ray vision, more accurate than ultrasound? She pondered, recognizing the complexities involved in seeing the state of the fetus within the mother's womb. Where has Lin Chen gone? He went to rest. Stating that it was quite taxing mentally and physically, Yang replied. Zhou Diqing nodded slightly, turning to Jiang. Your department has produced an exceptional talent. This young man is proficient in both Western and traditional medicine, with remarkably advanced skills. Despite his youth, he possesses abilities beyond the ordinary. The cure rate in your department is likely to rise significantly, and mortality rates will decrease. Such contributions are invaluable. He deserves encouragement and support. Jiang was taken aback by Zhou Diqing's high praise for Lin Chen. During lunch, Lin Chen awakened after an hour's rest, feeling revitalized. Lin Chen, where did you learn your acupuncture technique? Yang Modong inquired, resting her chin in her hand, casting a sidelong glance at him with a gentle tone. It's a family tradition, Lin Chen replied casually. A family tradition? Yang Modong raised an eyebrow, her skepticism evident, yet unable to pinpoint any flaws in his response. Do you doubt me? My grandfather is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I learned quite a bit from him since childhood. By a young age, I could recite the Song of Decoctions and had already grasped some acupuncture techniques. Then why did you study Western medicine at university? I wanted to be well-versed in both disciplines. Sometimes saving a life requires the fusion of both medical practices. Having more methods and perspectives increases the hope of survival, Lin Chen replied, a blend of sincerity and jest in his tone. Yang Modong found his reasoning compelling, especially considering how he had saved lives that day. It's no wonder you were promoted to chief physician at such a young age, only 24. That's quite impressive, she praised genuinely, reflecting on her own accomplishments and feeling somewhat overshadowed by Lin Chen's abilities. Could you elaborate on the principles behind your methods? Yang Modong, typically aloof, now displayed earnest curiosity. There's not much to explain. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the balance of yin and yang and the harmonization of the 5 elements. I merely utilized acupuncture to help this pregnant patient regulate her balance, halt internal bleeding, and restore her vital energy, Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. His words both vague and profound. It was not that he wished to guard his knowledge jealously. Rather, the concepts were too profound to articulate clearly. Furthermore, his unique acupuncture technique was not something an ordinary person could master. It required a connection to spiritual perception for effective application. Yang Modong listened, feeling as if she had gained little understanding from the exchange. She gently nodded, feeling the profundity of the matter, and refrained from further inquiry. After all, it was too late for her to study traditional Chinese medicine from the beginning, so she set aside the thought. By the way, Lin Chen, we have night duty tonight. And tomorrow we can take a day off. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Do you have any plans? Lin Chen appeared puzzled. Accompany me for a shopping trip. Shopping? With you? Lin Chen was somewhat astonished. He had only known Yang Mo Tong for 2 days. It seemed premature to consider it a date. Yes, why? Are you unwilling? That is not the case. Lin Chen shook his head and chuckled. You are a stunning beauty, affluent as well. There must be many suitors vying for your attention. Why seek me out? Could it be that you have taken a liking to me? Taken a liking to you? How naive. Yang Mo Tong shot Lin Chen a glance, internally dismissing the notion. Then why do you want me to accompany you shopping? Lin Chen inquired. Yang Mo Tong replied. Such a simple question, and yet you cannot deduce the answer? My family has arranged a blind date for me, and I need you to serve as a buffer. A buffer? Absolutely not. Before Yang Mo Tong could finish her sentence, Lin Chen decisively refused her request. He had initially thought that Yang Mo Tong harbored some feelings for him and was contemplating a date, but instead, she wanted him to play the role of a shield. He was not idle, and besides, was it so easy to be a buffer? The partner arranged by Yang Mo Tong's family was likely to be well qualified in all aspects. Why would he put himself in an uncomfortable position? What would it take for you to agree? I have no other options, and if I could find a suitable person, I would not need to ask you. Yang Mo Tong huffed, clearly annoyed. No matter the circumstances, I will not go. Lin Chen's tone was resolute. Yang Mo Tong recalled the way he had looked at her car and paused, formulating an idea. I have a second-hand car that I can lend you for a year. What do you think? It would make your commute easier, and you can return it to me after a year. Lin Chen asked, what if it gets damaged? Yang Mo Tong replied, no worries, you won't have to compensate me at all. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and continued, what model is it? Lin Chen stated earnestly, it's not merely about the car. It's about my willingness to assist you. After all, we are colleagues, and I shall take on this task. I understand. Yang Mo Tong nodded, a quiet smile gracing her lips as she said, after shopping, I'll take you to my house to drive it. You have a driver's license, right? That's fine. Yang Mo Tong felt reassured. Thus, the two happily reached an agreement. In the afternoon, Lin Chen visited the critically ill care unit of young Master Song to assess his condition. The recovery was progressing well, stabilizing, and showing signs of improvement. Lin Chen removed the silver needles and replaced them with new ones, this time targeting different acupoints. Young Master Song's complexion had noticeably improved, and Lin Chen also mentioned a few Western medications to complement his treatment. Dr. Lin, thank you so much. Mrs. Song, Chen Guilin, was now notably courteous towards him. It is my duty. As long as you show sufficient respect to the doctor, he will undoubtedly do his utmost to provide care. Lin Chen was not particularly fond of Chen Guilin, primarily due to a less than favorable first impression. At that moment, a beautiful young girl entered, her skin fair, and her figure graceful, neither exaggerated nor lacking in allure. Dressed in a pink blouse and fitted black capri pants that accentuated her delicate curves, she appeared charming and delightful. Her youthful face was unadorned, yet her natural charm revealed hints of youthful allure. It was easy to envision that in a couple of years, this 16 or 17-year-old girl would blossom into a captivating beauty. You are the one who saved my brother? This is my youngest daughter, Song Qian and I. Chen Guilin introduced them. Now, Chen Guilan was counting on Lin Chen to save her son, thus regarding him with great importance. Moreover, she had heard her husband speak of Lin Chen's exceptional medical skills. In the future, if anyone in the Song family or their friends faced severe illness, they could seek his help, akin to gaining an extra lifeline. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate a good relationship. Hello? Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. You look so young. Not like a seasoned doctor. Song Qian and I pouted. She had dismissed him lightly. Lin Chen was not offended. However, he noticed a shadow of dark energy swirling around the girl's forehead. Miss Song, you should avoid traveling far in the near future. Song Qian and I was taken aback. How did he know she was planning to travel? This rebellious young heiress enjoyed participating in outdoor marathons and motorcycle races. And she intended to sneak off with friends this time as well. Despite her youth, her speech bore an air of maturity, which she found somewhat off-putting. Song Qian and I scoffed lightly, offering no further response. Lin Chen observed her displeasure, recognizing she had not taken his warning to heart, and chose not to press the matter further. He departed amidst the bewildered expression of Chen Guilan. The Song family seemed to be in trouble. These siblings were likely to face grave misfortune. Chapter 31. Private chat with group leader Sun Simiao during his night shift. Lin Chen found himself with little to do in the latter half of the night. He opened the chat group and noticed that the lively discussions from its inception had waned. This resembled real-life chat groups, where initial enthusiasm dwindled as conversations became sparse, and participants became preoccupied, leading to less casual banter. Most members had taken to lurking. Especially for practitioners, the concept of time often eluded them. They might meditate or seclude themselves for months, or even a year. At this moment, the group leader seemed to have noticed his online presence and reached out to him. Sun Simiao, are you in the realm of eternal life? It seems I have added the wrong person. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the renowned physician Sun Simiao had contacted him. Indeed, he was correct. Lin Chen had inadvertently added the wrong person, as he was neither a practitioner nor in the realm of eternal life. Thus, Lin Chen found himself in a quandary. Should he tell the truth or deceive Sun Simiao? Being honest could lead to the risk of being expelled from the group, considering he was not a divine physician. Lin Chen had only reached the 6th level of Qi induction. He was far from being an earth immortal, let alone a true monarch. Losing access to the divine physician chat group would not leave him entirely bereft, but it would mean forfeiting a significant opportunity for advancement, akin to having a golden opportunity stripped away. Yet, Lin Chen was reluctant to deceive. After all, this was unlike seeking excuses to trade with figures such as Lu Dongbin, Zhang Guolao, or Hua Tuo. Lin Chen, I am not from the realm of eternal life. Sun Simiao, no wonder, I noticed your coordinates were incorrect. It is not positioned within the realm of eternal life. Lin Chen, you can check addresses? Sun Simiao, only the group leader can see anomalies. Lin Chen nodded slightly, understanding the implications. The authority of the group leader likely surpassed that of ordinary members. Sun Simiao continued. Are you within a forbidden zone or in an exotic realm beyond the realm of eternal life? The demon domain, the monster domain? This was crucial for Sun Simiao to ascertain. Otherwise, allowing a practitioner from the demon path into the group would pose a threat. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing there were other realms beyond the realm of eternal life, such as forbidden zones, the demon domain, and the monster domain. Sun Simiao, are you in the mortal realm? The realm of mortals? Which mortal realm? Sun Simiao sounded somewhat excited and astonished. Are you on Earth? This cannot be possible. Lin Chen retorted. Why is it impossible? This situation had led Earth to become a realm devoid of practitioners, as it lacked spiritual energy to sustain them. A form of self-preservation for the planet. The powers of practitioners could wreak havoc on a planet. Lin Chen, in truth, I am an indigenous practitioner from Earth, not someone who hails from the realm of eternal life. He candidly revealed his situation, though he did not identify himself as an ordinary mortal. For he had reached the 6th level of Qi induction and was no longer just an ordinary person. Lin Chen had indeed become a genuine practitioner, albeit with the assistance of the divine physician chat group. Sun Simiao, what? You are a practitioner on Earth? Is it even feasible to cultivate in the current Earth environment? Lin Chen remarked, it is indeed quite challenging. As you mentioned, Earth is in an era of decline, with little spiritual energy available. Only a few renowned mountains and rivers manage to retain a trace of it. Practitioners must rely on herbs to cultivate. Sun Simiao was taken aback. He had unexpectedly encountered a practitioner from Earth in his chat group, a revelation that left him astonished. However, through collaboration with Lin Chen, he could monitor the developments and news from Earth, aiding in the search for his descendants or ancient cultivators whose treasures and weapons remained after their physical forms were destroyed. Communicating through the chat group software presented a remarkable opportunity. Sun Simiao inquired, what is your current level of cultivation? Lin Chen responded, on Earth. I accumulate merit points through healing and saving lives, which I can later exchange with the Medicine King for low-grade herbs. Sun Simiao was astonished. Could merit points truly be acquired in such a manner? Why was this not possible in the realm of longevity? It appeared that the heavenly laws on Earth offered additional rewards for acts of healing and righteousness. Lin Chen, somewhat puzzled, asked, what exactly are merit points? Sun Simiao explained. They represent the fortune bestowed by the heavenly path. Every immortal possesses them. A higher merit point count leads to improved fortune, aiding in tribulations, cultivation, leveling up, and battling monsters. Moreover, during future calamities, a higher merit count may enable one to evade certain misfortunes. Lin Chen was surprised to learn the origins of merit points. Sun Simiao then queried, how many merit points do you currently possess? Lin Chen replied, I presently have 30 merit points, as I previously exchanged them with Zhang Guolao, El Dongbin, and the great immortal Hua Tuo for herbs and skill books. Sun Simiao quickly proposed, let us trade the remaining merit points. After some contemplation, he added, I possess a skill book for the Heavenly Eye technique. Although it is rather expensive, for our first collaboration, I shall inscribe a copy for you in exchange for 30 merit points. Lin Chen readily agreed. Thank you, Medicine King. Thus, their transaction was finalized. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a skill book for the Heavenly Eye technique. Upon utilizing the Heavenly Eye technique, Lin Chen's gaze shimmered with golden light, allowing him to see through the surfaces of various objects and into their interiors. This technique functions similarly to X-ray vision, significantly facilitating his surgical procedures, proving more effective than instruments. With the private rapport and endorsement of group leader Sun Simiao, Lin Chen felt assured that he would not be expelled from the group for his disguise. Chapter 32. The opportunity for revenge arrives due to his night shift. Lin Chen slept until noon the following day. After meticulously arranging his hairstyle, he had a light lunch before heading to the shopping mall designated by Yang Modong for their meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. From a distance, he spotted Yang Modong's graceful silhouette. Today, she was exquisitely adorned in a deep blue dress that perfectly accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous figure, complemented by crystal-clear high heels that elongated her porcelain-like legs. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down, harmonizing beautifully with her attire. With a hint of makeup enhancing her already striking features, she embodied the essence of traditional Eastern beauty. Observing Yang Modong, adorned in designer labels, Lin Chen felt a twinge of inadequacy. How fortunate are today's young women. Meng Jiwei, who had grown up in the same city as him and was once his classmate, came from a well-off family, but Yang Modong was undoubtedly a daughter of privilege in a provincial capital like Jiangzhou. As Yang Modong stood there, poised and elegant, awaiting him, Lin Chen hurried over to greet her. Dr. Yang, you arrived quite early. Surprised, he noted that there were still over 10 minutes until their appointed time. He had assumed she would arrive later. Do you not possess a better outfit? Yang Modong scrutinized Lin Chen's casual attire of pants and a shirt, frowning slightly. He considered explaining that this was indeed his finest ensemble, totaling around 400 to 500 yuan. However, he opted to keep his thoughts to himself, planning to purchase more suitable clothing once his financial situation improved. Yang Modong shook her head, declaring, this simply won't do. Walking alongside me in such attire diminishes my stature. Come, we have some time. I will take you to buy a few outfits. Wait, what? Lin Chen was taken aback. He had anticipated pretending to be her boyfriend while shopping, but he did not expect her to actually purchase clothes for him. Do not overthink it. This is for the sake of our performance. Otherwise, your current outfit will give us away. Yang Modong huffed lightly. Very well. Lin Chen sighed, feeling somewhat like a kept man or a servant. Yet, having agreed to assist her with this charade, he resolved to see it through. He had to convincingly portray her boyfriend, and thus, he did not refuse, especially since it would not cost him anything. Worst case scenario, he could return the clothes afterward. Yang Modong led Lin Chen directly to a men's clothing store, where he was outfitted with shirts, watches, belts, trousers, and shoes, transforming his entire appearance at a cost of over 80,000 yuan. Dr. Yang, your spending is extravagant. Is it truly necessary to purchase such expensive items for a mere pretense? Lin Chen cautioned her against such lavishness. This is nothing. I do not mind at all. Why should you concern yourself? Yang Modong retorted with a huff. Perhaps we should leave the tags on and return them after our performance. Even with a 20% deduction, that would still amount to several thousand. Lin Chen suggested. Yang Modong placed her hand on her forehead, exasperated. I cannot afford to lose face like that. Once you wear these, they shall be yours. Keep them for future occasions. You will wear them again to assist me. Another time? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Yang Modong replied curtly, of course. This outfit costs 80,000. I am giving it to you, so you must accompany me at least 3 more times. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and raised 2 fingers. 2 more times. I will assist you twice more. Humph. Many would long for such an opportunity. Do not take this for granted. Yang Modong scoffed. Lin Chen, understanding the implications, remarked, if it were genuine, that would be one thing. But as a mere fade of a boyfriend, there are risks involved. We cannot predict what may transpire. Such a coward. Yang Modong was displeased with his cautiousness during this favor. She believed that as a wealthy and attractive woman, he should unconditionally agree to help her without hesitation. This felt like a challenge to her charm. Seeing her slight displeasure, Lin Chen chuckled and half-jokingly asked, Dr. Yang, given your family's wealth, why choose to be a doctor? It seems tiring and pays little. I enjoy it. Why should that concern you? Yang Modong replied, her eyes momentarily flashing with sadness, a flicker that Lin Chen caught. He chose not to press further, sensing there was a story behind her choice to pursue this demanding profession despite her advantageous circumstances. However, given their lack of familiarity, he deemed it inappropriate to inquire further. After leaving the shopping mall, they entered Yang Modong's Porsche and arrived at a uniquely upscale restaurant. Remember to act convincingly. Do not let their aura intimidate you. They are second-generation rich, and you must embody the same status. Yang Modong repeatedly cautioned him, her concern evident. Rest assured, Dr. Yang, I will not falter. While I may not be a second-generation rich, I strive to become a first-generation wealthy individual. Lin Chen replied confidently, knowing that with his system, earning money would soon be a simple endeavor. From now on, do not call me Dr. Yang. Simply refer to me as Modong. Understood. After exiting the car, Yang Modong took Lin Chen's arm, adopting an affectionate demeanor. Lin Chen nodded, feeling the pleasant closeness of her presence, overwhelmed by her fragrance and charm. Yang Modong's ample bosom pressed against his arm, the faint sensation igniting a restless yearning within him. It was truly a test of a man's composure. Seemingly oblivious to this, Yang Modong tightened her grip on Lin Chen as they entered the restaurant. Upon their arrival, she clung to him even more closely. Modong, a tall, handsome young man in a white shirt rose to greet her, waving his hand. However, the moment he caught sight of Lin Chen, a peculiar expression crossed his face, evidently. They knew each other. Lin Chen, upon recognizing this young man, felt a flicker of anger flash in his eyes. Zheng Xiao? Yang Modong approached confidently, taking a seat opposite the young man. Zheng Xiao's demeanor darkened slightly at the sight of their intimacy. Modong, who is this? He inquired. My boyfriend, Lin Chen. Yang Modong replied, pausing briefly before adding, Zheng Xiao, there's really no need for this. I already have someone I care for. Even with family pressure, we cannot be together. Zheng Xiao chuckled, shaking his head, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Modong. Modong, you should know my feelings for you. I wouldn't act this way unless absolutely necessary. We are a match made in heaven. Imagine the alliance our families could forge through marriage. What could be better? As for this Mr. Lin, you must have brought him along for show, correct? Zheng Junzuo scrutinized Lin Chen with a knowing smile. Lin, it's good to see you again. Indeed. The world is quite small, Lin Chen replied coldly. Yang Modong looked between the two in surprise. You two know each other? Of course, Zheng Junzuo chuckled, but said no more. Their acquaintance was laced with tension. A year prior, Zheng Junzuo had taken Lin Chen's friend Chen Tao's girlfriend. When Chen Tao confronted him, Lin Chen, concerned for his friend, had followed. Zheng Xiao had not only humiliated them, but had also used his bodyguards to intimidate them. Lin Chen understood that trouble follows those who attract it. If Chen Tao's girlfriend had not been so vain, she would not have fallen for Zheng Junzuo's charms. Chen Tao had been despondent for quite some time after the incident, nearly losing hope. As Chen Tao's closest friend, Lin Chen felt an innate discomfort at the sight of this wealthy heir. Zheng Xiao, I believe you have misunderstood. I am not here to play a part. Lin Chen replied, anger boiling beneath his calm facade. He suddenly smiled and, without warning, pulled Yang Modong close, capturing her lips with a fervent kiss. The suddenness of the kiss struck like lightning, leaving Yang Modong momentarily stunned, her mind blank. Zheng Junzuo's fists clenched, fury igniting in his eyes as he glared at Lin Chen. Moments later, Lin Chen released Yang Modong, casting a defiant glance at Zheng Junzuo. He took Yang Modong's hand and declared, Modong, what is there to discuss with someone like him? Let us tell him the outcome and leave. Young Modong, lost in thought, nodded dumbly and followed Lin Chen as they departed. Damn it, Lin Chen, I swear I will make you suffer. Zhang Junzuo seethed. How dare you oppose me? You impoverished fool. If I don't destroy you, I want to bear the Zheng name. Enraged, he overturned the restaurant table, attracting the ire of other patrons. Are you insane? Exactly, don't disturb our meal. The discontent among the diners grew palpable. The restaurant manager rushed to mitigate the situation, apologizing profusely to the customers, but dared not confront Zheng Junzuo, for the establishment belonged to his family. Chapter 33. Waves of spiritual energy. Lin Chen held Yang Modong's hand until they reached the parking lot, where he finally released her delicate grip. I apologize for my impulsive kiss earlier. It was merely for theatrical effect. Slap. A resounding slap was his only reply. Do you have any idea how many times I envisioned the moment of my first kiss with my Prince Charming, my future husband? You took it upon yourself to kiss me without so much as a warning. Yang Modong was genuinely upset. Lin Chen touched his stinging cheek, managing a wry smile. Perhaps he deserved it, having taken advantage of Yang Modong. Hearing her care so much revealed it was her first kiss. Well, Dr. Yang, you did say that acting requires authenticity. You told me not to shy away, and I merely followed your instructions. I didn't tee back down in front of Zheng Xiao. And look how furious that made him. Lin Chen explained with a smile, attempting to justify his actions. Yang Modong shot him a glare. Do you think I'm a fool? You two are clearly acquainted, and it seems there is some animosity. Your actions were purely revenge against him. My involvement in your little play was secondary. Realizing he could not deceive her, Lin Chen admitted, indeed, there are some grievances between Zheng Junzuo and me. So that guy stole your girlfriend? Yang Modong appeared unfazed. Yes, he has a penchant for stealing others' girlfriends, and his reputation is far from stellar. He is quite notorious in our circles, Lin Chen replied. Yang Modong glared at him again. You used me to get back at Zheng Junzuo. You weren't collaborating with me. I was the one assisting you in your revenge. Therefore, you owe me 3 more acts of cooperation, at least 5 more theatrical performances. And I expect you to be at my beck and call. What? Lin Chen was left speechless. Yang Modong scoffed. Do you have a problem with that? None at all. Lin Chen conceded, for he had benefited from her spending a fortune on his attire and had just stolen a kiss. He had no choice but to accept her terms. Where shall we go next? Are we still shopping? Lin Chen quickly changed the subject to break the tension. With a huff, Yang Modong entered her Porsche and drove off, leaving Lin Chen standing alone. With a bitter smile, he thought, this woman truly is petty. 20 minutes later, as the taxi drove on, Lin Chen suddenly sensed a wave of spiritual energy. Driver, please stop. Where are we? This is the antique city, home to the largest antique street in Jiangzhou. However, there are many fakes. It's best for young people to just enjoy the atmosphere, the middle-aged driver remarked, indifferent to the world of antiques. Just stop here, Lin Chen instructed, sensing the spiritual fluctuations emanating from within the antique street, certain that some ancient artifacts or treasures lay hidden there. This street, known as Chenghuang Old Street, derived its name from the nearby Chenghuang Temple, which was a site of great reverence. The presence of the antique street was intertwined with the local customs of the long-standing residents of Jiangzhou. The street was a bustling amalgamation, lined with shops selling jade, paintings, antiques, and various art pieces, a cornucopia of offerings. In addition to these establishments, there was an area filled with vendors displaying their wares at makeshift stalls. All fakes. Lin Chen wandered through Chenghuang Old Street, occasionally activating his basic X-ray vision to scan the goods on the stalls. Everything he saw was mediocre, lacking any extraordinary qualities. He decided against rummaging through the stalls and opted to explore the shops instead. An antique shop. This establishment was reasonably sized, with both a first and second floor. Upon entering, Lin Chen activated his X-ray vision and was drawn to a landscape painting that caught his eye. This painting seems quite peculiar. Lin Chen, a medical student with little knowledge of antiques, was unfamiliar with their market value. However, his ability to see through objects allowed him to perceive their true essence. To his surprise, he discovered that such a painting truly existed in reality, and he had fortuitously stumbled upon it. Excuse me, what is the origin of this painting? Lin Chen inquired, pointing to the landscape painting hanging on the wall. A middle-aged man, clad in a tank suit, rose to greet him, exclaiming, "Ah, young brother. You truly have an eye for valuable items. This is a replica crafted by the esteemed Master Song Daozi of the Tang Dynasty. The painting exudes an ancient aura. With its majestic and perilous scenery, delicate brushwork, and spacious composition, the style is both elegant and refined. Even if it is merely a copy, it is undoubtedly the work of a talented artist from the Song or Ming Dynasty. Therefore, this painting is worth no less than 50,000 yuan. 50,000. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Although he still had money in his bank account, he had no intention of being taken advantage of. He had heard that in the antique business, if a shop does not open for 3 years, it will feast for 3 years when it does. Preying on those who are utterly ignorant. Are fakes truly priced so high? Who could tell whether this was a replica from the Song or Ming era or a more recent imitation by an obscure artist? Even the most lifelike replica holds little value. Boss, please offer a more reasonable price. Unfazed, the shopkeeper replied, the lowest I can go is 30,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Hey, young brother, don't go. Everything is negotiable. How much are you willing to offer? The proprietor quickly grabbed Lin Chen's arm. 5,000. Lin Chen, although not well versed in the antique market, understood the principle of haggling. Only 5,000? The shopkeeper exclaimed dramatically. Brother, that price is far too low. Surely you're not here just to waste my time. How about I give you a fair price, 25,000, and you can take it home? 10,000. 22,000. After some back and forth, they settled on a price of 15,000. Even so, the shopkeeper felt a sense of triumph. For this fake painting had hung in his shop for 2 years, purchased for a mere 5,000, and had failed to sell due to the illegible signature, without a name. It lacked both story and value. Earning a profit of 10,000 made the proprietor quite pleased. In the antique world, the notion of counterfeit goods is virtually non-existent. Purchasing a fake merely indicates one's misfortune and lack of discernment. Thus, the depths of this trade are self-evident. After accepting the painting, Lin Chen ran his fingers over it, confirming its layered structure. He did not rush to open it but instead rolled it up and set it aside. After completing the payment, he found a long bag to store the painting and promptly departed. His aim was another shop, where he sensed some spiritual fluctuations, as if there were magical artifacts to be found. Chapter 34. Acquiring a magical artifact. Lin Chen entered the Wenyuan studio. Activating his celestial eye technique, a simplified version of X-ray vision, and began to channel the pure Yang Sutra to sense where the spiritual energy emanated from. What can I assist you with today? The shopkeeper, noticing Lin Chen carrying several clothing bags and a long bag containing a painting, assumed he was a potential big spender and greeted him warmly. Just browsing for now. Lin Chen searched the first floor shelves and eventually stumbled upon a few scattered copper coins in a secluded corner, inscribed with the words Sheng Song Tong Bao. These were the mother coins from the Song dynasty during the reign of Emperor Huizong. Lin Chen was somewhat knowledgeable about history. Emperor Huizong Zhaoji had a reign title of Jianzhong Jinghua, during which the currency Jianghua Tongbao was minted. However, due to the title Jianzhong overlapping with a title from the Tang dynasty, this currency was immediately discontinued upon minting, replaced by the Sheng Song Tongbao. Thus, the Jianghua Tongbao is exceedingly rare, with very few still in existence and possessing great value. The coins in his hand were not Jianghua Tongbao but were rather common Sheng Song Tongbao. However, these particular coins appeared to be mother coins, the initial batch used for coin modeling. Such first-generation mother coins often carry the fortune of their respective dynasties and, when refined by Taoists, can be transformed into powerful magical artifacts, such as money swords for subduing demons. How much for these coins? Upon hearing Lin Chen's interest in the seemingly worthless coins rather than the plethora of paintings and antiques, the shopkeeper's enthusiasm waned. 5,000 each. That's too expensive. Lin Chen shook his head. 5,000 for a copper coin that could easily be found in a corner? Judging by the shopkeeper's demeanor, he likely did not care about these coins and was merely trying to inflate the price. 1,000 each. I'll take all 7 for a total of 7,000. Seeing Lin Chen's genuine intent to buy, the shopkeeper countered. 3,000 each, 7 coins for 21,000. I'll waive the cents and let you have them for 20,000. Take it or leave it. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. While these coins might not hold much value to the shopkeeper, in his hands, after some refinement, they could potentially become a magical artifact for executing Taoist techniques. All right, 20,000 it is. He decided to seize the opportunity, as acquiring the mother coins was paramount. After concluding the transaction, Lin Chen tucked the 7 rusty coins into his pocket and left the antique street. Just as he was about to hail a taxi, his phone buzzed again. It was a call from Yang Madong. Lin Chen, puzzled, answered, "Hello, Dr. Yang. What's the matter? Where are you?" "Over here on Qingwang Street." "What brings you here? Are you visiting a temple?" Lin Chen replied, "No, I'm just looking for some paintings." "Do you even understand any of this?" Yang Madong couldn't help but ask. "Just a casual look. Is there something you need from me?" Lin Chen shifted the topic. "Yes, my friend is hosting a party tonight. Most of them come in pairs. And every time I go, they tease me about being a bookworm without a boyfriend. This time, I'm bringing you along to silence them." Yang Madong said indignantly, "I'll come pick you up." After hanging up, Yang Madong used the map to locate him and arrived in less than 20 minutes, driving a Porsche. "Get in." Yang Madong, donning oversized sunglasses, rolled down the window and called to him. Lin Chen, with his hands full of bags and the painting, found it inconvenient to sit in the passenger seat, so he climbed into the back seat instead. Yang Madong glanced at him, slightly disapproving, and remarked, "You should change out of those market clothes and put on something nicer. We're heading to a friend's banquet." I wasn't planning to attend, but I just heard the venue is in a villa with many renowned paintings and antiques. So, I thought I'd take a look. "Ah, I see." Lin Chen understood and began to change clothes in the back seat. Yang Madong occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror, catching glimpses of Lin Chen changing, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. After changing, Lin Chen seemed transformed. His demeanor was entirely different from that of the ordinary clothed version of himself. The saying clothes make the man held true. The car arrived at the suburban villa situated in a picturesque area on the mountainside. This was an exclusive luxury villa district, with excellent security checking the incoming and outgoing vehicles. Upon reaching the villa, as dusk approached, Lin Chen remarked, "Let us leave my things in the car." He preferred not to carry a bunch of items inside. Yang Modong responded, "Didn't you just buy a painting? You should bring it along." Among the guests, although many are wealthy second-generation individuals, there are those well-versed in antiques, and some even study art. It would be good to show it off, and they can help you gauge its value. Wealthy youths tend not to pursue practical majors like computer science, mechanical engineering, or electrical manufacturing. Instead, many delve into philosophy and art, enhancing their understanding of the humanities, developing a stronger sense of value, judgment, and understanding of people. Thus, not all wealthy second-generation individuals are superficial. Many are genuinely talented and capable young people. However, their brilliance is often overshadowed by their affluent parents. The villa was a lavish mansion, with the small parking lot filled with luxury vehicles, including Jaguars, Ferraris, and Rolls-Royces. After parking, Yang Modong handed over the invitation at the entrance, then linked arms with Lin Chen as they entered the villa grounds. The villa was opulent, adorned with numerous famous paintings and antiques, enticing guests to linger and admire. "Isn't that Yang Modong?" "Indeed, Yang Modong. You're here too. Who is this gentleman?" A group of young women approached, most adorned in evening gowns or long dresses, their flowing hair complemented by exquisite jewelry, exuding an air of opulence. They were all scions of wealthy families. "Ah, it's you all." Yang Modong greeted a few of the girls, then introduced Lin Chen, saying, "This is Lin Chen, my boyfriend." "Oh, Mr. Lin, what is your profession?" one of the women inquired. The ladies assumed that someone chosen by Yang Modong would be a scion of a prominent family or the heir of a major corporation, only to discover he was merely an ordinary doctor. "Modong's taste is indeed unique," someone remarked, half in jest. Ignoring the comment, Yang Modong glanced at Lin Chen and casually replied, "Well, he looks quite handsome when saving lives. That suffices for me." The young women, including Zhong Wei, Zhao Yuanyuan, and Li Qiwan, paused slightly after hearing her words, as if struck by a revelation. They lacked for nothing financially, hailing from families that owned corporate empires, leading lives of material luxury. Yet, true freedom and love and marriage eluded them, making it difficult to seek a partner based on personal choice rather than family status. Yang Modong's remark about Lin Chen's heroic demeanor seemed to convey her appreciation for him as an individual, valuing her personal choice above familial alliances. In Chapter 35, at the soiree, Lin Chen stood beside Yang Yimo, observing the interactions among the young ladies. These affluent women were not merely ornamental, they possessed sharp wit, some inadvertently flaunting their wealth, while others subtly mocked. Amidst their laughter, exchanges of information and veiled jabs transpired. Lin Chen was taken aback. Who claimed that affluent beauties were easily deceived? They were a pack of clever foxes, in the realm of high society. Lacking both intellect and emotional acuity rendered one an outsider. After a brief interlude, Yang Yimo, having concluded her conversations, pulled Lin Chen aside for some red wine and fruit. "You look quite fatigued. Engaging with this crowd is exhausting," she huffed, recognizing the subtle attempts to ostracize her. Even Lin Chen could sense the tension. "You don't usually socialize with them, do you? They seem like a tight-knit group." "Indeed, a bunch of superficial beauties, devoid of real talent or expertise. Spending their days socializing, it's rather dull." Yang Yimo shook her head, disliking such a lifestyle. Though her family was well off, she preferred not to squander her time on trivial social interactions, finding fulfillment instead in her medical practice where she could heal and save lives. Lin Chen, unable to grasp the nuances of the affluent mindset, indulged in the delectable fruits and pastries, enjoying their flavors. At that moment, a group of wealthy young men joined the ladies, engaging in conversation. The men were handsome and well-built, each a scion or relative of influential families. Lin Chen inquired, "Who is hosting this gathering?" "It's organized by the eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Xiao," came the reply. "Is the Chu family quite powerful?" "Indeed. They are one of the top families in Jiangzhou, with numerous ventures extending to major cities and even nationwide, ranking among the top 20 in terms of assets." Lin Chen inhaled sharply. Being in the top 20 meant hundreds of billions. Chu Xiao, with his charming wit, elicited laughter from the surrounding young attendees. He continued, "This gathering is not only a casual get-together, but also an opportunity for everyone to appreciate the artwork in the villa. Some pieces are painted by my sister, while others are renowned works from both domestic and international artists. She can replicate the styles of masters, and I hope everyone can discern the subtleties." Everyone nodded in understanding. Realizing the significance of the gathering in the Chu family's villa, showcasing many exquisite artworks, including replicas by the talented Chu Qingrua. I noticed a few paintings earlier that lacked signatures. I was puzzled. Someone remarked. It turns out those were done by Miss Chu. Her replicas are so lifelike, they could easily be mistaken for originals, exclaimed another. Impressive. I couldn't distinguish between the genuine and the faux. The crowd buzzed in admiration, though some were merely flattering. I haven't yet seen Miss Chu in person. I wish to purchase one of her paintings. A wealthy young man proposed, ostensibly to curry favor with Chu Xiao. Aware of the underlying dynamics, Chu Xiao modestly replied, My sister, Qingrua, has a few original pieces, but she won't sell them just yet. She is focused on improving her craft and plans to hold an exhibition in the future. Perhaps then you can view her work. At this moment, a nurse wheeled out Chu Qingrua, who appeared to be in her 20s but was confined to a wheelchair. Dressed in white, her delicate features ethereal, resembling an angel despite her frail condition. What happened to her legs? Lin Chen inquired. It's said to be amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. She has been in a wheelchair for 3 years. Despite the Chu family's resources, no doctor has been able to cure her, Yang Yimo softly explained. Chu Qingrua greeted everyone with a gentle smile, expressing her hope that they would appreciate her creations and inviting anyone with notable artwork to share. As fate would have it, someone in their midst indeed had brought artwork. Zhong Wei chuckled and volunteered this information. Intrigued, Chu Qingrua asked, Who among you has brought a piece for me to critique? Her words sparked a moment of silence as people exchanged glances. At that moment, Yang Yimo noticed Zhong Wei's smirk and understood that the latter was attempting to set a trap for her and Lin Chen. If they presented a counterfeit or mediocre piece, they would surely be the subject of ridicule amongst this elite crowd. Yang Yimo was acutely aware that Lin Chen possessed no remarkable artwork. That would be Mr. Lin, one of the socialites beside Zhong Wei chimed in, pointing at Lin Chen with a smile. Suddenly, all eyes turned to him. Chu Xiao nodded slightly, acknowledging Lin Chen's effort in bringing a painting. However, he seemed unfamiliar, as if he had never encountered him before. Lin Chen glanced at Yang Yimo and tentatively asked, Shall I present it? Yang Yimo sighed, It's up to you. Lin Chen nodded, taking the black cloth bag and smiling as he stepped forward. Upon unveiling the piece, he declared, This is a painting I acquired from the antique street this afternoon. I believe it possesses great potential. I wish to share it with Miss Chu and all of you for your opinions. His words immediately captured the crowd's attention, even prompting Chu Qingrua to lean in with anticipation. As Lin Chen revealed the painting for Chu Qingrua to examine, others gathered around to observe. Even a middle-aged man in a traditional suit, a connoisseur from the Chu family, approached to inspect it. However, both Chu Qingrua and the connoisseur soon shook their heads in disappointment, as the painting was merely a copy of a work by Song Daozi. The signature of the copyist was obscured, making it impossible to ascertain its origins, thus significantly diminishing its value. It was likely painted by an unknown scholar from the Ming or Qing dynasty, rendering the replica of little worth, perhaps only a few tens of thousands at best. Upon hearing this news from an informed peer, the group of wealthy young people could not help but express their derision. What a disappointment. Such a lowly piece. They regarded Lin Chen with incredulity, as if to say, You brought a mere replica worth 30 to 50,000 to impress Miss Chu? Is this some sort of jest? Once again, the affluent offspring of wealthy families, adorned with even the most trivial of accessories worth far more than 30 or 50,000, particularly the opulent Chu family. Chu Xiao had also heard some remarks, her brows furrowing, causing her impression of Lin Chen to diminish significantly. Chapter 36. The mockery. Yang Yimo caught wind of the discussions and laughter around her, her expression turning awkward. Simultaneously, she regretted allowing him to bring the painting. This gathering was filled with scions of the affluent and elite society, their families possessing assets in the hundreds of millions. Each one was haughty and well-versed in sophistication, while Lin Chen hailed from a humble background, perhaps viewing a painting worth several tens of thousands as a treasure. This was a disparity in understanding, a chasm between the wealthy and the impoverished. What to do now? If Lin Chen were to be humiliated, she would inevitably share in that embarrassment, especially since everyone was now regarding him as her boyfriend. Indeed, when she glanced at Zhong Wei, Li Qingyun, and the others, they too were casting knowing looks her way. Particularly Zhong Wei, whose lips curled into a smirk, an unmistakable expression of derision. At that moment, a wealthy heir stepped forward, deridingly remarking, Sir, did you just bring this counterfeit from a street stall? The crowd erupted in laughter, for the trinkets found on the antique street bore little distinction from those displayed in the antique shops. Chu Zhao's expression darkened, sensing that this individual was intentionally mocking his sister, looking down upon the Chu family. Chu Qingru's gaze was clear as she regarded Lin Chen. Sensitive to the nuances, she could discern Lin Chen's sincerity. he was not attempting to mock anyone. Yet, she was momentarily unsure if Lin Chen was genuinely naive or if he truly believed this piece to be an antique. Was a few tens of thousands worth of counterfeit truly worthy of display before the young lady of the Chu family? Did he not fear tarnishing her reputation and diminishing the prestige of this exhibition? A certain young man named Zhu, from a prominent family in Lingjiang, known for his sharp tongue and penchant for criticizing the entertainment industry, now directed his acerbic wit toward Lin Chen. Zhu Ming had previously harbored feelings for Yang Yimo, but after being rejected, he had harbored a grudge. Seeing her accompany Lin Chen that evening only fueled his resentment. Now was the perfect opportunity for retribution, and his words were anything but courteous. Lin Chen sensed that the moment was ripe for him to guide the conversation. Otherwise, the next to speak might well be someone from the Chu family, directly expelling him from the gathering. Did no one else find this painting to be enigmatic? His words momentarily stunned the crowd. Initially intent on mocking him, they were taken aback by his declaration. What enigma? Their eyes shifted to the nearly 2-meter-long painting. The paper yellowed, the colors dim, lacking anything extraordinary. Even Chu Qingru, upon closer inspection, could discern nothing out of the ordinary. Chu Xiao stepped forward, her demeanor displeased as she fixed her gaze on Lin Chen. Sir, what enigma lies within this painting? Please enlighten us and do not waste everyone's time. She felt that if he did not speak soon, the atmosphere would grow cold. Was this man a fool, or did he merely take everyone for fools? Zhu Ming scoffed, his contempt evident. Lin Chen thought this young man overly extreme. His animosity directed at him was excessive. Young master, if you cannot perceive it, that is one thing. But there is no need to be so vehement. The world of antiques demands a discerning eye. Otherwise, the term misjudgment would not exist. As an outsider, it is natural for you to be unaware, yet there is no need to disparage. Zhu Ming retorted with a sneer, this shabby painting is worthless. Regardless of how eloquently you speak, it is certainly not by Song Daisy. A counterfeit is simply a counterfeit. It holds no real value. Even if you forcefully claim it to be the work of Tang Bohu, do you think anyone will believe you? His assertion had some merit, as many in the crowd nodded in agreement with Zhu Ming's analysis. Lin Chen smiled and replied, since you are so certain, and seem to harbor quite an opinion of me, how about we make a wager? Zhu Ming scoffed, what kind of wager? The crowd's interest piqued. Lin Chen responded, quite simple. I wager that this painting holds greater value than it appears, at least tenfold. Zhu Ming, upon hearing this, dismissed it outright, convinced Lin Chen was merely bluffing. Very well, what are the stakes? He then cast a glance toward Yang Yimo. Yang Yimo scoffed, turning her face away, unwilling to engage with him. How shameless. Did he truly think to use her as a wager? Lin Chen declared, I possess a bank card containing my allowance for the month, precisely 500,000. Let us use it as our stake. If you win, it is yours. If you lose, you owe me the same amount, with all present as witnesses. Those who had previously doubted Lin Chen's worldly experience were taken aback. 500,000 as pocket money for the month equated to 6 million annually, a sum not typically associated with an ordinary family. Among the wealthy heirs, very few had monthly allowances exceeding 100,000, let alone 50. Of course, some remained skeptical, for they had never encountered anyone of this nature in Lingjiang, unless he were a rich heir from another province. However, none dared to openly challenge him. Very well, I accept the wager, Zhu Ming gritted his teeth. Feeling trapped and unable to back down, he was indifferent to the amount and was confident that the painting bore no hidden value. Chu Xiao now regarded Lin Chen with a heightened sense of respect. After all, casually wagering 500,000 indicated he was not a naive youth. The bet between Zhu Ming and Lin Chen elevated the atmosphere of the gathering to new heights, drawing the attention of everyone present, including Chu Xiao's younger sister, who was intrigued. Yet, most believed Lin Chen was merely posturing, certain of his impending defeat. They speculated he was simply attempting to elevate the value of this imitation painting by invoking the names of celebrated artists from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Even Yang Yimo shared this sentiment, her expression tinged with concern. Let us commence, Chu Xiao announced, also acting as a witness. Lin Chen said, could someone fetch me a glass of water? I have one. Yang Yimo, standing beside him, handed over a cup. At that moment, they were in this together. Lin Chen accepted the water, offering her a reassuring smile, as if to ease her worries. Yang Yimo shot him a glare, scolding him for drawing too much attention, fearing it might lead to an awkward conclusion. Everyone, pay close attention. The enigma lies within the painting. With that, Lin Chen had the painting unfurled, took a sip of water, and forcefully sprayed it onto the canvas. With a splatter, the water soaked the artwork. He repeated the action, ensuring the painting was evenly dampened. Applying just the right amount, too much would ruin it. Once the surface was sufficiently moistened, Lin Chen instructed the Chu family's butler to bring a pair of tweezers, carefully peeling back the edges to reveal what lay beneath. To everyone's astonishment, Within the layers of the painting, another artwork was concealed. Chapter 37. The masterpiece. This was a painting within a painting. The crowd was taken aback. This inner artwork depicted mountains and rivers, featuring a graceful fairy in white. Poised beside a stone pavilion, gazing at the flowing landscape below, her garments fluttering in the breeze, an embodiment of exquisite beauty. The woman in white has only depicted 2/3 of her face, as she is positioned sideways, leaving part of it unsketched. Yet, the rendered visage is undeniably breathtakingly beautiful. Particularly striking is her ethereal elegance, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. The brushwork is vivid and remarkably lifelike. As the crowd gazes towards the signature, they notice a line of small text. In the 20th year of Kai Yuan, from Jianji, gazing at the celestial maiden's teachings, I created this in remembrance. Signed by Song Daoxian. Upon seeing the signature, everyone gasped in astonishment. Song Daozi, also known as Daoxian, was a renowned painter of the Tang dynasty, revered in the annals of art history as the sage of painting. Is this truly his authentic work? Although the piece is modest in size, less than a meter in length, and diminutive compared to the previous imitation, lacking the grandiosity of landscapes or the celestial outings he is most celebrated for, this painting possesses an unusual charm. Is it a reflection of Song Daozi's longing for a Taoist woman? Was she a real person or merely a figment of his imagination? Look, the features of this celestial maiden bear a striking resemblance to Miss Chu. Someone exclaimed, drawing the attention of the crowd. Upon closer inspection, many felt that the woman in the painting bore a resemblance to Chu Qingrua, nearly 7 or 8 parts alike. Chu Qingrua herself was transfixed upon first encountering the artwork. She was captivated. The brushwork, the ambience, and the spirit embodied in the painting are extraordinarily rare and unique. The records of famous paintings through the ages recounts 2 phrases by Song Daozi. While others are immersed in the anticipation of likeness, I shed the mundane in my strokes. While others are meticulous about resemblance, I transcend the ordinary. This illustrates his unorthodox and innovative spirit in the realm of painting. Though the content of this artwork may not be hailed as a masterpiece, nor does it possess profound historical significance. Appearing to be a private creation born of Song Daozi's musings for someone dear, it captivates Chu Qingru even more. Especially since the figure in the painting resembles her so closely. She feels an inexplicable connection to the woman depicted, as if intertwined through the threads of past and present. After the Chu family's appraiser examined it closely, he exclaimed, "This is indeed the genuine work of Song Daozi, not a mere imitation. Is it truly authentic? My heavens! That is the sage of painting." The crowd buzzed with disbelief. Yang Yimo was equally astonished. After viewing the painting, she turned to Lin Chen, increasingly aware of his exceptional insights. How did he uncover this hidden treasure? Does he genuinely comprehend the intricacies of antiquities, or is it merely serendipity? Lin Chen smiled slightly, choosing not to elucidate. "My dear sir, it appears you have lost our wager," he teased Zhu Ming with a light chuckle. Zhu Ming, rendered speechless, had no choice but to concede in front of so many witnesses. "A bet is a bet. I will transfer the 50,000 shortly. It is but a trivial matter." "How generous! How magnanimous!" Lin Chen chuckled. Who would have thought that a wager would yield him 50,000? With the gift from the owner of Junzi Club, his assets now totaled 1 million. "Mr. Lin, would you consider parting with this painting for me? Qingru is quite fond of it," Chu Qingru boldly declared. Her words effectively silenced others who were about to approach Lin Chen for purchase. Given the formidable influence of the Chu family and the fact that this gathering was hosted by them, coupled with Chu Qingru's direct request, no one dared to voice their intentions. It was well known that Chu Xiao dotes on his younger sister excessively. Seeing her affection for the artwork, Chu Xiao added, "Mr. Lin, I implore you to grant my sister's request. In addition to offering a price exceeding the auction value, I, Chu Xiao, also owe you a favor." A favor from the Chu family is not something easily quantified in monetary terms. The crowd was moved by this exchange. Lin Chen glanced at Yang Yimo, noting her neutrality, as she neither agreed nor opposed, seemingly allowing him to decide. He then looked at Chu Qingru, who wore an expression of yearning. It was difficult to deny a request from such a sincere and vulnerable girl. "Very well, I shall sell it, provided the appraisal is fair." Upon hearing his agreement, Chu Xiao immediately responded with a bright smile, "Of course." The appraiser approached, estimating the market value of the painting to be around 10 million, considering its dimensions, content, and the painter's renown. If it were a formal court painting by Song Daozi or a larger piece, it would be classified as a national treasure, commanding a price starting at 1 billion. However, this particular piece, while indeed by Song Daozi, appears to be a private work created in a moment of nostalgia, not intended for public display. To illustrate, this is not a representative work of the artist, nor is it a masterpiece that has endured through time. It resembles a casual piece, perhaps a practice work. Not every creation of an artist achieves the status of a timeless classic. Much like a poet who pins thousands of verses, yet not every line is destined to resonate through the ages. How about this? I shall offer you 2 million above the market value, totaling 12 million, along with a favor. Chu Xiao proposed with great generosity. Not caring for the sum of 10 million, Lin Chen nodded in acquiescence. Possessing a unique ability akin to foresight, he could always pursue antiquities again. At present, altering the living conditions of his mother, sister, and himself took precedence. Chu Qingru beamed, wonderful. I shall hang it in my room, constantly studying it. It will become the treasure of my art exhibition, for to me, it is priceless. Seeing his sister so joyful, Chu Xiao smiled indulgently. Ding. Congratulations, host, for bringing the private work of the Sage of Painting, Song Daisy, back to light, and for allowing it to find its rightful owner. You are rewarded with 20 merit points, which can be used to unlock the group owner's commercial interface in exchange for various premium skills. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by the mechanical voice of the system echoing in his mind. What is this? Merit points for doing good deeds? It feels as though one is rewarded for virtuous acts. As for the commercial interface, it was the first he had heard of it. Upon checking his mobile device, he discovered that the group owner, Sun Simiao, had established a commercial interface where individuals could list items for sale, available for exchange at any time. Interesting. Lin Chen spotted a beginner's manual on painting creation and appreciation, which required 15 merit points for access. Understanding that ancient scholars intertwined medicine, divination, and astrology, it became evident that a divine physician's knowledge encompasses much more than mere healing. The system possessed by a medical sage is not solely about curing ailments. Comprehending this, Lin Chen proceeded to exchange for the painting skill manual. Instantly, 5 merit points were deducted, and a wealth of knowledge regarding painting creation and appreciation flooded his mind. The state categorizes painters into 5 levels, and Lin Chen felt he had already ascended to a high rank, at least reaching the 2nd or 3rd level. For instance, achieving notable accomplishments in the national artistic landscape, holding a certain artistic status within the painting community, and having works with considerable influence nationwide that could enter the international auction stage are hallmarks of a 2nd-level painter. Chu Qingru's proficiency, however, barely qualifies her as a 3rd-level painter. Her original works, if showcased, might garner a modest reputation within the province, but would not exert significant influence nationally. After this brief interlude, the heightened excitement of the gathering began to settle as time passed, prompting some to propose their farewells. Lin Chen provided his personal bank account details, quickly receiving a notification of Zhu Ming's transfer of 50,000. However, the sum of 12 million was substantial, and the Chu family initiated a transfer that required verification from regulatory authorities, resulting in a 20-minute wait for the funds to arrive. As Lin Chen reviewed the notification of his incoming funds, he felt an immediate surge of confidence, no longer feeling constrained in his interactions with Yang Yimo. Shall we leave? Lin Chen suggested, and Yang Yimo nodded, taking his hand to depart. Before departing, Chu Qingru boldly expressed her desire for Lin Chen to show her any newly discovered authentic paintings in the future, whether for sale or merely for her to admire. Lin Chen agreed, casting a meaningful glance at Chu Qingru's legs, contemplating the next opportunity to assist in her healing. Chapter 38. Do I have a story? Do you have wine? Upon exiting the Chu family villa, Lin Chen entered Yang Yimo's car. As she drove, she hummed a cheerful tune, seemingly in high spirits. Her complexion was rosy, the window partially open, allowing the night breeze to tousle her hair, filling the car with a fragrant scent. Are you in such a good mood? Lin Chen mused aloud. Yang Yimo turned to glance at him. You're on the verge of laughing, aren't you? He teased. To his surprise, Yang Yimo burst into laughter. Did you not notice the expressions on those socialites' faces, especially Zhong Wei? They looked utterly defeated. And Zhu Ming, too, looked as if he had swallowed a fly. What a delightful sight. It truly satisfied my cravings for revenge. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, he lost both his reputation and his fortune. How rude. Who are you calling a lady? Yang Yimo shot him a glare. Their banter drew them closer, and Yang Yimo remarked, You've made quite a profit tonight. I might need to borrow some pocket money from you in the future. She regarded Lin Chen differently now, no longer viewing him merely as a poor student. Especially after he had amassed a staggering 12 million that evening. A truly extraordinary feat interest will be required. She joked, not genuinely concerned, for she lacked nothing but time. By the way, that painting, did you really find it this afternoon on Chenghuang Old Street? Yang Yimo was astonished. Your luck is incredible. When will you take me to find one for myself? Lin Chen hesitated. Such opportunities are rare. Cheapskate. Yang Yimo retorted playfully. Lin Chen chuckled, unfazed, finding her quite endearing. Half an hour later, Yang Yimo parked in front of her suburban villa. Lin Chen gazed at the imposing front gate. Isn't this your school? This is your home. I didn't bring a gift. It's not appropriate to meet your family under these circumstances. What are you thinking? I don't live with my family. There is only a housekeeper in the villa. It's just me. Yang Yimo explained as she exited the vehicle. You live alone in such a grand villa? Lin Chen inquired. Yes, she affirmed. My father bought it for me. I prefer solitude over living with him and my stepmother. Lin Chen probed gently. Have your parents divorced? My mother passed away 7 or 8 years ago. Yang Yimo's tone shifted to one of melancholy. Lin Chen felt a pang of awkwardness, having unwittingly touched upon a sensitive subject. I'm sorry. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Yang Yimo reassured him. Lin Chen contemplated her resolve. So, your determination to study medicine stems from this. Yang Yimo looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to connect the dots. Indeed, if I had been an expert in critical care, perhaps I could have saved her. It's a hereditary illness. She refrained from elaborating entirely, for it was a disease passed down through her maternal lineage, affecting nearly 80 of women in their 40s and 50s. To ensure her longevity, she felt compelled to become a doctor. Let us not dwell on such sorrowful matters. Since we're at your home, won't you invite me in for a tour? I've never lived in a villa before. My family was poor, and we cramped into a small 50-square-meter house. I bet your bedroom is larger than that. Lin Chen lamented. Oh, if that's the case, I shall show you some compassion and let you see the world. Yang Yimo replied, her expression brightening with a smile. Lin Chen smiled back, having intended to bring her joy. As they entered the villa's grand hall, the housekeeper, Aunt Chui, looked at Lin Chen with astonishment. Miss has a boyfriend now? I've never heard of this. Aunt Chui appeared bewildered. Aunt Chui, allow me to introduce my colleague, Lin Chen. He is just here for a brief visit. Lin Chen perceived Aunt Chui's expression and realized she might have misunderstood their relationship. Yes, I'm not staying overnight. He clarified, only making things more awkward. Yang Yimo blushed and kicked him lightly, scolding, What are you thinking? Who wants you to stay overnight? Don't say such nonsense. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. I'm merely stating the truth. I truly have no intention of staying. Yang Yimo led him from the 1st to the 4th floor, showcasing the spacious, elegant, and comfortable rooms of the villa. It's magnificent. When I have money, I too shall reside in such a villa, spacious enough to accommodate an entire family, Lin Chen mused. Once you procure a few more paintings, that dream will be within reach. It's a shame you're pursuing medicine. You should be a treasure appraiser. Yet, he intended to remain in the hospital as a doctor, for it was where he could accrue merit points. With those points, he could exchange for greater rewards and skills, enhancing his capabilities and future earnings. The more skills, the better. Yang Yimo scrutinized him. I've realized that while you may be a bit stingy, your aspirations are quite lofty. You're almost catching up to me. Lin Chen could hardly tolerate her teasing. Oh, you're indirectly complimenting yourself. With an air of pride, Yang Yimo replied, What? Is this young lady not worthy of praise? Lin Chen played along with her vanity, continuing to flatter her. Absolutely. A beautiful and wealthy young lady with a kind heart, simply captivating. Everyone loves you, and flowers bloom in your presence. You're surprisingly witty, Lin Chen. Lin Chen jested. It's your charm that has cured my tendency to be tongue-tied. I can't say such things to others. Yang Yimo giggled, previously unaware of Lin Chen's amusing side. Furthermore, she could distinctly sense his growing confidence. Even when facing someone of her privileged background, he exhibited no fear or embarrassment. How had she overlooked this aspect of him during his internship? A month ago, she had found this intern shy, somewhat introverted and self-effacing. Today, she realized she had underestimated this young man. Curiosity piqued. Yang Yimo asked, I never realized you were so articulate and capable. It seems you have quite a story to tell. In response, Lin Chen recalled a popular phrase from the internet, blurting out, I have a story. Do you have wine? Strangely, this remark stirred a hint of longing for wine within Yang Yimo. Shall we perhaps indulge in a drink? She suggested unexpectedly, even surprising herself with the invitation. Likely due to her happiness that evening. Yang Yimo shrugged nonchalantly, It's fine. If we drink too much, I can just stay over. There are plenty of rooms in the villa. Feel free to pick one for the night. That sounds good. Shall we order some barbecue to accompany the drinks? Lin Chen had only snacked on desserts at the Chu family banquet, which hadn't satiated his hunger. Absolutely. There's a fantastic little crayfish place within 3 kilometers that I've been dying to try. Tonight is the perfect opportunity. Yang Yimo exclaimed with delight, sealing the deal with a clap of her hands. After finalizing their order for the barbecue, Yang Yimo took a shower, emerging in a long, comfortable nightgown. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, her slender figure was elegantly wrapped in a light purple slip dress. Post-shower, her face was nearly free of makeup. Yet it did not detract from her beauty. Rather, it enhanced her natural allure, giving her an ethereal quality reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. With elongated, graceful lashes, a delicate little nose, and soft, rosy lips, Every feature exudes a tender charm that invites affection. Her cascading, lustrous black hair shimmers alluringly under the bright lights. The night breeze flows through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the second-floor guest room, stirring Yang Yimo's flowing locks and gown, enhancing her ethereal presence with a poetic allure. The two indulge in red wine and barbecued delicacies. Upon learning that this bottle of wine costs 888 yuan, Lin Chen resolutely consumes a few more glasses. However, after savoring some spicy crayfish, he finds the wine lacking in zest and retrieves a can of draft beer from the fridge. The refreshing taste perfectly complements the fiery flavor of the food. Amid laughter and conversation, they share stories ranging from childhood embarrassments to adult worries. Both Lin Chen and Yang Yimo come from single-parent families, having lost their fathers and mothers, respectively, to illness. Their striking similarities spark even more conversation. To our fathers and mothers in heaven, may they be free from suffering in their next lives. Cheers. Cheers. To our elders still living in this world. Wishing them health and longevity. Cheers. Cheers. As they continue drinking, the mixture of red wine and beer quickly takes effect. Soon, both find themselves slightly intoxicated and lie down on the large bed, forgetting who climbed in first. The next day, Lin Chen awakens feeling as if he is ensnared by an octopus, limbs tangled. His cheek rests against a fragrant area. As he stirs, a hand lightly slaps him, seemingly chastising him for moving. This gentle reprimand rouses him fully. Upon opening his eyes, he is startled to see Yang Yimo sleeping beside him, her slender arms wrapped around him as if he were a plush toy. She appears to be in a deep slumber, drooling onto the pillow. Lin Chen is taken aback and hurriedly checks his own attire. His top is missing, but thankfully he still wears his underwear, relieved that nothing untoward occurred. He wonders if he might have faced legal trouble had something happened. He begins to struggle to free himself from Yang Yimo's grasp. Don't move. Let me sleep a little longer, she murmurs without opening her eyes, pouting slightly in a playful manner. Lin Chen thinks to himself, perhaps I should quietly slip away, pretending nothing happened to avoid any awkwardness. He carefully rises, attempting to sneak out of bed. Just then, Yang Yimo bolts awake, sitting up suddenly, her eyes wide, fixed intently on Lin Chen, entirely unaware that she is only clad in a loose camisole and panties. You're awake? Lin Chen, sitting at the edge of the bed in shorts, feels utterly flustered and chuckles awkwardly. Ah! Yang Yimo shrieks, hastily grabbing the blanket and diving beneath it. Where's my nightgown? What did you do to me? You jerk. She scolds vehemently. That's what I should be asking you. I drank too much last night and woke up in this guest room. How did you end up here? What were your intentions? Lin Chen retorts. At this moment, he realizes that explaining would only put him at a disadvantage, so he redirects the question back to her, prompting Yang Yimo to reflect. Who took off my clothes? She demands, her eyes aflame with anger. She remembers wearing a nightgown when she fell asleep. How would I know? My head is pounding, and I feel hot. My top is gone as well, Lin Chen replies, casting a suspicious glance at Yang Yimo. You don't happen to have feelings for me, do you? Is that why you couldn't help but climb into my bed? Like hell I do. Yang Yimo huffs, burying her head under the blanket. As for the missing nightgown, she must have taken it off in the heat of the night. This incident cannot truly be blamed on Lin Chen. However, sharing a bed with a man and experiencing such intimacy inevitably puts her at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the most perilous scenario did not unfold. She still wears her underwear and feels no unusual discomfort, suggesting that nothing inappropriate occurred. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rings, and upon answering, he finds it is a call from the hospital. Dr. Lin, are you not at the hospital yet? We have a critical patient in the major diseases department. A liver transplant surgery has failed, and they are being brought in for emergency treatment. The director asked me to call you to hurry over. Understood. I'll be right there. Lin Chen hangs up, his expression turning grim. Another emergency awaits. At that moment, Yang Yimo's phone also rings beside the bed. Wrapped in her blanket, she answers, receiving similar news urging her to hurry to the hospital. Having taken the day off yesterday, it is her turn to work with Lin Chen today. After hanging up, they exchange complex glances, remaining silent as they quickly don their clothes and rush downstairs. Under the surprised gaze of Aunt Shui, who watches them dash toward the parking area, they embody the urgency of doctors, ready to save lives as if extinguishing a fire. Every second counts, leaving personal matters to be set aside for the time being. Yang Yimo tosses Lin Chen the key to an Audi, then speeds away in her Porsche. Lin Chen starts the Audi and follows suit. What should have been a 40-minute drive is completed in half that time as they hastily arrive at the hospital. Yang Yimo reaches the office a few minutes ahead of Lin Chen, donning her white lab coat just as he arrives. Dr. Lin, Dr. Yang. Why are you both so late? Hurry, the director is waiting for you outside the operating room. The liver transplant patient is in critical condition. Understood. The two maintain a few meters of distance, deliberately avoiding each other, still feeling the awkwardness of their shared night. Even at work, they wished to keep their relationship under wraps, not wanting colleagues to realize they had spent the night together. This is the psyche of the guilty. They arrive at the emergency room to find Director Peng, 2 other doctors, and the patient's family anxiously awaiting news. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Director Peng unusually expresses a desire to converse. Lin Chen, the patient inside, is in grave danger. If only you had been here earlier, you could have performed the surgery. Why were you late? I celebrated my confirmation yesterday and may have overindulged, Lin Chen replies, still carrying the scent of alcohol. Director Peng notices young Yimo also bears a hint of wine on her, and her appearance suggests she has just awoken. This surprises him. Could it be that they both drank and slept together last night, leading to their tardiness? Just then, the operating room doors swing open, and Expert Zhou and Director Jiang emerge. The family rushes forward to inquire, "How is it, Expert Zhou, Director Jiang?" Expert Zhou shakes his head. "I'm sorry, Secretary Tang. We did our best. The liver transplant surgery was unsuccessful, and there was a severe rejection reaction. Given Mr. Tang's age and high blood pressure, we were candid about the situation. We had only a 20% chance. After half an hour of resuscitation, we still could not succeed." Several middle-aged individuals, distinguished in demeanor and bearing, display expressions of disappointment. Fortunately, this family maintains their composure, refraining from scorn or curses directed at the experts, Zhou and Jiang. "It's my father's life." Secretary Tang nods, his tone heavy with sorrow as he exhales a deep sigh. A female relative begins to weep, preparing to rush in for one last glimpse of the body. Suddenly, Lin Chen interjects, "Everyone, please stay back. Allow me to examine the situation first." The members of the Tang family cast a cold glance at him, thinking to themselves, who does this young man think he is, so full of himself? Experts have declared there's no hope, yet he continues to pretend. However, Director Peng came to his aid, urging, "Let Lin Chen take a look." He held high expectations for Lin Chen, believing that his surgical skills were the true ace of the hospital. Chapter 40. The art of reviving the dead. Lin Chen proposed to enter and was met with vigorous support from Director Peng. He had great faith in this young man, considering him a miracle worker. It would be an injustice to label him merely as an intern or a recent graduate. For his successful interventions with young Master Song and the pregnant woman had already demonstrated his prowess in both traditional and Western medicine. His acupuncture techniques had even earned the respect of seasoned traditional Chinese medicine specialists. Following a review of Lin Chen's surgical performance, Director Peng and several experts unanimously acknowledged that his surgical skills were on par with those of seasoned professionals. Initially displeased, the Tang family felt this young man was seeking to garner attention and disrespect the body of old Master Tang. Yet, witnessing Director Peng's admiration for him, their skepticism began to wane, and the reprimands they had prepared faltered on their lips. Secretary Tang turned to Director Peng and inquired, "Does this young physician have a solution? His name is Lin Chen, our newly appointed attending physician at Rena Hospital. Do not be deceived by his youth. His surgical skills are undoubtedly top-notch and one of our hospital's hidden gems," Director Peng introduced with a smile. Lin Chen felt pressed for time, understanding that every minute counted. A delay could mean the irreversible loss of old Master Tang. He lacked confidence in his ability to save him, but resolved, "I must go in and assess the situation." Without greeting the Tang family, whom he hardly knew, Lin Chen focused solely on the task at hand. Not only he, but also Expert Zhou and Director Jiang followed him inside. Both were seasoned doctors with 2 decades and 40 years of experience respectively. Eager to witness Lin Chen's surgical approach firsthand, Director Peng initially intended to accompany them, but chose to remain outside to pacify the Tang family. The surgery room door closed once more. Once inside, with Yang Modong's assistance, Lin Chen quickly donned the surgical attire. Approaching the operating table, he discovered that the surrounding instruments no longer displayed any vital signs. Old Master Tang's body was beginning to cool. Lin Chen was confronted with the grim reality. There were no signs of life. Yang Modong looked at Lin Chen and asked, "Is there anything we can do in this situation?" From a medical standpoint, the individual was already deceased. Lin Chen nodded, contemplating whether it was time to concede. However, he believed that the more challenging the case, the greater the potential reward. This man must be revived. Lin Chen activated his spiritual vision, revealing a luminous orb of energy that had begun to rise from old Master Tang's body, drifting toward the ceiling. This orb represented the soul, a form of spiritual energy. As the body's magnetic field dissipated, this energy would soon disperse. Lin Chen was uncertain about the existence of an afterlife. Suddenly, he shouted, startling everyone. "What are you doing?" Yang Modong exclaimed, her heart racing from his sudden outburst. Lin Chen reached out with his spiritual energy to communicate with the elder's light orb, which shook its head and pointed to its own body. indicating that it had grown too cold to sustain its spirit any longer. Only Lin Chen could hear the soul's response. Rest assured, I will restore vitality to your physical form. Please wait a moment. Do not disperse or lose your way. Lin Chen turned to a bewildered Yang Madong, expert Zhou, and director Jiang, declaring, prepare to continue the surgery. Zhou and Jiang exchanged glances, bewildered. The surgery had already concluded, and old Master Tang's body was stiffening and cooling. They believed there was no hope left. Lin Chen took to the operating table, first retrieving silver needles to insert into old Master Tang's brain, preserving the magnetic field to prevent brain death. He simultaneously inserted needles around the heart, channeling vital energy to keep it from completely ceasing. After a minute of vigorous effort, combining acupuncture stimulation, the infusion of vital energy, and the use of a defibrillator, the heart began to beat once more. Scalpel. Lin Chen called, preparing to continue the liver surgery. Despite the rejection phenomena, he could navigate through it using his vital energy. The connections to the liver had been established, but physiological rejection had caused the patient's heart rate to falter and blood pressure to spike, leading to old Master Tang's demise. With Lin Chen's assistance, the silver needles facilitated blood flow and addressed the heart rate and pressure issues. After half an hour of intense labor, the instruments displayed restored vital signs. Experts Zhou and Jiang looked at the readings in astonishment. Is he truly alive again? Revived from death? How did you manage to resolve the liver's rejection response? They queried, utterly perplexed. It is indeed a perfect union of traditional and Western medicine. Expert Zhou remarked, struck by the realization. This was a classic case where the sum was greater than its parts. The debate between traditional and Western medical practices had long been contentious, with the latter having emerged as the mainstream due to advancements in technology, surgical techniques, and specialized medications. Yet, Lin Chen's integration of the two had demonstrated a miraculous outcome, providing a lesson to the three of them. Finally, Lin Chen exhaled in relief, having expended a significant portion of his vital energy and feeling utterly exhausted. Yang Madong stood nearby, observing the sweat on his brow and the fatigue in his demeanor. Filled with admiration, the fact that he could save a life in such dire circumstances was nothing short of miraculous. He truly embodied the spirit of a divine healer. What are you staring at? Prepare to wrap things up, Lin Chen said, catching Yang Madong off guard. Right, she replied, snapping back to reality and beginning to tidy up. Lin Chen removed his surgical garb and exited the emergency room. In the corridor, Director Pang and the Tang family awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Lin Chen emerge, they rushed to inquire about the outcome. Director Pang, filled with joy, realized he had made the right bet. Lin Chen was indeed akin to a miracle worker. Chapter 41. The exchange of the storage ring. Truly, this is wonderful news. Old Master Tang's life has been preserved. The Tang family rejoiced, their excitement palpable. Many doctors and experts displayed expressions of disbelief, for they had all witnessed the elder's condition and deemed it hopeless. Numerous medical staff regarded Lin Chen with reverence and admiration, realizing that true ability is not constrained by age. After exchanging pleasantries with Director Pang and the Tang family, Lin Chen sought a moment of solitude. He withdrew his phone to check the medical Immortal chat group. As expected, a notification appeared. System. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 50 merit points. Indeed, it was true, and a considerable sum. While ordinary individuals accumulated 10 to 20 points, old Master Tang, with his distinguished background and significant fate, had yielded a greater reward. With 50 merit points in hand, Lin Chen immediately browsed the chat group's marketplace, discovering a section for second-hand items. Unfortunately, the talismans, weapons, elixirs, and robes available were beyond his means, intended for advanced practitioners and celestial beings. Thus, Lin Chen decided to privately message the renowned pharmacist Sun Simiao, with whom he had developed a rapport. Lin Chen inquired, Sun Medicine King, do you have any low-tier storage artifacts available? After a brief pause, the renowned healer Sun Simiao responded, a storage ring, perhaps? Lin Chen asked, what is the least expensive option? My merit points are rather limited. With a sense of resignation, Lin Chen added, I only have 50, which I just earned. Sun Simiao replied, very well, I shall sell you one at a discounted price, as it is of little use sitting in the corner of my inventory. The two engaged in a transaction, with Sun Simiao explaining the usage of the item. Lin Chen exchanged his 50 merit points for a storage ring. Upon hearing the software notification, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a storage ring. Lin Chen found himself holding a storage artifact. The material resembled platinum, adorned with enigmatic engravings, featuring a sapphire in the center. Lin Chen drew a silver needle from his white coat, pricked his fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall upon the sapphire. Instantly, he felt a connection between his mental energy and the storage ring. He could perceive the space within, 100 cubic units. equivalent to a volume of over 4 meters in length, width, and height, a considerable space capable of holding numerous items, akin to a portable warehouse. To utilize it, one must communicate with the ring through their spiritual consciousness, as ordinary individuals lack the requisite mental energy. Only practitioners possess the necessary spiritual awareness, which is a fusion of true qi and mental energy. If one's true qi is entirely depleted, the storage ring becomes inoperative. In essence, this artifact is exclusively for practitioners. Even if an ordinary person attempts to claim it with their blood, they would be unable to unlock or utilize it. With this ring, Lin Chen could carry numerous items discreetly, alleviating concerns of discovery. Should he encounter perilous situations, having adequate supplies would ensure his survival, a truly invaluable treasure. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with the storage ring. Although he lacked precious items for the time being, he anticipated its usefulness in the future. However, as it was rather conspicuous, he decided against wearing it on his finger. Instead, he sought a cord or platinum necklace to secure it around his neck, concealing it beneath his clothing. "Good day, Dr. Lin," greeted the nurses and doctors who once looked down upon Lin Chen, now wearing smiles. "Oh, hello," he replied. Lin Chen had successfully salvaged a complicated surgery that even the esteemed Director Zhou and Chief Jiang could not manage, saving the patient in the process. That patient, Elder Tang, was a prominent figure in Lingyang. Lin Chen was destined to become a valued guest of the Tang family, as several doctors whispered among themselves. Yang Modong approached and seated herself across from his desk, her gaze occasionally drifting toward him. "What is the matter? I feel you are about to become famous," she remarked. Lin Chen chuckled. "What? Are you preparing to ask for my autograph in advance?" Yang Modong shook her head. "That is unnecessary. We are quite familiar now. You would gladly sign for me at any time, wouldn't you?" "Indeed," Lin Chen nodded, glancing at Yang Modong, realizing their growing familiarity, as they had shared a night together recently. "What kind of look is that?" Yang Modong felt her heart race under his gaze, as if he were appraising her, making her feel uneasy. Lin Chen tentatively asked, "You're not upset about last night, are you?" Yang Modong grew slightly uncomfortable, but maintained her composure. "What happened last night?" "I don't recall, so don't dwell on it." "Oh, it must have been a dream I had." Lin Chen laughed. Yes, that must be it." He chuckled, relieved to divert the conversation and avoid any awkwardness. As they chatted, a commotion erupted in the hospital corridor, prompting all the doctors in the office to rush out to investigate. "Isn't that young Master Zhang? What brings you here?" The head nurse of the Major Diseases Department spotted a well-dressed Zhang, adorned with a lavish suit worth tens of thousands, carrying a large bouquet of flowers, clearly seeking Yang Modong. "Ms. Wang, please fetch Yang Modong and tell her that her fiancé, young Master Zhang, has arrived. She should come out quickly," Zhang declared arrogantly, leaving the head nurse feeling a sense of dread. Do rich second-generation heirs always have to be so haughty? She thought. Is wealth the only reason for such arrogance? "Just pass on the message, and I'll send you a 5,000 yuan red envelope," Zhang added with a light laugh, sending a shiver through the head nurse. 5,000 yuan for merely relaying a message seemed too easy. Zhang was indeed generous. The head nurse smiled brightly and turned to call out to the office. "Dr. Yang Modong, please come out. Someone is looking for you." The nurses and doctors present, upon seeing Zhang's arrival for Yang Modong, became intrigued, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Young Master Zhang is said to come from immense wealth. The Lingjiang real estate is valued at over 20 billion. Zhang is the second son in his family and will inherit a significant fortune. He is undeniably handsome and wealthy. Seeing him makes my heart flutter. To have a boyfriend like him would elevate one's status to that of a phoenix. The nurses gushed, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Chapter 42. When pretenses become reality. Yang Modong, who had been enjoying her conversation with Lin Chen, felt her irritation rise upon seeing Zheng Junzuo. This hypocritical scion of wealth seemed to haunt her, even showing up at the hospital. "Modong, I was out conducting business this morning and happened to pass by the hospital. So I brought you some flowers and thought I'd invite you to lunch," Zheng Junzuo said, instantly adopting a courteous demeanor upon seeing Yang Modong. It must be noted that Zheng Junzuo was quite adept at putting on a show. In front of others, he presented himself as a princely figure, young, wealthy, tall, handsome, and exceptionally polite, with a flair for romance. The nurses couldn't help but fantasize about being in Yang's position, accepting flowers, sharing hugs and kisses, and romantically departing the hospital, all while garnering envy from onlookers. Yang Modong glanced at the surrounding nurses and quietly instructed, "Quickly, go find Dr. Lin Chen and tell him I have an urgent matter to discuss with him." The mere thought of Lin Chen brought a mischievous glint to her beautiful eyes, and she even stifled a smile. Once Lin Chen arrived, Zheng Junzuo would surely be at a loss for what to do. She relished the idea of using Lin Chen as a shield. Inciting a conflict between the two men, what a delightful thought. For reasons unknown, Yang Modong felt a sense of joy at the prospect of teasing Lin Chen, imagining him caught in the middle, standing up for her in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, engrossed in reviewing medical cases in his office, suddenly sneezed. Who is maligning me from behind? He wondered, rubbing his nose. Feeling parched, he reached for a cup of tea from his desk. Simultaneously, he activated his X-ray vision skill, intending to practice his ability to see through paper. Dr. Lin, quickly. At that moment, a distressed nurse burst into the office, her expression frantic as she called out to Lin Chen. Startled, Lin Chen, who was about to sip his tea, inadvertently sprayed it out upon seeing the nurse's anxious demeanor. Simultaneously, his X-ray vision swept over her, revealing far more than he intended. His outer garment became transparent, as did her undergarments, leading to his unexpected reaction. Who would have thought? She may be young, but she certainly has her assets. He mused, somewhat taken aback. The nurse, oblivious to Lin Chen's thoughts, would likely have been mortified had she known what was racing through his mind. Dr. Lin, are you all right? She asked, concerned that she might have startled him. Lin Chen quickly smiled. I'm fine. Why are you in such a hurry to find me? He noticed her evident urgency. Doctor, Yang is looking for you. She mentioned it's urgent. Is Imotong in trouble? Lin Chen's interest was immediately piqued. Very well, I shall head over at once. Lin Chen had a good rapport with Yang Imotong, and since she had summoned him, he felt compelled to respond promptly. Rising from his seat, he soon arrived at the nurse's station in the corridor. There, he observed someone in the distance holding a bouquet of flowers, speaking to Yang Imotong. It was apparent without further thought that this individual was the one expressing affection for her. Numerous nurses and doctors nearby were watching the spectacle unfold. Who is this person? What audacity to confess to Yang Imotong here. Has his brain rusted? Although Lin Chen was not particularly familiar with Yang Imotong, he understood that she valued her dignity. This public declaration was excessively ostentatious and displayed a complete lack of understanding of her feelings. Yet, perhaps I too do not fully grasp her heart. Lin Chen mused, but his steps did not falter as he quickly approached Yang Imotong. Upon seeing the wealthy heir, he nearly gasped in disbelief. It was Zheng Junzio. Damn it, he never changes. What a twist of fate. No wonder Yang Imotong had summoned him. They had unresolved issues, both personally and professionally. At that moment, Yang Imotong was visibly irritated. Just days ago, she had asked Lin Chen to pretend to be her boyfriend to dissuade Zheng from pursuing her. Yet this wealthy young man was proving to be a formidable opponent, boldly approaching her. Perhaps this strategy might work with other girls, but for Yang Imotong, it was quite the opposite. She detested such theatrics. It was utterly devoid of sincerity, overly dramatic, and merely a facade of romance. Zheng, I have made myself clear before. I have a boyfriend. Please do not waste your efforts. I will inform my father about this familial alliance and will not accept it, Yang Imotong stated flatly, casting a glance at Lin Chen, signaling him to play along. This was a performance for both Zheng and the bystanders at the hospital. Zheng Junzuo, noticing Lin Chen, felt his expression darken. He had not anticipated Lin Chen's presence in the same department. Yesterday, he thought Lin Chen's words were mere excuses. But now he realized the truth. Lin Chen was indeed a colleague of Yang Imotong in the same department. Maintaining a calm and confident demeanor, Zheng spoke with poise. Imotong, I know you are merely putting on a show for me. You believe I am not sincere, but rest assured, I will treat you well. If you choose to be with me, I will love you wholeheartedly, allowing you a life of complete freedom, and you need not endure the hardships of this medical profession. Zheng assumed that Yang Imotong worked as a doctor out of necessity, perhaps due to a strained relationship with her father, who controlled her finances, and thus sought to leverage this situation to offer her a life of luxury, a desire many women aspire to. Lin Chen could not help but scoff inwardly. Zheng Junzuo truly had no understanding of the situation. Yang Imotong pursued medicine entirely of her own volition, not for monetary gain, but to confront a deeply rooted pain. Otherwise, with her beauty, she could have easily attracted a multitude of wealthy suitors. Moreover, her father was quite indulgent, reportedly providing her with a monthly allowance of 300,000. As expected, Yang Imotong's expression soured upon hearing Zheng's words. I'm sorry, Zheng, but we are simply not compatible. Our values do not align, and there is no need to force it. Furthermore, Lin Chen is indeed my boyfriend. Must I prove that again? Her declaration astonished the surrounding medical staff. What? Lin Chen and Yang Imotong are in a relationship? When did this happen? Lin Chen felt it was time for him to step forward. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge this relationship in the hospital, he found himself with no choice. Zheng, Imotong's stance is quite clear. Please refrain from further intrusion. I, Lin Chen, am indeed her boyfriend, and if you doubt it, I shall demonstrate. Lin Chen boldly wrapped his arm around Yang Imotong's waist and leaned in to kiss her passionately once more. Chapter 43. A lavish meal as the car sped away. Chen Tao in the back seat burst into laughter, recounting the expression on Wang Teng's face when he was put in his place. That Wang Teng thought he was so impressive driving a Tesla, only to be outdone by you in that Audi A6. What a slap in the face, haha. Chen Tao's innocent and straightforward nature made him focus solely on mocking Wang Teng, neglecting to inquire about the car's origin. However, Meng Jiwei was far more perceptive. Lin Chen, where did you acquire this Audi? Meng Jiwei's gaze fixed on Lin Chen, her concern evident. She feared he had resorted to illicit means to obtain it in a bid to impress others. This Audi was lent to me by a colleague. It's not a gift, merely borrowed, Lin Chen explained. Chen Tao was taken aback. They say you shouldn't lend your wife or your car. Lin Chen chuckled. I assisted my colleague, who has multiple vehicles. This one was unused, destined for the scrap yard, so she let me drive it. I will return it when she no longer needs it. Wait, is this a rich heir? Male or female? Chen Tao inquired. Meng Jiwei was taken aback, realizing Lin Chen's circle was more affluent than she had assumed. So, you have money to buy a car now? And you're treating us to a meal at Yeyalujin? Have you struck it rich? Chen Tao asked curiously. Meng Jiwei became cautious. Her focus on Lin Chen heightened. She yearned to comprehend the source of his newfound wealth. She did not want Lin Chen to stray down the wrong path. To her, money held little importance. The purity of character was paramount. If Lin Chen compromised his principles for financial gain, it would deeply disappoint her. Sensing Meng Jiwei's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Chen understood that he needed to clarify matters lest she remain anxious. Recently, I came into a modest windfall. Remember the incident at the Junzi Club when we were cornered? I stayed behind because I noticed that Brother Jiang had a severed tendon and nerve damage in his right hand, rendering it almost useless. I offered him acupuncture treatment, which could restore about 60 to 70% of its function. In gratitude, he presented me with a card containing 500,000 for the treatment. 500,000. Chen Tao gasped. Meng Jiwei nodded, acknowledging that this method of earning was not unethical. She had never perceived Lin Chen as someone with advanced medical skills. Rest assured, I have already treated him significantly. I learned acupuncture and traditional medicine from my grandfather as a child, but I had never mentioned it before. I also studied Western medicine for 5 years in university without any opportunity to showcase my abilities. Now that I have graduated, I intend to integrate both Western and traditional medicine to enhance my skills through practice. That's why I interned in the major illness department recently, assisting the attending physician in surgeries, where I employed acupuncture to stabilize patients' blood pressure, contributing to the success of the operations, which led to my early confirmation. Lin Chen concocted a half-truth that was easily accepted. I see. Chen Tao believed him. Meng Jiwei contemplated, finding no flaws in his explanation, and temporarily accepted Lin Chen's account. As long as he earned his money through honest effort and remained on the right path, Meng Jiwei would feel at ease and be happy for him. She had been Lin Chen's classmate since high school in their hometown and had shared middle school as well. Even back then, Lin Chen was an exemplary student, known for his optimism, helpful nature, and genuine kindness, which provided others with a profound sense of security. She would never forget the time when she was suffering from a stomachache and was carried to the hospital by Lin Chen. Nor would she forget the occasion when the school organized an outdoor trip, during which she accidentally fell into a stone cave, twisting her ankle and unable to escape, only to be found by Lin Chen, who lifted her out with great care. However, Lin Chen had never spoken of any advantages or pursued her romantically. Thus Meng Jiwei refrained from breaking the unspoken understanding between them, fearing that their friendship might be jeopardized by romantic entanglements. She cherished their bond, wishing not to disrupt it. For if they could not become lovers, she would rather not lose the most precious male friend she had. Meng Jiwei felt that she could no longer be passive. Otherwise, Lin Chen might be taken by other women, particularly those who were unworthy of his affection. Furthermore, she acknowledged that she had no interest in any other man, as her heart was entirely occupied by Lin Chen. She resolved to no longer suppress her feelings, nor to control her emotions. Previously, she had been concerned about the disparity in their family backgrounds, projecting an image of wealth that might hurt Lin Chen's pride and set him on an undesirable life path. Yet now, she had witnessed Lin Chen's transformation and maturity, filling her with confidence, and she no longer felt inferior due to their differing backgrounds, which eased the worries of Song Yunqi. As long as it is a reward for your labor, we will acknowledge it. Meng Jiwei finally smiled. Lin Chen sighed in relief and continued, so, you can enjoy your meal without concern. This money is honestly earned through my labor. I intend to savor this feast. Chen Tao exclaimed joyfully. Upon arriving at the luxurious restaurant, Lin Chen generously ordered an expensive bottle of red wine and filled the table with steaks and hand-pulled meat, fulfilling Chen Tao's desire for a grand meal. Meng Jiwei noticed that Lin Chen was growing increasingly confident. exhibiting a refinement and grace that surpassed the affluent airs she had encountered before, embodying the image of a true gentleman, and further solidifying her perception of him as a Prince Charming. Most importantly, it was only in Lin Chen's presence that she felt at ease, free from worries, experiencing a sense of contentment that she had never felt with anyone else. Suddenly, Meng Jue asked, "By the way, Lin Chen, did you say you would visit your mother in the hospital this weekend?" She nodded. "Yes, it was agreed upon beforehand, and I will accompany you." Chen Tao expressed surprise. "Really? You two are meeting the parents so soon?" Meng Jue froze for a moment upon hearing this, then realized and blushed slightly. This visit was indeed a sensitive matter. As a girl accompanying a male peer to meet his family, it could easily be misinterpreted. Lin Chen shot a glare at Chen Tao. "What nonsense are you spouting? Meeting the parents? I am going to the hospital to give my mother acupuncture treatment. Jiwei is just concerned and wants to accompany me to ensure I am not being reckless." "Oh, I see." Chen Tao understood, shaking his head. "That's a bit unfortunate. I thought you two were secretly together." Lin Chen and Meng Jiwei exchanged glances, both feeling a bit awkward. Their relationship was indeed complicated. They had known each other for a long time and were very close, yet they were not lovers, more akin to soulmates or close friends. After Chen Tao had his fill, he praised Lin Chen profusely, marveling at his combination of traditional and Western medicine and his previously hidden talents. "Lin Chen, I underestimated you. I was worried about your survival after graduation, but it turns out you are doing the best among us in the dorm." Chen Tao reflected, realizing they were about to enter society, no longer just dorm mates, but embarking on new life paths. Meng Jue had also had a bit to drink. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Lin Chen and asked, "So, are you planning to stay at Renha as a doctor?" "For now, yes," Lin Chen replied. "The director mentioned considering me for a position as an attending physician, although my qualifications are not at the master's or doctoral level. My expertise in both traditional and Western medicine is an advantage." He intended to remain at the hospital temporarily, honing his skills through practical experience while saving lives, earning merit points each day. After all, the hospital presented various emergencies and numerous cases that would serve as practical training. As for the future, once he had sufficient wealth, he could choose whether or not to work, or perhaps even start a pharmaceutical company, but that was a matter for another day. "Jiwei, are you planning to stay in Lingjiang or move to another city?" "Lingjiang is the capital of Su province, offering ample opportunities for development, so I plan to stay here." She smiled softly, casting a glance at Lin Chen, her primary reason being that he was there. "What kind of work do you intend to pursue?" Lin Chen inquired. Meng Jue hesitated before responding. "As you know, my family is in the pharmaceutical business, so my father wants me to study medicine. But they do not wish for me to practice as a doctor. Instead, they want me to graduate with my bachelor's degree and transition into biology, pursuing further studies to manage the family's research department, or perhaps to take additional courses in management." She decided to share her family situation openly, no longer wishing to conceal it, as she would have to reveal her background eventually. Lin Chen had heard that Meng Jiwei's family was a prominent pharmaceutical clan in Runzhou, not ostentatious, but steadily progressing, building a solid market presence with several branches, and reportedly preparing to list on the Tianhai Stock Exchange. "Are you going to continue your studies in Lingjiang, or move to Tianhai City?" Meng Jue replied. "I plan to stay in Lingjiang. I am familiar with the city and intend to study both biotechnology and business management concurrently, preparing for the future. In my third year of graduate studies, I plan to go abroad for a year as an exchange student." Meng Jue had a well-thought-out plan. If Lin Chen had not been involved with someone else, perhaps she would have considered studying abroad immediately after her undergraduate program. However, due to Lin Chen, she was determined to negotiate with her family and school, aiming to complete the first 2 years of her graduate studies in Lingjiang, and then study abroad for a year to broaden her horizons. Lin Chen was unaware of Meng Jiwei's quiet sacrifices and choices. "Wow, you might become a female CEO in the future," Chen Tao teased. Meng Jiwei smiled lightly. She enjoyed growing independently, but also cherished her time with Lin Chen. "What about you, Taozi?" Chen Tao pondered for a moment before saying, "I plan to go into sales. The medical field isn't really suited for me. I'm not detail-oriented, and I haven't excelled in my studies. I probably won't ever step into an operating room. Without the necessary qualifications, to be an attending physician, I would have to go to a township, while in Lingjiang, a master's degree is the minimum, and many are even doctors. So, I don't plan to continue my studies. Instead, I will focus on sales of medical devices and pharmaceutical products. After all, I can drink well, and who knows, in a few years, I might be a regional manager." Lin Chen nodded, recognizing that sales would indeed suit Chen Tao. After the trio discussed their life plans and enjoyed a bit more wine, the gathering was nearing its conclusion. "I'll take care of the bill." A girl's voice interrupted. "How many times have I told you? We broke up, so don't harass me anymore. Xin, I know I was wrong. I was indeed drunk last time. And that classmate took advantage of my vulnerability. But I truly love you and never intended to cheat on you. Humph. Scoundrel, stop talking. I misjudged you. We are already broken up, and that's final. Hong Yuexin's attitude was resolute as she quarreled with her ex-boyfriend. That evening, Hong Yuexin had come to dinner with classmates but was cornered by her wealthy ex-boyfriend, Xie Gang, leading to this scene. No, Xin, if you don't forgive me, I won't leave. Get away. Hong Yuexin pushed her ex-boyfriend, only to be firmly grasped by him, pulled into his embrace to calm down. Suddenly, she spotted Lin Chen and quickly broke free, rushing over to him for support, declaring, "My boyfriend is here to pick me up." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Xie Gang, upon hearing this, cast a hostile glance at Lin Chen, uncertain whether to believe her claim. Xin, stop this nonsense, Xie Gang said coldly. Hong Yuexin retorted, "The one causing a scene here is you. We have been separated for half a month, with no ties left. My boyfriend now is Lin Chen, who has pursued me for quite some time. I turned him down before, but upon realizing your true nature as a scumbag, I have chosen Lin Chen. I plan to marry him in the future. Therefore, Xie Gang, please keep your distance. Just the sight of you reminds me of that night when you were fooling around with a female classmate in the car, and it makes me want to vomit." It was then that Lin Chen realized he had once again been used as a human shield. Just as he was about to explain, Hong Yuexin cupped his face and kissed him fiercely, silencing him. This sudden act left Lin Chen bewildered as Hong Yuexin fervently kissed him, not allowing him to speak. After a full half-minute of entanglement, Hong Yuexin finally released Lin Chen and whispered, "You've made it easy for me. Just cooperate a little." Xie Gang, enraged, charged forward with the intent to strike Lin Chen. This unexpected aggression even surprised Hong Yuexin, as she hadn't anticipated Xie Gang would resort to violence. Xie Gang, having studied karate and possessing good physical fitness, raised concerns in her mind about Lin Chen's safety. However, she quickly recalled that night when Lin Chen had displayed his prowess, effortlessly overpowering the bodyguards of Junlin Ku, and her worries dissipated. With a swift motion, Lin Chen grasped Xie Gang's fist and applied a slight pressure, causing Xie Gang to yelp in pain and bend his knee, collapsing to the ground. "Ah, my hand!" Xie Gang cried out. Lin Chen scoffed. "So your name is Xie Gang. From now on, do not harass Hong Yuexin again. If I hear of it, I will break your hands and your legs. Now get lost." Upon finishing his warning, Lin Chen pushed forward with a sudden force, sending Xie Gang flying several meters away. Xie Gang, stunned, scrambled to his feet, astonished by Lin Chen's skill, which seemed to hint at an understanding of Qigong. He glared at Lin Chen and Hong Yuexin before fleeing, too embarrassed to remain. "Thank you, Lin Chen," Hong Yuexin said as she released her grip on his arm. At that moment, Meng Jiwei and Chen Tao approached, their expressions peculiar as they regarded Hong Yuexin, having witnessed the kiss. Chen Tao boldly remarked, "Hong Yuexin, that kiss was rather passionate, wasn't it?" Hong Yuexin's cheeks flushed as she explained, "I had to do that to make Xie Gang give up." Meng Jiwei, sensing the awkwardness that prolonged questioning could create, decided to let it go, believing it would be better to move on without further mention, allowing time to erase the incident from memory. "Hong Yuexin, be cautious. I don't believe Xie Gang will easily relent. Let us finish our meal and leave," Meng Jiwei advised, tugging on Lin Chen to exit the restaurant. Watching the three figures depart, Hong Yuexin licked her lips, feeling an inexplicable sensation that was far more intense than anything she had experienced with her previous boyfriends. Chapter 45. Delicate thoughts. The following day, Lin Chen returned to work, resuming his routine of attending to patients alongside Yang Madong, conducting thorough examinations, and engaging in brief conversations with family members as part of the standard ward rounds. The morning was uneventful, but the afternoon brought a surgical operation. Yang Madong was the lead surgeon, and Lin Chen assisted her. Since the surgery was not overly complex, Lin Chen refrained from intervening directly. Despite Yang Madong's status as a wealthy and beautiful individual, she displayed a serious demeanor on the operating table, demonstrating exceptional skill. With another 2 or 3 years of experience, she would be nearing expert level, which greatly impressed Xiao Chen. Yang Madong, merely 2 years older than him, had completed her Bachelor-S and Master-S degrees consecutively and had become an attending physician within 3 years, owing to her remarkable learning and practical abilities. In contrast, Lin Chen had relied on a chat group to find success. Without the medical immortal system, he would have graduated as just an intern, lacking proficiency in both traditional and Western medicine. Lin Chen often pondered that he must not overly depend on the system. He needed to strengthen himself, continuously learning and reflecting to truly grow. At that moment, observing Yang Madong diligently performing the surgery, Lin Chen found her immensely attractive, and his admiration for her deepened. Her dedication reflected a commitment to her patients and a profound respect for life. Occasionally, Lin Chen would offer small suggestions, drawing upon his expert-level abilities to identify which of Yang Modong's actions would be more effective during the procedure. Yang Modong welcomed his advice, even finding inspiration, as if she had a mentor beside her guiding her to improve. "Thank you for your hard work," Lin Chen softly encouraged as he stood beside her. Yang Modong glanced at him, then at her watch, stating, "There's still an hour until we finish. Don't forget our dinner plans tonight." Lin Chen nodded, "Of course. I haven't forgotten. I'm free tonight and can accompany you for dinner. By the way, didn't you mention that your cooking skills are excellent? I would love to taste your culinary talents." Yang Modong smiled at his words, though exhaustion remained evident on her face. Lin Chen was taken aback by her request, as he had expected her to ask for a home-cooked meal. Initially reluctant to cook, he softened upon seeing her fatigued expression and instinctively agreed. "All right, I will cook for you to reward your hard work today. After all, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Preparing a meal for you is not too much to ask." Upon hearing his agreement, Yang Modong smiled brightly. Great. Lin Chen was indeed skilled in cooking, and during his school days, he was often invited to join gatherings, not merely to be fed but to prepare the meals. However, in recent times, he had not had many opportunities to cook. During their previous dining experiences, he had shared insights about various gourmet dishes, impressing Yang Modong, who believed he must possess considerable culinary skills. To create flavorful dishes, quality ingredients were essential. The selection of ingredients and their combinations were crucial, alongside the necessary cooking techniques, to produce a delightful meal. However, this not only required time but also tranquility and financial resources. When funds were low, one often settled for less, unable to compare with those of affluence. Since starting his work at the hospital, Lin Chen had kept his culinary abilities largely undisclosed. Thus, Yang Modong's mention of his cooking left him perplexed, unsure of when he had ever revealed such information to her. "I'm curious. When did I ever mention my cooking skills?" Lin Chen mused, unable to recall having discussed it. "You were likely too tipsy to remember," she replied, seemingly having guessed correctly. Yang Modong thought to herself, "It seems I have successfully tricked Lin Chen, but judging by his demeanor, he genuinely knows how to cook. Today's discovery has been quite fruitful. I've uncovered this fellow's secret." Little did Lin Chen know of Yang Modong's musings. Seeing her earnestness, he sighed. "Well, if I did indeed mention it, I shall prepare a meal to satisfy your appetite. Please get ready. We will finish work soon. If you need ingredients, I'll have Aunt Shui prepare them, but we should have plenty in the fridge." Lin Chen smiled. "No need for special preparations. We can use whatever we have. The technique is what matters." "Oh, then I shall eagerly await my tasting," she exclaimed. "But drink less tonight. I'm genuinely concerned about potential mishaps," Lin Chen admitted, still feeling a bit apprehensive. Yang Modong giggled, playfully covering her rosy lips with her delicate hand. "Lin Chen, do you think of me as a quirky girl with many clever ideas? Look at your frightened expression, as if I might consume you." Yang Modong remarked with a triumphant smile, reveling in her ability to control Lin Chen. "To be honest, it's not that I fear you might devour me, but rather that I am concerned about the responsibility should anything go awry. I cannot bear such a burden," Lin Chen clarified. "Humph, so you harbor thoughts of shirking responsibility?" Yang Modong's demeanor turned icy at his words. Realizing he had inadvertently upset her, Lin Chen quickly waved his hands in protest. "No, no. You are an unparalleled beauty. If I were to take responsibility, it would be a gain for me. Wouldn't it be more about your welfare?" "Huh. Do you truly see me as a paragon of beauty?" Yang Modong's smile sparkled, a stark contrast to her earlier irritation. "Indeed, there are few who can rival you," he replied. "Now that an extraordinary beauty has invited you, are you still so apprehensive? Are you not a man?" Yang Modong countered boldly. A surge of impulse welled up within Lin Chen. "Of course, I am a true man. Since you've put it that way, I shall embrace the challenge." With a raised eyebrow, he acquiesced. However, internally, he cautioned himself to tread carefully. He could easily fall into Yang Modong's trap. The prospect of pursuing her or deceiving her parents was daunting. After all, the clever and enchanting Yang Modong could easily ensnare him with her schemes. Besides, should the pretense turn into reality, it would be difficult for a hero to resist the charms of such a beauty. Chapter 46. A culinary endeavor. The pair drove for approximately half an hour, arriving at Yang Modong's villa. The sun had yet to set, revealing a cadre of young, robust security personnel, all clad in uniform, a stark contrast to the older guards typically found in residential areas. This villa district was pristine, with neatly paved roads flanked by meticulously trimmed trees and vibrant flowers, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a fragrant garden. It was a picturesque and luxurious setting, clearly distinct from ordinary villas. As they traversed the area, they encountered a beautifully landscaped garden, akin to an artist's masterpiece. "Dr. Yang, what is the price of a house here?" Lin Chen inquired curiously. "Typically, they start at over 20 million, With some exceeding that, Yang Modong replied nonchalantly. 20 million? How could one afford such a residence on a monthly salary? It would take a lifetime to save. Lin Chen exclaimed, astonished. Noticing his surprise, Yang Modong gently reassured him. What does that matter? A true man should not be overly concerned with material conditions. Besides, with your talent, selling a painting for 12 million or acquiring an antique could easily afford you a villa. What is there to worry about? Encouraged by her words, Lin Chen nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her perspective. He needed to alter his mindset, shedding the limitations of his previous financial struggles. With the medical immortal group system at his disposal, he had no reason to fear financial success. Material possessions like houses and cars were merely the basic necessities of life. He must not allow his gaze to linger on such trivialities. After parking the car, they entered her villa, having only caught a fleeting glimpse during their previous visit. Lin Chen now took in the opulent decor and furnishings, all of which exuded luxury and elegance. Yang Modong's family background was evidently affluent. By the way, all the ingredients you need are already in the fridge. You can begin now, Yang Modong instructed. Great. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves, opened the refrigerator, and selected some vegetables and meat. By the way, where is your housekeeper? He asked. Mom Chui is on leave today, Yang Modong replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. In truth, she had called her housekeeper earlier that afternoon. Granting her a day off to ensure their evening would be uninterrupted and more intimate. Do you need my assistance? She offered. Lin Chen quickly shook his head. No. I can manage on my own. He intended to prepare a medicinal dish, utilizing herbs he had purchased the previous day, which would not only be delectable, but also nutritious. This knowledge stemmed from his studies of traditional Chinese medicine, inspired by the legendary physician Sun Simiao. All right, I will go upstairs for a shower by the time I finish. You should be nearly done, Yang Modong said with a gentle smile. You're going to shower? Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Realizing his misunderstanding, he chuckled awkwardly, dismissing his earlier thoughts. Stop daydreaming and get to cooking, Yang Modong chided playfully, glancing at him with a hint of exasperation before ascending the stairs. As Lin Chen watched her retreating figure, a flurry of thoughts crossed his mind. Would Yang Modong attempt to tempt him tonight? He chuckled softly but quickly dismissed the notion. He believed she was not the type to be so forward, and it was unlikely she would easily fall for his charms. Entering the kitchen, he commenced his culinary task, planning to prepare 6 dishes with various cooking methods, infused with herbs to enhance their flavors. Having studied the medicinal arts from renowned figures like Hua Tuo and El Dongbin, he had become adept at creating medicinal cuisine. Half an hour later, the fragrant aroma of his dishes filled the kitchen, making his mouth water. Just then, Yang Modong descended the stairs, freshly showered. The meal is ready. I've placed it on the table. We can eat whenever you're ready, Lin Chen announced. Standing by the sofa. I'm here, Yang Modong replied, playfully tossing her long, dark hair, which danced with elegance. She wore a delicate white garment, her hair loosely tied with a red ribbon, bestowing upon her an air of classical beauty. Lin Chen marveled at her appearance, contemplating that had she lived in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Her long, fair legs, even with leggings beneath, stirred his imagination, leaving him momentarily parched. He concealed his reaction well, swallowing discreetly, unnoticed by Yang Modong. Her allure was undeniable, yet Lin Chen remained cautious, smiling while guarding against any potential traps she might set. They were friends, and given her familial tensions regarding an arranged marriage, he knew he must tread lightly and refrain from harboring any inappropriate thoughts towards her. Yang Modong, drawn by the enticing aroma of the dishes Lin Chen had prepared, felt her senses awakened. Is this truly your handiwork? It smells divine. Come and taste for yourself. Lin Chen replied with a warm smile. All right. Yang Modong, filled with curiosity, stepped one careful foot at a time to the dining table. She gently lowered her body, closed her eyes, and took in the delightful aromas of the dishes before her, reveling in the sheer pleasure of it all. How exquisite. Any thoughts of schemes or tricks faded from her mind as she eagerly sat down, impatient to pick up her chopsticks. Chapter 47. A request. Yang Modong indulged in 6 dishes, each more delectable than the last, surpassing any culinary delight she had ever tasted, far exceeding even the fare prepared by 5-star hotel chefs. Goodness, Lin Chen, did you once train as a chef? This cuisine is simply divine. With one hand wielding a spoon and the other deftly maneuvering chopsticks, she savored the soup with her left while relishing the dishes with her right, unable to stop. Lin Chen joined her at the table, eager to taste the creations he had prepared. With his advanced culinary skills and knowledge of medicinal cuisine, each dish was a harmonious blend that transcended the abilities of any ordinary chef. After a round of tasting, Yang Modong's expression brightened, and she uncorked a bottle of fine red wine. The wine, a deep ruby hue, appeared slightly transparent, indicating its esteemed age, with a price tag exceeding 10,000 yuan. Are you drinking again? Lin Chen queried, a hint of concern in his eyes, worried she might overindulge. Yang Modong nodded vigorously. Such exquisite dishes deserve wine. It would be a shame not to enjoy it. What? You wouldn't dare tell me you don't drink, would you? How could I possibly not drink? Lin Chen managed a wry smile. What if I get tipsy? I fear the consequences. Yang Modong huffed lightly, her gaze filled with playful disdain for his timidity. Without further ado, she poured the wine. The crimson liquid cascaded into the transparent glass, sparkling like a ruby under the soft glow of the lights. Yang Modong delicately lifted the wine glass, her slender arm swaying slightly, watching the wine ripple within the glass like a graceful maiden in a flowing gown. Come. Let us toast, she declared, raising her glass towards Lin Chen. Seeing her insistent demeanor, Lin Chen forced a smile. Yang Modong arched an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Relax, Lin Chen. I assure you, this is merely a toast. I wish to celebrate myself and express gratitude to you for ensuring that Zheng Junju will no longer intrude upon my life. A troublesome burden lifted. With that, she took a gentle sip of the red wine, her lips the color of the wine itself. Lin Chen, reassured by her words, momentarily set aside his reservations and joined her in sipping the wine. Though the alcohol content was not overwhelming, it had a lingering effect. After a few sips, they continued to enjoy the dishes. Despite being the cook, Lin Chen was astonished by how delicious the food truly was. He mused that dining out would never compare to the joy of cooking at home. It seemed prudent to consider purchasing a home, perhaps not a villa, but a 3-bedroom apartment would suffice. A space of around 150 square meters, slightly outside the city center, could be acquired for a few million. Toasting once more to the delightful feast, Yang Modong relished the exquisite food and wine, thoroughly enjoying herself. Lin Chen, whose tolerance for alcohol was limited, found himself gradually succumbing to her encouragement, drinking more than he had initially intended. He felt a pleasant lightheadedness, his heart racing with the thrill of the evening. As the meal concluded, he reclined on the sofa, his vision slightly blurred. Meanwhile, Yang Modong appeared unaffected, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling with mischief, betraying a hint of drunkenness. She gazed at Lin Chen, a playful smile gracing her lips, teasing him for his apparent inebriation. She settled beside him on the sofa, her long legs gracefully crossing, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, fair skin. Leaning slightly against the sofa, she exuded an alluring charm. Lin Chen, are you still drinking? I think I've had enough for now. Her soft voice stirred something within him, prompting him to glance at her. In that moment, she seemed even more enchanting. Am I beautiful? She asked. Yes, you are quite beautiful. Then, if I make a request, will you grant it? Lin Chen wrestled with his thoughts, contemplating whether it was wise to agree to share a bed with her. He had yet to fully acknowledge his feelings for her, and in light of his budding connection with Meng Zhuwei, it felt inappropriate to leap into intimacy with Yang Modong. Yet, under the influence of the wine, Lin Chen felt emboldened. Suddenly, he reached out and embraced Yang Modong's waist. The unexpected gesture startled her, bringing her closer to him. She could feel the strength of his embrace, a sensation providing her with an unprecedented sense of security. Instinctively, she resisted, thinking he was taking advantage of her closeness. She contemplated pushing him away, yet he merely held her waist gently, not crossing any boundaries. What is it that you wish for me to agree to? He whispered in her ear. Yang Modong's cheeks flushed even deeper, as if they were aflame. Next month is my grandmother's 70th birthday. Would you accompany me home as my boyfriend? This way, my family will know we are together, and they will cease to pressure me with unwanted introductions. Her unexpected request left Lin Chen momentarily speechless, as it deviated from the romantic scenarios he had envisioned. The ambience of fine wine, beautiful company, and an intimate setting typically led to something more romantic, yet here she was, asking for a mere pretense of a relationship. Lin Chen, overwhelmed with self-reflection, gently pushed her away, attempting to maintain a respectful distance. To her, however, this gesture felt like a rejection of her request. Will you do it, or not? She pressed, tightening her hold on him, employing her best charm. Unable to withstand her persistence, Lin Chen relented. Fine, I will. Now that sounds more like it. Yang Modong exclaimed, her face lighting up with a victorious smile as she climbed off them, her expression triumphant. Chapter 48. Ying's fury after Yang Modong had secured Lin Chen's agreement. Her spirits soared, and she began to drink more freely. I can't drink anymore, Lin Chen protested, feeling the effects of the wine, longing for sleep. Yang Modong playfully linked her arm through his. Your cooking was too delicious. I'm stuffed, but I must toast you one more time. Next time I crave your cooking, will you be at my beck and call, ready to whip up a meal for me? We shall see. I may not always be available, Lin Chen replied, aware that he needed to focus on self-improvement and education, expanding his knowledge rather than relying solely on the system. Additionally, he needed to enhance his own abilities. No longer remaining stagnant at the 6th level of chi refining, it demanded ample time and dedication. One should not squander time on a false romantic partner. If the relationship were genuine, companionship might be worthwhile. However, investing too much in a fabricated bond is hardly worthwhile. Lin Chen pondered this, and under the influence of alcohol, he candidly expressed that he might not have as much time to spare, nor be available at a moment's notice. No, you must be there when I need you. Yang Modong, feeling the effects of the drink, began to act playfully yet stubbornly, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's neck, nearly leaning on him in a mock threat. Let me think about it. I'm tired and going to sleep. Lin Chen decided to retire to his room. Wait for me, I'm tired too. Yang Modong, feeling a bit dizzy, followed him upstairs. As the night passed, Lin Chen awoke with a slight headache. Fortunately, he had gone to bed early, allowing him to rise before 7 o'clock, avoiding any risk of being late. However, he discovered a beautiful woman sleeping beside him, Yang Modong. This time, she was not in pajamas. Wearing only a small pair of underwear, her top seemingly vanished, likely discarded in the warmth of the night. Lin Chen checked himself and felt relieved to find that he was still properly attired. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if this pattern of sleeping together without any physical intimacy led her to question his character. As he gazed at Yang Modong's bare back, he rose to find his clothes, intending to slip out discreetly. However, as he moved, Yang Modong awakened, groggily realizing her upper body was exposed and screamed in shock. Stop screaming. Nothing happened. How did you end up in my bed again? I warn you, once is a mistake, twice is a choice. But if it happens a third time, I might not be able to control myself, and you will regret it. Lin Chen, taking the initiative to reprimand her, sought to avoid any blame. After his words, Yang Modong ceased her outcry and refrained from questioning his intentions. She needed a moment to regain her composure and alleviate the awkwardness. After Lin Chen finished his morning routine, he prepared a savory meat porridge infused with medicinal herbs. Once Yang Modong had freshened up and applied a subtle makeup, her lingering annoyance dissipated as she enjoyed the delicious breakfast. Time to head to work. As they exited the villa, preparing to drive, they heard a car horn at the entrance, followed by someone ringing the doorbell. Curiously, Yang Modong approached and opened the door, revealing a familiar figure. Modong, good morning. Zhang Junzuo greeted her with a radiant smile, presenting a bouquet of flowers. Upon seeing Yang Modong, the words he had rehearsed in his mind were abruptly interrupted, and his smile faltered, replaced by a grimace that resembled a ghastly mask. Not only was his expression dismal, but his two bodyguards behind him also appeared bewildered, for Lin Chen, the last person Zhang wished to see, stood beside Yang Modong. The implications of their early morning together were all too clear. Ah, isn't that Zhang Xiao? Are you declaring your affections this early in the morning? Lin Chen remarked with surprise, stepping out from behind Yang Modong, a bemused smile on his face. To Zhang Junzuo, however, Lin Chen's expression seemed nothing short of a boastful provocation, igniting a flame of uncontainable anger within him. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? Zhang Junzuo's voice quivered with disbelief, his gaze icy as he pointed a finger at Lin Chen. Understanding Zhang Junzuo's tumultuous thoughts, Lin Chen chuckled lightly, glancing at Yang Modong before stating, I am Modong's boyfriend. I stayed over last night. What of it? Does it concern you? The incredulity in Zhang Junzuo's expression was unmistakable. This is impossible. How could it happen so quickly? His anger flared as Lin Chen's words struck a nerve. I spent the night here, sharing a bed with Modong. Zheng Xiao, we are adults. I believe certain things need not be stated so bluntly, Lin Chen replied, raising an eyebrow with a knowing smirk. You scoundrel. Zheng Junzuo hurled the bouquet to the ground in fury. The once vibrant flowers wilted upon impact, a sad and chaotic sight. I will make you pay. Zheng Junzuo was utterly enraged, swinging his fist at Lin Chen. Lin Chen observed the attack, finding it childishly slow, akin to a game of pretend for children. He effortlessly sidestepped to the left and countered with a swift kick. With a resounding thud, Zheng Junzuo stumbled forward, landing unceremoniously on the ground. The tables had turned, and instead of inflicting harm, Zheng found himself the butt of the joke. Blood streamed from his nose, and pain radiated through his body, fueling his ire. Bodyguards, take him down. Beat the scoundrel to a pulp. Yes, young master. The two bodyguards surged forward in response to his command. Yang Modong tensed, poised to intervene. But Lin Chen interrupted, Modong, watch me. As the bodyguards closed in, one attempted a grappling maneuver while the other aimed to strike. With a slight smile, Lin Chen delivered a swift punch to one guard's chest, followed by a kick to the other's leg. With two thuds, both bodyguards were effortlessly subdued, collapsing onto the ground right where Zheng Junzuo lay, creating a tangled heap of bodies accompanied by Zhang's anguished cries. Lin Chen, you bastard. I will not forgive you. Zhang Junzuo howled in frustration, struggling to rise in a rather undignified manner. Zheng Xiao, this was not my initial intent. You provoked me, and I merely defended myself. Now, I must get to work, so you better leave, or I shall be forced to act again, Lin Chen said, straightening his shirt with an air of nonchalance. Yang Modong regarded Lin Chen with a complex expression, surprised by his fighting prowess. She realized that Lin Chen was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Zheng Junzuo, utterly humiliated, hastily retreated to his car, aided by his bodyguards, as they drove away in disgrace. What a disappointing sight to behold so early in the morning. Lin Chen chuckled, feeling a sense of satisfaction despite the initial disappointment. This encounter would likely clarify the reality for Zheng Junzuo. He could never win Yang Modong's heart. The two youthful individuals, publicly declaring their relationship, had emerged from a villa together, having shared a bed, inevitably inviting speculation. Others would hardly consider that their previous evening consisted merely of dining, conversing, and drinking, leading to an innocent slumber. Instead, many would leap to the most primal conclusions. Zheng Junzuo likely assumed that Lin Chen had indeed slept with her. How absurd! Yang Modong exclaimed, her eyes narrowing playfully as she shot Lin Chen an exasperated glance. Lin Chen grinned widely. Huh? A slip of the tongue. Yang Modong let out a cold snort, her heart racing. Indeed, the two had spent the night together, but they had narrowly avoided crossing a critical line. This was too perilous. She resolved never to indulge in such reckless drinking again. Be cautious. Zheng Junzuo is not someone who easily lets things go. Yang Modong couldn't help but warn. Lin Chen shook his head. This is all your fault. However, discussing it now is futile. If he dares to trouble me, I will ensure he regrets it. His gaze radiated a fierce confidence. As Yang Modong had noted, Zheng Junzuo was vengeful by nature and would not easily forgive Lin Chen. After investing so much time and effort planning a surprise confession to Yang Modong, he found it utterly ruined by Lin Chen. The knowledge that the woman he had reserved for himself had been taken would certainly not sit well with him. Anyone in his position would be enraged, let alone someone as vindictive as Zheng Junzuo. Let him come. I fear no one, Lin Chen declared boldly. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hospital. A significant surgery awaited them. The pregnant woman who had been injured was experiencing complications and required an emergency delivery. I'll take the lead on this surgery, Lin Chen insisted, eager to take matters into his own hands. The woman's condition was complicated. She had sustained multiple injuries from an accident days prior, and inflammation still lingered. Under different circumstances, others might struggle to manage the intricacies of her case. Inside the operating room, Lin Chen observed the woman's agonizing labor, producing silver needles to perform acupuncture for pain relief. The woman's face was contorted in agony, her body weak, conditions that could jeopardize the child's birth. Lin Chen, with practiced ease, employed his Tai acupuncture technique. Wipe the sweat off me, he commanded, his expression serious as his focused eyes scrutinized the woman's changing expressions. Yang Modong stood by attentively, closely observing Lin Chen. She felt that while he appeared ordinary in everyday life, he exuded an undeniable reliability and formidable confidence when tackling serious matters. A flutter of admiration stirred within her. In those earnest moments, Lin Chen's demeanor was strikingly charming, radiating a unique aura. Wipe the sweat. What are you daydreaming about? Lin Chen called out, noticing her momentary distraction. She approached him with a towel, acutely aware of his breath. After wiping his brow, she felt her own heart racing, her body flushed with warmth. All right. The woman's expression has softened. We can proceed with the surgery, Lin Chen declared, demonstrating his surgical prowess akin to an expert, thoroughly impressing Yang Modong. Approximately 20 minutes later, the surgery concluded successfully with the birth of a healthy boy. Lin Chen exited the operating room, somewhat fatigued. Doctor, how is my wife? The family members approached him, gripping his arm with palpable excitement. Their emotions, exhilaration, anxiety, and concern emanated from them, creating a palpable energy that Lin Chen, due to his cultivation and enhanced perception, could discern. The delivery was successful. Both mother and child are safe. Lin Chen reassured them. Oh, that's wonderful. Truly a miraculous doctor. The family members erupted in gratitude. As they had previously been informed by other doctors that it was unlikely both would survive, yet Lin Chen had achieved the impossible. There's no need for thanks. It is our duty as doctors to ensure the well-being of our patients. Their safety is our greatest hope, he replied modestly, as the family continued to express their gratitude. As Lin Chen departed the corridor, he mentioned, I need to rest. I'm feeling a bit worn out. Yang Modong smiled gently, saying, that's fine. I shall rest as well. Watching Lin Chen, an inexplicable joy blossomed within her. Previously, she had fought battles alone, feeling a lack of like-minded colleagues. Now, alongside Lin Chen, their combined skills promised a high success rate, and soon their reputations at Rena Hospital would undoubtedly flourish. Lin Chen checked his phone. Noticing that the medical sage app indicated he had earned 25 merit points, a rewarding achievement. Dean Pang had heard about Lin Chen's successful completion of a challenging surgery and personally visited his office to commend him. Next week, we have a mid-stage liver cancer patient scheduled for surgery, but it's quite complicated. Lin Chen, do you think you can handle it? Dean Pang inquired. Lin Chen hesitated. Mid-stage cancer should be treatable. I can give it a try. Oh, that's fantastic. This patient is quite significant. He was a prominent entrepreneur in Linjiang City, but he suddenly fell ill and was diagnosed with mid-stage liver cancer. He is already admitted to our hospital and has opted for surgery. However, several experts are uncertain about the operation as success, fearing he may not survive the procedure. If you can take it on, I will have confidence. Dean Pang expressed with excitement. Yang Modong, overhearing, was taken aback. Did Dean Pang truly have such faith in Lin Chen? Or was he merely setting him up to take the fall should things go awry? Chapter 50. A private discussion after exchanging pleasantries with Dean Pang. Lin Chen requested a private resting room to recuperate after the surgery. Dean Pang readily agreed, arranging a personal space for him to rest post-surgery or during night shifts. Such privileges were typically reserved for seasoned specialists. Other physicians could only rest in their offices. Yang Modong observed the exchange, astonished at Lin Chen's elevated status in Dean Pang's eyes. Once Dean Pang departed, Yang Modong turned to Lin Chen, sighing. If I didn't know of your exceptional medical skills, I would suspect he was your relative, given the level of importance and preferential treatment he bestows upon you. I can treat various complex ailments, which is why I receive such privileges, Lin Chen replied with a smile, dismissing notions of favoritism. Yang Modong had come to trust him. Recognizing that the complexities of the surgeries he performed were beyond her capabilities, and even experts struggled with them. Yet Lin Chen, through the fusion of traditional and modern medicine, had miraculously healed patients, thus enhancing the success rates in the department of major illnesses. Well, in this hospital, I suppose you are the one I am most familiar with. We can share insights, she said. As they continued their conversation, a nurse entered, informing Yang Modong that a family member of one of her patients was looking for her. I'll go check on them and reassure the family, Yang Modong said as she exited. Lin Chen intended to close his eyes for a moment, but his phone rang. Hello, who is this? Lin Chen, this is Zheng Junzuo. I wish to have a final discussion with you. Zheng Junzuo's tone was surprisingly calm, devoid of the anticipated fury. One would expect him to harbor deep resentment. Lin Chen felt a flicker of curiosity. This did not align with the vengeful Zheng Junzuo he knew. Oh. You want me to come down? I'm quite busy at work and can't meet with you right now, Lin Chen replied, dismissing Zheng Junzuo outright. He thought to himself that if Zheng Junzuo wanted him to come down, it surely couldn't be for anything good. He had no intention of falling into a trap. I'm right outside your building. I came primarily to have a serious talk with you. My earlier demeanor was inappropriate. Upon reflection, I believe there is no need for us to escalate this conflict, and I have matters concerning Yang Modong to discuss with you in person. Zhang Junzuo said in a cool, measured tone, seemingly having undergone a change, leaving Lin Chen somewhat bewildered. Lin Chen paused, intrigued by what Zheng Junzuo might want to say about Yang Modong. Very well, I'll come down to discuss it with you. He hung up the phone, contemplating. Zheng Junzuo seems different from before. Previously, he was brash and arrogant. Could this be a ruse? Unusual circumstances often harbor hidden motives, Lin Chen thought. He didn't believe Zheng Junzuo was the type to easily concede defeat. However, Lin Chen was unafraid. Having agreed to meet, he decided to uncover Zheng Junzuo's true intentions. Lin Chen exited the hospital and made his way downstairs. Outside, in a narrow alley, he approached the entrance and spotted Zheng Junzuo standing alone. His two bodyguards lingered outside the alley, stationed beside a Maserati sports car. Go ahead, young Master Zheng is inside and wishes to have a word with you, one of the bodyguards said. Though their demeanor seemed composed, a hint of apprehension flickered in their eyes as they regarded Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen had previously taught them a harsh lesson, and they were acutely aware of their inability to match him. The two speculated that Lin Chen was a martial artist, having trained in traditional Chinese martial arts, which left a significant impression on them. Lin Chen smiled faintly, uttering no further words, and turned to walk into the alley. The passage was intricate, leading to another street at its end. Situated behind the hospital, the alley was surrounded by towering buildings, providing a commendable sound insulation. With measured steps, Lin Chen approached Zheng Junzuo. You're here, Zheng Junzuo remarked lightly, drawing a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. The fragrant smoke curled and dispersed, shrouding his fair visage in a hazy veil. A subtle, sinister smile graced Zheng Junzuo's lips as he retrieved another cigarette from the pack, offering it to Lin Chen. Concerned about potential trickery, Lin Chen shook his head, saying, Young Master Zheng, if there's something to discuss, let's get to the point without all this pretense. Zheng Junzuo chuckled, placing his cigarette back in the pack. You are indeed unique. You're the first man to refuse a cigarette from me, Zheng Junzuo. How fortunate I am. Lin Chen replied with a wry smile, thinking to himself that having once struck Zheng, he was indeed special in his own way. I'm here to discuss serious matters. The conflict between us traces back a year, entwined with your classmate Qin Tao. Today, we find ourselves at odds once more. However, there are no eternal enemies or friends in this world. I hope we can cast aside our past grievances and not dwell too much on these matters. For peace is of utmost importance. Taken aback by Zheng Junzuo's words, Lin Chen remained silent. Zheng Junzuo continued, I have decided to offer you a sum of money, both as an apology for the past and as a form of severance pay. I hope you will distance yourself from Yang Madong. Here's a card with 2 million on it, a considerable amount for you. As an intern in a hospital, earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Would you ever manage to save 2 million in 30 years? Even if you forsook all comforts to earn it, time would not be on your side. Why not enjoy the money while you can? Moreover, I hear your mother is unwell. This money could be used for her treatment, allowing you to be a good son. Do not be under the illusion that by pursuing Yang Madong, you will become her boyfriend and marry her, thus gaining substantial wealth. That is unrealistic. For Yang Madong is merely a pawn of the Shao family. Her father listens solely to his current wife, and Yang Madong's status has diminished. The Shao family only wishes to arrange a marriage for her, whether with me, Zheng Junzuo, or others like Wang Zheng or Li Zheng. In the end, it will not be you. Rather than allow someone else to take her, only to end up empty-handed, it is better to take the money and let her go. I have affection for Yang Madong and do not mind that you have been intimate with her. I am being generous, am I not? Undeniably. Zheng Junzuo's words were highly tempting. If it were anyone else, they might have retreated in the face of such a powerful and affluent second-generation heir. Even Lin Chen contemplated accepting the money and walking away, for he was not truly Yang Madong's boyfriend, and taking Zheng Junzuo's money would be a windfall. Yet, he felt that doing so would betray Yang Madong, and besides, he found himself indifferent to the 2 million. After all, he had 12 million in his account. Money could always be earned, but loyalty was priceless. Lin Chen believed he could remain true to Yang Madong, confident that she would one day reward him well. Between Zheng Junzuo and Yang Madong, Lin Chen chose to trust Yang Madong more, knowing that Zheng Junzuo was not a man of good character. However, Zheng Junzuo's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 51. Thoughts on buying a house due to the bodyguard's suspicions. They perceived Lin Chen as a formidable martial artist, akin to a special forces soldier. Although these two bodyguards were also veterans, a special forces operative could easily take on 7 or 8 of them, highlighting the disparity. Lin Chen had heard that Zheng Junzuo was cunning and vengeful, and he suspected the encounter was a deliberate setup, potentially monitored by cameras. Even if he accepted the 2 million, it could very well be recorded. Zheng Junzuo was indeed making a significant investment, attempting to use 2 million and a favor to persuade Lin Chen to leave Yang Madong. Yet, he was unaware that nothing had truly transpired between Lin Chen and Yang Madong. Their relationship was merely a facade. Nonetheless, Lin Chen felt a twinge of temptation. After all, 2 million was no small sum, and he could leverage it to expose the false nature of their relationship, vexing Zheng Junzuo. Ultimately, however, considering his grievances with Zheng Junzuo and his disdain for using money to manipulate others, he resolutely declined. A gentleman obtains money through honorable means. While Lin Chen was not a paragon of virtue, he was not someone who would be swayed by wealth. He would not accept Zheng Junzuo's tainted money. Earlier, Lin Chen recounted the events of his meeting with Zheng Junzuo to Yang Madong with a light-hearted demeanor. Yang Madong was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him as if he were foolish. That was 2 million. Why did you refuse? We aren't in a genuine relationship. You could have taken the money and later pretended to reconcile. I wouldn't hold it against you for ending things for money. You would have gained 2 million for nothing. Shaking his head, Lin Chen replied, I cannot do that. I, Lin Chen, am a man of principle. If I agree to something, I do not go back on my word. If I accepted his offer, where would you find someone to shield you from Zheng Junzuo? True. Yang Madong nodded, realizing that aside from Lin Chen, no one would dare take on that role. Offending Zheng Junzuo could lead to danger and trouble, and one must always be wary of potential repercussions. Other wealthy heirs would only engage in genuine negotiations if they were truly committed. Otherwise, who would foolishly stand against Zheng Junzuo? You make a valid point. Thank you for considering my well-being. Therefore, I will not be swayed by Zheng Junzuo's offers, nor will I seek reconciliation. If there is a conflict, I will face him head-on. However, you should at least offer me some compensation. He offered 2 million. You could at least give me half or even a third. Lin Chen contemplated whether he could coax some form of compensation from Yang Madong to mitigate his losses. Oh, please. My pocket money is quite limited. I rejected my family's arranged marriage, and now my father has begun to control my finances. I must prepare to live frugally as I resist this marriage. That sounds tough. Lin Chen nodded, no longer envying the life of a wealthy heir. She too was not free, and he felt a pang of sympathy. For a young woman, the most significant aspect of life often revolved around marriage. If a marriage were unhappy, it could cast a long shadow over one's life. Ironically, many affluent young women, despite their lavish lifestyles, found themselves bound by familial expectations in marriage, often leading to strategic unions among powerful families. Despite Zheng Junzuo's relentless pursuit of Yang Modong before marriage, once they were wed and had become familiar with each other, the initial fervor would likely wane. Thus, Yang Modong genuinely harbored a disdain for wealthy heirs. The opulent lifestyle often bordered on decay, an inherent flaw that could not be changed. To reward your unwavering loyalty, I have decided to treat you to dinner tonight. Yang Modong smiled as she spoke. Lin Chen immediately set a condition. Let's not dine at your home, nor drink alcohol. I tend to overindulge, and that often leads to trouble. What kind of look is that? Do you have any idea how many boys wish to dine at my home? How many desire to drink until they are utterly inebriated and cause a scene? Yang Modong gazed at Lin Chen with a hint of exasperation. All right then. Is my lack of enlightenment a fault? Thank you for your insightful criticism, esteemed leader. Upon seeing him relent, Yang Modong's smile broadened. How about we go to Chuanfu Hot Pot? I absolutely adore hot pot, and we want tea to drink, just some sour plum juice. Sounds great. I love hot pot too. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The proposal resonated perfectly with them. Half an hour later, as work concluded, the two drove off to a shopping mall a few kilometers away. Dining at the renowned Chuanfu Hot Pot restaurant on the 5th floor, Yang Modong ordered an abundance of dishes and meats. Yet Lin Chen managed to consume more than 2/3 of it. After reaching the 6th level of qi refining, Lin Chen discovered an increase in his appetite and overall physical condition. He diligently practiced the Tai Xian Jing and engaged in Tongbei Quan, remaining steadfast on his path of self-improvement. This meal was devoid of any unexpected incidents or melodramatic encounters with ex-partners. They spent 2 hours eating, drinking, and engaging in light-hearted conversation, resulting in a natural rapport. Lin Chen harbored no ulterior motives towards her and felt no need to concern himself with her status or beauty, leading to a harmonious, calm, and effortless interaction. It was a refreshing change, lacking any formality or pretense, making Yang Modong feel quite at ease. Unlike many gentlemen who either feign sophistication or scholarly depth in her presence, only to reveal their true nature as lascivious, greedy, and selfish individuals, Lin Chen was authentic. He expressed his likes and dislikes candidly, treating her as a friend without any ulterior motives, which only deepened Yang Modong's impression of him. How long until you graduate? Yang Modong inquired. Are you planning to rent or buy a place? I intend to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment, preferably with a rooftop terrace for my potted plants and herbs. Lin Chen replied he would seek a place with a balcony to practice qi on the rooftop, absorbing the essence of the morning sun and the moonlight at night. I prefer not to be in a bustling area. I'd rather have a place with mountains or lakes, ideally near a park. Lin Chen added, expressing his disdain for commotion. Areas with parks and lakes generally have limited traffic and fewer residential buildings, resulting in better air quality. All right. I'll keep an eye out for you. If I find something suitable, we can go look at it next week. Yang Modong was genuinely invested. Having received considerable help from Lin Chen on multiple occasions, assisting him in selecting a home would allow her some involvement, and perhaps in the future, she could stay there to escape familial pressures. Chapter 52. Retaliation. The university town lies on the outskirts of the city, necessitating a drive onto the outer ring road. As they approached 10 o'clock, traffic on the outer ring had significantly diminished. However, as Lin Chen veered off the ring road and entered University Road, he was abruptly blocked by 2 vans, one in front and one behind. With a screech, Lin Chen slammed the brakes, anger bubbling within him. It was evident that they were looking for trouble. Upon glancing up, he noticed 7 or 8 individuals emerging from the vans, brandishing knives and iron rods, advancing menacingly. Lin Chen immediately thought of Zheng Junzuo. Having only crossed paths with Zhang Daxiao, this retaliation must have been orchestrated by him. Bang! Lin Chen exited his vehicle, refusing to remain a passive target, particularly concerned about them damaging his Audi. He vaulted over the roadside barrier and into the adjacent wilderness. The thugs, fearing his escape, followed suit, leaping over the barrier in pursuit. After running a kilometer, Lin Chen finally halted. Why aren't you running anymore? One of them shouted in frustration. Damn it. This brat is surprisingly fast. Let us break his legs and see how fast he is then. They surrounded Lin Chen, weapons in hand, wearing expressions of cold mockery. The leader, a man in his 30s with a pale complexion, a square face, and a noticeable scar on his forehead, looked like a formidable adversary. His deep-set eyes were framed by dark circles. "Brother, your eyes are quite dark. Your liver might not be functioning well. I'm a doctor. Would you like me to take a look?" Lin Chen said lightly to the hawk-nosed man. "You're a doctor? I bet you've saved many lives. Tell me, do you think anyone will come to save you tonight?" The hawk-nosed man retorted with a chilling grin. "I don't know you, nor do I hold any grudges against you. Why this aggression?" Lin Chen casually inquired. "Apologies, we merely do what we're paid to do. Someone is paid to turn you into a cripple. We're going to break both your legs, ideally leaving you paralyzed for life, spending your days in a wheelchair." The hawk-nosed man sneered. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's anger flared. Zheng Junzuo was indeed ruthless, dispatching thugs to cripple him. "All right, Tiger." His henchmen nodded in agreement, wielding iron rods, preparing to rain blows upon Lin Chen. They sneered at his fury, dismissing it as futile. Although they had heard he possessed some skills akin to a special forces soldier, they believed that even a skilled fighter couldn't contend with their numbers and weapons. However, Lin Chen was far from an ordinary special forces soldier. He was at the 6th level of qi refining, equivalent to a master in martial arts. A rarity in the secular world. "Attack!" The henchman lunged at Lin Chen with knives and clubs. Instantly, he sprang into action. Despite the darkness, his enhanced vision allowed him to perceive the trajectories of the blades and rods, which appeared to move in slow motion to him, unleashing the Tong A Quan. His qi flowed as he struck with lightning speed. With each punch, a thug fell to the ground. In under a minute, 6 or 7 of them lay incapacitated, clutching their stomachs and groaning in pain. "Ah, my arm is broken. My ribs are shattered." Just moments ago, they had exuded arrogance. Now they were reduced to moaning victims. Lin Chen couldn't help but smirk at their plight, while the leader, Tiger, stood in shock, unable to comprehend Lin Chen's prowess. "Damn, he is quite formidable," Tiger exclaimed, drawing a sharp blade from behind him, aimed directly at Lin Chen. Although he had some martial arts training, it was rudimentary, having dabbled in various styles. "Let me show you how to finish you off," Tiger shouted as he swung the knife, the blade slicing through the air. Lin Chen, unarmed, evaded the strikes and engaged in combat, utilizing every opening to counterattack. The battle raged on. With a swift strike, Lin Chen seized the wrist of his opponent, executing a move from the Tongbei fist technique, thrusting half of his body forward before unleashing a flurry of punches. The sound of impact echoed. 3 consecutive strikes left Brother Hu dazed. His neck, chest, and abdomen were struck, and Lin Chen followed up with an elbow strike that sent Brother Hu flying. Thud. He crashed to the ground, blood spewing forth. The remaining 10 lackeys froze momentarily, then viciously charged with their weapons drawn. Lin Chen picked up an iron rod from the ground, a fierce determination etched on his face. He deftly blocked their blades and retaliated with calculated strikes. Each sweep of the rod met its mark, eliciting anguish cries. Arms snapped, legs broke, ribs shattered. Several fell to the ground, wailing in agony. 4 remained, their resolve wavering. In a flash, Lin Chen darted forward, leaving behind mere afterimages. He executed a kick while simultaneously sweeping the rod. The sounds of impact rang out, and in an instant, all 4 lay sprawled on the ground, their weapons scattered. "Is this all?" Lin Chen scoffed, approaching the man known as Brother Hu. He knelt beside him, grasped his neck, and hoisted him up like a ragged dog. Dragging him aside, Lin Chen intended to extract a few words, capturing the moment for evidence. Brother Hu, typically a bully, now had no complaints, merely locking eyes with Lin Chen in fear, worried that a single blow could end his life, leaving him to be labeled as a victim of self-defense. His body trembled as he pleaded, "This is all a misunderstanding. I shouldn't have gotten involved. Please, spare me." Lin Chen let out a cold chuckle, rummaging through Brother Hu's pockets until he found a lighter. He flicked it open, directing the flame toward Brother Hu's tender flesh. The searing heat was unbearable, and Brother Hu howled in pain, his complexion reddening. "Please, I beg you to spare me." Lin Chen extinguished the lighter and suddenly struck Brother Hu's abdomen with a fierce punch. The man gasped in agony, mouth agape. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen swiftly thrust the lighter into his open mouth. Brother Hu writhed in discomfort, instinctively resisting, aware that the lighter posed a choking hazard. Lin Chen, with a disdainful grunt, delivered a sharp kick to his stomach. After enduring repeated assaults, Brother Hu had lost all will to fight, collapsing on the ground like a wild dog, mumbling pleas for mercy. "Now speak, who sent you after me?" Lin Chen halted his assault, switching to interrogation mode, activating his phone's camera to record. Chapter 53, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Having vented his pent-up rage, Lin Chen wasted no words and inquired directly, squatting down, coldness emanating from his gaze. "Tell me, who was the mastermind behind this?" Though he suspected it was Zhang Kuan, clarity was essential. especially considering his prior conflicts with several wealthy heirs in the Chu family. If you remain silent, I will shove this lighter into your stomach, and your insides will be ruined. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming menacing. There was no room for leniency. Dealing with those who preyed on the weak required an iron fist to instill fear and extract the truth. Cooperate, and I shall be merciful. Lin Chen flashed a disarming smile, appearing deceptively harmless. Fine, I'll be straightforward. Brother Yong instructed me to deal with you. Brother Yong? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Unfamiliar with the name. Why does he hold a grudge against me? I don't know, Brother Hu stammered. He merely informed us, providing my photo, identity, and license plate number, instructing us to track you and ambush you at night. Lin Chen tightened his grip on Brother Hu's neck. I swear it's true. I'm not lying. It's all Brother Yong's orders. As for the reason, you'll have to ask him directly. What is your name? Lin Chen paused, inquiring. I'm Zhang Hu. You can call me Ah Hu, he replied, visibly intimidated. Lin Chen pulled him to his feet, a faint smile gracing his lips. Come, take me to Brother Yong. As he lifted Zhang Hu, he patted his clothing gently, as if a general reassuring a subordinate. Zhang Hu, puzzled by Lin Chen's demeanor, hesitated. You want me to take you to Brother Yong? Is there a problem with that? Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes narrowing with a smile that lacked warmth. The chill from his smile sent shivers down Zhang Hu's spine, silencing any protests. He quickly nodded. I'll take you there. Lead me to Brother Yong. And you'll be off the hook. I won't trouble you again, Lin Chen said with a casual smile, eyeing Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu forced a bitter smile. Brother Yong is at the Dongxing nightclub. Dongxing nightclub? How intriguing. I've never been to a nightclub before. I suppose I shall take this opportunity to explore. Lin Chen mused. In truth, he had always been a diligent student, and this was a chance to broaden his horizons and understand society better. The allure of nightclubs had always seemed mysterious, a world inhabited by a different kind of people. The scenes depicted on television, dark environments, suggestive atmospheres, and the lively beats of heavy metal music filled his mind. Beautiful faces and alluring figures danced under flashing lights, surrounded by handsome men, while others let loose their pent-up frustrations and negative emotions, seemingly living carefree lives free of worries. Of course, these were mere portrayals from films. He had never experienced such a place. Previously, he had held conservative views, compounded by his lack of funds. As a financially constrained student, his monthly allowance barely sufficed, leaving no room for indulgence in such venues. However, today presented a unique opportunity, and Lin Chen's curiosity piqued as he sought clarity. Then let us go find Brother Yong. As for these people, he inquired, ending the call. Have them drive to the hospital for treatment. Lin Chen and Zhang Hu climbed into the car, heading toward the Dongxing nightclub. The Dongxing nightclub was one of the largest and most renowned bars in the urban district, frequented by wealthy heirs, influencers, and emerging stars. The ambience was relatively pleasant, and Brother Yong's position as a protector of the bar was noteworthy. During the journey, Lin Chen gathered detailed information about Brother Yong from Zhang Hu. He learned that Brother Yong was not the nightclub's owner, but rather a minor shareholder, with genuine affluent backers behind the scenes. The prominent families preferred to remain in the shadows, utilizing formidable individuals like Wang Yong to manage affairs and handle unsavory tasks. He privately refers to himself as part of the Dongxing society, drawing inspiration from the hoodlums depicted in Hong Kong films. Under Wang Yong's command are several brothers, a group numbering in the dozens, who assist him in managing various affairs, essentially serving as security personnel. Working as a nightclub bouncer is a commendable choice, allowing him to utilize his martial skills without being wasted. As Wang Yong accumulated wealth, winning people's loyalty became an effortless endeavor. Over time, he garnered a modest reputation in Lingjiang, akin to that of Lu Haojiang. Consequently, the well-known owner of the Dongxing nightclub approached his residence, seeking his help in overseeing the bar, offering a monthly salary of several tens of thousands, a considerable sum. Soon, a vehicle pulled into the nightclub's parking lot. Inside, Lin Chen observed a plethora of luxury cars, from Mercedes-Benz to BMWs, which seemed as commonplace as refuse on the ground, while Ferraris, Porsches, and Bentleys adorned the space. The security personnel in the lot were impeccably dressed, exuding an air of authority. Zhang Hu mused on the audacity of the young man, recognizing that entering was akin to stepping into a den of lions. Make up your mind. Once inside, I won't be responsible for your exit. Before my boss, I am but a mere follower, and there are several like me, Zhang Hu remarked. Just lead the way. I may not even encounter any conflict, should anything arise. It is not your concern, Lin Chen replied, unperturbed. His prowess allowed him to emerge unscathed from Lu Haojiang's Junzi society, and he harbored no fear of the Dongxing nightclub. The music thumped in the main hall, the heavy metal reverberating audibly at the entrance. However, the nightclub's soundproofing was commendable, muffling the external noise. Once inside the bar's inner sanctum, Lin Chen felt the vibrations resonate through his ears. Let loose. Let loose. A voice called out amidst the revelry. Alone. I drink to intoxication, pairing with beauty in twos. The pulsating music quickened Lin Chen's heartbeat, explaining the frenetic energy that drew so many to indulge in wild merriment. Their excitement largely fueled by the music. Coupled with the dim, suggestive lighting, couples engaged in unabashed displays of affection. The influence of alcohol led groups to shout exuberantly, their bodies writhing in rhythm. In a more exclusive area, affluent young men congregated to discuss business, drink, and flirt, accompanied by glamorous women of varying shapes and sizes. These women, clad in trendy and revealing attire, boasted long legs and alluring figures, their every gesture captivating as they raised their glasses, some teasingly engaging others with words, while others extended their hands, enhancing the flirtatious atmosphere. In this sanctuary, everyone seemed to forget their troubles, reveling in joyous laughter and abandon. Lin Chen, however, felt somewhat out of place, longing for the tranquility of cultivation. Let us proceed. I wish to meet your boss, Brother Yong. Zhang Hu nodded in response. Observing Lin Chen's expression of disappointment and despondency, indicating he was not one for such revelries. Chapter 54. Into the Lion's Den. The Dongxing nightclub epitomized a multifaceted establishment, blending bar and hotel services, with daily financial transactions exceeding 1 million. The individual responsible for its establishment was undoubtedly a person of significant influence. Yet, Lin Chen remained indifferent to their backgrounds or strengths, seeking only the moderately powerful Brother Yong among them, the one who had orchestrated the attack against him. The elevator ascended directly to the 3rd floor. As they entered the corridor, faint melodies wafted from the private rooms, intertwined with some discordant notes. A reminder that not every singer possesses a pleasing voice. Following Zhang Hu, Lin Chen arrived at an opulent private room. Here we are, Zhang Hu announced. Standing before a grand golden door, Lin Chen cast a glance at the entrance, its transparent glass adorned with the word Supreme Room, suggesting that the occupant was none other than Brother Yong himself. Shall we enter? Lin Chen inquired, turning to Zhang Hu, who immediately paled and shook his head. I shall remain outside. You may proceed alone. Fear flickered across Zhang Hu's face, evidently concerned that Brother Yong might turn against him for bringing Lin Chen. The surveillance will document your escorting me here. Should I not enter, you too could face trouble. Perhaps it would be better if I were to push you inside to extricate myself, Lin Chen remarked with a subtle smile. Zhang Hu found this reasoning compelling, realizing that feigning distress could mitigate his liability. Very well, he acquiesced, and before he could react, Lin Chen delivered a swift kick, propelling Zhang Hu into the room. The door swung open, and Lin Chen stepped inside, instantly silencing the previously boisterous atmosphere as all eyes turned to the flung Zhang Hu. Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings and spotted a burly man reclining on the sofa, flanked by 2 stylish women in their 20s, dressed provocatively, their fair skin and alluring features captivating. At that moment, all gazes shifted toward Lin Chen. Zhang Hu, rising with feigned agony, addressed Brother Yong. This is the person we must confront tonight. His name is Lin Chen. My brothers are in peril, and I brought him to you. If I had not, they would have faced dire consequences. Zhang Hu's performance was commendable, portraying himself as loyal to his brethren. Lin Chen turned to the man who had spoken, Brother Yong, whose imposing stature and scarred visage lent him a menacing air. Upon hearing Zhang Hu's words, Brother Yong's expression shifted dramatically. His brow furrowed, and his narrowed gaze bore into Lin Chen. You injured my men. Lin Chen responded nonchalantly. They attacked me, and I simply defended myself. You must be Brother Yong. Why did you send men to ambush me? If I do not receive an explanation tonight, your establishment may suffer significant losses. Do you dare to threaten me? Brother Yong chuckled coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. Lin Chen regarded him with disdain. You have already dispatched men to ambush me, intending to cripple me. Is it not reasonable for me to arrive and demand to know the instigator behind this, as well as seek compensation for my troubles? Wang Yong studied him, his expression laden with meaning. This is Dongxing, young man. You exhibit too much arrogance by demanding compensation here. You expect me to divulge the mastermind behind this? Is it evident that you have no intention of complying? Lin Chen retorted. Wang Yong sneered. Comply? Not a chance. Seize him, disable him, and toss him out. His eyes sparkled with dominance, regarding Lin Chen as if he were a feeble fool. For burly bodyguards surged toward Lin Chen, each possessing exceptional combat skills. One having served as a special forces operative abroad before descending to Daxia and aligning with Dongxing under Wang Yong. Lin Chen's movements were swift as the wind, his fists powerful and rapid. The coordinated assault from the fore was dismantled effortlessly under his onslaught. Bang! One guard was struck squarely in the face, blood gushing from his nose as he stumbled backward. Crack! Another's leg was shattered by Lin Chen's kick, sending him crashing to the side. The remaining two bodyguards launched a combined assault, their fists flying toward Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's speed of striking was several times that of his opponents. After a flurry of blows, the two men could no longer see Lin Chen's fists. Bang! Two successive punches landed squarely on the chests of the bodyguards, sending them flying. Not enough yet. Lin Chen smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Wang Yong. So he's a martial artist, employing the Tongbei fist. No wonder he dared to provoke me. Dongxing Wang Yong. Tonight, I shall entertain you. Unless I incapacitate you, you shall not leave. Wang Yong decided to take matters into his own hands, retrieving a specially crafted 3-foot-long knife from the concealed pocket of his trench coat. This knife, neither too long nor too short, boasted an exceptionally sharp blade. Over a decade ago, Wang Yong had made a name for himself in the Changming Street area, single-handedly claiming territory. It was a remarkable feat. It had been a long time since he wielded a blade. Let your blood serve to sharpen my knife's spirit. With that, Wang Yong charged directly at Lin Chen. Swinging the knife, Lin Chen, unarmed and barehanded, engaged him. Wang Yong's knife techniques resembled the plum blossom style. Though the blade was short, the strikes were remarkably dense. Should Lin Chen attempt to seize the blade with his hands, it would be perilous. After all, at the 6th level of qi refining, he could not yet fully withstand the impact of a blade. Employing the Heavenly Eye technique, he observed the trajectory of Wang Yong's strikes. In the vision granted by the Heavenly Eye, Wang Yong's movements appeared sluggish, as if played in slow motion. Lin Chen's footwork was ethereal, with his qi in motion. He easily evaded the encroaching blade. Wang Yong grew increasingly alarmed. His swift knife had yet to graze Lin Chen's garments, a stark contrast in their abilities. At last, Lin Chen seized an opportunity, his palm forming a fist as he broke through Wang Yong's defenses, delivering a sudden, forceful blow to his nose. A resounding crack echoed as bones shattered, accompanied by a spray of blood from Wang Yong's nostrils. Wang Yong was struck so hard that his head spun, his body crashing onto the coffee table, shattering it. Yet, Wang Yong's physique was resilient, sturdy and tough. He roared defiantly, gathering strength within, rolling his body, and swinging the knife down towards Lin Chen's legs. Had Lin Chen failed to evade, that strike would have surely rendered his legs useless. However, inexplicably, his legs sprang into action, deftly avoiding the blade. Simultaneously, he unleashed a kick that struck Wang Yong's arm. Clang! The small knife Wang Yong had gripped fell to the ground, and Lin Chen deftly kicked it away. Chapter 55. A thorough beating having kicked Wang Yong. Lin Chen reached down to lift him up, but as Wang Yong's long knife was knocked to the ground, a flicker of malice sparkled in his eyes. Seeing Lin Chen extend a hand to pull him up, he refused to be subdued so easily. With a swift motion, he aimed to grab Lin Chen's arm and execute a throw. Still not giving up? Lin Chen scoffed, delivering an elbow strike to Wang Yong's chest, eliciting a pained cry. In the next moment, Lin Chen swept his arm, sending Wang Yong hurtling through the air. Unable to regain his balance, Wang Yong collapsed to the ground, lying there like a defeated dog. You wretched brat, I want to let you off. Wang Yong cursed, still attempting to struggle up. Yet Lin Chen denied him the chance, stepping forcefully onto his arm. Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed. Wang Yong let out a scream, a sound akin to that of a slaughtered pig, heart-wrenching in its despair. Lin Chen righted the table and sat upon it, looking down at Wang Yong. So, we can finally converse, can we? Wang Yong, racked with pain, his arm broken and chest aching, could no longer pose a threat to Lin Chen. Though he felt the fury boiling within him, he dared not resist. Speak. Tell me who hired you to come after me. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, leaning forward, his gaze fierce and predatory. Under Lin Chen's intense scrutiny, Wang Yong felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. With a bitter smile, he stammered, "In no employer. I just saw you one day and felt displeased, so I sent someone to teach you a lesson. Not telling the truth, are we? No matter. I have my ways to extract the truth." Lin Chen, clearly unconvinced by his words, let out a chilling laugh. He retrieved a pouch of silver needles from his pocket, extracting a long, slender needle. Standing up, he approached Wang Yong, tearing off his shirt with a swift motion. Wang Yong, battered and bruised, with a broken arm, now appeared utterly pitiful. Seeing Lin Chen rip off his clothing ignited a surge of dread within him. "What are you doing? Don't touch me. I'm a man. If you desire women, there are 2 nearby. If you're unsatisfied, I can summon 10 more. Wang Yong protested, desperately trying to distance himself from Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled darkly, delivering a resounding slap to Wang Yong's face. "How dare you think such things?" Crack. Wang Yong's cheek flushed red, bearing the imprint of Lin Chen's hand. "Before I strike, I will ask you once more. Will you speak or remain silent?" Lin Chen squinted, a sinister smile curling on his lips as he gazed at Wang Yong. Wang Yong trembled, his eyes flickering with fear, pupils constricted as he sensed the impending threat. Yet, being a tough character, he gritted his teeth and replied, "No one instructed me. I simply acted out of boredom." Very well, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. In these times, it is rare to encounter a hoodlum with such tenacity, intriguing indeed. Thus, I shall not show you mercy. With that, Lin Chen plunged the silver needle into a specific acupoint on Wang Yong's body. Well-versed in both traditional and Western medicine, Lin Chen could both heal and harm. As the needle pierced Wang Yong's chest, his eyes glazed over, and his body convulsed. In about a minute, he lost control, soiling himself in the process. His face stiffened, unable to regain control, resembling a half-paralyzed individual. His mouth twisted, tears and snot streaming down his face. Soon, it felt as though his insides were being gnawed by a swarm of ants, and he emitted continuous wails of anguish. His hands clawed at his body. Yet he only succeeded in scratching and tearing at his own skin, blood gushing forth in a crimson torrent, creating a horrifying sight. The bodyguards and women nearby recoiled in fear. "I beg you, please stop." Wang Yong could no longer endure the torment. He felt as though he were living a fate worse than death. He did not wish to endure even a second more. Yet Lin Chen did not immediately relieve him of his suffering. "Then tell me, who hired you to deal with me?" Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, fixating on Wang Yong, hoping for useful information to emerge from his lips. "Zheng Xiao, it's Zheng Junzio. This man hired me to deal with you. He promised me 1 million to thoroughly incapacitate you, to break your legs and arms. I beg you, spare me." Wang Yong trembled, his words tumbling out in a rush. Pleading for mercy, Lin Chen's eyes glinted with malice. So it was Zheng Junzio. Unbeknownst to him, this scoundrel harbored such malice. Willing to sever his own limbs and reduce himself to a cripple, all for a mere million, intent on obliterating his life. Given the opportunity, Lin Chen was determined not to spare Zheng Junzio. "I have let you off," Lin Chen declared, extending his hand to extract the silver needles from Wang Yong's body. He then delivered a powerful blow to Wang Yong's severed arm, exacerbating the deformity. "Ah!" Wang Yong cried out in agony, his eyes glazing over from the pain. Lin Chen spoke coldly. "Now that you have lost an arm, consider it a lesson. Should you assist Zheng Junzhuo in such immoral deeds again, especially against me, I shall first sever a leg, and then ensure your internal organs are ruptured." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Wang Yong hastily begged for mercy, a stark contrast to his previous, imposing demeanor. Unless he could find someone to eliminate Lin Chen directly, he risked igniting a firestorm. "Very well, tend to your own injuries. I shall take my leave now. No need to mobilize the bodyguards in the corridor. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the medical expenses." Lin Chen smiled faintly, already aware of the 20 bodyguards approaching in the hallway. Although unafraid, he had no desire to engage further. Such violence was undesirable and could disturb his tranquil state of mind. With that, Lin Chen turned and departed. Wang Yong's countenance darkened, yet he restrained himself, refraining from instructing the bodyguards to act. He feared that confronting Lin Chen would only invite more suffering upon himself. Unless firearms were involved, which were heavily regulated and risky to use, he ultimately decided to suppress any immediate thoughts of retaliation, as he lacked the confidence to prevail. Chapter 56. Thoughts on Graduate Studies. The elderly doorman, recognizing Lin Chen from his 5 years of residence, granted him entry after a courteous knock. Lin Chen reflected on the necessity to expedite his home purchase. He planned to view properties next week. Once he moved out, Chen Tao would be left alone in the residence. However, with graduation just 2 months away, there was no need for melancholy, as everyone would eventually depart. Lin Chen opened the chat group and noted discussions concerning the invasion of the demon clan, with numerous celestial cultivators dispatched to resist. Even the realm of eternal life was unsettled. The following morning, Lin Chen rose early, jogging several laps around the playground to exercise, and then practiced a set of punches in a secluded corner. As he swung his fists, the crisp sounds echoed delightfully, lifting his spirits greatly. He had fully mastered the Pyongyang fist. Gazing at the sky, a stern glimmer flickered in his eyes. However, this young Modong was truly a source of calamity. Unbeknownst to him, countless affluent heirs would inevitably find themselves embroiled in conflict with him due to her. Lin Chen smiled bitterly, realizing that the troubles he currently faced were, in essence, all provoked by Yang Modong. It was no wonder that the adage beauties bring disaster held such truth. Arriving at Rena Hospital, Lin Chen commenced his workday. However, patient traffic was light, perhaps due to it being Friday. Yang Modong appeared to have rested well, greeting him and casually inquiring about dinner plans for that evening. "I cannot dine with you tonight. I have prior engagements," Lin Chen replied with a slight smile, genuinely not deceiving her. He had plans with Meng Jiwei to shop together, preparing for their trip to Runzhou the next day. "Do you have a date?" she asked. "Of course, I'm going shopping with a classmate. I have weekend plans." Lin Chen responded. Yang Modong conceded with a nod. Very well. I suppose weekends are not an option then. She accepted this reality, not out of a deep affection for Lin Chen, but rather due to the tedium of solitude. After all, having a congenial male friend to spend time with was a welcome reprieve from her loneliness. After conducting his morning rounds, Lin Chen made a point to visit the esteemed Mr. Tang. He had learned from colleagues and the hospital director that this Mr. Tang was a significant figure in Lingjiang. A veritable titan, Lin Chen recognized the value of endearing himself to this elderly gentleman. Should he earn Mr. Tang's gratitude, it could prove advantageous in times of need. Mr. Tang, a veteran with numerous injuries, had 3 sons and a daughter, his eldest in business, the second in politics, the third serving in the military, while his daughter ran a company. In essence, the Tang family was a prominent lineage in Lingjiang. Upon entering, Lin Chen found Mr. Tang awake, having just completed an anti-inflammatory treatment and removed his oxygen mask, allowing him to breathe freely. Mr. Tang, I have come to visit. Ah, Lin Chen, come, sit, Mr. Tang welcomed, clearly favoring him. Lin Chen took a seat and personally administered acupuncture, channeling his vital energy to clear Mr. Tang's meridians, though it drained some of his energy. Mr. Tang immediately felt a sense of relief and revitalization, showering Lin Chen with praises for his remarkable medical skills. Mr. Tang expressed curiosity about Lin Chen's background. In the realm of Western medicine, I acquired my knowledge through 5 years of university, perusing graduate and doctoral texts and expert papers. Although I only completed my undergraduate degree, I effectively spent 2 years in my first year, believing it to be comparable to that of a doctoral student. After all, I attended several advanced classes. His words, though somewhat fanciful, were nonetheless plausible. After hearing Lin Chen's diligent and studious nature, Mr. Tang and his family regarded him with increased esteem. Even Yang Modong, who had entered the room, was taken aback, realizing Lin Chen's dedication in university surpassed her own. She had thought her continuous education, attaining her master's degree and serving as a chief physician, was commendable, but in light of Lin Chen's perseverance, she felt her own efforts were woefully inadequate. Unbeknownst to them, successful individuals, regardless of how they present their narratives or fabricate their claims, are often viewed as inspirational, possessing a unique perspective that resonates deeply with others. Lin Chen's surgical prowess lent credibility to his fabrications, ensuring that Mr. Tang and Yang Modong believed him without question. Lin Chen smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate further. He might burst into laughter were he to continue weaving tales. Without the constraints of the medical immortal group, his modest efforts and abilities would likely go unnoticed by Mr. Tang and Yang Modong, who saw him as an extraordinary young man. After spending some time conversing with Mr. Tang to strengthen their rapport, Lin Chen departed his hospital room and proceeded to visit young Master Song's room. He assessed the equipment's readings, concluding that there was no immediate danger to life. Only treatment and recovery remained. Lin Chen, you could actually pursue your graduate studies while continuing to work. Our hospital has several experts who also serve as professors at universities. You could apply to their graduate programs, such as those led by Dean Pang or the esteemed Gu Inzhou, Yang Modong suggested. Graduate studies? Lin Chen responded, somewhat taken aback. Yes, I am aware of your exceptional medical skills, but having additional qualifications enhances your professional standing and reduces the likelihood of being underestimated. Plus, being a graduate student carries more prestige than merely having an undergraduate degree, she explained. Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Pursuing another degree seemed worthwhile. After all, attending graduate school had been a goal of his since his freshman year, yet familial financial struggles and a lack of motivation had delayed this aspiration. Given that Meng Jiwei had already applied for graduate studies, he could pursue his degree while working, enhancing his qualifications. Otherwise, he would always feel inadequate standing beside Meng Jiwei and Yang Modong. Chapter 57. The Rise of the Underprivileged After Work on Friday. Lin Chen parked his car at the campus entrance to meet Meng Jiwei, as they had previously arranged. They planned to shop for gifts that evening in preparation for their drive to Runzhou the following morning. Upon arriving at the campus entrance, he spotted Meng Jiwei with a bag, engaged in conversation with 3 classmates who were also preparing for their graduate entrance exams. Jiwei, are you truly not coming with me to dinner? Tonight, it's Senior Zhao who is treating us. Indeed. I heard that Senior Zhao has brought along several graduate students to join us for a gathering. Since you are preparing for your graduate exams, this is a splendid opportunity for you to engage and perhaps glean some insights from him. Moreover, Senior Zhao comes from a well-off family, is quite handsome, and holds an impressive academic record. If you seize this chance, Jiwei, you might find yourself in a relationship post-graduation, possibly even marriage, alleviating the need for you to work. 3 classmates urged her, believing such an opportunity to be rare. Meng Jiwei shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips, and replied, No. I have plans with Lin Chen. He will be here shortly to pick me up. That impoverished student? You aren't considering dating him, are you? I've heard his family situation is quite dire. He comes from a single-parent household, with a deceased father and a sick mother. And he has a younger sister in high school. It's a challenging situation. A girl in a red dress, a classmate of Lin Chen's, shared this information. Jiwei. With such circumstances, you must be vigilant and discerning in your choices. Don't rush into decisions simply because you have met someone at school. There is no comparison between an undergraduate and those graduate students or elite individuals in the workforce. The three girls took turns admonishing Meng Jiwei, feeling somewhat irritated. Especially with their constant disparagement of Lin Chen, Meng Jiwei found herself in a dilemma. It was indeed a case of incompatible words. Yet they were her classmates and comrades in preparation, making it difficult for her to respond coldly. Just then, the sound of a car horn broke the tension. As an Audi A6 pulled up to the curb, Lin Chen stepped out and waved towards Meng Jiwei, calling out, "Jiwei, I've arrived. Let us go." Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive punctually, a smile illuminated Meng Jiwei's face as she turned to the three girls and said, "Lin Chen is here to pick me up. We have plans tonight, and one be joining you for dinner." Oh, the three girls were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief as they took in the sight of Lin Chen arriving in an Audi A6. Was this truly the impoverished student? When did impoverished students start arriving in Audis? He seemed more impressive than many from affluent families. Is this Lin Chen? The girl in red expressed her astonishment. Though she was familiar with him as they were in the same class, she could now see the remarkable transformation in him. The aura he exuded, the confidence etched on his face, were worlds apart from before. The current Lin Chen, while not ostentatious like a typical rich heir, possessed a profound, understated confidence reminiscent of a self-made success. Every gesture he made radiated an air of wisdom and sophistication. Previously, Lin Chen had been somewhat insecure, low-key, and uncertain, failing to stand out. Ah, it's Lin Chen. Meng Jiwei smiled knowingly, recognizing his significant growth. She ceased her conversation with the three classmates and turned to board the car. "Jiwei, tomorrow is the weekend. Are you still attending the English preparatory course for your graduate exams?" One girl in a floral dress inquired. Meng Jiwei turned and smiled, shaking her head. "No, I will be spending the weekend with Lin Chen to handle some matters. I want to be at Lingjiang." With that, Meng Jiwei opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. As the car started, the three girls remained behind, bewildered and at a loss. Sitting in the car, Meng Jiwei wore a smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the astonished expressions of the three girls. "What were you discussing just now?" Lin Chen inquired tentatively. "Oh, regarding the graduate exams, I'm following a structured study plan, so I should be fine," Meng Jiwei replied confidently, as she had consistently performed well academically. "Are you still considering applying to our university?" "Yes, it's easier to get in, especially for the biotechnology program where the professors are familiar with me. Plus, I plan to take a second major in corporate culture management, which will facilitate communication at our university," Meng Jiwei elaborated. Lin Chen nodded, impressed with Meng Jiwei's planning. He refrained from mentioning his own plans for graduate studies, as they were still in the early stages. Moreover, it seemed that Professor Zhou and the others were not affiliated with the medical university but worked at other institutions. If he sought out Professor Zhou, he might end up attending the affiliated medical school at Lingjiang University. "Where shall we go first?" Lin Chen asked. "Let's not go directly to dinner. We should shop first. Given the time, there will be long queues at restaurants. By the time we finish eating, the shops will be closing. We should shop first. And once we've bought gifts, we can find a place to indulge ourselves," Meng Jiwei suggested. "All right, I'll follow your lead," Lin Chen agreed. Sensing that the girls often had better insights in such matters, the two headed to Sudong Plaza, where Lin Chen held a Supreme membership card. Here, he could accumulate points and utilize the card's balance for purchases. "Let us buy some clothes and shoes for my sister first. She has had new clothes in years due to our family's financial struggles," Lin Chen reflected, feeling a pang of sentimentality for his sister Lin Ning, who was in high school and had never experienced the luxury of makeup or fashionable attire because of their circumstances. Now that he was more financially stable, he felt compelled to make amends by treating her. Meng Jiwei personally assisted in selecting several outfits, which totaled around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. She worried that Lin Chen might be financially constrained and instinctively reached for her wallet to pay. "No need, I have a membership card," Lin Chen replied, producing the prestigious card gifted to him by Mr. Song, and he paid generously. The sales associates, upon seeing the black gold card, displayed utmost respect, recognizing him as a potential heir of the Sudong group. "Is this the card you used to buy the bifidali watch for me last time?" Meng Jiwei recalled the watch she received at her birthday celebration, which she later verified to be authentic, worth over 100,000 yuan. Coming from her background, She rarely wore such high-end accessories. Yes, a gift from someone else, Lin Chen replied with a slight smile, offering no further explanation. They continued shopping, acquiring 2 more pairs of shoes and some basic cosmetics. Lin Chen was cautious not to plunge his sister into a lavish lifestyle all at once. He aimed for essentials that were tasteful, yet not ostentatious. Suddenly, Meng Jiwei insisted, "These supplements for your mother must be purchased with my money. Otherwise, I will be quite displeased." "All right, you handle it." Lin Chen chuckled, understanding that when visiting someone, it was often better for her to spend money to avoid feeling awkward. Meng Jiwei, not short on funds, procured several health supplements, totaling a few thousand yuan. Additionally, she bought Linning a handbag as a token of their meeting. Lin Chen did not object, recognizing it was Meng Jiwei's thoughtful gesture, making it difficult to refuse. With an array of gifts in hand, they placed them in the trunk of the Audi before preparing to head out for dinner. "Are you hungry? What are you in the mood for?" Lin Chen asked. How about hot pot?" Meng Jiwei replied with a smile, expressing her desire. Lin Chen nodded slightly. It appeared that girls often enjoyed hot pot, as he had just accompanied Yang Madong to enjoy some the previous evening. "I know a great place. Let me take you there." Lin Chen recalled the elegant ambience and delightful flavors of the Sichuan hot pot he visited last night and decided to take Meng Jiwei there for dinner. The manager and staff at the Sichuan hot pot, upon seeing Lin Chen enter with another attractive young woman, exchanged glances, their perceptions shifting as they regarded him as a quintessential playboy, a wealthy second-generation scion. Chapter 58. Spending the night together. Lin Chen, familiar with the venue, completed the order and began enjoying hot pot with Meng Jiwei. "Isn't this delightful?" "Yes, the taste is excellent, and the ambience is quite pleasant. This Sichuan establishment isn't cheap." Meng Jiwei, well-versed in such matters, offered an accurate assessment. Lin Chen nodded slightly. This was indeed true. He had spent about 1,000 yuan the night before with Yang Madong, which was rather extravagant. "I wanted to treat you tonight as a reward for your hard work. Rest assured, I have sufficient funds." Lin Chen smiled, reassured by the 12 million he had, making this dinner a trivial concern. Meng Jiwei noticed that Lin Chen had grown increasingly confident, radiating a more vibrant and cheerful demeanor, reminiscent of the sunny youth she had known in middle school. Their conversation flowed effortlessly over the course of 2 hours. "Oh, you're staying in a hotel?" Lin Chen expressed his confusion, but after contemplating, he found the idea plausible. With newfound wealth, staying in hotels and indulging in lavish meals seemed commonplace, unlike the days when he meticulously calculated every expenditure. "All right, let's head to a hotel," Lin Chen said, as he and Meng Jiwei drove to a 4-star establishment. "Oh no, I forgot my ID," Lin Chen realized. Having not considered an overnight stay prior to their outing, Meng Jiwei paused momentarily, then bit her lip and suggested softly, "It's fine. Let's just get a standard room." Lin Chen nodded, accepting the situation. However, upon reaching the front desk, they discovered that standard rooms were fully booked, leaving only a king-sized room available. "Should we switch hotels?" he asked. "No, let us not bother. It's late. We can manage for one night," Meng Jiwei replied generously. Once they entered the room, they pushed open the door to reveal the king-sized bed, which brought a hint of awkwardness. Their history as good friends now felt ambiguous, as sharing a room carried an element of intimacy that felt like crossing boundaries. "I'll go take a shower first," Meng Jiwei said, her face slightly flushed. Before retreating to the bathroom, the sound of running water soon followed, indicating her preparation for a bath. Lin Chen, however, did not entertain any unwholesome thoughts. Their familiarity bred trust. After their last conversation about potentially dating, it felt entirely normal for a couple to share a room. When Meng Jiwei emerged from her shower wearing a nightgown that revealed her delicate arms, Lin Chen was taken aback, seeing her in this light for the first time. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked, her cheeks reddening. "I've known you for years, yet this is the first time I've seen you post-bath," he replied candidly, slightly dazed. Meng Jiwei noticed his expression and felt a wave of amusement wash over her. While she had been somewhat tense, the atmosphere suddenly felt more relaxed. Although they had been close friends, they had never officially dated, and there was always a degree of caution. Now, with their relationship transformed, it felt natural to witness such moments. "You should wash up too," Meng Jiwei suggested softly. "All right," Lin Chen responded, heading to the bathroom. After 10 minutes, he emerged wearing shorts and a bath towel, adopting a casual demeanor. Meng Jiwei had already settled into bed, glancing at him with a slightly flushed face. This was a new experience for her. "Should we turn off the lights?" Lin Chen asked. "Yes, let's," she replied, feeling shy, prompting him to switch off the lights. "Should I sleep on the couch?" Lin Chen inquired. "No, you can sleep here. Just don't do anything mischievous," she reminded him. Though she was not opposed to sharing the bed, she was not yet ready to take that step. Both were patient individuals, unwilling to rush their relationship. Once Lin Chen climbed into bed, the shared comforter inevitably brought their bodies into contact, causing Meng Jiwei to tense slightly. "Did I press against you?" Lin Chen asked, making an effort to maintain some distance. Meng Jiwei's breath quickened as she tried to steady herself, knowing Lin Chen's character was trustworthy, and he would respect her boundaries. Curiously, she asked, "Lin Chen, did you ever book a room with Wang Rong when you were dating her?" Meng Jiwei felt a mix of anger and delight upon hearing his response. Anger directed at Wang Rong for seemingly taking advantage of Lin Chen, treating him poorly, while delight stemmed from the realization that their relationship had remained innocent. It was comforting to know that the man she admired had not been tainted by past entanglements. With that thought in mind, Meng Jiwei leaned in and kissed Lin Chen on the cheek, expressing her approval. "You surprised me, so I should return the favor," she said playfully. However, in the darkness, she miscalculated and ended up kissing his lips instead. Thus, they found themselves locked in a hesitant yet tender kiss, exploring one another in the shadows, gradually becoming addicted to the intimacy. After a few moments, Meng Jiwei suddenly pulled away, turning her back to him and burying her head under the covers, feeling shy. Lin Chen chose not to pursue further, recognizing this moment as a significant breakthrough in their relationship. It was time for him to ensure a better life for his mother and sister. Chapter 59. Returning home after discharge that night was restful and fulfilling, marking the first time Lin Chen and Meng Jiwei shared a bed. As dawn broke, Meng Jiwei nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, her face reflecting pure contentment, having never felt such comfort before. Lin Chen awoke, his arms wrapped around his old classmate. Noting that Meng Jiwei had shed her nightgown, her smooth back facing him, their skin touched for the first time, filling both with quiet joy. "Time to get up. We should leave by 8 a.m. to avoid traffic," Lin Chen suggested. "Sure," Meng Jiwei agreed, adding, "You go ahead." She felt embarrassed to appear in front of him in just her strapless attire. Lin Chen, unbothered, donned his boxers and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Once he was done, Meng Jiwei got up, revealing her flawless figure as she found her bra, put it on, then slipped into a long dress that concealed her delicate frame, finally exhaling in relief. Yet, her face radiated satisfaction. She had taken a significant step in her relationship with the person she liked, a smile creeping onto her lips. After they both finished their morning routines, they made their way to the dining area for breakfast before setting off around 8 a.m. Their first stop was to pick up Lin Chen's mother from the hospital. She was eager to leave, having found it difficult to sleep in such an environment, surrounded by the specter of life and death. When she saw Lin Chen and Meng Jiwei together, her face lit up with joy. "Great," she said, nodding as she settled into the car. Lin Chen loaded their luggage and drove from Lingjiang to Runzhou, covering several hundred kilometers in about 4 hours. Meng Jiwei's family also resided in Runzhou, belonging to the prominent Song family, which had steadily strengthened its pharmaceutical business over the years. When Lin Chen first met Meng Jiwei, the Song family was merely a small enterprise, but a decade later, they were on the brink of becoming a publicly traded pharmaceutical giant. The disparity in their social standings had widened significantly. If it weren't for the medical fairy chat group, Lin Chen would have had little chance of catching up. Moreover, Meng Jiwei was uncertain about how her family would react to her relationship with him, fearing they might arrange a marriage with a wealthy heir for the sake of business, a prospect she could not accept. Thus, Meng Jiwei resolved to pursue further studies, delaying her entry into society for 3 years, allowing her family to postpone considerations regarding her marriage. However, given Meng Jiwei's character, gentle yet resolute, with a strong sense of self, she was not one to easily relinquish her aspirations and choices. She merely hoped that Lin Chen would grow during these 3 years, acquiring sufficient capabilities to earn the esteem of the Song family. Lin Chen's driving skills were commendable. He maintained a steady speed while engaging in casual conversation with Meng Jiwei as they approached Runzhou City. Lin Chen inquired of Meng Jiwei, "All right." Upon entering Runzhou, he drove directly to the suburbs. He was not a local of Runzhou City but resided in a factory workers' neighborhood on the outskirts. Lin Chen's father had once worked in this factory area, and their modest residence, spanning just over 50 square meters, was allocated to them. After Lin Chen's father passed away, his mother, in order to care for her 2 children, refrained from remarrying, instead laboring 2 jobs to support their education. Due to her excessive toil, she fell ill 2 years ago, suffering from renal failure, necessitating dialysis and a kidney transplant. Each surgery would require at least 400,000 to 500,000 yuan and a suitable kidney donor. Moreover, she lacked the physical strength to work, and future medical expenses and recuperative needs would require substantial financial resources. Consequently, Lin Chen's mother, Feng Suizhuan, consistently refused surgery, resigned to fate. Having excelled academically, Lin Chen gained admission to a prestigious middle school and high school, which ultimately led to him and Ming Jiwei becoming classmates. Their involvement in the student council, debates, and singing competitions fostered a solid friendship. Observing the scene, Lin Chen felt an involuntary warmth in his eyes, stirred by a profound sense of home, a sentiment most easily evoked by the simple yet profound bonds of family. Beep, beep. Lin Chen pressed the horn twice as a signal before stepping out of the car. His sister, Lin Ying, was momentarily bewildered, expecting Lin Chen to exit the vehicle, but surprised instead to see him emerge from the driver's seat. Ying, Lin Chen's mother, Feng Suijuan, also alighted from the vehicle. Her spirits lifted. At that moment, Ming Jiwei exited as well, approaching politely. Hello, Lin Ying. I am Lin Chen's classmate. Realizing that this was Lin Chen's female classmate, Lin Ying deduced some underlying connections. To prevent any misunderstandings, Lin Chen candidly confirmed, this is Ming Jiwei. We've been classmates since middle school and continue at Lingzhong Medical University. Though in different classes, we've known each other for nearly a decade, and she is now my girlfriend. Upon hearing this introduction, Lin Ying understood Ming Jiwei's significance. Oh, so she is to be my future sister-in-law? Lin Ying expressed delight, recognizing the beauty and elegance of Ming Jiwei, who seemed a refined young woman. A stark contrast to their humble background. Lin Ying felt a deep respect and courtesy towards Ming Jiwei, wishing to leave a positive impression of her family. Ming Jiwei felt a gentle flush on her cheeks, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness at Lin Chen's public acknowledgement of her as his girlfriend, which solidified her position. With this newfound clarity, her interactions felt more natural and unforced. As Feng Suijuan's health improved, she too was pleased with Ming Jiwei. Having witnessed her amiable demeanor and refined character during her hospital stay, the fact that someone of such stature could take an interest in her son filled Lin's mother with pride and satisfaction. All right, Mom, Ying, please get in the car. We will drive down, Lin Chen beckoned. Lin Ying, brimming with excitement, pulled her mother into the Audi A6, and they proceeded to their home in the community. Upon arrival, they noticed some elderly neighbors engaged in a game of mahjong downstairs. As the Audi came to a stop, the Lin family alighted and began to open the trunk filled with various gifts. Did Lin Chen buy this car? A nearby woman inquired. As the saying goes, a widow's house is rife with gossip. The neighbors often mocked the Lin family's single mother, struggling to raise 2 children, especially after her illness, which necessitated borrowing money and brought upon them scornful glances. Lin Ying, harboring frustration for long, finally seized the opportunity to stand tall and respond defiantly. Feng Suijuan, however, engaged in polite conversation, her innate kindness preventing her from showing off. When asked about her health, Lin's mother mentioned a recovery, reassuring them that everything was fine. At that moment, Lin Chen opened the trunk, revealing an array of expensive gifts, which astonished several nosy neighbors who recognized many brands from television advertisements. Could it be that Lin Chen has found success? However, they recalled hearing that he had just graduated, sparking envy and speculation about the possible wealth of his girlfriend. Chapter 60, Collecting Debts. Having parked the car, the family ascended the worn staircase of their old home. This residence, constructed in the late 1980s or early 1990s, was a basic worker's house made of bricks and cement boards, characterized by thin walls and peeling exteriors. The hallway was chaotic, and the stairs creaked ominously, resembling a dilapidated structure. Yet, it had not been demolished, and the old workers had no choice but to continue living there. Many nearby factories had closed, and the remaining ones barely managed to survive, leading to meager wages for the workers, about 2,000 yuan a month, often received after long intervals. The Lin family's one-bedroom apartment had been divided into 2 rooms, compressing the living space. Although small, the home was kept tidy. However, upon seeing Lin Chen's girlfriend visiting, the 4 simple dishes prepared seemed rather inadequate. Lin Chen reassured, "It's all right. I anticipated this and bought some prepared foods. You just need to slice them up." Lin's mother replied, "But I didn't prepare a meeting gift. Shouldn't I give a red envelope for her first visit?" He had purchased some pig's head meat, smoked chicken, roast duck, and luncheon meat from the market, taking them to the kitchen to prepare a platter. As Ming Jiwei sat on the sofa, observing the Lin family's humble abode, she felt a surge of admiration for Lin Chen, who had thrived in such challenging circumstances. Her heart swelled with affection for him, recalling their shared experiences in middle school, their debates, and student council activities. She, who had grown up in comfort, now residing in a villa, recognized the vast disparity in their backgrounds. Yet, Lin Chen's exceptional character far surpassed that of any affluent heir. He was honest, steadfast, optimistic, and genuine, devoid of any vices, truly a gem worth committing to. After witnessing Lin Chen's home environment, Ming Jiwei's resolve to be with him only strengthened. Lin Ying enthusiastically showed her numerous photo albums, recounting delightful anecdotes. Among the middle and high school pictures, Meng Jiwei's presence occasionally appeared, particularly in a photo from a physics competition where they had represented their school together. At that time, Meng Jiwei was a quiet yet proud little princess, while Lin Chen was a sunny, boyish figure. They had exchanged only a few words back then, remaining unfamiliar with one another. "This is me," Linning exclaimed. "Ah, you already had a photo with my brother back then. Sister-in-law, you were beautiful even then." Lin Ying's sweet words made Meng Jiwei smile broadly, clearly enjoying the affectionate title. Simultaneously, she presented Lin Ying with the bag and clothes she had bought. Lin Ying squealed with delight upon seeing brands like Ailian, Age, and Ichuan. Though not particularly luxurious, they were still impressive for a second-year high school student to wear. "Well, thank you, sister-in-law. And some are from your brother," Meng Jiwei replied candidly. "Haha, thank you, dear brother and sister-in-law." Lin Ying was overjoyed. Typically, her wardrobe consisted of commonplace items purchased from the Wuai market: jeans, shirts, blouses, and shoes, all priced below 100 yuan. The marked prices on these clothes were 588, 698, and 888, which already seemed extravagant to her. "As long as you like it," Meng Jiwei mused, reflecting on the struggles that both Lin Chen and his sister had endured. At that moment, lunch was ready, and the family of four sat down to enjoy a hearty meal. The table was laden with 8 dishes, creating a delightful atmosphere. Lin's mother observed Meng Jiwei closely, growing increasingly satisfied with her physique, appearance, demeanor, and eloquence. She continuously served Meng Jiwei food, exhibiting warm and attentive hospitality. Meng Jiwei smiled, sensing that the Lin family held her in good regard. Just after they finished eating, a knock echoed from the front door. Lin's mother went to answer, revealing 2 neighbors, old Zhang from the adjacent building and his wife. "Brother Zhang, sister-in-law Zhang, what brings you here?" Brother Zhang appeared somewhat awkward and remained silent. Sister-in-law Zhang smiled initially, then spoke. "We heard that Lin Chen has become quite successful, making substantial money and even dating a wealthy girl, purchasing an Audi. Now that your family is doing well, we were wondering if you could repay the 20,000 yuan you borrowed from old Zhang last year. My child is preparing for engagement and needs to buy a house, and I wish to assist him without delay." Lin's mother felt cornered. The Audi was not Lin Chen's, and she was uncertain about his financial status. However, trouble was brewing as neighbors began to demand repayment. "That cannot be. What if Lin Chen leaves and you find yourself in dire straits? If you lack the means, let Lin Chen settle it. He seems to be doing well. If he cannot, you could always ask his girlfriend." Sister-in-law Zhang scoffed, and she and the other neighbors believed Lin Chen had indeed found a wealthy girlfriend. After all, how could a student about to graduate afford an Audi? Just days prior, Lin's mother had been worried about her son's internship and job prospects. If Lin Chen were truly earning a fortune, there should have been some indication of it. Anxiously, Lin's mother fretted that this matter might affect her son's relationship with his girlfriend, causing Meng Jiwei to look down upon the Lin family. In a state of desperation, she nearly pleaded, wishing to kneel before them and request they leave for now. "I beg you, could you wait until my child has left before you come to collect? I can find a way to repay." Her voice rose, catching the attention of those inside. "Indeed, when I borrowed the money. It was during a difficult time when my mother required medical treatment," Lin Chen interjected. "Here is the repayment, 21,000 in total, 20,000 principal, and 1,000 interest. I am grateful to Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang for their assistance during our hardship. I will repay this today," Lin Chen concluded, handing over the money. Sister-in-law Zhang received the payment, her intended scorn momentarily silenced. Lin Chen had not only repaid the loan but also included an additional 1,000 in interest, effectively silencing her. "It appears Lin Chen has indeed succeeded. Very well, I shall accept this money and interest. We are all old neighbors, and we should continue to assist one another and maintain our connections," she said, her tone shifting from disdain to a somewhat ingratiating demeanor. Chapter 61. Repayment. Lin's mother, puzzled, turned to her son and whispered, "Xiaochen, tell me the truth. Where did you get this money? Did you borrow it from that young lady, Song? When dating, we must conduct ourselves honorably. We cannot rely on others' wealth or deceive anyone. Though we may be poor, our aspirations must remain lofty. I would rather you endure hardships to grow than engage in unscrupulous dealings." Lin Chen, upon hearing this, felt profound respect for his mother, a simple yet principled woman who embodied the values of honesty and integrity. "Rest assured, mother, this money is all mine." However, Lin's mother seemed unconvinced. "How much could an intern about to graduate possibly earn?" Lin Chen explained, "Mother, I have already transitioned to a formal internship at one of the top hospitals in Lingjiang, earning between 20 to 30,000 every month. Additionally, I saved a wealthy businessman's son recently, and in gratitude, he gifted me a sum of money. This, along with what I earn, is sufficient not only for your medical care, but also to consider purchasing a new home for our family. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother finally felt at ease. As long as the money was earned legitimately, her worries dissipated. "Ah, my son is thriving," she exclaimed, her eyes welling with tears of joy. Having anticipated this moment for so long, she felt a sense of urgency, believing her time was limited, and hoped to witness her son mature into a capable provider. Once his sister completed her studies, he could take care of her as well. Together, the siblings could support one another as they forged their paths in the city, ensuring a stable life. This way, Feng Sujuan could rest in peace, knowing she had done right by her late husband. "Mother, good times are ahead. You and my sister will no longer have to live in such financial strain. This afternoon, you should rest. I will prepare some herbal medicine for your recovery. Tomorrow morning, we will go house hunting in the city." Feng Sujuan shook her head. "Buying a house is not urgent. You have just started earning. You need to save that money. In Lingjiang, housing prices are high. Without a home, you would lose face in front of your girlfriend." Seeing her son's determination, she reluctantly agreed. It was not that she wished to live elsewhere, but she felt it was vital not to hinder her son's romantic endeavors. The old, cramped house indeed lacked dignity for her son. There was no need for a brand new home. A second-hand one would suffice, saving on renovation costs and providing convenience. Lin Chen asked Lin Ying to keep Meng Jiwei company while he accompanied his mother to repay the debts. Over the past 2 years, his mother had borrowed approximately 70 to 80,000 yuan for medical treatments, mainly from close neighbors. The loans varied, with amounts ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 from about 5 or 6 households. As Lin Chen followed his mother, they expressed their gratitude personally. For the 30,000 principal, they added 2,000 in interest. For the 5,000, they included 500 in interest, leaving the lenders quite satisfied and repeatedly praising Lin Chen for his success. Feng Sujuan shook her head. "Mother needs none of this. Keep it. I still have a couple of millions saved up." Lin Chen smiled. The feeling of having money was indeed delightful. "Brother, mother, what have you been up to?" he asked cheerfully. "Just settling a few matters. How was your conversation with Jiwei?" "I found her quite agreeable," Lin Ying responded enthusiastically, likely eager to impress and secure her brother's beautiful sister-in-law. Meng Jiwei inquired, "Has Auntie completely recovered? Will she no longer need dialysis?" Lin Chen explained, and Meng Jiwei considered the reasoning, though she knew the treatment process was complex. She found it hard to believe that Lin Chen's skills alone could have cured her mother's renal failure. To reassure his mother and sister, Lin Chen stated, "I received guidance from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and learned the art of acupuncture. Initially, I was not skilled enough to practice, adhering strictly to the rules of the craft. However, I recently passed my master's assessment, allowing me to treat my mother. Now, her kidney condition has improved, and she no longer requires a transplant. She just needs to continue her medication." "That's wonderful." Feng Sujuan, initially skeptical, began to believe as she recognized how much better she felt, akin to her health before her illness. "I truly believe it," she exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of avoiding costly hospital visits for a transplant, saving both money and suffering. "Today, I will perform acupuncture again to ensure any remaining toxins are expelled," Lin Chen suggested, expressing concern about thorough cleansing and proposing another session in the afternoon. Feng Sujuan nodded and lay down, dressed in comfortable shorts. As Lin Chen prepared to administer the needles himself, especially in the renal region, he employed needles more frequently, utilizing the pure yang technique to invigorate the vital energy and channel it into the kidneys, meticulously unblocking their meridians. He used silver needles to stimulate and expel toxins through the vital energy. Meng Jiwei and Lin Ying observed with a mix of tension and concern. An hour passed, and Lin Chen's complexion grew pale. Having exhausted a significant amount of his internal vital energy, his face haggard yet resolute. This was his mother. He was determined to give his all without reservation. The remaining toxins had already begun to flow out along the silver needles, which had turned dark, almost completely purged. With continuous medication, purification would gradually occur, leading to a complete recovery of the kidneys. Lin Chen wiped away beads of sweat, feeling somewhat drained. Lin Chen encouraged his mother to rise and assess how her body felt after the acupuncture and detoxification. "I feel much lighter, and the pain in my lower back has completely vanished," exclaimed his mother with delight. "It truly works. My brother is amazing." Lin Ying chimed in, her excitement palpable. Their mother's illness had long weighed heavily on the family, draining finances and robbing them of the ability to earn. This added burden only exacerbated their already impoverished situation. Meng Jiwei, who had been attentively observing, was astounded. As a medical student, witnessing Lin Chen's acupuncture treatment and the expulsion of residual toxins from his mother's body was extraordinary. It suggested a potential treatment for renal failure. If this case achieved success, it would represent a significant breakthrough in clinical medicine. Lin Chen instructed, "Ying, the herbal decoction is almost ready. Please bring a bowl for Mom to drink." "Understood," Lin replied, promptly returning with a bowl of medicinal soup. Lin Chen's mother now had greater confidence in her son's medical skills and took the decoction without hesitation. This herbal concoction would facilitate detoxification and repair the kidneys, with effects manifesting in 12 hours. She could take a shower now to wash away the expelled toxins from her skin. "All right, I'll go do that," she said, feeling the need to visit the restroom as well. Toxins could be expelled from both the intestines and the skin, and their removal had already healed 60% of her condition. "Lin Chen, was this herbal formula concocted by you, or does it have a pre-existing recipe?" Meng Jiwei inquired. "I formulated it myself, based on the ancient prescriptions of Sun Simiao, though it has been lost to time," he replied. Meng Jiwei's eyes sparkled with interest. She believed this formula might one day become a new pharmaceutical recipe. Without acupuncture, would this decoction alone be beneficial for renal failure and uremia? She asked. Lin Chen, drawing from his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, analyzed, it would still be beneficial, though the effects would not be as pronounced, and it could not completely cure the ailment. However, with continuous use over a decade, the kidneys might recover significantly, Lin Chen estimated, noting that clinical testing data was still required. He intended to observe the effects on his mother at different intervals after she consumed the decoction to assess its overall efficacy. Perhaps we could collaborate in the future to create a traditional Chinese medicine for renal failure and uremia, alleviating the suffering of countless patients while also generating profit. Meng Jiwei suggested with a smile, recognizing a promising opportunity. Once she took over part of the Song family business, she would consider partnering with Lin Chen to develop this new treatment for kidney diseases, benefiting both the Song family and Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, seeing this as a mutually advantageous opportunity. Since joining the medical chat group, he had received teachings from renowned figures such as Hua Tuo, Bin, Zhang Guolao, and Sun Simiao. In recent days, he had been able to blend theory with practice effectively. However, to master it fully, he would need to treat patients and apply his skills in real-world scenarios. Lin Chen, Meng Jiwei called, noticing his momentary distraction. Lin Chen nodded, agreeing with her thoughts and planning to discuss this with his family. When Lin Chen's mother emerged, her complexion had improved significantly. She felt lighter and no longer exhibited any signs of illness. However, due to the considerable expulsion, she felt somewhat weak and pale, requiring rest. "Mom, please lie down and get some good sleep. By tomorrow morning, you'll be back to your usual self. But I still need to cook for you tonight. After all, this is Young's first visit. I can't just sleep the night away," Lin Chen's mother protested, contemplating what to prepare for Meng Jiwei. With a smile, Meng Jiwei interjected, "Auntie, there's no need to trouble yourself. We can simply go out for dinner tonight." Lin nodded in agreement. "Yes? There's a street food area just 3 kilometers from our community, famous for its bustling stalls. I've been wanting to go. And it's perfect for my brother to treat us both." Lin Chen endorsed the idea, saying, "Indeed, the street food area is lively, with a variety of snacks and renowned barbecue stalls. Let us head there tonight." "Yay!" Lin exclaimed excitedly. Seeing the enthusiasm of the young trio, Lin Chen's mother relented. Lin changed out of her usual casual attire, donning new clothes and shoes, carrying a new handbag, and applying light makeup. She no longer resembled a high school girl from a poor family, but instead exuded an air of elegance. Moreover, with her beauty enhanced by the new outfit, she appeared even more exquisite. "Ah, brother looks handsome, and sister is beautiful. Your family has splendid genes," Meng Jiwei complimented with a smile. Lin sweetly replied, "Sister-in-law is even more beautiful. Once you marry my brother, our next generation will definitely be remarkable." Meng Jiwei felt a blush creep to her cheeks. Recognizing her sister-in-law was quite perceptive, Lin Chen chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further, and headed downstairs to get the car. Neighboring residents playing cards outside gazed with envy as Lin Chen descended with the 2 women. They had heard that Lin Chen had become a clinical doctor in Lingjiang, earning an annual salary of 400,000 to 500,000, having even received an advance of 100,000, and was dating a girl from a well-off family. Thus, the impoverished Lin family was on the verge of rising. Lin Chen, once a diligent student, had unexpectedly found success so soon after graduation. Indeed, that university student from the old Li family seems to have failed. Writing novels sounds so unreliable. Can that even be a job? Who knows if it can make money? Another neighbor remarked. It's Lin Chen with a proper job who has truly succeeded. They gossiped, as they always did, relishing in the drama of others' lives. Lin Chen simply waved a greeting before the 3 of them got into the car. Meng Jiwei teased, "I never imagined there's a great writer living above us." Lin Chen shook his head, sighing, making money from web fiction isn't as easy as it seems. Only when he becomes a celebrated author earning millions will the neighbors recognize him. Otherwise, they won't understand him at all. With that, the vehicle started, heading toward the street food area. 3 kilometers from Lin Chen's community lay an old alley that had transformed into a bustling street food market over the past decade. At night, various stalls offered an array of delicacies including grilled skewers, grilled squid, spicy sour noodles, stinky tofu, and fried rice cakes. Young people from within a 10-kilometer radius flocked here, drawn by the affordable and delicious offerings. Navigating through the crowd, Lin Chen ordered several snacks and drinks for Lin Ying and Meng Zhui before arriving at a popular barbecue stall. This eatery featured outdoor tables where patrons could enjoy grilled and fried foods, complemented by draft beer in a lively atmosphere. Lin Chen chose a particularly bustling establishment, secured a vacant table, and ordered lamb skewers, lamb chops, and grilled potato slices, along with some beer, all in the spirit of unwinding. This afternoon had finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief, as he had settled the family's debts, enabling his mother to hold her head high once more. Simultaneously, he employed acupuncture to treat his mother's kidney disease, yielding commendable results. Once the affliction of renal failure was alleviated, the family could embrace a healthier lifestyle, heralding a new dawn in their lives. Lin Chen felt immense gratitude towards the medical chat group software that had inspired him to adopt a different approach to life. However, with great power comes great responsibility, and he recognized the necessity for continual growth to shoulder the weighty task of saving lives. Raising his glass, Lin Chen declared, "Let us celebrate. My mother has finally recovered, and the Lin family has turned a new leaf. Hooray!" Lin Ying echoed. Her spirits lifted as the shadows of their previous struggles seemed to dissipate. She began with milk tea and eventually joined her brother in toasting with a couple of beers, reveling in the euphoria of their newfound fortune. The street food was delectable, rich with the essence of life, and they indulged heartily. Previously, Lin Ying had refrained from dining out due to their financial struggles, while Meng Zhui, hailing from a well-off family, seldom frequented such establishments. Thus, both enjoyed the experience immensely. "Brother, I truly must thank you for curing our mother's ailment. It has completely transformed the fate of the Lin family," Lin Ying said, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. "We have endured much hardship, but at last, the bitter days are behind us, and brighter days lie ahead," Lin Chen reassured her, infused with a powerful confidence. Meng Zhui, sitting nearby, could sense the profound bond and the struggles shared between the siblings, sharing in their joy. "Oh, brother, the housing prices in the city are exorbitant." "Not to worry, my finances are sufficient," Lin Chen replied. "In Runzhou, the priciest areas only reach a little over 20,000. We can settle for something around 10,000. Mother suggested we opt for a second-hand house to save on renovation costs. I believe that's a sound plan. I'll contact a few agents tonight, and we can view some properties tomorrow morning." Lin Chen seized the moment to uplift Lin Ying's spirits. After all, they had lived in that dilapidated house for far too long, and a change in living conditions was overdue. "Really? That is fantastic. We can finally move." Lin Ying clapped her hands in delight. Just then, a young man with dyed yellow hair, reeking of alcohol, staggered over, beer in hand, and approached Meng Zhui. "Hey there. Beautiful. How about sharing a drink with me?" The young man leered, his demeanor inappropriate. Meng Zhui's expression turned frosty. "I'm sorry, I don't know you. Please leave me alone." The young man smirked. "What is the harm in having a drink? There are too few men at your table. Come join us. There are 4 or 5 of us who can take good care of you. Get lost before I lose my temper." Lin Chen interjected coldly, glaring at the young man. The latter dismissed him with a glance, scoffing. "Who do you think you are talking to? I'm chatting with a lady, and you are just a kid. Do you even know who I am? Do you want to find out? You think you can walk out of this street after insulting me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen stood up and kicked the young man with such force that he flew back 6 or 7 meters, crashing into a nearby table. "I've offended you. What will you do about it?" Lin Chen declared, empowered by his newfound abilities, showing no tolerance for such petty thugs. The yellow-haired youth, bruised and battered, cried out, "You're asking for trouble. Brothers, I've been attacked. Get him." His companions, 4 or 5 in number, rose from their table, brandishing beer bottles and stools, intent on attacking Lin Chen. "Beat him to a pulp. Take him down," they shouted, emboldened by intoxication, as they were accustomed to such scuffles. "Run, brother," Lin Ying screamed in terror. Yet Lin Chen remained remarkably composed, advancing towards them with a beer bottle in hand, which he hurled at the first assailant, shattering it against his face. With a swift series of movements, Lin Chen unleashed a flurry of punches, elbows, and kicks, swiftly incapacitating the 4 attackers. One was knocked unconscious. Another sent flying, while yet another crumpled to the ground, howling in pain. The yellow-haired thug, witnessing his companions being bested, stood up and pointed at Lin Chen. "Who do you think you are? You dare to strike us? You must want to die? I'll find your family and deal with them." Upon hearing the threat against his family, a surge of fury ignited within Lin Chen. He approached the young man, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. The thug's face turned red as he struggled for breath. "Please, Lin Chen, don't do this. It's not worth trading lives with such scum," Meng Jiwei exclaimed, her face pale as she rushed to intervene. Lin Chen contemplated her words. Indeed, he could not afford to jeopardize his own safety over such a wretch. These thugs, in essence, were nothing more than societal parasites, lacking any decency or character, preying on the vulnerable. Lin Chen did not wish to escalate the situation, but felt compelled to retaliate due to the threat against his family. Thus, as he released the yellow-haired youth, he discreetly applied pressure to his kidney reflex zone, ensuring that, unbeknownst to him, his renal function would gradually decline over the next month, ultimately leading him to become a patient of kidney failure. This way, the young thug would be rendered incapable of further causing harm, unable to continue his bullying ways, and perhaps he would not survive for many more years. One must possess the heart of a bodhisattva to heal the sick and save lives, while also embodying the fierce resolve of a warrior to eradicate evil. Consider this a warning. Should you trouble me or my family again, you will not be so fortunate next time. Now be gone." Lin Chen kicked the remaining thugs away, sending them fleeing. Chapter 64. Viewing properties. This incident, where Lin Chen defended himself against the thugs, garnered the admiration of onlookers, who erupted in applause. Many local shopkeepers had frequently witnessed the yellow-haired youth causing trouble on the street, often shortchanging customers and harassing female patrons. While minor disturbances had been noted at the local police station, they had never escalated to serious criminal charges. However, after Lin Chen's decisive actions, the shopkeepers felt a sense of relief as the thugs were soundly defeated. Well done. They had it coming. The crowd cheered, reveling in the spectacle. Lin Chen, not seeking fame, settled the bill and promptly departed with Lin Ying and Meng Jiwei. "Brother, when did you become such a formidable fighter?" Lin Ying inquired. Lin Chen explained, "I learned a bit of martial arts from my master. I can heal the sick as well as defend against wrongdoers." Lin Ying beamed. "My brother is becoming more skilled by the day. I won't have to worry about being bullied anymore." Upon returning home, they found their mother still resting. "It's getting late. We should sleep," Lin Ying suggested cheerfully. "I'll share a room with sister. You can take the sofa." Lin Chen agreed. The cramped space had only 2 bedrooms, and with their mother just out of the hospital, it was best not to disturb her. His sister and Meng Jiwei shared a room, while he would make do with the sofa. With plans to view properties the next day, he hoped to finalize the purchase if all went smoothly, allowing them to move soon. Lost in thought, Lin Chen soon fell into a deep slumber on the sofa. The next morning, Lin Chen's mother was the first to rise. Feeling significantly lighter and entirely free of pain, her complexion greatly improved. "Xiao Chun, Ying, look. I feel so much better," she exclaimed, moving gracefully about the living room, playfully lifting a water bucket. Both Lin Chen and Lin Ying beamed with joy upon witnessing their mother's newfound strength and vitality. "Now, I feel invigorated and my lower back pain has dissipated. The results are even more remarkable. Xiao Chen, look, I have truly recovered," Lin's mother exclaimed with excitement. Those afflicted by illness suffer the most, but now, feeling physically at ease, she experiences unparalleled relief. This treatment for kidney disease has effectively cured her. Lin Chen nodded, confident in the authenticity of his medical prowess. Meng Jiwei stepped out and was taken aback by the scene before her. Her gaze shifted to Lin Chen, and she finally recognized the transformation within him. The Lin Chen of yesteryear, upon entering his second year of college, had become less confident due to his family's worsening financial situation. He spoke less, no longer the prominent figure in the student council or the competitive spirit in various contests. Even a sense of inferiority and anxiety had crept in, stifled by the burdens of his mother's illness and their financial struggles. Indeed, poverty constrains one's imagination and thought. However, the recent Lin Chen exudes confidence, radiance, and charisma, bolstered by his remarkable personal abilities, enhanced medical skills, and martial arts proficiency. His every gesture now emanates a mature and composed aura. So that's it. Meng Jiwei suddenly comprehended Lin Chen, grasping the roots of his transformation. Although she remained unaware of his specific mentors in medicine and martial arts, she surmised that they were linked to a mysterious elder. "Mom, now that you have recovered and just finished breakfast, let us go look at some houses together," Lin Chen suggested with a smile, eager to set off with her. "Sounds great," Lin's mother replied cheerfully, ready to accompany him. The family of 4 quickly freshened up and swiftly finished their breakfast. By 9 o'clock, Lin Chen drove them to explore potential homes. He had previously gathered phone numbers from several real estate agents online and drove directly to them, asking the agents to show them houses. One property, located in the high phone community, had an average price of around $10,000 per unit, with approximately 98 square meters, 3 bedrooms, and a living room, totaling $1 million if paid in full. Another, the Zijinghua community, boasted a price of $12,000 per unit for about 120 square meters, costing approximately $140,000. Both were about 3 kilometers from the number 8 high school, with direct bus routes available. The agent patiently explained the details. "Let us see all of them," Lin Chen instructed the agent. The group climbed into an Audi and visited both properties. The renovations were comparable, and both communities were built after 2010, featuring commendable landscaping. After viewing them, Lin's mother expressed her satisfaction with the high phone community, while not overly large. It felt cozy, and the price was acceptable. The 120 square meter option felt too spacious for just one person. "Let us consider it," Lin Chen said, not agreeing immediately. Once the agent departed, he contacted another agency to continue comparing properties. "Having seen 4, which one do you prefer?" Lin Chen inquired. "I'll defer to Mom." Linning looked at her mother, noting that she would only live there for 2 years before heading off to university, so it would ultimately be her mother's residence. "All right, let us purchase that one." Lin Chen decisively called the first agent, opting for a full payment, intending to finalize the purchase procedures that afternoon. Paying in full alleviated many complications, eliminating the need for loans. The agent immediately contacted the seller to sign the purchase agreement. They scheduled a payment at the property center for Monday, facilitating the transfer of ownership, allowing them to move in the following week. Notably, Lin Chen did not put the property in his name, but rather in his mother Feng Suijuan's name. "This child, why put it in your mother's name when you paid for it? It should be yours." Lin's mother expressed her concern. "Mom, this property is yours now. Just live comfortably. Your son will earn more money. In the future, I'll buy a house in Lingjiang for you to worry about. Once my sister graduates from university, I'll also buy her a house as a dowry." Lin Chen smiled slightly, unconcerned about the financial aspects. With the medical software he possessed, he had mastered his skills. Destined to become a billionaire. Lin's mother felt a surge of emotion, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at her son. After enduring hardships for over 2 decades, she finally felt liberated. All of this was thanks to her son Lin Chen, who took her hand, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 65. Slander in Private. This visit home resolved the family's struggles, bringing Lin's mother out of the hospital and completely curing her ailment, allowing the family to turn a new leaf. Lin Chen felt an immense sense of relief. After enduring poverty for so long, they could finally embrace affluence. Lin Chen prioritized improving the living conditions of his mother and sister, wholeheartedly focused on his family. "Now you believe me, right? I didn't deceive you. I truly cured my mother's kidney disease." Lin Chen laughed as he drove, speaking to Meng Jiwei. Meng Jiwei nodded. "Yes, I believe it. The fact that you could treat Aunt Lin's kidney disease on your own indeed saves a considerable amount in surgical costs, and most importantly, she no longer has to suffer. Treatment through acupuncture and herbal remedies carries minimal side effects, and post-transplant complications are troublesome, with potential rejection. Indeed, this scenario is the most ideal, avoiding surgery altogether," Lin Chen agreed. Meng Jiwei smiled and remarked, "I believe that with your skills in traditional Chinese medicine and unique remedies, the Meng family pharmaceutical business could truly benefit from collaborating with you. However, let us not rush. I'll be more involved in family affairs when I enter my 2nd year of graduate studies, and then we can discuss collaboration." "That sounds wonderful. Once you become a beautiful CEO, I'll be sure to cling to your coattails." Meng Jiwei found his comment amusing, chuckling lightly. With family matters resolved, Lin Chen could focus on developing his career in Lingjiang, becoming a renowned physician, treating patients weekly while pursuing his own aspirations. He shared his vision for the future, expressing contentment with such a life. Meng Jiwei nodded. "What you plan is quite meaningful. You can save many lives and accumulate great merit. As for the medical field, I may not be able to contribute directly, but once I finish my studies in biotechnology, I aim to develop beneficial pharmaceuticals that enhance physical health and reduce disease, making my own contribution to society." One must commend Meng Jiwei for her lofty perspective on life. At their core, both she and Lin Chen shared a commonality: compassion and righteousness. This mutual understanding fostered their attraction, transcending mere physical appeal. Some female classmates observed the arrival of a car to drop off Meng Jiwei, curious about which affluent heir it might be. When they realized it was Lin Chen, familiar faces expressed disbelief. "Isn't that our classmate Lin Chen? How did he end up driving an Audi? Is he really here to pick up Meng Jiwei? Are they dating?" A few girls speculated, whispering about the seemingly pristine Song School beauty, possibly entering into a romantic relationship with Lin Chen. At that moment, Wang Rong descended the stairs and was equally astonished by the scene. She was well acquainted with Lin Chen's background, having heard of his mother's severe illness, and now seeing him drive an Audi undoubtedly linked to Meng Jiwei. Perhaps Lin Chen was merely pursuing her for financial gain. Meanwhile, Meng Jiwei remained unfazed by the onlookers, embracing Lin Chen warmly as they bid farewell, affirming their campus romance. This was no longer the innocent love of high school students, fearful of teachers and parents discovering their relationship. Now, both Meng Jiwei and Lin Chen were fifth-year students on the cusp of graduation, and dating felt entirely normal. Wang Rong stood in front of Meng Jiwei, showing no intention of moving aside. "Is there something you need?" Meng Jiwei inquired, frowning. Previously, she had reached out to Wang Rong, as she was Lin Chen's girlfriend at the time, seeking information about Lin Chen's family situation and even borrowing money through her. Their interactions had included several exchanges of gifts. However, now that Wang Rong had betrayed Lin Chen, even humiliating him, Meng Jiwei held a strong disdain for her. Thus, her demeanor towards Wang Rong was far from cordial. Wang Rong scoffed. Given Lin Chen's circumstances, his father deceased, his mother gravely ill, and his sister still in school, he's essentially a bottomless pit. Having just graduated, he lacks the means to support himself. Why would you continue to assist him in secret? Now that I've rejected him, he seeks your favor, perhaps hoping your family wealth might alleviate his dire situation. Meng Jiwei, don't be foolish. This is the reality. You must view this rationally. Lin Chen is hardly deserving of your affection. Upon hearing Wang Rong's words, Meng Jiwei felt a flicker of anger at the disparagement of Lin Chen. Yet, she also found the situation somewhat amusing, even reassuring. Lin Chen's former girlfriend was of no concern. If there were remnants of past feelings, this would sever them entirely. Meng Jiwei fixed her gaze on Wang Rong and inquired, "Is this why you left Lin Chen for Zhao Tsong, that flamboyant heir?" Wang Rong puffed up with pride. "Of course, a good man fears choosing the wrong path, and a good woman dreads marrying the wrong man. Lin Chen's background is simply beneath me. When I was with him, countless girls mocked me. But now that I'm with Zhao Tsong, I have plenty of admirers. This is society. Those who understand the times are the true elites." Meng Jiwei couldn't help but scoff at Wang Rong's shallow perspective, deciding not to stoop to the level of such a materialistic woman. Perhaps it was precisely such women that caused Lin Chen to undervalue himself, which was why he regarded her with newfound respect. This opportunity arose solely from the contrast of their circumstances. Meng Jiwei shook her head, a smile of pity forming as she looked at Wang Rong, softly stating, "I haven't given Lin Chen any money. He can now earn his own. The car is his, and his mother's health has improved. He will be my boyfriend, and I hope to no longer hear you belittle him in public or private. Ideally, it would be best if there were no further intersections between us." With that, Meng Jiwei ascended the stairs. Wang Rong was left incredulous, convinced that Lin Chen had deceived Meng Jiwei. "He is lying. He has tricked you, Meng Jiwei. You've been fooled, you foolish woman." Meng Jiwei turned back with a smile, finding Wang Rong's disbelief and unease utterly laughable and pitiable. In her eyes, Zhao Tsong, that spoiled rich kid, paled in comparison to Lin Chen by a factor of 10. She had no interest in Zhao Tsong. It was women like Wang Rong who flaunted him. Perhaps this was the disparity in perception, a reflection of their differing social standings. From Meng Jiwei's expression, Wang Rong sensed disdain and pity, which drove her to frustration. Why was it that despite her earnest words, Meng Jiwei laughed at her? Who was truly the foolish one? Could Lin Chen, that useless man, really turn his life around? No matter how Wang Rong pondered, she deemed it impossible. The next day, Lin Chen arrived at work and encountered Yang Modong in the office. "It's been several days. Have your matters been resolved?" he asked. Indeed, with family issues settled, he felt a sense of relief. The burdens that had weighed heavily on him were finally lifted. Previously, he lacked confidence, feeling unworthy of it, hindered by a lack of skills and a dire family situation. Where could he find self-assurance? Without capability, would Yang Modong interact with him as she did? Even Meng Jiwei, who had always harbored feelings for him, would not be inclined to pursue him if he remained listless and mediocre. A man may lack wealth, but he must possess skill. A man skilled in medicine is undeniably more attractive. "So, can I come over to cook dinner tonight?" Yang Modong asked with a playful smile. Lin Chen's smile faltered. "Yang Modong, while we are familiar, you can't expect me to be your chef," he replied, a hint of annoyance creeping in. "That is not because your culinary skills are superior, is it?" Yang Modong teased. Her laughter was enchanting. Having tasted Lin Chen's cooking, she found that no establishment in Lingjiang could compare. Having gone a few days without his culinary delights, she felt a longing, not for him personally, but for his remarkable skills. "Let me think it over," Lin Chen replied, not committing outright. I've found a few properties for you, newly built and well decorated. You cook for me, and during my day off this week, I'll take you to see them. How does that sound? Yang Modong proposed, suggesting a fair exchange. That could work. Lin Chen agreed, acknowledging that he certainly lacked her local expertise. As a true daughter of a wealthy family, Yang Modong knew Ling Jiang well, had insider information, and would undoubtedly help him find a good place. How much are you planning to spend on a house? She asked. About 5 million, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, over 100 square meters. No need for a city center. Traffic can be a nightmare, but I don't want it too remote either, Lin Chen specified. Yang Modong smiled. That aligns with my list. It seems I truly understand you. Lin Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as he began searching for properties. Just then, a nurse rushed in, breathless, reporting an emergency incident. The director requested Lin Chen's immediate presence. What happened? Lin Chen asked, concerned. It appears a young girl was in a motorcycle off-road race and fell off a cliff. She is suffering from severe internal bleeding, with broken limbs and facial injuries. Her condition is critical, the nurse relayed urgently. Yang Modong immediately urged Lin Chen to hurry. Let's go, he said, grabbing his emergency kit, containing essential medical equipment. In crowded situations, he couldn't access his storage ring, so he had to carry the kit openly, which included some traditional Chinese medical instruments, though not everything he might need for surgery. Upon reaching the emergency room, they heard wailing from outside. Lin Chen spotted a distraught middle-aged woman, Chen Guilan, the wife of Song Dongxiu and mother of Song Hao. Seeing her, Lin Chen's heart sank. He suspected that it was likely Song Hao's sister, Song Chen and I, who was in trouble. Outside the operating room, alongside Chen Guilan were Song Dongxiu, his bodyguard, and several anxious emergency doctors. Upon their arrival, Director Peng approached Lin Chen directly, explaining, Lin Chen, you're finally here. Miss Song Chen and I was in a motorcycle accident and has fallen off a cliff. The situation is dire, and I want you to take the lead in the surgery. This announcement astonished several doctors unfamiliar with Lin Chen. Could someone so young really handle such a complicated surgery? Inside, elder doctors Zhou and Gu were performing the operation, assisted by 3 promising young physicians. If they could not save her, what hope was there for Lin Chen? All right, I'll go take a look, Lin Chen asserted. However, before he could enter, Chen Guilan rushed forward, grasping his arm and nearly kneeling. Dr. Lin, I implore you to save my Chen and I. She can't hold on much longer. Her demeanor was far more earnest than before, leaving Lin Chen with no room for objection. Rest assured, I will do my utmost, he replied. Song Dongxiu stepped forward, his expression grave as he clasped Lin Chen's shoulder. Please, Mr. Lin, if you can save my daughter. Before he could finish, the surgery room's red alert light began to flash, indicating that the patient had lost all vital signs. Director Peng and the other doctors were all too familiar with this signal. It almost confirmed the patient had succumbed. Song Dongxiu and Chen Guilan gasped in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation as they turned to rush towards the operating room door. However, the door was locked from the inside, preventing anyone outside from entering. Chen and I, hold on. You must hold on. Chen Guilan cried out in despair. Song Dongxiu approached, his eyes filled with tears and sorrow, unable to accept that his beloved daughter was in such a dire situation. Lin Chen, hurry. Yang Modong urged Lin Chen to act swiftly. Go in. Without further delay, Lin Chen resolved to knock on the door. Dean Peng produced a universal access card, granting him entry into any operating room. He swiped the card to open the door and led Lin Chen and Yang Modong inside. Experts Gu and Zhou, along with others, displayed expressions of astonishment upon seeing Dean Peng's arrival with the two. Dean Peng's first inquiry was, how is she? Expert Gu sighed, we are still trying to save her. However, her heart has stopped, and she is experiencing severe internal bleeding. The prognosis is grim. Dean, we have done our utmost, but her injuries are too severe. There is hardly any chance of survival, Luo Yi lamented, seeking to deflect responsibility as he believed that even the most skilled healer would be unable to save her. Dean Peng nodded and urgently stated, I understand. Everyone has worked hard. You may take a break now. I will leave the rest to Lin Chen and Yang Modong. By the way, Lin Chen, do we need to keep the nurses here? No need for that. It will just be Yang Modong and me. We will perform one last effort to save her, and after that, we must leave the rest to fate. Lin Chen sighed, having just utilized his X-ray vision to assess the severity of the injuries, realizing that her life force was nearly extinguished. Dean Peng instructed the doctors and nurses to exit, leaving Lin Chen and Yang Modong to attempt the rescue, which startled them. Dean, you are allowing Lin Chen to treat her? But the patient is already clinically deceased. What can he possibly do? Luo Yi expressed his discomfort. The two experts and 3 promising young doctors, all esteemed medical graduates from abroad, questioned Lin Chen's ability to save a patient already deemed lost. Was this an attempt to elevate Lin Chen while belittling their capabilities? This is my decision. Please take a break. Gu Lao, Zhou Lao, do you have any objections? Zhou Lao shook his head, having witnessed Lin Chen's integration of traditional and modern medicine before. But he wished to stay, saying, "May I remain? I previously assisted Lin Chen in saving Elder Tang, and I wish to fight alongside him again." Dean Pang hesitated, glancing at Lin Chen, who nodded in approval. Zhou Lao may stay. Lin Chen held a favorable impression of Zhou Lao and intended to apply for his graduate program. Thus, he had no objection to his presence. Dean Pang promptly instructed the remaining medical staff to leave. Luo Yi and the other two attending physicians, Chai Xiaoke and Bao Zhihui, regarded Lin Chen with skepticism, doubting his capability to revive the female patient. The nurses were equally astonished. "Let us all step outside for now," Dean Pang said as he escorted everyone out of the emergency room. "Modong, prepare to remove all her clothing. I need to perform acupuncture," Lin Chen directed. Yang Modong promptly complied, efficiently cutting away all the garments, leaving the patient in a vulnerable state. Despite the beauty of her form, it was marred by numerous wounds and bruises, presenting a ghastly sight. She exhibited no breath or heartbeat, prompting Zhou Ducheng to voice his concern. Lin Chen nodded but chose to proceed with the hope of reviving her. Employing his heavenly eye technique akin to X-ray vision, he wielded golden needles. Utilizing the legendary acupuncture methods of Hua Tuo, inserting numerous needles into Song Qianni's body. Concurrently, he began to channel his vital energy into her. Lin Chen first aimed to clear the blood from her internal organs to maintain their vitality while stimulating her heart and pulse. After 10 minutes, Song Qianni's body was adorned with golden needles, and certain areas exhibited tremors. Using qi to control the needle, Zhou Ducheng acknowledged, having witnessed Lin Chen's acupuncture prowess before, but this instance surpassed the previous one. As a Western medicine expert, he only had a rudimentary understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Yet he recognized the exceptional skill Lin Chen displayed, particularly with acupuncture. Yang Modong's admiration for Lin Chen grew. Her gaze sparkled with curiosity and respect, perceiving him as remarkably handsome in that moment. Such young men were rare. He radiated brilliance in a society increasingly focused on materialism and superficial pleasures. Yet Lin Chen devoted himself to the noble art of healing, akin to a divine physician, earning profound respect. Suction now? Lin Chen employed precise instruments to extract the pooling blood in her organs. He sealed the gaping wounds within her abdomen with his vital energy, removing blood from her chest and abdominal cavities to relieve the pressure on her organs and airway. Defibrillation. All right. Yang Modong observed the dissected body, adorned with golden needles, uncertain if defibrillation would yield results. Thud, thud. After several jolts, the electric shocks caused Song Qianni's body to convulse violently, reviving her heartbeat. Throughout this process, Lin Chen held her hand, channeling his vital energy into her. It was insufficient. This required immense energy from Lin Chen. Even though he had reached the 6th level of qi cultivation, reviving someone who had just been clinically dead was a formidable task. The energy expenditure was vast. He had already depleted half of his vital energy. Having treated his mother just days prior, he had exhausted much of his strength and had not fully replenished it. However, this act of healing, by continuously pushing his limits, solidified his cultivation, contrasting with the unstable state he had acquired from his earlier discussions in the medical realm. The combination of surgical and internal medicine, supplemented by his vital energy, breathed life back into her body, allowing it to function once more. Beep, beep. The pulse monitor resumed its rhythm, and various indicators began to improve. Zhou Lao and Yang Modong exchanged astonished glances. Did he truly bring her back? Lin Chen shook his head, sensing that something was amiss. Indeed, it was her soul. There was no mental activity in Song Qianni's mind. Utilizing his X-ray vision again, he discerned that her spirit was absent. Alarmed, he realized that her soul might have departed. Although her bodily functions had temporarily revived, her brain had also suffered trauma and could not awaken just yet. However, if he could gradually mend her physical injuries, she would eventually recover completely. Zhou Lao's admiration for Lin Chen deepened as he recognized that Lin Chen's acupuncture skills might surpass even those of the esteemed traditional Chinese medicine experts at Weikong Hospital. Moreover, he seemed to understand the legendary technique of qi manipulation, which was said to require the practitioner to possess internal strength. Lin Chen, what kind of needle techniques are you employing? Zhou Lao inquired with great curiosity. Do you possess any secret methods for this qi manipulation? Lin Chen replied, in fact, the practitioner must understand health cultivation methods to store internal energy, akin to martial arts, cultivating vital energy, which combines with acupuncture techniques to be effective. Ah, I see. Zhou Ducheng exclaimed, realizing why those old Chinese medicine experts could not perform qi manipulation. They lacked the martial arts training and did not possess vital energy. Yang Modong was astonished. Did anyone still practice martial arts and cultivate qi in this day and age? It was as if the tales from Master Jin's martial arts novels had come to life, using vital energy to heal internal injuries. It was utterly unfathomable. Chapter 68. A classic case. Yang Modong was exhilarated, observing that the patient's vital signs were stabilizing significantly, indicating that she might indeed be saved. Using golden needles to prolong life, I will administer anti-inflammatory medication, and simultaneously, I shall concoct a specialized herbal decoction to address internal injuries. The integration of traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine is essential for a gradual recovery. Lin Chen elucidated his dual approach, intending to employ both Eastern and Western medicinal practices for treatment. Old Zhou remarked with a sense of wonder, if successful. This would undoubtedly stand as the finest example of the synergy between Eastern and Western medicine, potentially shaking the foundations of the medical community. Lin Chen, you will become a prodigious healer in our nation's medical arena. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Chen responded, well, Old Zhou, I don't actually desire fame. In such a scenario, could we not attribute the rescue to our collective efforts? I shall take responsibility for the traditional medicine while you manage the Western approach. Otherwise, if all the credit rests upon me, it seems rather implausible. I am still young. Achieving fame too early may hinder my growth and development, making me susceptible to being overwhelmed by undue praise. Old Zhou, taken aback, could hardly believe that someone so young could achieve such accomplishments while remaining untainted by the allure of fame, showcasing a clarity of vision that far surpasses that of many contemporaries. Yang Modong interjected, Old Zhou, your commendation is well placed, but there is no need to belittle our generation in the process. That would be counterproductive. Ha ha ha. Old Zhou chuckled awkwardly, momentarily forgetting that Yang Modong was of a similar age to Lin Chen. It was an inadvertent slip. Dr. Yang is also a rare talent in the field of medicine, with boundless potential ahead. Exactly. Yang Modong smiled gently. Old Zhou then turned to Lin Chen and remarked, however, it seems rather unfair for this old man to bask in the glory that you have earned without contributing significantly. Once this reputation spreads, it will undoubtedly elevate my standing. It is easy to envision Old Zhou becoming a leading expert in Lingjiang and even nationally renowned. He is already a medical professor, a doctoral advisor, and a frontline internist in Lingjiang. If he can add a few miraculous rescue cases to his repertoire, his renown will only multiply. The essence of merit resides in its rightful acknowledgement. Such a claim feels overwhelming for an old man like me. Old Zhou, though tempted, felt a pang of anxiety. Yang Modong, perceptive as ever, seized the moment. Old Zhou, I have a proposal that may be worth considering. Oh, what is it? Old Zhou inquired, intrigued. Yang Modong glanced at Lin Chen before continuing. Lin Chen has recently graduated with his undergraduate degree and has spent 5 years studying Western medicine. But his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine is undoubtedly superior, honed under the tutelage of venerable masters. Thus, Lin Chen has expressed his desire to continue his studies and enhance his Western medical expertise, aiming for a graduate degree, especially since everyone at the hospital holds doctoral credentials. I propose that Lin Chen be directly admitted to your graduate program, Old Zhou. This could establish a mentor-mentee relationship, allowing us to collaborate on research topics and undertake significant surgeries together, which would be entirely acceptable. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, finding the suggestion quite appealing, as he indeed wished to pursue further studies. Yang Modong had previously considered suggesting he enrolled directly in Old Zhou's clinical research program, but had yet to find the right moment. Now, the opportunity aligned perfectly. Old Zhou felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of mentoring such a talented healer like Lin Chen. If he were to become renowned, it would reflect positively on him as his mentor. Collaborative research would also legitimize their partnership, avoiding any appearance of vying for recognition. After all, in our country, mentors leading graduate students on projects often receive the lion's share of acclaim, regardless of their actual involvement. Lin Chen, what say you? Old Zhou wished to confirm Lin Chen's willingness to join his program, given Lin Chen's remarkable skills. Lin Chen replied, I have no objections. I genuinely wish to further my education. However, I lack a familiar mentor at Lingjiang aside from the medical university's faculty and have not yet prepared for examinations, so I would require an additional year. If you are willing to accept me as a graduate student, I would be eager to apply. Hearing this, Old Zhou felt relieved and smiled broadly. Lin Chen would not need to sit for entrance exams, but could be directly admitted. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with gratitude, as this would spare him the hassle of studying and testing, and he would not have to wait another year. I am immensely grateful to you, Old Zhou. Lin Chen expressed his thanks. Old Zhou, beaming with delight, realized he would soon have a prodigious disciple, and as Lin Chen's reputation soared, so too would his own. Young Modong, smiling, remarked, "Congratulations to both of you. Old Zhou has secured the strongest student, and Lin Chen has acquired a distinguished mentor. A legendary partnership is about to unfold in Lingjiang's medical community." Old Zhou chuckled. "You aspire to pursue a doctorate, don't you? You may consider applying to my doctoral program as well." "Oh, is that so? I shall contemplate it. Becoming Lin Chen's senior would be quite an honor." Yang Modong laughed. Although Yang Modong would need to take the entrance exam herself, she had an internal recommendation that would simplify the process. As long as she met the national cutoff score and passed the preliminary examination, she would be assured a spot in the program. Despite her youth, having completed her undergraduate and master's degrees consecutively and worked for 3 years, she had advanced from an intern to an attending physician, demonstrating considerable talent. Among the young physicians at Lingjiang Hospital, Yang Modong would undoubtedly rank among the top 5. "In the future, we shall form a trio of mentors and apprentices," Lin Chen mused, unbothered by the camaraderie, as it would provide him with ample connections and networks, alleviating his previous isolation. Chapter 69, Out-of-Body Experience. The surgery concluded. Yet patient Song Qian and I remained unresponsive, seemingly devoid of her soul. This predicament left Lin Chen in a quandary, pondering the whereabouts of Song Qian's spirit. "We must exit for now. The family members outside await news. Let us assure them of her safety. But she must be placed in the intensive care unit for continuous monitoring, data collection every hour to analyze the vital signs of her organs," Lin Chen articulated, employing a range of medical terminology that elicited nods of approval from Old Zhou. In fact, Old Zhou assessed that Lin Chen's grasp of Western medicine was not significantly inferior to his own, honed over 4 decades of practice. He resolved to teach this promising graduate with utmost diligence, ensuring he imparted some of his most treasured skills to earn Lin Chen's respect. After the trio exited the emergency room, Chun Guilan, Song Dongxiu, and others gathered around, inquiring about the situation. Everyone awaited the expert's verdict. Chun Guizhi wept tears of joy. Finally relieved, Luo Yi and others feigned disinterest, intending to witness Lin Chen's potential embarrassment. Yet, they were met with astonishment as Lin Chen successfully revived the patient. How could this be? Given the severity of the injuries, the chances were slim, and yet he succeeded? Luo Yi felt a blow to his pride. Upon hearing Old Zhou's words, Dean Pang also displayed a hint of a smile. This Lin Chen truly possesses remarkable medical skills. It is indeed worthwhile to retain him at the hospital. Song Dongxiu, relieved to hear of the revival, still harbored concerns about the risk of prolonged coma. Dean Pang, "I am grateful to Weikong Hospital for saving my son and daughter twice this year. The Song Group is willing to donate 5 million yuan for medical equipment and project funding to Weikong Hospital. I kindly request that you, Dean Pang, Dr. Lin, Old Zhou, and others provide them with extra care during their continued treatment." Upon hearing Song Dongxiu's commitment to donate 5 million yuan to the hospital, Dean Pang felt a surge of joy within him. It was as if a gift had fallen from the heavens. Clearly, this meant that the salary and benefits for Lin Chen would need to be enhanced. He was the hospital's new secret weapon. Dean Pang understood well that Lin Chen was a prodigious physician, adept in both Eastern and Western medicine, whose talents needed to be cultivated. He could tackle the intricate ailments of numerous influential figures and their families, thereby establishing invaluable connections. After listening to Lin Chen, Song Dongxiu's admiration for him deepened. He no longer viewed him merely as a young nobody. Lin Chen had successfully treated his son and daughter after 2 separate accidents when other doctors had failed, only offering a slim chance of survival. Regardless of one's power, everyone ultimately faces the inevitability of aging and death. Cultivating a relationship with a miraculous physician could prove immensely beneficial. Sometimes, it equated to having more lives at one's disposal. The recent survival of Song Qian was a testament to this. The previous incident with Song Hao was no different. Both had been saved by Lin Chen, or else his son and daughter would have met their demise. Lin Chen sensed that the source of the recent disturbances lay within the Song Dongxiu household. Upon hearing this, Song Dongxiu became attentive, realizing the complexity of the situation. Previously, he would have dismissed such claims. But Lin Chen's medical prowess suggested he might possess knowledge of traditional esoteric arts. At that moment, Lin Chen perceived a shadowy figure moving along the corridor. Was it Song Qian? Utilizing his supernatural vision, he discerned that this ethereal form was indeed the essence of her soul. Where was she headed? Lin Chen was startled. No wonder Song Qian had not awakened. Her spirit had detached, leading to a loss of consciousness. It seemed that following her physical demise, the magnetic field of her body had dissipated, expelling her soul and preventing it from finding refuge. The patient needs to be admitted to the intensive care unit. Please refrain from visiting or disturbing her, as she has not yet exited the danger zone. I will take a brief rest and return to examine her shortly. Lin Chen stated. Very well, Mr. Lin. Please take your rest, Song Dongshu replied politely. As Lin Chen departed, Yang Modong followed him, intending to rest alongside him. After all, within the confines of the hospital, wherever he went, she would follow. Except for the restroom, they were inseparable. Lin Chen turned to Yang Modong and said, I need to attend to something. Please wait for me here. We will meet again shortly. It was evident that it was not convenient for him to have her accompany him, else she might misconstrue his solitary actions as eccentric. Where are you going? Yang Modong inquired, puzzled. I have a stomachache. Lin Chen fabricated an excuse. Yang Modong halted, but upon realizing his direction was wrong, she corrected him. The restroom is to the left. I know. I just need a moment to gather myself. Lin Chen replied, making his way in the direction of Song Qianyi's spirit. Yang Modong pouted, sensing that Lin Chen was brushing her off. However, she chose not to confront him, believing that sometimes it was necessary to maintain a certain distance and allow him to pursue his own matters, so long as he remained faithful. Yet, if he were to stray, it seemed it would not significantly affect her. Following the ethereal light, Lin Chen arrived at the balcony on the hospital's top floor. Qianyi, he called out, noticing her approaching the edge of the building, seemingly ready to drift away with the wind. In an instant, she appeared to recognize him. It's you. Dr. Lin, she exclaimed. What are you doing? Lin Chen asked. I'm being pulled away. Help me, Dr. Lin. Employing his vital energy, Lin Chen infused his spirit with energy, allowing him to interact with her soul. All right. Song Qianyi complied, and Lin Chen swiftly pulled her back, preventing her from being consumed by the vortex above. This force was formidable. As he moved away, he felt her essence beginning to dissipate. As though truly on the brink of being drawn away, Lin Chen quickly chanted the pure Yang Wuji technique, its profound verses resonating through him, releasing a radiant energy that enveloped her spirit, anchoring it firmly and halting its fading. It was effective. Lin Chen was astonished by the potency of the technique as he continued to recite it, guiding Song Qianyi's spirit down from the balcony and away from the swirling portal. However, he sensed other souls escaping through the windows, drawn into the whirlpool. Each day in the hospital, there were those who could not be saved, their lives extinguished, their souls faintly drifting upwards, disappearing from sight. Life, death, and the passage of time often seemed preordained. He could not forcibly intervene without defying the natural order. He could only strive to save those whose fates intertwined with his own, akin to a Buddha saving those destined to be saved. Without destiny, one should not entangle with causality. In this process, no one else could see what was unfolding. Only Lin Chen, a cultivator with the gift of insight, could perceive the ethereal forms. However, due to Song Qianyi's severe injuries and the impact on her brain, even if her soul returned to her body, she would not awaken immediately. Lin Chen was not anxious. If she were to awaken and speak right away, it would be unnatural. Given her condition, merely surviving was miraculous. An immediate recovery would likely seem too implausible, and Lin Chen would be further mythologized. She is a seed of spiritual potential. In the future, she may cultivate into a practitioner. By saving her life, you will receive an additional reward of a great cultivation pill. Lin Chen glanced at his phone, surprised to find 2 messages from the chat group. He had not anticipated that saving Song Qianyi would yield such a reward. He realized that the system rarely issued tasks voluntarily. It generally activated rewards when he inadvertently performed a good deed or saved someone. It appeared that the software system placed greater emphasis on an individual's proactive nature rather than passively accepting tasks, distinguishing the two in a way that tested one's character, virtue, and benevolence. While contemplating this, a great cultivation pill materialized within his Chinquan box, ready for extraction. Lin Chen was elated, momentarily forgetting the time. He left the hospital and headed to a park a mile away. Seeking solitude, he found a secluded thicket, settled into a meditative posture, and consumed the great cultivation pill. The energy of the pill surged within him, igniting a fiery warmth, causing his veins to boil. Lin Chen immediately activated the pure Yang Wuji scripture, channeling the medicinal energy throughout his body, circulating it through his meridians and organs, transforming it into true energy. After 20 minutes, he had ascended to the 7th layer of qi induction. He had barely consumed 1/5 of the pill's potency. Continuing his practice, he absorbed half of the remaining energy and smoothly broke through to the 8th layer of qi induction. After 2 hours, he fully refined the last portion of the energy, successfully achieving the 9th layer of qi induction. Lin Chen opened his eyes, exuding a more powerful and ethereal aura. He felt his energy levels heightened, along with an increase in his mental acuity. However, he had also expelled a considerable amount of sticky impurities and dampness during his ascension. With a sigh, Lin Chen felt lighter. As he emerged from the thicket, he glanced towards the nearby lake, yearning to dive in and cleanse himself of the residue. Just then, he suddenly heard someone calling for help. His acute hearing detected the cries from the opposite shore of the lake, where a woman was pleading for assistance. Her child had fallen into the water, and she could not swim. "Help! Someone save my child. He has fallen into the lake." A crowd began to gather, but the onlookers were mostly elderly folks engaged in gentle exercises, none of whom could swim. Meanwhile, the child struggled momentarily before disappearing under the surface, leaving no indication of where he could be retrieved. Lin Chen, witnessing the dire situation, leapt into the lake and conjured a spell, navigating effortlessly through the water. Enveloped in a layer of bubbles, courtesy of the water-walking technique, he swam unhindered. As he approached the surface, he emerged, feigning a freestyle stroke before diving back down. With his clairvoyant gaze, he quickly spotted the drowning boy, merely 5 or 6 years of age, who had succumbed to unconsciousness after inhaling water. Should he delay any longer in his rescue, the child would likely meet a tragic fate. Lin Chen grasped the boy and swiftly swam to shore, successfully bringing him to safety. As he laid the child on the ground, he pressed on the boy's chest, expelling the water he had ingested. Through his chi manipulation, the young lad soon regained consciousness, letting out a loud cry. The onlookers collectively sighed in relief, while the boy's mother, tears streaming down her face, embraced him, overwhelmed with gratitude for Lin Chen's life-saving intervention. "I am but a doctor. It is my duty to save lives. There is no need for thanks. Please ensure your child is not left unattended near the lake again," Lin Chen cautioned the boy's mother, stressing the importance of vigilance. If it had not been for him, another life would have been lost. Beep. "Congratulations, host, for saving an innocent child's life. You have earned 40 merit points." The system's voice echoed once more. Although no tangible rewards or techniques were bestowed this time, the accumulation of 40 merit points could be exchanged with the medical immortals for goods and skill enhancements. Both the merit points and additional rewards were immensely valuable. Clearly, he needed to save more lives in the future. It was already past 4 o'clock. "Lin Chen, why are you soaked? Did you fall into the river?" Yang Modong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him, drawing the attention of other doctors and nurses. Lin Chen explained, "I was out taking care of some matters when I heard cries for help. A child had fallen into the lake, so I jumped in to save him." "Oh, so you saved another child. Your deeds are immeasurable." Yang Modong smiled, genuinely appreciative of Lin Chen's altruism. "Dr. Lin is truly remarkable, saving lives almost daily." Others chimed in. "Indeed, Dr. Lin is of similar age to us, yet manages to save lives with his exceptional skills. It is truly admirable. Dr. Lin's benevolence and skill are rare indeed." The doctors and nurses in the office praised Lin Chen. Their admiration stemmed not only from his selfless acts, but also from his recent successful surgeries, which had garnered the attention of the hospital director and earned their respect. Reputation. 4. Reputation. 7. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy as his reputation soared from the flattery. The value of reputation lay in enhancing his fortune, such as increasing the amount of red envelopes in chat groups. However, genuine praise was necessary for this to occur. Thus, Lin Chen believed that while their compliments contained elements of flattery, a portion was sincere admiration. "Thank you all for your kind words. I shall treat everyone to afternoon tea shortly." Lin Chen smiled, pulling out his phone amidst the cheers and ordering some milk tea and snacks for the office staff, fostering good relations and networking within the company. With ample funds at his disposal, Lin Chen had become quite generous, and a wealthy man's charm shone through when treating others. Chapter 71. Excessive modesty is concealed pride. That evening after work, Yang Modong invited Lin Chen to her home to cook dinner, having arranged for the housekeeper to procure the ingredients before taking the day off. Thus, when Yang Modong and Lin Chen arrived at her villa, the expansive house was empty save for the two of them. "I want 8 dishes, including a soup, a fish, and shrimp. The rest is up to you," Yang Modong stated decisively, treating Lin Chen as if he were a professional chef. Lin Chen, feeling somewhat obligated due to her assistance in helping him select a house, reluctantly agreed. Once in the kitchen, Lin Chen moved with ease, surprising himself with his culinary skills, which blended seamlessly with his knowledge of medicinal cuisine, almost reaching the level of a master chef. His techniques were so refined they seemed like the result of years immersed in the culinary arts. By integrating secret medicinal recipes and ingredients, he enhanced the dish's flavors and textures, which was the true reason for Yang Modong's delight. An hour later, the two began their meal. "Wow, this is incredible!" Yang Modong exclaimed between bites. "Lin Chen, how about I pay you a salary to cook for me every day?" Typically, she was unpretentious in her dining habits, not demanding much in terms of culinary quality. With such talent, you cannot let it go to waste. "No need for that." Lin Chen shook his head. Are you dismissing the value of fine cuisine? Is this feast not enough to tempt your palate? They bantered playfully as they enjoyed their meal. After they had eaten their fill, young Modong suddenly expressed concern. Oh no, after eating so much, I might gain weight. Then you should exercise more over the next few days to burn off those calories, Lin Chen suggested. All right, I'll swim for half an hour and then hit the gym for an hour, young Modong declared. Lin Chen had no objections. As long as they did not share the same bed, otherwise, complications might arise. Young Modong ascended the stairs, soon returning in a swimsuit and heading to the swimming pool at the back of the villa. Lin Chen cast a glance, captivated by her fair legs and graceful figure. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he had long recognized her enchanting charm. Maintaining composure and a level-headed approach was essential to preserving their friendship. There is no reason why a pure friendship cannot exist between men and women. Young Modong, noticing his expression, giggled and proceeded to swim. Lin Chen shook his head and retreated to the rooftop, beginning his meditation and breathing exercises. Finding time to practice was crucial. He needed to hone his skills through personal effort rather than solely relying on the system. An overdependence could lead to stagnation and hinder personal growth. No one could predict how long the system would remain by his side or when it might abandon him. Lin Chen resolved to make the most of the chat group system while not neglecting his own training. Relying on oneself at all times was an undeniable truth. When Yang Modong finished her workout and bid Lin Chen good night before retiring for the evening, she noticed a subtle change in him. His demeanor was more composed and refined, exuding an air of elegance. Even she, who typically held high standards, found him increasingly charming and felt an inexplicable desire to draw closer to him. Could it be that I am developing a crush? Young Modong mused, perplexed by her own sentiments. She had always prided herself on her rationality, prioritizing ideals over emotions. Yet at that moment, Lin Chen's allure struck her deeply, igniting feelings she thought impossible. Am I truly falling for him? Young Modong questioned, puzzled by her rapidly shifting feelings. She had always believed that no man was worthy of her affection so easily. Yet, having known Lin Chen for such a brief time, her heart had begun to stir. Ugh, what a dense fool, young Modong thought. Slightly annoyed at Lin Chen for seemingly lacking the awareness to recognize the opportunity presented by their solitary time together. Was it that her charm was insufficient? She began to doubt her own beauty and allure. 2 days later, Lin Chen and Yang Modong were on the night shift, and he began to infuse a substantial amount of vital energy into Song Qian and I. The energy, now at the 9th level of the Qi gathering stage, had both thickness and quality enhanced, nurturing her internal injuries. This act was akin to a rebirth for Song Qian and I, cleansing and revitalizing her very essence. Her internal injuries were rapidly healing, and with the aid of herbal medicine, her condition had greatly improved, allowing her to surpass the critical phase with all vital signs stabilizing. Lin Chen, I truly never imagined we could save her. Normal doctors would only have a 10% chance, yet you achieved a miracle, Yang Modong remarked. There is an element of luck involved. Stop being modest. Excessive humility is merely a form of pride. Yang Modong shot him a glance. Lin Chen chuckled softly. All right. I confess, if others had performed this surgery, success would have been exceedingly difficult. To be blunt, it required a fusion of traditional and Western medicine. If approached solely from either medical perspective, success rates would be less than 50%. His explanation was, in fact, a form of rhetoric. Even if expert practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine had been summoned for emergency rescue, it would have yielded no results, for none understood the Tai divine needle. The Qi at the mid-level of the Qi gathering stage were the medicinal theories of the medicine king. Only by combining the advanced experiences of Western specialists and a touch of fortune could success be attained. It was indeed a challenging endeavor. When will she awaken? Yang Modong inquired. Lin Chen glanced at Song Qian and I on the bed and softly replied, it should be soon. No sooner had he spoken than Song Qian's fingers twitched, and her eyes fluttered slightly open. The first sight she beheld was Lin Chen by her bedside. Though her consciousness was somewhat hazy, her impression of Lin Chen remained vivid. She managed to muster a faint smile, and upon seeing Lin Chen, she felt a profound sense of relief. Chapter 72. Purchasing a new home. Upon learning that their daughter had awakened, the Song family was overwhelmed with joy. Chen Guilin wept tears of relief, finally able to breathe easy. Her admiration for Lin Chen soared, and she repeatedly expressed her gratitude, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Now, Chen Guilin regarded Lin Chen as a divine healer. When Song Dongshu heard of his daughter's recovery, he promptly summoned a driver to rush over. Upon seeing his daughter's improved complexion and her ability to open her eyes, he was unable to contain his tears of joy. Over the course of 10 short days, both the son and daughter had been involved in accidents, nearly losing their lives, leaving him utterly drained. Fortunately, they had encountered Lin Chen, the miraculous healer. who had saved both of his children on 2 occasions. Song Dongxiu personally expressed his gratitude and even visited Lin Chen's office, presenting him with a card. This contains 500,000. It's not much, but please accept it, Dr. Lin. Surely this isn't necessary, Lin Chen replied. Song Dongxiu earnestly insisted. Given the assets of the Song family, if I were to offer a bribe, it would be at least 1 million. This amount is merely pocket money for my children. It's not a bribe, just a token of appreciation. Having listened to him, Lin Chen found his words quite genuine. This sum was trivial for Song Dongxiu, and considering the immense effort he had expended to save his children, receiving some form of compensation felt justifiable, especially since he was well off. Very well, I appreciate it, Mr. Song. Lin Chen accepted the card. Song Dongxiu smiled slightly, feeling that Lin Chen had accepted him as a friend. Having received Mr. Song's card, Lin Chen added, as for your children's accidents, it's not without signs. It might be related to your family's feng shui. It would be prudent to consult a feng shui master to address the root cause. Song Dongxiu's expression shifted slightly. This was the second time Lin Chen had alluded to the matter, and he felt it warranted attention. Although he had previously been skeptical, he recognized that Lin Chen was no ordinary individual, and his words could not be dismissed lightly. After Song Dongxiu departed, Yang Madong entered the room. What did he want? To express his thanks? Indeed, he gifted me a card with a bit of pocket money. Is that considered accepting a red envelope? That would be against the rules. Lin Chen replied with a chuckle. However, this is a genuine expression of gratitude from the family. I did not accept any red envelopes before the surgery. Yang Madong said thoughtfully, it's hard to say. It's merely a gesture from the family, which is understandable if kept discreet. Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly. If it's given, it's given. I have no qualms about it. If someone saves my family, I would certainly express my gratitude if I were in a position of wealth. That is true, Yang Madong conceded, recognizing that it would be problematic if he did not show appreciation, especially since Lin Chen had saved both of Song Dongxiu's children. As long as he did not accept advance payments for every surgery, that would indeed be a serious violation. That night, the department experienced no emergencies, allowing them a brief respite during the latter half of their shift. The following day, after the night shift, Yang Madong and Lin Chen arranged to meet at 1 o'clock to view some properties. There was one called Junlin Tian Ang, another named Qian Chao LV Gu, and a third, Jazz Hub, all featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, with an average price of over 40,000. The 5 million budget would suffice, and full payment would come with a discount. After explaining the options to Su Chen, Yang Madong took him to the agency to view the properties. After inspecting all 3 neighborhoods, he found them satisfactory. However, Qian Chao LV Gu felt more like a garden environment, resonating with his spirit, unlike the other 2, which were predominantly European in style. This one, Qian Chao LV Gu, Lin Chen declared his choice for the Chinese garden-style property, which exuded a sense of harmony with nature. Once he moved in, he envisioned making simple arrangements to enhance the feng shui, ensuring that residents would encounter fewer calamities and keep malevolent forces at bay. Yang Madong nodded in agreement. Sounds good. I also quite like it. The community is beautiful, with a Chinese garden style that suits you well. Lin Chen instructed. Let us approach the landlord directly, sign the contract, and make the payment. All right. The agent, upon hearing that Lin Chen intended to purchase outright, was elated, as this transaction would yield him a significant commission and bonus. Following this, they proceeded with the secondary home buying process, including signing contracts and paying deposits. After a busy afternoon, they completed part of the handover. This is the house key. You can move in early. The interior is fully furnished and ready for you to settle in. The agent handed over the key. Excellent. Yang Madong followed him into his new home. Now I will have my own nest, Lin Chen reflected, surveying the layout of the room with satisfaction. The area spanned 126 square meters, with a balcony, and a peaceful setting with 2 units per floor. The living room was well lit, flaunting expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, while the 3 bedrooms included a master bedroom, a guest room, and a study, with the master featuring its own bathroom and a small dressing area. Lin Chen beamed, growing increasingly pleased with his choice. This meets my requirements perfectly. Yang Madong, however, lacked a frame of reference. Having lived in a villa, the area seemed smaller than even 1 floor of her home. You have 10 million. Why not buy a larger one, like a 160 square meter duplex? Lin Chen shook his head and replied, my family background is average, and one might even say somewhat humble. Even with wealth, I prefer not to indulge all at once. Instead, I believe in gradually enhancing my life. Otherwise, one easily develops a mindset akin to sudden wealth, which is detrimental to personal growth. Is that so? Yang Madong found it hard to understand, as she had never known poverty. Of course. How could you, a rich heiress, comprehend the struggles of U.S. common folk? Yang Madong pouted. realizing Lin Chen's words stemmed from a resentment of wealth. By the way, this place lacks bedding and many daily necessities. Let us drive to buy some items. It'll be a good excuse to accompany you. Lin Chen nodded. Sounds good. Let us head to Sudong Mall. I have shopping vouchers there, so we might as well use them. The two descended and drove to Sudong Mall. Since Yang Modong claimed to be a bit fatigued, they left her Porsche in the community and took Lin Chen's car. This way, they could converse during the drive, as it would be inconvenient to each drive separately. Yang Modong found herself increasingly attached to Lin Chen, though she remained oblivious to this growing affection. Lin Chen did not expect that the location was not far from the Chenghuang Temple Street, and they would just happen to pass by it. Yang Modong gazed out the car window at an antique street and asked, "Is this the antique street you mentioned near the Chenghuang Temple?" Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Indeed. The painting that the Chu family purchased was bought from here. Since we are passing by, why not get out and take a look? I am quite curious." Yang Modong immediately became interested. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and thought it would be good to get out and have a look. If he could find another treasure, it might even be worth millions, ensuring his financial security. Chapter 73. Visualization Chart. As Lin Chen led Yang Modong into the antique street, dusk was approaching. Yet the street remained bustling with activity, with numerous people coming and going. Yang Modong observed the various items at the stalls, finding them all peculiar and wishing to purchase a few. Although some of the antiques displayed had a certain age and antiquity, they lacked artistic value and were therefore not worth much. Some items, such as porcelain bowls excavated from graves, lacked intricate patterns, were not sufficiently aged, and emitted an aura of death and negativity, rendering them inauspicious and unsuitable for purchase. "Don't buy anything, just take a look," Lin Chen advised, guiding her as they strolled around. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a pull and walked towards an antique shop. Yang Modong inquired, "Where are you going?" "Just looking around," Lin Chen replied without elaborating, stepping into the Jigu Xian shop. "What can I help you with?" The owner, noticing the distinguished demeanor of Lin Chen and Yang Modong, immediately became attentive, perceiving them as affluent young heirs ripe for exploitation. "Just browsing," Lin Chen said with a smile, activating his heavenly eye technique to scan the surroundings. Feigning ignorance, Yang Modong thought to herself, "You don't understand? Didn't you manage to acquire a painting worth thousands last time?" She suspected Lin Chen was lying. But as they were partners, she kept her thoughts to herself, pretending to be equally clueless as they explored. Of course, Lin Chen was not pretending. He genuinely lacked knowledge. The items here appeared authentic. Lin Chen soon discerned that everything was merely counterfeit, crafted to appear old. "Are there any calligraphy or paintings?" "I intend to present a gift to a university professor," Lin Chen stated, mentioning his desire to gift something related to calligraphy or painting. "Yes, of course. They are in the side room." The middle-aged owner led him into a small adjacent room where calligraphy and paintings hung. Some were labeled as authentic, while others were modern works by renowned artists. Having acquired knowledge akin to that of a secondary-level artist through his system, Lin Chen's appraisal skills were nearly expert level. After examining the pieces, he quickly realized they were all imitations. Suddenly, Lin Chen's attention was drawn to an old painting hanging in the corner. The craftsmanship was mediocre, lacking a signature, but the material was quite unique. "What is that painting?" he inquired. "That is a consignment from a friend. The origins are unclear. It depicts a seated woman in meditation, her features indistinct, with mountains and rivers in the background and auspicious clouds above. The craftsmanship is decent, but without a signature. It is not the work of a master, more like a painting done by ancient Taoist hermits," the middle-aged owner explained candidly, admitting that without a signature, he could not claim it as the work of Tang Bohu, Gu Kaiji, or Zhang Ziduan. He could only speak truthfully, with a hint of embellishment, thinking it could fetch several tens of thousands. After all, he had acquired it from a friend for only 8,000 yuan. It was a piece that had hung in the home of his friend's elderly mother, who had lived to over 90 before passing away. The family sought an appraisal, which yielded no artistic value, so they decided to sell it off. Utilizing his heavenly eye, Lin Chen discerned a unique aura emanating from the painting. The seated woman seemed to possess a manifestation of vital energy. In an instant, Lin Chen understood. This was likely a visualization chart used by ancient alchemists. Only those who practiced cultivation could truly appreciate it. Ordinary individuals would not sense its significance. However, the woman depicted in the painting might have been a formidable practitioner in ancient times, meaning that hanging such a painting in one's home could ward off malevolent energies and promote longevity. "I believe this painting may be of interest to my professor. Without a signature, it shouldn't be too expensive. Calling it an authentic piece is fair, yet it is not a renowned work. I doubt he will guess the price correctly." Lin Chen chuckled. "Sir, are you considering purchasing this painting?" "Yes, what is the price?" "Ah, this was left here by a friend. He insists it cannot be sold for less than 100,000 yuan. The middle-aged owner began his performance. Nonsense. Lin Chen was skeptical of anything the antique dealer said, believing only 1 out of 10 statements to be true. When it came to pricing, trust was even more elusive. The key was how much Lin Chen himself was willing to pay for the painting. 100,000 is excessive. I have no idea what this painting is. It could merely be the work of any ordinary ancient artist, and I feel that 30,000 would be a reasonable offer. Lin Chen shook his head, deeming the price too high. 30,000. How can I explain that to my friend? The middle-aged man appeared troubled before finally gritting his teeth and saying, how about this? I genuinely wish to cultivate a relationship with you both. You may return here in the future. I will speak to my friend and offer it for 80,000 yuan. If we can settle for 2,000 less, that would be acceptable. Yang Modong watched as Lin Chen and the middle-aged owner engaged in their back-and-forth negotiation, each spinning tales, and found it quite amusing. Being from a wealthy family, she had encountered various merchants and affluent heirs spinning elaborate yarns, so observing the middle-aged owner felt rather normal. They were merely testing each other's limits. 5,000 is my final offer. I cannot go higher. Lin Chen was willing to raise his offer to 50,000 yuan. Sensing that the painting held peculiarities and its value was more than just a visualization chart, it might harbor other secrets. I cannot make that decision. I need to call my friend to confirm. Please hold on. The middle-aged man pretended to step outside to make a call. Lin Chen understood this was the final pricing maneuver from the owner, likely nearing his bottom line. If Lin Chen offered 55,000, he might secure the painting. But he preferred not to engage in further discussions. All right, 60,000 it is. Lin Chen was unconcerned about the amount. Securing the painting was his priority. Yang Modong's eyes brightened at the sight of Lin Chen actually making the purchase, and she began to suspect that the painting might be extraordinary. Yet, her curiosity was tempered by the moment, making her hesitant to inquire further. Lin Chen paid the 60,000 yuan, received a receipt, and confirmed the purchase with a simple sales contract, signing it to finalize the transaction. Let us go. Lin Chen did not linger. Taking the painting and leaving the antique shop, Yang Modong hurried to catch up, her interest in continuing to browse now diminished. Once they were back in the car, she eagerly asked, what is the origin of that painting? Chapter 74, An Overnight Stay. Lin Chen, tell me, what kind of painting is that? And how much is it worth? Yang Modong asked with a smile. Lin Chen smiled wryly and shook his head. Honestly, I have yet to discern its value. Ah, and you still bought it? Yang Modong was quite astonished. Lin Chen replied candidly, precisely because I could not determine its worth. Yet since it was special and unlike ordinary calligraphy or paintings, I thought it might be a treasure. The price seemed reasonable, so I decided to acquire it. Who knows? It might reveal its secrets one day. Ah, so that is your reasoning, Yang Modong chuckled, realizing that Lin Chen's approach was merely that of a speculative collector. Perhaps many collectors operated under that same rationale, seeing something of interest and choosing to acquire it first. What makes you think it is unique? Don't forget my profession. Yang Modong nodded earnestly. I haven't forgotten. You're a chef. How can I be a chef? My profession is that of a doctor, particularly in traditional Chinese medicine. Apprenticed under a renowned master. Lin Chen corrected her, almost exasperated at being labeled as a chef. Yang Modong muttered. But I think you are more suited to being a chef. Are you going to listen or not? If not, I want to continue. Go ahead and speak. I shall refrain from mentioning the chef for now. Yang Modong expressed her curiosity about what Lin Chen was about to reveal. Lin Chen began. This painting is not a masterpiece from an ancient master. Its dimensions are modest, and the paper is worn, rendering it not worth a significant amount. I suspect the proprietor acquired it for no more than 20,000 at most. Yet, I perceive something distinct about it. Despite its conventional appearance, it possesses an ethereal quality, reminiscent of the strokes of a practitioner of the Tao. How did you discern this? A sixth sense? Yang Modong inquired. Lin Chen responded, half seriously. Due to my cultivation of Qigong, I can sense an otherworldly aura emanating from the painting, even discerning the artistic essence of an ancient Taoist. I see. That explains why I couldn't perceive it, Yang Modong conceded, acknowledging her lack of understanding of Qigong. In truth, Lin Chen only revealed a fraction of the truth. He indeed sensed the aura of a cultivator radiating from the painting. The artist was undoubtedly a practitioner from ancient times. Upon closer inspection, the painting seemed capable of calming the mind and inducing meditative contemplation. The elderly man who hung the painting could potentially enjoy prolonged life, as its presence promotes tranquility and serenity. This transcends mere artistic value. It may very well be considered a rare treasure. Were it to come to the attention of the affluent elite, they might readily part with billions in exchange for health and longevity. However, Lin Chen was uncertain about the painting's actual efficacy and decided to explore its mysteries further at a later time. The two set off to Sudong Plaza for a round of household shopping, spending approximately 150 to 60,000 yuan on various bedding and household items. Yang Modong assisted him in selecting numerous items, causing his budget to double. "I have no need for these sanitary napkins and pads," Lin Chen remarked as he noticed her placing feminine hygiene products into his cart, promptly dissuading her. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. It was evident that Yang Modong had already calculated her future stay in his residence. "Surely, you are not so stingy? I've already offered you a few nights in my grand villa. Are you unwelcome in your modest abode?" Yang Modong retorted. After a moment's reflection, Lin Chen found her reasoning compelling, nodding slightly and ceasing to interfere. He seemed unable to contend with her. This affluent beauty was indeed formidable. After completing their purchases, they filled the trunk and back seat to capacity, with larger items like mattresses scheduled for delivery the following day. They dined in the mall, feeling neither hunger nor fatigue. Though they were certainly exhausted, the newly acquired sheets and bedding were quite clean. Lin Chen reclined in the master bedroom, surveying his new surroundings with delight, and hung the painting in the room. After examining it closely, he adopted a cross-legged seated posture and gradually entered a meditative state. As he contemplated the design, the environment around him began to blur, leading him into a meditative realm. This painting contained a breathing technique. However, it lacked the accompanying incantations, presenting only the diagram for energy cultivation. While it might hold significant value for others, for Lin Chen, who possessed the pure Yang Wujijing, its impact was diminished unless paired with the appropriate scriptures and an understanding of its level. At that moment, he thought of the Demon King, Sun Simiao, and recalled that he had accumulated nearly 200 merit points, intending to exchange them for some qi-gathering pills. Sun Simiao was aware that Lin Chen was still in the qi-drawing stage and had yet to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Lin Chen did not feel the need for subtlety with Sun Simiao. He sent a message, "Is the Medicine King available?" Sun Simiao replied, "What can I do for you?" Lin Chen continued, "I have gathered some merit points and wish to exchange them for qi-gathering pills and foundation establishment pills." Sun Simiao responded, "Oh, how many have you accumulated?" Lin Chen replied, "Close to 200 points." Sun Simiao acknowledged, "That's quite a sum. I will prepare some pills for you." Lin Chen sent over 180 merit points, and Sun Simiao promptly transferred a substantial amount of items to him. "Congratulations, host, you have received 10 qi-gathering pills, 1 foundation establishment pill, 1 Qingyuan sword, and 1 low-tier armor." Upon seeing this, Lin Chen noted that Sun Simiao had even gifted him some items suitable for low-tier cultivators, which were considered trifles in the eyes of celestial beings. However, for Lin Chen, these items were precisely what he needed at this moment. It seemed Sun Simiao sought to cultivate a relationship with someone like Lin Chen, who resided in the mortal realm, as he could continuously provide opportunities for exchanges. Sun Simiao added, "With merit points in hand, feel free to reach out again." Lin Chen replied, "Thank you, esteemed Medicine King." After obtaining the qi-gathering pills, Lin Chen began to meditate, striving to reach the 9th layer of qi drawing and subsequently break through to the next realm. As for the Qingyuan sword, he could bond with it through a blood oath, granting him the ability to wield a flying sword. The night passed without incident. The following day, Lin Chen and Yang Modong awoke, shared breakfast, and then drove to work. It was Friday, and the workload was relatively light. After checking on patients, Lin Chen made a point to visit Song Qianni's room to observe her treatment progress. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Lin Chen, her gaze shifted, reflecting a newfound familiarity, akin to that of close friends. Despite her grave injuries and the accompanying pain, Song Qianni managed to offer Lin Chen a faint smile. Chapter 75. Assassination. The antique street near the city god temple remained bustling with activity. A young and striking woman, dressed in a tang suit, exuded a graceful presence that hinted at her cultivation background, emanating an otherworldly air. To put it in contemporary terms, she embodied the essence of traditional Chinese beauty. She approached the entrance of Jigaxuan, eyeing the sign before stepping inside. Upon noticing her, the shop owner, Mr. Sun, offered a slight smile and greeted her. "How may I assist you, madam? What are you interested in viewing?" As he drew closer, he momentarily lost his train of thought, captivated by her beauty. Albeit her attire appeared somewhat conservative, he mused that if she were to don a more fashionable, alluring outfit, she would undoubtedly be even more enticing. Nevertheless, prioritizing profit over aesthetics, he focused on the business at hand, knowing that with enough earnings, he could frequent establishments where beautiful women would willingly submit to his charm. As Mr. Sun scrutinized a video on his device, he recognized the young man within as his nephew, who had come by 2 days prior to promote his work. To his surprise, the promotion seemed effective. However, He recalled that the painting had been sold the previous day for 60,000 yuan to a couple. In light of this, he had indulged in a night out at the bar to celebrate. That painting has already been sold, just yesterday, in fact. Quite unfortunate. However, it was merely an unremarkable piece, lacking fame or signature. I do have other ancient paintings available. Might you be interested? Mr. Sun attempted to divert the conversation towards other artworks, as the painting in question no longer belonged to him. Yet, the woman in the tang suit clearly showed no interest in the other paintings, continuing her inquiry. Regarding the buyer's information, I cannot disclose such details. I apologize, Mr. Sun replied, adhering to the rules of his trade. In response, the young woman produced a stack of cash from her bag, placing it on the table, an amount that appeared to be around 10,000 yuan. Mr. Sun hesitated, realizing her intent, but as a shrewd businessman, he felt compelled not to acquiesce immediately. This is not merely a matter of money. I genuinely cannot disclose that information. Before he could finish, the woman placed 2 more bundles of cash on the table, totaling 30,000 yuan. If you can provide me with information regarding the ancient painting, consider this payment your fee, she stated earnestly, locking her gaze on the antique dealer. Mr. Sun glanced at the cash in her hands and, to his surprise, found himself tempted. This morning, he has yet to secure a single transaction, which implies that there have been no earnings to date. Given the young lady's keen interest in this buyer, I shall indulge your curiosity, said Boss Sun with a grin, as he tucked away his belongings and led the woman in traditional attire to review the surveillance footage. After approximately 10 minutes of meticulous investigation, they identified Lin Chen, the individual who purchased the ancient painting. This is it. This is the person, Boss Sun remarked, pointing at the figure on the video. Out of regard for monetary matters, he was quite cooperative. The woman in tang attire obtained a copy of the video and departed from the antique street, eager to acquire the painting. From the moment she laid eyes on it in the short video, she sensed its extraordinary nature, suspecting it to be an ancient alchemical diagram. It even concealed a secret, piquing her curiosity and prompting thoughts on how to procure it. Due to a surgical procedure scheduled for that night, Lin Chen left work past 10 o'clock. The distance from the hospital to their residence was nearly equivalent, leaving no practical reason to choose one home over the other for a shorter commute or extra rest. Upon arriving at the Chinsu Green Pavilion community, Lin Chen, having not yet purchased a parking space in the underground garage, parked on the street outside. As he walked along the exterior wall of the community toward the entrance, a figure suddenly descended from a tree. The area was lush with willows, and several streetlights were out, casting a dim glow. Fortunately, Lin Chen possessed a keen perception, allowing him to see clearly despite the darkness. I've been waiting for you. A chilling voice emanated from the cloaked figure. Lin Chen's expression hardened. It was evident that this person intended to confront him. Who are you? Lin Chen inquired cautiously. Who am I? Merely someone sent to kill you, the figure retorted with a cold smirk, causing Lin Chen's brow to furrow. Do we know each other? Lin Chen pressed, biting his lip. Not personally, but our fates are intertwined through money, the cloaked figure replied with a sinister chuckle. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen realized that this individual might be an assassin. Who sent you to kill me? He demanded. That is a secret. An assassin must protect their employer's identity. It's a matter of professional integrity, the figure stated. It must be Zheng Junzuo, Lin Chen surmised, recalling the wealthy heir he had offended recently. He was taken aback by the audacity of Zheng Junzuo to send an assassin after him, revealing the depths of his ruthlessness. How much did your employer pay you? Lin Chen queried. 1 million for your life, or 500,000 for you to be incapacitated for life. I was given the choice, and I chose the former. A murder is just a murder. After all, I have already taken many lives, the assassin replied with a tone of cold determination. As if human life were but a trifling matter. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed with indignation. Do you understand how difficult it is for a doctor to save someone on the brink of death? You would so casually take a life for money. And not just one. If I cannot bring you to justice today, I would be failing those who have perished, he retorted. You think you can accomplish this? No sooner had he spoken than the assassin lunged at Lin Chen. With a swift motion, he drew a machete and aimed a strike at Lin Chen. Instantly, Lin Chen recognized the assassin's formidable skill. This was no ordinary opponent, but a true martial artist, adept in traditional techniques. The assassin's mastery of the blade unleashed a flurry of strikes that were both swift and powerful, reminiscent of ancient martial arts. Each move was refined and purposeful, exhibiting a blend of offensive and defensive prowess. With a sudden flash, Lin Chen seized the initiative, swiftly targeting the assassin's wrist. The impact caused the weapon to clatter to the ground, and the assassin was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen delivered a powerful punch, sending the assassin reeling. This blow, fueled by Lin Chen's formidable energy, would have undoubtedly caused severe internal damage had he not restrained much of his strength. With such limited skill, You dare to call yourself an assassin? You truly overestimate your abilities, Lin Chen remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the bloodied figure on the ground, devoid of any sympathy. Recognizing the necessity of involving the authorities, Lin Chen dialed the police. Within 5 minutes, 2 police cars arrived on the scene. Lin Chen was taken aback by their prompt response. Did you call for help? An officer inquired as he exited the vehicle. Yes, that was me. Someone attempted to kill me with a knife, claiming to be a killer who has taken lives. I don't know the truth of it. But I subdued him in self-defense and promptly contacted you, Lin Chen explained. At that moment, a young woman, approximately 25 or 26 years old, emerged from the police car. Tall and striking, with shoulder-length hair and bright, expressive eyes, she wore a combination of light blue jeans and a white collared shirt beneath a leather jacket. Her presence exuded a vibrant youthfulness paired with an air of authority. We are from the Linjiang City Criminal Police Team, and we happened to be passing through when we received your call, so we came to apprehend the suspect, one officer clarified. Hua Tuo. Go check on the suspect and photograph him to see if he matches any wanted profiles, the young woman directed. Understood, Captain. The officer responded, moving to gather evidence. The female officer turned to Lin Chen and inquired, What is your name, and what do you do? Why did he attack you? My name is Lin Chen, and I work at Weicong Hospital in Linjiang City. This man claimed to be an assassin, hired by a wealthy heir to take my life or cripple me. The female captain raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Why would a wealthy heir want to hire someone to kill you? Perhaps out of jealousy for my relationship with a beautiful and affluent woman, feeling that I stand in the way of his pursuits, leading him to seek my demise. Lin Chen replied earnestly, almost convincingly. However, he noticed the captain's frown and the bemused expressions of the officers behind her, who stifled laughter as they regarded him with skepticism. It seemed they viewed him as somewhat delusional. Do you not believe me? Lin Chen asked, sensing their doubt. A police officer could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. This is absurd. Assassins, rich heirs, beautiful heiresses. It sounds like a soap opera. Even soap operas don't feature assassins. A suspense drama, perhaps? You were simply fighting and concocted this story. The female captain interjected. Investigate whether he has been drinking. She too harbored suspicions that this individual was inebriated, having fought while intoxicated and fabricated excuses. Just then, Hua Tuo, after scanning, retrieved the identity profile of the suspect from the system. Captain, this is Tao Yong, the fugitive known as Black Wolf. He is indeed an assassin. Hua Tuo's revelation left everyone who had been mocking Lin Chen in stunned silence. Is he genuinely an assassin? Could it be that what Lin Chen claimed was true? A rich heir really did hire a hitman? The female captain, Yuan Bingyue, the head of the criminal police team, began to take Lin Chen's words seriously. You mentioned a rich heir hired an assassin to deal with you. What is that heir's name? Did you guess who it might be? What about the surveillance? Yuan Bingyue continued her inquiries. All right. 2 officers had already apprehended Tao Yong and were escorting him to the police car. Great. Lin Chen promptly provided his phone number for the officer to note down. Yuan Bingyue ordered the team to regroup and turned to leave. Suddenly, Lin Chen called out, Excuse me, I have something I hesitate to mention. Yuan Bingyue paused and turned back, a look of curiosity on her face. What is it? I see that you and your teammates have darkened fortunes. You may encounter some misfortune in the next 3 days. Avoid going out or taking action, or else unexpected incidents may occur. After hearing this, unease flickered across Yuan Bingyue and the officers' faces. This young man is spouting superstitions and seemingly cursing them with misfortune. Mind your own business. Someone scoffed, disdain evident on their face. Yuan Bingyue shot Lin Chen a glare, dismissing him as a madman. However, Lin Chen, with a kind heart, could not help but remind them, Remember, I'm at Rena Hospital. If something happens, come find me. Perhaps I can save a life or 2. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll have you locked up. Yuan Bingyue shouted angrily before getting into the car and slamming the door. Someone inside the vehicle remarked, Are there really doctors this insane nowadays? Everyone expressed their disdain for Lin Chen's words, including Captain Yuan Bingyue, who felt that Lin Chen's statements lacked credibility. Chapter 77. The Rough Stone Trading Fair. Let me say something useful. I helped you capture a fugitive. Shouldn't I receive some reward? Lin Chen inquired. At that moment, the police officers looked at him with barely more respect than they had for Tao Yong. Leave your card number. I will submit a request to my superiors. Although Yuan Bingyue found Lin Chen quite irritating, she acknowledged the truth in his statement. Despite having some funds now, Lin Chen had endured hardship in the past. Even a few thousand yuan would be a welcome addition. After a peaceful night of sleep, Lin Chen received a call from Meng Zhui right after dinner. Lin Chen, there's a small rough stone trading fair today. Would you like to join me? A rough stone trading fair? Lin Chen repeated. Let us meet at the school gate at 6 o'clock. Without waiting for his response, Meng Zhui finalized the plan. All right. Since Lin Chen was off duty that day, He arrived at the girls' dormitory by 5:30. He called Meng Jiwei, who was busy with her makeup, and asked him to wait. Okay, I'll wait. At precisely 6 o'clock, Meng Jiwei emerged from the dormitory. Typically, she wore light makeup or none at all, as they were still in their 5th year of college and hadn't graduated yet. However, today she had clearly prepared meticulously. Her makeup was fresh and elegant, quite attractive. Once they got in the car, Lin Chen sped off. What is the occasion for tonight? Lin Chen asked. It's organized by a friend of my father's. I'm attending to support him, Meng Jiwei replied. Truly extravagant. Lin Chen found the world of the wealthy rather incomprehensible. They certainly knew how to enjoy life. Upon arriving at the venue, Meng Jiwei presented the invitation to the staff, and they were granted entry. The spacious venue was filled with rough stones, each surrounded by a staff member. Through their explanations, they learned that these stones had been brought in by a businessman from Minnan, each reportedly mined from Myanmar. Anyone fond of stone gambling would find these Minnan stones particularly intriguing. It was evident that many attendees were quite interested in this kind of gambling. Lin Chen, having acquired the ability of X-ray vision, though still in its nascent stage, could discern the quality of these stones. There were over 1,000 rough stones, and a cursory glance revealed that most were devoid of green. Only a few stones displayed a rich hue of blue, suggesting they might yield better quality jade. Meng Jiwei, linking arms with Lin Chen, surveyed the stones with keen interest. This is my first time here. So the jade we usually see is extracted from these rough stones? She asked. Lin Chen nodded and explained, yes, these stones are mined from Myanmar and transported here. Whether they contain jade depends on one's discernment and luck. With good fortune, one could become wealthy overnight. With bad luck, it could lead to ruin. Are you interested? I find it quite fascinating, Meng Jiwei admitted. Should we cut one to see? Lin Chen suggested. Perhaps not. I don't believe I possess the luck to uncover jade. My family has some means, but this feels like throwing money away, she replied. To his surprise, Meng Jiwei was quite rational. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Zhao Xiao, what do you think of this rough stone? I believe it surely contains jade. Shall we give it a try? The voice was unmistakable to Lin Chen. Turning around, he saw his ex-girlfriend Wang Rong, entwined with Zhao Tsong, examining a stone less than 5 meters away. Wang Rong had indeed transformed since their breakup, adorning herself with heavy makeup and jewelry. What she believed enhanced her allure instead conveyed a sense of vulgarity, making her appear as though she were being kept. Initially, Wang Rong seemed content with Zhao Tsong, but upon noticing his darkening expression, she was taken aback. Following his gaze, she spotted Lin Chen with Meng Jiwei. Wang Rong's expression soured immediately. She had previously thought Meng Jiwei was merely friendly towards Lin Chen, but how could this wealthy heiress be interested in someone so ordinary? The fact that he was living off her was quite contemptible. Yet, seeing them together now stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. Who is this? What brings you, Lin Chen, to such an occasion? A nobody like you trying to gamble with stones. Are you desperate for wealth? It seems you're quite comfortable living off others, Wang Rong remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. Lin Chen frowned. This ex-girlfriend seemed inescapable, appearing wherever he went. He had never realized during their relationship just how poor her character was. Given the status of the attendees, how could Wang Rong be present while he, Lin Chen, couldn't? Regarding my affairs, when did it become your prerogative to meddle? It is truly a case of unwarranted concern. Moreover, if you wish to feign a sense of superiority, you must at least be convincing in your pretense. Observe others. Each of them exudes a certain grace, in stark contrast to your acerbic demeanor. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, feeling that engaging in a public dispute with a woman was somewhat beneath his dignity, and thus resolved to endure the provocation for the time being. Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, Wang Rong felt as though her assertions had been validated, and she grew bolder in her remarks. I truly cannot fathom what Meng Jiwei sees in you. Merely a pauper. How dare you grace such an occasion? Are you attempting to proclaim to everyone that you thrive on dependency? It seemed that Wang Rong had come to believe, based on previous encounters, that Lin Chen's wealth was a result of Meng Jiwei's generosity. After all, during their time as a couple, Lin Chen had been rather impoverished, leaving no room for doubt regarding his financial status. In light of this situation, he could only chuckle to himself. Were it not for Wang Rong, he might never have garnered the favor of his benefactor. Indeed, he owed her abandonment and betrayal a debt of gratitude. At this moment, Meng Jiwei felt a surge of indignation. After all, Lin Chen was her boyfriend, and Wang Rong's repeated humiliations of him were deeply unsettling. She took Lin Chen's arm and declared, "What is your opinion on his dependence matter in the slightest? Lin Chen is the one I have chosen. What I seek is happiness, not wealth, which is far superior to some frivolous heir who merely flaunts his riches." And who is this frivolous heir you speak of? Zhao Tsong's countenance darkened further. Those who knew him were well aware of this flaw. Yet he had been so consumed with disdain for Lin Chen that he had overlooked Ming Jue's presence beside him.